Chapter 1. Gene Collapse Bomb and the World Tree. The dazzling lights twirled in harmony with the raucous music, as women clad in revealing attire clung to the steel poles, sensually undulating their waists. The crowd below erupted in cheers and shouts, with some even tossing money into the dance floor. To Su Ling, this scene had become a mundane aspect of his existence. Nestled in the plush embrace of a sofa, a half-filled glass of liquor rested on the table before him. His gaze was fixed upon the alluring dancers on stage, yet devoid of any semblance of desire. The term dandy aptly described the wealthy scions, and it was perhaps the most fitting label for Su Ling himself, as this was how his so-called friends perceived him. The reality, however, remained known solely to him. "It's nearly 11:30. It should be about time," he murmured to himself, pulling out his phone to illuminate the lock screen. He downed the remaining liquor in one swift motion. For him, frequenting nightclubs had transformed into a routine task. While it may have initially held a semblance of novelty, the frequency of his visits had dulled that allure. He now found more satisfaction in the comforts of home, engaging in video games. Why, you may ask? It was simply to avoid appearing out of place. Su Ling had always preferred to sidestep trouble. Being part of the crowd brought far fewer complications than standing apart. "Are you leaving, young Master Su? Aren't you going to stay a bit longer? The star attraction hasn't even performed yet." As he made his way towards the exit, a portly middle-aged man jovially attempted to keep him from leaving. Recognizing the man's intentions, Su Ling was well aware that he was merely fishing for a chance to extract money from him. Young masters who frequented nightclubs often fell prey to the vice of lust, and Su Ling had previously indulged in this act, revealing just enough of his vulnerabilities to mitigate potential troubles. Under different circumstances, he might have played along with the man's banter, but tonight was different. A new game expansion he had been eagerly awaiting was set to release at midnight, and he had made plans with his friends to experience it together. If he lingered, it would delay his return significantly. "I can't tonight. I have other commitments," he replied, glancing at his phone as notifications chimed in. His friends were already eager, inquiring when he would log on. "Since you have plans, I shall not keep you, young Master Su." The man's smile remained unchanged. After all, Su Ling was a regular patron, and one missed visit was of little consequence. He merely sought to make a casual appeal. If he could persuade Su Ling to stay for the performance, that would be ideal. If not, he would not press further. He understood the importance of adapting his demeanor to suit the clientele. Nodding, Su Ling pocketed his phone and continued towards the exit. "I'll come by another time. Young Master Su is always welcome." Stepping out of the nightclub and into the street, Su Ling inhaled deeply, the crisp air and gentle breeze invigorating his senses. He had always found a nightclub atmosphere stifling and unappealing. Walking back would take too long. I might as well call for a cab. As he prepared to summon a ride, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly enveloped him. Furrowing his brow, he scanned his surroundings, but found no one nearby. The street was a broad, flat thoroughfare, devoid of any alleys or shadows where one might conceal themselves. He could see its end clearly. Though he typically dismissed the notion of a sixth sense, an idea relegated to the realm of fiction, he was now gripped by an almost palpable dread, a sensation that compelled him to acknowledge its existence. Yet, even as he sensed impending danger, he felt utterly powerless. He had no inkling of the source of this threat, nor could he define the nature of the peril. He felt like a solitary boat adrift on a dark ocean, the ink-black waters akin to an unfathomable abyss, threatening to drag him into eternal obscurity. Stowing away his phone, the intensifying anxiety left little room for further contemplation. Instinctively, he turned back towards the nightclub, where the presence of others offered a semblance of safety compared to the desolate street ahead. However, the moment he moved, an excruciating pain erupted in his chest, followed by the dull thud of a gunshot piercing the silence. Even the sound of a suppressed weapon remained startlingly clear in the stillness of the night. Pain and terror consumed him almost instantly. He instinctively leaned against the wall for support. Yet, to his astonishment, no blood gushed from his wound. In the next moment, a searing agony coursed through his body, as though he were melting from within. This inexplicable phenomenon filled him with dread and defiance. He sensed that death was imminent, but he refused to accept such an ambiguous end. He did not know who sought to take his life, nor the means by which he was being attacked. This uncertainty filled him with a deep sense of injustice, enough to momentarily suppress the fear of death. Gene collapse bomb detected. Matching data of the injured individual. Match complete. Locking vital signs. Lock complete. Remaining survival time, 1.5 seconds. Do you wish to contract with the World Tree? A strange mechanical voice resonated within Su Ling's mind. Confused, he was unaware of what had transpired. Yet at that moment, the pain subsided completely. Instinctively, he glanced around, only to find the scenery before him utterly transformed. Everything had come to a standstill. Leaves swaying in the breeze, scattered pedestrians, even the dust illuminated by the light hung suspended midair. In this frozen world, he alone remained capable of movement. It was as if the entire universe had paused for his sake. May I pose a question? With the threat to his life abetted, Su Ling quickly regained his composure. However, he refrained from immediately responding to the so-called World Tree. Though he sensed he had little choice, he still wished to clarify certain matters. Before signing the contract, you possess one opportunity to inquire. What will happen if I sign the contract? Upon signing, you will become a contractor of the World Tree, which will provide resources and opportunities for your empowerment. You will need to complete the tasks assigned by the World Tree. The opportunity for inquiry has been exhausted. Will you sign the contract with the World Tree? Su Ling exhaled deeply. The World Tree's response had not surprised him significantly. However, the information he truly sought remained elusive. Yet, as he had surmised, he had little room for choice. The worst consequence of signing the contract was merely dying on a future task, while the consequence of not signing was all too clear: death within 1.5 seconds. I will sign. Confirmation of contractor Su Ling received. The initial trial is about to commence. Destination: Isha's Star. World level: LV-31, LV-59. Main quest: Phase 1, LV-3, LV-59. Locate the White Saintess. Quest duration: 3 days. Quest reward: Silver Dragon Gene. Failure penalty: loss of contractual identity. Transmission initiated. Before Su Ling could fully react, a powerful force yanked him, causing him to stagger. It felt akin to being thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine, leaving his stomach churning and his mind in a state of weightlessness, culminating in a dizzy spell. As the sensation of vertigo subsided, he hastily propped himself on the ground and retched until he had emptied his stomach of the previous day's breakfast, finally regaining some composure. What kind of absurd transportation is this? Su Ling exclaimed, still on the ground, while trying to soothe his chest. Other forms of transportation simply whisked one away in a flash. Even the more forceful ones merely knocked one unconscious. Yet here he was, tossed into a washing machine, as if his brain were being shaken into oblivion. Nonetheless, his complaints were merely that, complaints. After all, his life was still precariously held in the hands of the World Tree. As the saying goes, when under someone's roof, one must bow low. Thus, he resolved to endure this method of transportation. Once he felt a tad more settled, Su Ling managed to rise, finally possessing the energy to survey his surroundings. He found himself on a rural path, the scenery scarcely different from that of his own reality. However, the air in this realm was palpably fresher, with a fragrant blend of grass and foliage inducing a deep sense of relaxation. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, adding a touch of vitality to the tranquil afternoon. Instinctively, Su Ling concentrated, and information regarding himself materialized before his eyes in textual form. Name: Su Ling, reserve contract holder. Gender: male. Race: human. Strength: 4. Note: the average value for a normal adult is 5. Agility: 3. Stamina: 4. Intelligence: 7. Charisma: 8. Perhaps due to his status as a reserve, or merely because he was still an ordinary person, the information available to Su Ling was scant, primarily limited to a numerical representation of his physical attributes. The values for strength, agility, and stamina fell within his expectations, considering he was merely an average 20-year-old male who seldom exercised and preferred the comforts of home. If those statistics were higher, he would question their authenticity. Conversely, the figures for intelligence and charisma exceeded his expectations. An intelligence score of 7 indicated that he was quite clever compared to the average person, while an 8 in charisma suggested he possessed the attractiveness typically associated with handsome individuals. Yet, given the current circumstances, these elevated values might not serve him as well as enhanced strength or agility would. After all, in the face of danger, being able to run swiftly or endure longer could prove far more beneficial. The specific information about this world is locked. However, judging by the difficulty level of the main quest, I shouldn't encounter life-threatening situations immediately, right? Gazing at the world overview section marked as unlocked, Ling absently rubbed his chin, uncertain. Yet as his gaze shifted to the requirements of the main quest, a look of perplexity crept into his eyes. The minimum difficulty level of LV3 appeared deceptively simple, but his foremost challenge was that he currently possessed no clues whatsoever, an utterly futile endeavor akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if the world overview was inaccessible, the main quest provided no hints, leaving him to wonder if the greatest challenge of this first phase lay in uncovering information about the White Saintess. However, the exaggerated fluctuations in task difficulty suggested that it might not be so straightforward. Regardless, his immediate priority was to locate a populated area. In this desolate wilderness, finding the Saintess was a pipe dream. With his tumultuous thoughts somewhat organized, Ling glanced at the spot where he had materialized. Beside him stood a signpost directing towards a town and a forest. Confirming that he was indeed on the path leading to the town, Ling wasted no time and promptly set off, aware that he had only 3 days to spare. According to the logic exhibited by the world tree, it was unlikely that he would be thrust into an inescapable death trap. Thus, it was probable that the town concealed crucial clues related to the main quest. Chapter 2. The Peculiar Town. Following the indicated direction for about an hour, a desolate town came into view from a distance. Ling swallowed hard and quickened his pace, ultimately arriving at the town's entrance after another 10 minutes. How should he describe it? This town evoked images of those Western cowboy flicks. Despite it being broad daylight, not a soul was in sight on the streets, with every door tightly shut and no signs of commerce. Had this town been abandoned? Pondering this perplexity, Ling prepared to venture in for a closer look. Yet, the moment he lifted his leg, a chilling wind swept past his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he retracted his foot, hesitating to step forward. What was that? The unsettling sensation gripping his heart was even more intense than the feeling of being targeted by a sniper. It was as though stepping forward would lead to his immediate demise. Subconsciously, Ling glanced again at the difficulty of the main quest. His intuition suggested that the peak difficulty might not pertain to the clues regarding the White Saintess, but rather to the eerie town itself. 3 days to uncover potential clues in a town shrouded in disquiet. Ling narrowed his eyes. He was convinced that the world tree would not present him with an insurmountable challenge. So surely there must be a way to evade the dangers lurking within this town. Was a certain token required? That seemed unlikely. If entry into the town necessitated a specific artifact, then his lack of clues would undoubtedly place him in a life or death scenario, which contradicts the logic of the world tree. The absence of any guidance and the minimum difficulty of the first phase task being merely LV3 likely indicated that completing this task did not require excessive information. What kind of mechanism could be resolved without any clues? Ling looked up at the sky, where the dusk sun had painted it crimson. Perhaps the very moment he was transported to this world served as a subtle hint. After all, mechanisms that evolve with time would not require additional clues. All he needed to do was wait for the right moment, and the mechanism would naturally be activated. Standing quietly outside the town, Ling awaited the descent of the sun below the horizon, the moon rising above the treetops, and darkness enveloping the land. The town before him transformed. Shops illuminated their signs. Once closed doors swung open, and a diverse array of people emerged from their homes, the bustling atmosphere suggesting that this was indeed daytime for them. After a moment of contemplation, Ling lifted his leg once more, ready to step into the town. This time, he felt no trepidation. The sensation of impending doom had vanished entirely. As he entered the town, he inevitably attracted the attention of a few residents. Yet no one intervened or bombarded him with questions. To them, this outsider seemed an unremarkable occurrence. While the townspeople observed him, he scrutinized them in turn. Their garments bore resemblance to those of ancient humans, woven from cotton and linen, whereas his modern attire rendered him an anomaly. He also noted that each resident appeared to carry a weapon. Some are swords, others are daggers, and there are even those who carry a whip at their waist. Despite the varied forms, they all belong to the category of cold weapons. However, he felt no hostility. These weapons were evidently not meant for him, the outsider. After meandering through the town, Su Ling arrived at the entrance of the only tavern, hoping to gather some intelligence. Taverns are undeniably a prime location for such endeavors. Yet the foremost obstacle he faced was his lack of funds. To be precise, he lacked currency in this realm. Thrown into this world with naught to his name, the only item he could consider as collateral was the gold bracelet his mother had gifted him for her birthday last year. Reflecting on his adventurous mother, who traveled the world with his father, Su Ling stroked his chin thoughtfully. After all, money could be earned anew, and a bracelet could be pawned and subsequently repurchased. However, a life lost is irretrievable. With other possessions tucked away, Su Ling entered the tavern clutching the gold bracelet. Perhaps due to its recent opening, the establishment was relatively quiet. Although a few tables were occupied, the patrons maintained a subdued atmosphere, their conversations not audible to the entire tavern. He made his way to the bar, pulled out a chair, and placed the gold bracelet on the table. The proprietor, who was washing glasses, glanced up. He did not immediately reach for the bracelet, but rather took his time to set the glass down, casually inquiring, "What would you like to drink?" "I'll have your house special," Su Ling replied, resting his chin on his hand and appearing nonchalant. He continued, "I have a few inquiries to make." The owner nodded, picked up the bracelet for inspection, and upon confirming its authenticity, tossed it onto the nearby cash register. He then retrieved a clean glass and dropped a large ice cube into it. "What do you wish to ask? Have you heard of the White Saintess?" Su Ling cut to the chase, his gaze fixed intently on the proprietor's eyes. While he had not formally studied psychology, he could discern truth from deception to some extent. Of course, if the tavern owner possessed acting skills akin to those of an Oscar-winning actor, there would be little Su Ling could do but concede. After all, he lacked substantial leads. Failing to inquire would mean a lifetime of searching. Upon hearing Su Ling's question, the proprietor hesitated for a moment. He picked up a nearby bottle and poured liquor into the glass. "I haven't heard of the Saintess, but there is a girl in the church behind the town who enjoys wearing white dresses." He placed the glass before Su Ling and added, "However, she has a rather peculiar temperament. Many have sought her out, yet few have succeeded in meeting her. If you wish to find her, be prepared for the unexpected." Su Ling nodded, raised the glass, and downed the contents in one gulp, leaving only the ice behind. "Thank you." The proprietor shook his head, remarking, "Just a transaction." After expressing his gratitude, Su Ling turned and exited the tavern. The owner watched his retreating figure, a faint sigh escaping his parted lips. Once outside the tavern, Su Ling swiftly made his way to the church, arriving at its entrance approximately half an hour later. The dilapidated wooden door hung askew, creaking ominously as he approached. Vines clung to the outer walls, and thick dust rendered the stained glass windows devoid of their former beauty. Cobwebs adorned every corner visible to the eye. It appeared the place had been abandoned for many years. Could anyone truly reside here? Su Ling harbored doubts, yet this was his sole lead, compelling him to muster the courage to investigate. If he found nothing or encountered a trap, he would have to accept his fate. He gently pushed open the creaking door, surprised to find the interior of the church not shrouded in darkness. A soft glow illuminated the space. While it was not brightly lit, visibility was adequate. Steadying himself, Su Ling took a deep breath and stepped inside. The narthex had evidently once served as a place of prayer for worshippers, with worn benches still arranged in neat rows, albeit coated in dust, indicating a long absence of visitors. His gaze shifted from the benches to the front, where a goddess statue stood resplendently on its pedestal, serving as the source of light in the narthex. In her embrace lay an ancient sword, rusted yet dignified. Her serene face, eyes closed and a gentle smile gracing her lips, appeared almost as if she were in slumber. "Draw the sword. Extract it from its sheath. It is your sword destined for you. She has awaited your arrival for far too long, yearning for you to awaken her." The increasingly vivid whispers echoed in Su Ling's ears, a language he had never encountered, chaotic like a jumble of disordered syllables, yet he comprehended its meaning. He began to approach the statue of the goddess, step by step, as if he were a marionette on strings, his mind a blank slate. With only the murmurs resonating endlessly. Closer and closer he drew, nearly reaching the statue's feet, extending his right hand to grasp the hilt of the sword. Just then, a crisp and urgent voice emerged from his right side. No. This sudden interruption shattered the whispers, and Su Ling's vision gradually cleared, his consciousness being pulled back to reality. The murmurs fading to a whisper and ultimately vanishing. Regaining his senses, he broke out in a cold sweat. The previous state of being controlled left him profoundly unsettled. He had come perilously close to drawing the sword against his will, a state that was undeniably abnormal. After a brief pause, Su Ling turned to the source of the voice, where stood a young girl clad in a white dress. Her snow-white hair was pulled into a sleek high ponytail, and her violet eyes held an air of nobility and mystery. Her flawless face adorned with exquisite features, she resembled a masterpiece crafted by divine hands, evoking in Su Ling a singular sensation of beauty. Yet her beauty was not delicate. Encasing her long legs were knightly boots forged from steel, rising to just above her knees like thigh-high stockings, creating an enticing juxtaposition with the hem of her skirt that concealed her upper thighs. Her left hand was also protected by gauntlets, while her right hand remained unadorned, perhaps to ensure absolute freedom and agility for wielding a sword, which hung at her waist. Further validating this conjecture, Su Ling observed the young girl, and she, in turn, appraised him, upon noticing he had not touched the rusted sword. She sighed in relief from the depths of her heart, then approached Su Ling with a smile. This sword was rather unusual. If one were to touch it while under its enchantment, they would be transformed into its sword slave. The girl stood before Su Ling, glancing at the sword within the goddess's embrace, and explained with a smile. Su Ling's lips twitched in disbelief. Was it truly that dangerous? In response to his query, the girl shook her head, her smile tinged with a hint of helplessness. Not exactly. After all, this is merely an unconscious emanation of its aura, under normal circumstances. It shouldn't affect anyone. Su Ling remained skeptical, having just experienced its influence, and pressed on with suspicion. Is that true? Indeed, the girl replied, looking intently at Su Ling. Scrutinizing him once more, her expression deepening with concern. You are susceptible to its influence because of your weakness. Logically, it shouldn't be so. You appear to be a normal adult, yet why do you seem considerably weaker than the average person? The heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp blade, and Su Ling's expression froze instantaneously upon hearing the blunt words of a beautiful girl declaring him weak. The sheer directness of her statement left his dignity in disarray, even though her words undeniably held truth. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Su Ling shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts that clouded his mind. His gaze shifted from the girl back to the sword. Although the murmurs had ceased, the desire to draw the blade lingered within him. Main quest, first ring, completed. Main quest, final ring, LV10, LV59. Eradicate the source of corruption. Quest duration, 7 days. Quest reward, official contractor status. Failure penalty, loss of contractor status. Chapter 3. The Sword of Slaughter and the Silver Dragon Gene. The notification of completing the first ring of the quest left Su Ling momentarily stunned. He instinctively glanced at the girl beside him, realizing that this inhabitant of the church was indeed the White Saint. The new task bore no explicit hints. Yet the duration had significantly expanded, and the fluctuations in difficulty remained exaggerated. It seemed the crux of the matter lay with this saintly figure beside him. With this thought in mind, Su Ling resolved to forge a connection, for he and she were still strangers, and he remained deeply concerned about the sword cradled in her arms. By the way, my name is Su Ling. Thank you for your earlier reminder. I haven't yet asked for your name, he said, striving to infuse his tone with warmth as he subtly sought to establish rapport. Isha, how did you come to be here? Isha did not shy away from Su Ling's inquiry. Her eyes sparkled with a curiosity that suggested a keen interest in this living soul who had ventured into the church. Su Ling did not ponder for long. He had anticipated her question. I was wandering around the town when I found myself at the door. Then, as if drawn by some unseen force, I couldn't help but push the door open and step inside. Upon hearing this response, Isha nodded in understanding. She had observed Su Ling's earlier demeanor, so she interpreted his mention of being drawn in as a result of the sword's influence on his mind. Seeing her belief in his answer, Su Ling quietly exhaled with relief. After all, he could not simply admit that he had come specifically for Isha, as that would imply too much intent. And if she were to ask why he sought her, he would have no reasonable explanation. It has been such a long time since anyone has visited me here. The only intruders I've encountered have been monsters. Please tell me about the world outside. What is it like now? Isha, surprisingly, was quite friendly, her enthusiastic demeanor leaving Su Ling momentarily taken aback. However, considering her statement about the long absence of outsiders, he soon found solace in her eagerness. He gathered his thoughts and began to describe the world as he had seen it, omitting the peculiarities of the town during the day and instead focusing on the vibrancy and liveliness of the nights filled with festivities and fireworks. Isha listened intently, her face occasionally betraying hints of envy and longing, which led Su Ling to form a tentative understanding of her character. After the storytelling concluded, he refrained from speaking immediately, allowing Isha a moment to process her thoughts. About a minute later, she exhaled deeply, yet her expression did not reflect any sense of loss. Instead, anticipation remained vividly alive in her violet eyes, burning with intensity. In 3 days, I shall come of age, and then I will surely venture out to explore the world beyond, Isha declared, gazing towards the entrance of the church with a tone imbued with hope and determination that stirred something within Su Ling. He pondered why Isha felt compelled to wait until adulthood to leave the church, but he sensed that she had likely lived in solitude within its confines for as long as she could remember. The loneliness of her upbringing had, as her coming of age approached, transformed into a fervent hope and aspiration. Momentarily at a loss for words, Su Ling stood silently beside Isha, sharing in the weight of her overflowing expectations. The silence lingered for quite some time, until it was Isha, somewhat bashful, who broke it. I apologize. I got a bit too excited and almost forgot you were here. Su Ling glanced at her, saying nothing, merely shaking his head gently in response. Let me walk you home. While I cannot take you beyond the church, I can at least accompany you to the entrance, Isha continued. Su Ling remained silent, as he had yet to formulate a suitable reply. The prospect of leaving was one he could not entertain. Not only did he lack a home in this world, but even if he did step outside, he would have to flee in haste, for once dawn broke, his time would surely come to an end. Contemplating this, he decided to temporarily set aside the matter of leaving, redirecting the conversation to the rusty sword. Is it truly impossible to touch that sword? Not entirely, Isha replied. Following the thread of Su Ling's inquiry, she recognized his attempt to shift the topic and bore no objection, as she had not engaged in conversation with anyone for quite some time. As long as you are not in a state of enchantment when you touch the sword, it should be fine. Who knows, something extraordinary might occur. How can one ascertain whether they are under enchantment? He inquired. Do you hear incomprehensible murmurs in your ears? If not, then you are not enchanted. Incomprehensible? Su Ling's thoughts drifted back to the murmurs he had previously heard, while the language was indeed unfamiliar. He could not claim to be entirely oblivious to its meaning, for he grasped what the murmurs sought to convey. Yet at that moment, he had felt as if he were under some form of control, leading him to believe he had indeed been enchanted. He did not dwell on this for long. After all, he could not hear those murmurs now, and it was evident that he was not in a state of enchantment. If he were to articulate his feelings, he would say that his desire to draw the sword had only intensified. After the completion of the first task, his inner desire to draw the sword intensified greatly. However, this yearning did not cloud his mind. He remained lucid and capable of restraint. Well, may I give it a try? The thoughts within him could not arise without reason. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ling decided to touch the sword, eager to uncover the source of his longing and intrigued by the wonders that Isa had spoken of. After all, there was no danger if he remained untempted. He had nothing to lose, and it would be foolish not to try. He resolved to proceed, reassured that without temptation, no harm would ensue, and the worst outcome would simply be that nothing would happen. Isa did not deter Su Ling. Indeed, she spoke no falsehood, for she herself had experienced the miraculous events that followed touching the sword. Others had come before her and touched it, yet none had encountered anything extraordinary. Thus she had not lied to Su Ling. With this affirmation, he no longer hesitated, yielding to his inner impulses as he reached out to touch the rusted sword cradled by the statue of the goddess. He extended his right hand to lightly brush the hilt, and in that instant, a torrent of thick crimson blood erupted from the rusted blade. Weaving into a cocoon that enveloped Su Ling simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the world tree resonated in his mind. Detecting reserve contractor Su Ling has touched the sword of slaughter. Permission verification in progress. Verification complete. To ensure the contractor's safety, the Silver Dragon gene will be fused in advance. Beginning environmental lock of the contractor. Lock complete. Gene fusion commencing. Excruciating pain surged through him, nearly rendering him breathless. It felt as though his bones were being ground to dust, only to be restored inch by inch, and then crushed once again. The agony gnawed at his very core. Every cell seemed to wail in anguish, and each drop of blood felt as if it were boiling. Su Ling wished to scream to alleviate his suffering, yet as he opened his mouth, he realized he had lost the ability to speak. His silent cries could only be heard by his own heart, as the world inside and outside the cocoon remained eerily quiet. His bones appeared to be reconfiguring, flesh compressing, and an unbearable itch accompanied the pain before it had even subsided. Su Ling desperately yearned to lose consciousness, but his awareness remained remarkably acute, as if some force was sustaining his clarity of mind. He had no concept of how much time had passed, lost in torment and itch. He could not gauge the duration. However, when the cocoon finally shattered, the physical pain receded like an ebbing tide, leaving behind an indescribable sense of relief and weakness. Yet, the broken cocoon did not vanish. It continued to coalesce and compress, ultimately forming a drop of blood the size of a knuckle. This blood drop autonomously soared to Su Ling's chest, merging with him, and within mere seconds, he felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body. Truly wondrous. I feel as if I could punch through a wall now. Su Ling threw a couple of straight punches in the air, his joy evident in his demeanor. He eagerly turned to share his transformation with Isha, only to notice a peculiar look in her eyes, and, perhaps due to an illusion, he felt that she appeared taller. Previously, he had always looked down at Isha, considering he stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, while she seemed half a head shorter. Yet now, he found himself having to slightly tilt his head upwards to meet her gaze. If Isha hadn't suddenly grown taller, could it be that you were still Su Ling? Isha hesitantly posed that question, seemingly oblivious to Su Ling's desire to share. Such nonsense. Who else could I possibly be but Su Ling? He rolled his eyes. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was amiss. Why had his once deep, alluring voice become so crisp? Once the excitement faded, Su Ling began to sense the oddities within his body. His voice aside, it seemed he had shrunk in height, and his head felt slightly heavier than before. With a subtle itch at his neck from the brushing of his hair, his once snug clothing now hung loosely, especially his trousers, which felt as though they might slip to the ground at any moment. Moreover, his skin appeared different. Su Ling extended his hands to examine them closely. They were delicate and soft, as if sculpted from fine jade, with a youthful radiance that suggested they could yield moisture with the slightest pressure. This was undeniably not the hands of a grown man, yet the evidence lay before him, forcing him to accept the reality. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression sharpened as he reached down to investigate his trousers. It was gone. Su Ling stared in disbelief at his lower body. That companion of 20 years, his brother, was nowhere to be found. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning, not with anger, but with profound sorrow, as he struggled to accept this new reality. He was on the verge of mourning his lost companion with a nocturne when he caught sight of himself in the mirror. His long silver hair cascaded down his back, the tips tinged with crimson, adding a seductive allure to his otherwise innocent appearance. His height had diminished from nearly 1.8 meters to around 1.55 meters, placing him in a realm between a lowly and a young girl. Although his upper attire was an ordinary long-sleeve shirt, it fit him well enough to accentuate the budding curves of his chest. His features were exquisitely refined, surpassing even Isha's, resembling that of a charming doll. Yet, his golden eyes emanated an indescribable authority, as if warning others that underestimating him due to his appearance would come at a steep price. Goodness, am I truly so beautiful? The thought of mourning his lost companion was momentarily cast aside as Su Ling admired his reflection in the mirror. Indeed, he was undeniably attractive. Yet he felt no other overwhelming impulses. He was not an inexperienced youth who had never encountered a woman in 20 years. He wouldn't be flustered simply by the sight of a lovely girl. If he were truly that way, he would have been too nervous to speak when he first saw Isha. As for the transformation into a female form, Su Ling found it rather acceptable. After all, her current appearance is undeniably beautiful. She has always held a certain appreciation for aesthetics. As long as she looks appealing, all other concerns fade away. Whether she embodies the visage of a handsome man or a stunning woman, she is amenable to the change, provided she does not morph into an abominable creature loathed by all. Naturally, her sexual orientation would not shift with her physical metamorphosis. Whether it be an inclination towards women or remaining single, she can embrace whichever path. However, marriage is certainly out of the question, as she is not inclined towards same-sex relationships. Most importantly, her present physique is not merely attractive. In comparison to her former self, she possesses an astonishing strength. The information recorded on her status panel reflects a stark contrast to her previous capabilities. Reserve Contractor, Su Ling, Gender, Female, Race, Silver Dragon, Unique, Innate Ability, Spirit Eye, Strength, 31, Agility, 31, Stamina, 20, Intelligence, 29, Charm, 30, Bloodblade, Active, LV1, infuses blood power onto weapons. Each damaging attack inflicts additional bleeding damage equal to 0. One of the target's maximum health and temporarily enhances the weapon's sharpness. Swordsmanship Proficiency, LV1, mastery of various sword-type weapons, increasing damage dealt by sword weapons by 70. Blood Butterfly, Active, LV1, conditions not met, not unlocked. Her agility and strength have nearly multiplied tenfold. Although her stamina has diminished slightly, she remains immensely more powerful than before. The most immediate enhancement brought about by her increased intelligence is her improved memory. She can now recall specific details from events that transpired long ago. Presently, she is leagues stronger than she once was. It is not mere arrogance. If her former self were to stand before her now, she could effortlessly defeat 20 adversaries with a single hand. While she remains unaware of the nature of the yet-to-be-unlocked active skill, she possesses at least the fundamental ability to protect herself, ensuring she will not meet an untimely demise while strolling down the street, oblivious to the cause of her death. Being both powerful and beautiful, anyone who harbors negative emotions in such circumstances must be extraordinary. Su Ling's swift acceptance of her situation may also be attributed to her lack of desire for marriage. Regardless of her gender, being single makes no significant difference to her. After all, the elderly couple who travel daily are indifferent to her marital status. It is akin to the adage, parents are true love, while children are an unexpected occurrence. Such is her familial dynamic. How remarkable I am. Chapter 4. The rusted sword has a spirit indeed. She has grown considerably stronger. Yet she remains merely a decorative pillow. A careless voice pulled Su Ling from her reverie, and she cast a displeased glance toward the source of the sound. A young girl with flowing black hair, clad in a cerulean dress, sat on the front bench, engrossed in the book she held. The young swordswoman, Xingmei, is more aptly described as spirited than merely beautiful. She resembles an exquisite sword, its blade gleaming with brilliance. Yet, her demeanor is not bold. Rather, it exudes an unparalleled elegance. The way she turns the pages is gentle and quiet, reminiscent of a refined lady engrossed in her studies. However, her blood-red eyes evoke a profound sense of unease. Even a simple exchange of glances can induce a suffocating pressure, as if those crimson orbs were indeed nourished by blood. Her long, dark hair is simply tied back with a red ribbon, with a few playful strands framing her face, tucked behind her ears. She sits there, tranquil, embodying the beauty of a painted scroll. Confronted by such a regal figure, Su Ling quickly dispelled any lingering astonishment. After all, the girl had just claimed she was a mere decorative pillow. If this had been said before the integration of her silver dragon genes, she might have accepted it. But the current her was far removed from weakness. What gives you the right to label me as such? Su Ling's voice was not filled with anger, merely a hint of defiance. The sudden surge of power felt like a lofty dream. Did you possess any combat experience? Were you aware of how to counter various attacks? Even in action games, one needs to learn the moves, so what makes you think you can instantly become a master of melee combat in real life? The girl spoke steadily, devoid of any exaggerated emphasis or raised voice, presenting her thoughts in a calm and ordinary manner. Yet, this almost emotionless delivery struck Su Ling like a bucket of cold water. When one unexpectedly gains power, excitement often blinds them to crucial details, leading them to believe they are invincible. This thrill and confidence can ultimately become the blade that brings about their demise. The girl was indeed correct. Defeating a rigid boss in a game is still a challenge, and having never wielded a weapon in combat, could Su Ling truly transform into a melee master overnight? Though the specialization in swordsmanship had bestowed upon her a wealth of theoretical knowledge, it remained just that, knowledge. The distinction between understanding what to do and having the body instinctively react is monumental. Moreover, the difference between a cognitive response and a physical one is vast. Again, using a game as an analogy, recognizing a boss's attack and then deciding which button to press is a slow process, while reacting instinctively is immediate. In genuine combat, a moment's delay could mean the difference between life and death. As Su Ling regained her composure, her initial defiance evaporated. The girl was indeed right. She appeared far stronger than her former self, yet that was merely an increase in statistics. Her essence remained that of a decorative pillow. Not to mention, even against opponents of similar stats, she likely held no real chance of victory. Have you calmed down? The young woman in her flowing dress raised her gaze to meet Su Ling's, inquiring with a serene expression. Su Ling closed her eyes, exhaled deeply, and when she opened them again, the earlier excitement and exhilaration had vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor. Su Ling, who are you speaking to? Before the girl in the traditional dress could utter another word, Isa's voice interjected, her gaze fixed curiously on the direction Su Ling was looking, where she perceived nothing at all. Su Ling hesitated for a moment, pointing towards the girl in the traditional dress, and inquired with a puzzled expression. But there's someone sitting there, wearing a blue traditional dress, with black hair and red eyes, and she looks quite beautiful, probably about your height? Upon hearing Su Ling's description, Isa's expression became more serious, for in her eyes, there was not even a shadow of a ghost in that spot. The dust on the bench remained undisturbed, making it impossible for anyone to be there. Observing Isa's reaction, Su Ling scratched her head in frustration, unable to find a way to explain, as she herself was uncertain about the identity of the girl and why she appeared there. However, she could indeed see her and converse with her normally. Just as Su Ling was grappling with her thoughts, the girl in the traditional dress spoke again. My name is Lu, and to put it in terms you can understand, I am the spirit of that rusted sword, and you are now my master, which is why you can see and hear me, while others cannot. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Ling was suddenly enlightened and quickly relayed the information to Isa. The moment Isa absorbed the explanation, her earlier seriousness and doubt vanished entirely, as if she had always been aware of the sword's consciousness. So it is a sword spirit. That certainly makes sense, she nodded, speaking as though she had known all along that the rusted sword possessed awareness. Do you not doubt my honesty? Su Ling, intrigued by Isa's swift acceptance of her explanation, inquired. Isa replied, that sword indeed has consciousness. All my swordsmanship has been taught to me by her. However, when I encountered her, she was merely a mass of crimson light. It was merely a transaction made with the original Isa. Now that you have become my master, that transaction has concluded. As if anticipating Su Ling's next question, Lu continued to read while casually providing an explanation. A faint smile gracing her otherwise tranquil face as she seemed to discover something amusing. What transaction? Su Ling's curiosity remained unquenched, prompting her to silently ask this question. Of course, this method of communication was her conjecture, as Lu was visible and audible only to her. If she were obliged to speak aloud to converse with Lu, it would undermine her dignity and risk labeling her as insane. Su Ling's guess was indeed correct. She could engage in a telepathic dialogue with Lu. Upon hearing Su Ling's inquiry, Lu did not withhold any information and directly provided her with the answer. She helps me remain undisturbed in this world, and in return, I assist her in nurturing her descendants, such as teaching them swordsmanship. So, your swordsmanship is quite formidable? Su Ling instinctively probed further. Perhaps, Lu replied nonchalantly. Confronted with the dilemma, Lu hesitated unusually for a moment, tilting her head as if lost in contemplation, pondering the true extent of her capabilities. What occupied her thoughts? The consideration of how many individuals could rival her prowess. Oh, and what was the outcome? It should not exceed 5. Albeit that is under the condition of my utmost capacity. When solely regarding swordsmanship, the matter becomes rather ambiguous. Upon hearing this response, Su Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu's strength surpassed her wildest imagination. Did this not imply that, with time, she too could stand proudly among the elite as her swordmaster? Her heart raced with exhilaration, her hands trembling. Just as Su Ling seemed on the brink of succumbing to a reverie, Lu, with a touch of indifference, interjected once more, dousing Su Ling's newly ignited enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. My strength does not guarantee yours, Do not overthink it. Su Ling's body stiffened momentarily. Then she could not help but pout. Although she was still unfamiliar with Lu's temperament, she had already experienced the masterful art of extinguishing excitement. By the way, Su Ling, would you care to change your attire? Isabel's sudden inquiry brought Su Ling's banter with Lu to an abrupt halt. She tugged at her clothing and adjusted her trousers, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Just a change of trousers would suffice. The long sleeves of her top, even if they had become slightly loose, posed no significant issue. But the trousers were a different matter altogether. Su Ling sensed that after merely 3 steps, they would likely tumble down to the ground. With delicate hands resting on her shoulder, Su Ling paid little mind initially, yet upon feeling the strength of that grip, an ominous premonition stirred within her. Alas, the unfortunate truth was that she seemed unable to free herself from the clasp of that hand. Even now, infused with the genes of the Silver Dragon, she remained no match for Isabel, whose physical prowess was even superior to her own. Turning to face Isabel, she beheld the girl's face alight with eager anticipation, reminiscent of a child gazing upon a cherished toy. Wow! Su Ling's heart cried out in despair, yet outwardly, she maintained a smile, albeit one that appeared decidedly forced. Suddenly, she felt that perhaps not changing her attire would bear no significant consequence. Maybe it would be best to abandon the idea altogether? This simply would not do. Isabel promptly rejected Su Ling's suggestion. Having lived alone all her life, she had never changed anyone else's clothing, let alone that of such a charming young lady. As the adage goes, those with beauty look good in anything, and Su Ling now could be deemed a perfect hanger for attire. Isabel was eager to witness just how stunning Su Ling would appear in a dress. There was no way she would let her slip away. Moreover, Su Ling had initially given her word, and now to renege? Impossible. Lu disregarded Su Ling's desperate pleas. Setting aside the fact that Su Ling had initially consented, even if she wished to intervene, her capacity was limited. She was merely a sword spirit, and under normal circumstances, she had no means to influence reality. Moreover, in contrast to the plight of Su Ling, her current interest lies in the book she holds. After all, Su Ling is not in any mortal danger. It is merely a change of attire. Even if she manages to escape now, she cannot evade it forever. It is better to acclimatize to the situation at hand. The despondent Su Ling was dragged by Isha up to the 2nd floor, to Isha's chamber, where the garments she has worn throughout her life are neatly folded or hung in the wardrobe. However, despair washed over Su Ling as she discovered that the wardrobe contained not a single pair of trousers. Instead, it was filled with an array of skirts, and even the long ones were scarce. Although she harbored little resistance to her transformation into a girl, she was equally unprepared to don a skirt. Yet, given the circumstances, she had no choice but to steel herself. After all, she would have to adapt to wearing such attire sooner or later. As the adage goes, there is no time like the present, and with a determined bite of her lip, she resolved to wear it. Chapter 5. The Swordmaster and the Sword Servant. After what felt like an eternity, Isha had vanished from the bedroom, leaving behind only Su Ling, now clad in a new outfit, standing before the mirror to admire her reflection. The pale yellow dress enveloped her upper body, the hem reaching just above her thighs. But the presence of bloomers alleviated any concern of exposure. Her long, silver hair, stained at the tips with blood, was tied into a high ponytail. Much like Isha, her legs were encased in knee-high riding boots, which, surprisingly, allowed for great flexibility at the joints. The only potential drawback was their weight. But this was of little consequence to Su Ling at present. A white knitted jacket completed her ensemble, adding the final touch to her somewhat delicate appearance. Despite the similar attire, the aura exuded by Su Ling and Isha was entirely distinct. If Isha embodied the essence of a valiant knight, then Su Ling resembled a noble young lady who had run away from home, play-acting at being a knight. Indeed, she looked quite lovely. Su Ling adjusted her jacket and twirled before the mirror, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Aesthetically, she was impeccable, though somewhat flamboyant in her attire. La sat not far away at the desk, her gaze still fixed upon the book in her hands, but her instinct to dampen spirits was reflexive, and she spoke without hesitation. Yet, Su Ling had grown somewhat accustomed to this behavior. Her expression remained unperturbed as she replied, "I've been meaning to ask, what is this book you find so captivating?" "It is, in fact, your memories," La replied with a nod. "I am nearly finished with it." "Oh, so it's my memories," Su Ling said, waving her hand dismissively, utterly uninterested, for she was all too familiar with her own recollections. They held no intrigue for her. Wait, not my memories. You are not permitted to look. Almost instinctively, Su Ling exerted force in her right leg, propelling herself like an arrow released from its bow towards Lu. However, Lu merely stood up casually, then turned to the side and gracefully evaded Su Ling's ferocious assault. You are my sword master. I wish to understand the circumstances of your life, Lu remarked, her tone so nonchalant that it further ignited Su Ling's indignation. Those were her memories, the foolish deeds she wished to forget, her past that she wished would remain buried, now laid bare for another to scrutinize. Before her glorious image could even be established, it had already been shattered, leaving her utterly mortified. In a surge of anger, Su Ling instinctively grasped the hilt of her sword and, following the techniques embedded in her memory, struck at Lu. Yet Lu danced away like a butterfly flitting through flowers, evading her attacks with minimal movement. After 3 minutes of relentless strikes, Su Ling had not only failed to land a blow, but had not even grazed the hem of Lu's garment. They seemed to engage in a duet, one partner clumsy and the other graceful, with the former perpetually led by the rhythm of the latter's elegant steps. The sound of a book closing signified the abrupt end of this brief farce. Lu had not surrendered, rather. She had finished perusing all of Su Ling's memories and gained a more intuitive understanding of Su Ling's current prowess. You assimilate knowledge rather swiftly. Your talent for swordsmanship is indeed commendable, Lu remarked, as the book vanished from her grasp, casting a smile at Su Ling that felt more like mockery to her. Humph. Commendable or not, I still can't even brush against your clothing, Su Ling retorted, her displeasure palpable. Lu shook her head in exasperation, empathizing with Su Ling's feelings. After a moment's contemplation, she offered some consolation. Even with specialized skills, you are merely a novice. Setting your sights directly on me may be a tad ambitious. I know, but it still frustrates me, Su Ling sighed, acutely aware of her own inexperience. ISA, a swordsmanship master trained by Lu, was a benchmark she felt far from reaching, and the gap with Lu was even more pronounced. Yet, this sword spirit was undeniably infuriating. In novels, sword spirits elevate their masters to new heights, invincible against all foes. With sword energy spanning vast distances, and their blades shining coldly across countless lands. What of her own spirit? All it did was douse her aspirations with cold water. And even the sword itself was rusted. Are you certain the person you envision is a sword master and not a sword servant? Lu's retort to Su Ling's internal musings was perceptive, yet she remained unfazed, responding with a leisurely inquiry. Su Ling paused, having heard the term sword servant from ISA before. Though she had her suspicions, she dared not assume its meaning outright. To be prudent, she asked, what exactly do you mean by sword servant? The term sword slave, as its name implies, refers to one who is enslaved by the sword. The sword spirit can harness its power through the form of a sword slave. If I were to transform you into a sword slave, you would indeed be capable of what you desire, ascending directly to become a formidable being. Observing the ambiguous smile on Lu's face, Su Ling felt an involuntary chill run down her spine. She swallowed hard and posed the pivotal question, what is the cost? The price, of course, is that your soul will be imprisoned within your corporeal form, and from that moment forth, you will be a mere observer, devoid of any control over your body, unable even to take your own life. Su Ling's lips twitched in dismay. Although she had anticipated that the price of becoming a sword slave would be steep, Lu's revelation sent a shiver through her. The thought of such a life, one worse than death, was too horrific to entertain. Moreover, there is no limit to the sword slave's power. The moment you become one, your strength is irrevocably sealed. While the sword master may not initially exhibit a marked increase in power, I will accompany you on your journey of growth, nurturing you until you can wield the sword with mastery, until you truly become a formidable force. Upon hearing these words, Su Ling felt a flicker of emotion. After all, it is rare to find someone willing to walk alongside you from weakness to strength. Perhaps Lu had ulterior motives, yet in that moment, Su Ling could sense his sincerity. As for the future, she decided to leave those concerns to her future self. There is one aspect you have misstated, Lu added, his right hand gesturing towards Su Ling's chest. The silver dragon has only granted you physical prowess and potential. Apart from your innate talents, all your power derives from me. At this, Su Ling found herself at a loss for words. She sheathed the sword given to her by Isha and hung it at her waist. Her belt had a designated place for the sword, and she felt it was far more stylish and convenient to carry it there rather than on her back. Pushing open the door, she descended the stairs. Several hours remained until dawn. Isha's routine mirrored that of the townsfolk, sleeping by day and rising at night. With a couple of fangs added, she would almost resemble a vampire. Noticing Su Ling's descent, Isha, who was praying before the statue of the goddess, turned her head. Upon seeing Su Ling's appearance, her eyes brightened. Though she had selected the outfit for Su Ling, she hadn't been present to witness it or assist in the changing. She understood Su Ling's need for privacy, so after choosing the attire, she had left the bedroom for downstairs. Now, gazing at her handiwork, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. It was evident that her taste in fashion was commendable, though Su Ling's striking beauty contributed significantly to the overall effect. "What are your plans moving forward?" Su Ling inquired as she approached Isha. After a moment of reflection, recalling her 3 minutes of being toyed with by Lu and the rapid insights she gained in swordsmanship during that time, she asked this question. Isha, however, did not take much time to ponder and replied casually, "I don't have any particular plans. Just the usual for the next couple of days, and then on my birthday, we can go out and explore." After a moment of hesitation, Su Ling resolutely articulated her request. "Could you possibly instruct me in swordsmanship over the next few days?" This request took Isha by surprise, for it seemed to her that Su Ling had a far more capable mentor already. "I require significant practical experience to hone the sword techniques I have learned, and she cannot provide that for me," Su Ling thought. Sensing Isha's confusion, Su Ling preemptively offered an explanation before Isha could voice her thoughts. Isha understood that seeking her assistance for practical training would indeed be far more convenient. After all, she had little to occupy her time in the coming days. While she could simply pass the time, guiding Su Ling in swordsmanship would undoubtedly be a more engaging endeavor, particularly in a place as devoid of entertainment as this church. After a brief moment of contemplation, Isha agreed to Su Ling's request and confidently proclaimed that she would take care of everything. Being a person of action, Isha immediately took Su Ling by the hand and led her toward the depths of the church's garden, all the while exclaiming, as the saying goes, "There is no time like the present. Let me first assess your foundational skills." Su Ling was deeply moved by Isha's decisiveness and resolved to devote herself to rigorous training, determined not to disappoint Isha's earnest enthusiasm. As for how long this resolve would last, that was a matter for another time. Chapter 6. Swordsmanship Training. The church's garden, though referred to as such, was essentially a vast expanse of desolate land. The once blooming flower fields lay withered and lifeless. Yet, remnants of its former splendor could still be discerned amidst the desolation. Upon reaching the center of the garden, Isha did not draw her longsword, but instead picked up a straight wooden stick from the ground. She swung the stick through the air a couple of times with casual ease, nodding in satisfaction. "My swordsmanship exudes a formidable aura, so I shall refrain from using a real sword against you." Su Ling had no objections to this, having faced several harsh realities. She had gained a clear understanding of her current abilities and knew that even with a mere stick, Isha could likely best her. With no burdens weighing her down, Su Ling unsheathed her sword. If one overlooked the rust adorning its blade, it was undeniably a striking weapon. The sword was long and slender, even slightly exceeding the length of a typical long sword, and the intricate and exquisite patterns on the hilt added an element of enigmatic allure. The blood-red inscriptions on the blade were haunting. In a world steeped in the mystique of cultivation, this sword would likely be regarded as a demonic or cursed blade. However, Su Ling felt no trepidation. Whether it was a spirit sword or a devil's sword mattered not to her, as long as it endowed her with strength. Moreover, she harbored a sense that the true purpose behind the world tree casting her into this realm was tied to this very sword. After all, the reward that was meant to be bestowed upon her only upon the completion of her task had seemingly manifested prematurely in her possession. Regarding the rather perplexing disparity between world difficulty and quest difficulty, it appears to be an arbitrary match imposed for some ulterior motive. In the realms of levels 31 to 59, undertaking quests with trivial difficulty seems disjointed and absurd. As her fingertips caressed the blade, an ineffable resonance reverberated within Su Ling, making her feel as though the sword was an extension of her own being, even allowing her to sense the gentle breeze caressing the edge. Not far away, Lu quietly observed Su Ling's silhouette. Certainly, she was not the only wielder of a sentient sword in this world. There exists a degree of resonance, or compatibility, between a sword and its master. Should this compatibility fall too low, not only would the sword's power remain untapped, but harm would befall both parties. Thus, sentient weapons often seek out their preferred wielders, though some prefer a solitary existence, typically enslaving numerous sword thralls as expendable resources. The assessment of compatibility. Aside from the transcendental world tree, which can directly quantify such data, typically relies on whether the sword master experiences a palpable resonance upon contact with the blade. Su Ling's current display undoubtedly indicates a remarkably high compatibility with Lu. Lu Xian's sword, origin, second composite forbidden spell array quality, white category, one-handed sword durability, indestructible, attack power, 13 to 21 equipment requirement, silver dragon weapon resonance, 80 effect 1, sharpness 1 effect 2, bloodthirsty demon sword, passive, each enemy slain while wielding the Lu Xian sword permanently increases sharpness by 1 to 10 points. Based on the enemy's strength. Description: forged from a superlative composite magic array that even deities tremble before, this sword of slaughter, proud as she is, would never willingly become a mere tool for another, unless, of course, you are the silver dragon. Price: not tradable. Upon seeing the name of Lu's sword, Su Ling momentarily felt a sense of disbelief. She refrained from turning to Lu, merely pondering within. Did you choose this name yourself? Indeed. Lu's tone remained as flat as ever, as if discussing something trivial. The god-slaying Lu Xian, this name suits me well. You haven't gone through all the novels and animations I once glanced at, have you? Indeed, I have. Some were quite intriguing. With a snap, Su Ling covered her eyes with her left hand, exasperated by Lu's astonishing reading speed. She realized that her preferences and XP were likely already known to Lu. There was no need to delete her browsing history in a futile attempt to conceal her secrets, for Lu was already privy to all that should remain hidden. The notion of maintaining a pristine reputation was utterly unattainable in Lu's presence. Henceforth, even the facade of a virtuous person would be impossible to uphold. Never mind. What is that weapon resonance? Is the value of 80 considered high or low? After a moment of emotional regrouping, Su Ling resolved to evade the reality of the situation and deftly change the subject. She resolved to leave her worries and shame to her future self, opting instead to evade the present. The notion of avoidance being shameful yet pragmatic encapsulated her current state. Your starting point is the end point for most. All right. If you say so, I am reassured, she replied. With that, Su Ling brandished her sword, performing a few flourishes before adopting a standard stance before Isha, leaving the latter somewhat speechless. However, considering Su Ling was merely a novice in swordsmanship, Isha felt a sense of relief. Although she herself had never assumed any formal stance since beginning her training, perhaps it was simply that such forms did not suit her, while they might resonate with Su Ling. Come on. Isha remained stationary, her grip on the wooden stick lax and relaxed. As her words fell, Su Ling's gaze sharpened, and in a matter of breaths, she surged forward toward Isha. The long sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at her throat with impressive speed and precision. Yet, to Isha's eyes, it was riddled with flaws. She did not evade. Instead, she merely lifted the stick and deftly tapped the sword's midsection, causing Su Ling to veer off balance from the sudden force. The sword, in tandem with her shifting body, grazed perilously close to Isha's neck. But apart from severing a few strands of hair, it inflicted no further harm. Instantly, Isha swung the stick again, striking Su Ling's sword hand. The abrupt pain made Su Ling instinctively release her grip, and uncontrollably, tears welled in her golden eyes. Bewildered, she was not upset about losing her sword. Rather, she was astonished to find herself crying without restraint. Setting aside her previous experiences of enduring excruciating pain without shedding a single tear, she felt no inclination to weep now. It was as if her tear ducts functioned independently of her body, still present yet entirely beyond her control, triggered solely by pain. What was happening? Su Ling furrowed her brow, hastily wiping away her tears as she retrieved her sword, questioning herself. Perhaps it is due to the silver dragon's genes. The inner inquiry of her heart was perceptible to her, and she provided an answer. As she distanced herself from Isha, she continued to ponder within. Silver dragon genes? What does that imply? While dragons are typically synonymous with toughness, that particular one was an anomaly. She was highly sensitive to pain. Even the slightest discomfort could lead her to weep uncontrollably. Because of this, she focused all her abilities on defense, transforming into the most agile and swiftest sword saint in the world. What was there to question? High defense still meant one could be struck, but with sufficient speed. No attack could reach her. Thus, even the most painful blows became meaningless if they did not land. Although there was a vague sense that something was amiss, Su Ling indeed found some validity in what Lu had articulated. Yet, she soon became aware of another significantly grave matter. Thus, it is the silver dragon sword saint that Lu speaks of, whose speed is so swift that her adversaries find it impossible to strike her. Yet, I am not her. I am merely a novice. Just because she can evade does not mean I can as well. Does this imply that I shall forever fight in tears? How utterly humiliating. Let us first address your initial and most pressing concern. ISA is unaware of the interaction between Su Ling and Lu. As Su Ling's temporary swordsmanship instructor, she intends to guide her with utmost seriousness rather than merely going through the motions. Her voice pulls Su Ling back into reality. Her earnest expression reminiscent of the days when she attentively listened to her high school teachers. The sword of a swordsman represents both dignity and life. To drop the sword is to come perilously close to death. Therefore, one must never relinquish their grip on the sword unless they possess absolute confidence in their ability to reclaim it. Su Ling nodded solemnly, acknowledging that the tears she could not control were a testament to her instinctive reaction to release the sword. In that moment of letting go, she had already recognized her own shortcomings. The issue with her swordsmanship stemmed from inexperience, which could be remedied through practice. I will continue to feed you techniques. Let us proceed, ISA encouraged. Very well. With that, Su Ling charged forth once more, her sword aimed directly at the vital points. She understood that ISA was beyond her capacity to harm, and as the one being instructed, it would be meaningless to hold back. Envision a pair of wings behind you. Then swing them down with force. Lu's voice resonated in her ears, prompting Su Ling to seek that sensation. In that instant, the wind rushing towards her seemed to slow, and suddenly, a pair of dragon wings, nearly 5 times her size, unfurled behind her. With a powerful downstroke of the dragon wings, Su Ling's speed surged beyond measure, transforming her into a streak of silver light. At the same time, the colossal wings that could obscure the sky vanished as her speed erupted. This transformation caused ISA's pupils to involuntarily constrict. In that moment, as the wings swept, Su Ling resembled a true dragon, baring her fangs at ISA. However, her surprise was fleeting. In response to Su Ling's fierce assault, ISA merely angled her body to deflect the incoming sword. Yet, how could Su Ling fall for the same trick twice? She quickly regained her balance, shifting from a thrust to a slash. As ISA blocked the long sword with her wooden staff, Su Ling immediately lifted her leg to deliver a powerful kick to ISA's abdomen. You are too hasty. You have yet to engage in grappling, and she is not yet restrained by you. As if to affirm Lu's words, ISA sidestepped and redirected the wooden staff, causing the long sword to slide down its length. Meanwhile, Su Ling, propelled forward from her kick, found herself in an awkward split. ISA did not let this opportunity slip by, raising her hand to strike at Su Ling's sword-holding hand. Despite the tears streaming down her face, Su Ling did not relinquish her grip on the sword. She held it firmly, resolute. Although the bad news was that tears remained uncontrollable, the good news was that they did not obscure her vision. Apart from a slight dampness on her cheeks, there were no other adverse effects. Let it continue, said ISA with a nod of satisfaction, signaling Su Ling to proceed. Su Ling, without hesitation, leaped up with her left hand pressing against the ground, her sword aimed directly at ISA's heart. One must admit that Su Ling's method of attack was remarkably fierce, targeting either the heart or the neck, relentlessly aiming at vital points. ISA, however, found nothing amiss, as she believed that combat was a matter of life and death. If one does not strike at the enemy's weak spots, it could very well be oneself who perishes. In battle, mercy was the least needed. As Su Ling and ISA continued their sparring, Lu occasionally offered reminders and guidance. Amidst the exchanges, Su Ling's progress was nothing short of astonishing. By the time ISA called for a halt, Su Ling had mastered over 80% of the swordsmanship knowledge imparted by her specialization. As for the tears, Su Ling had grown accustomed to them, considering them merely as a function of her eyes, akin to a water pump. Tears were just tears, neither obstructing her vision nor causing discomfort. Let them flow. Your progress is remarkably swift. Your talent for swordsmanship may even surpass mine, ISA remarked, pulling Su Ling up from the ground with sincere admiration. However, Su Ling disagreed. As she had never practiced swordsmanship before, her rapid improvement was merely due to the guidance of two instructors. Isa was responsible for demonstrating how to respond to various attacks, while Lu provided her with verbal instruction on the countermeasures. With this back and forth, it would indeed be strange if she did not progress quickly. There is no such thing as talent. Even a head of cabbage could advance swiftly under this teaching method, so spare me the flattery, Su Ling retorted. Perhaps accustomed to Lu's dampening remarks, dousing Isa's praise with her own cold water. Isa's expression turned slightly peculiar at this response, but she chose not to elaborate further, merely brushing the dust off Su Ling's clothes. Once we return, you should take a shower, and then I will apply some medicine. Medicine? Su Ling glanced at her body, which she had scarcely noticed amidst the training, and now saw that she was covered in bruises. Her visible skin bore a patchwork of blue and purple, and her sword hand was swollen. No wonder the tears had not ceased flowing after training. Now, as the adrenaline faded, a delayed pain made her wince. It must be said that it truly held nothing back. Even though Su Ling's physique had vastly improved, she still bore the marks of a rigorous session. Of course, the injuries were not severe. A shower and some ointment should suffice, and after a good night's rest, she would likely recover significantly. After all, Su Ling, infused with the genes of the Silver Dragon, had indeed transformed. Once she donned her coat again, Su Ling followed Isa back to the church. They ascended to the second floor and returned to the bedroom, where Isa fetched a glass and poured Su Ling a cup of cool, boiled water. After a brief respite, Isa handed a cup of water to Su Ling and said, I will take you to the bathroom shortly. Su Ling graciously accepted the drink, feeling parched after expending considerable energy throughout the evening. However, rather than gulping it all down at once, she sipped it slowly, relishing each small mouthful, as this method would better quench her thirst without leaving her feeling bloated. During this moment of hydration, an important thought struck her. It seemed that Isa's bedroom was the only habitable space within the church. Where would she sleep after her bath and medication? Perhaps on the long bench downstairs? Chapter 7. The real world. Leaning back against the wooden chair, Su Ling felt her damp hair cling to her skin, a sensation she found quite uncomfortable. Isa's room lacked a hairdryer to dry her hair. She had no choice but to rely on the natural breeze or resort to the heat of a fire. After her bath, she donned the nightgown Isa had prepared for her. As for Isa, she was busy laying out bedding, feeling somewhat reluctant to have Su Ling sleep on the long bench. However, sharing a bed was a different matter. It felt too intimate, especially considering that Isa was acutely aware that Su Ling had transitioned from being a boy. Although Su Ling was now undeniably a girl, the psychological barriers remained, making the idea of sleeping together rather uncomfortable for Isa. Perhaps when she returned, she should consider cutting her hair short. Long hair had become quite a nuisance. Su Ling gathered her hair behind her. She hadn't felt it before, but now that it had grown, it seemed to be a constant bother. Washing her hair was akin to scrubbing clothes, and drying it was a laborious task. Even if she could blow dry it, that too was no easy feat, unlike short hair, which required little maintenance after a quick towel dry. Lu sat at the table before Su Ling, engrossed in a book that she had somehow acquired. Upon hearing Su Ling's complaints, her hand hesitated in turning the page, and she lifted her gaze to meet Su Ling's. I wouldn't particularly advise you to do that, she said. Su Ling paused, instinctively asking, why not? Your hair can also serve as a weapon. It's just that you haven't yet learned to wield it, Lu replied, her tone unexpectedly earnest. Su Ling wrapped her hair around her front and scrutinized it closely. Aside from the blood-red tips, she couldn't discern anything particularly special about it. Could it truly serve as a weapon? She remained skeptical. However, since Lu had made such a statement, Su Ling, who was generally receptive to advice, set aside her thoughts of a haircut for the moment. Just then, Isa approached with a medical kit, carefully beginning to tend to her wounds. The cool sensation from the ointment contrasted sharply with her exhaustion, which had been building since the moment she was shot and compounded by her recent exertion. Gradually, the weariness overwhelmed her, and before long, she rested her head against the chair and drifted off to sleep. Once Isa finished administering the medicine, Su Ling had already fallen into a deep slumber. Gazing upon her serene visage, Isa found herself reluctant to rouse her. Instead, she gently lifted Su Ling and carefully placed her on the prepared bedding, tucking her in snugly. Isa could discern Su Ling's exhaustion and suspected that she was concealing certain matters, yet she sensed no malice from her. Moreover, the sword had chosen Su Ling, leading Isa to feign ignorance of any underlying issues. The truth was, Isa felt profoundly lonely. She had lived in this church for nearly a decade, without encountering a single human soul. Any intruders had been grotesque and twisted creatures, and even the company of small animals was absent. She could not fathom what sustained her will to persevere, her only hope being that once she reached adulthood, she could finally leave. Thus, Su Ling's arrival brought her joy. She yearned for her to stay longer, to accompany her on the day she could explore the outside world. As she extinguished the light and lay down, Isa closed her eyes, soon succumbing to the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, Lu, seated at the table, set down her book, her blood-red eyes fixated on Su Ling and Isa. She gazed at them for what felt like an eternity, and when her gaze finally shifted, a sigh escaped her lips. Isa's true name was not Isa. From the moment she was chosen, she became Isa and could only be Isa. Approaching the window, Lu observed the sun just beginning to rise, marking the most beautiful time of day. Yet, the world was eerily silent, the town having reverted from the night's revelry to a haunting stillness, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. As a sword spirit, Lu did not require sleep. She possessed the means to allow Su Ling's body to rest while her spirit continued to train, but that method was unsuitable at present. After all, balance was essential for efficiency. Mindless training was not the answer. In the span of a single day, Su Ling had experienced an overwhelming torrent of events, from being shot to being chosen by the World Tree, from being thrust into this realm known as Isa, star to witnessing the town's bizarre yet vibrant existence. Ultimately, she had been transformed into a girl and had undergone Isa's swordsmanship training. Despite her body retaining some energy, her spirit was utterly fatigued. Therefore, what Su Ling truly required now was rest rather than additional training. Returning her focus to the book in her hands, Lu read for a few more minutes before her mind could no longer remain still. She set the book aside and conjured a pen and a notebook, beginning to jot down notes and sketches. While Su Ling indeed possessed great talent, she was merely at the beginning of her journey. To swiftly adapt to her new identity and powers, rigorous training was inevitable. The dragon blood coursing through her veins endowed her with remarkable resilience, leaving only mental fatigue as a concern. The sole remedy for this exhaustion, at present, was sleep. The development of her spiritual eyes and dragon transformation needed to be prioritized. Today's training had allowed her to nearly acclimatize to the speed of her bursts, yet her evasive maneuvers were still noticeably a beat behind. Was it a matter of reflexes failing to keep pace? Gently tapping the end of the pen against her chin, Lu murmured to herself while recalling Su Ling's previous performance. Despite several counterattacks from Isha, Su Ling's mind had already registered the threats, yet her body's response to evade was just a fraction too slow. This delay rendered her capable of completely dodging or blocking attacks, transforming them into awkward encounters, some even resembling a voluntary collision with the strikes. No, relying on her mind to react to attacks was indeed too sluggish. Lu did not dwell on the issue of reaction time, for she recognized that she had fallen into a misconception. Regardless of Isha's oppressive strength, she and Su Ling were ultimately not equals. The speed of her responses and attacks was far beyond what Su Ling should currently contend with. Had she faced an opponent of comparable caliber, her reaction time would not have faltered, even if she were processing the attacks mentally. Nevertheless, Lu remained unsatisfied, as her intention was to cultivate Su Ling to surpass herself. The notion of merely achieving adequacy or settling for mediocrity had never crossed her mind. For this purpose, she was even willing to bestow all her strength upon Su Ling. Though Su Ling appeared weak at present, it was merely because her body had yet to withstand such power. To put it in gaming terms, Su Ling had already acquired a complete skill tree, yet she could currently only illuminate the most fundamental abilities, and even then, she had yet to fully activate them. The awareness of danger must be prioritized. Time always seemed to pass swiftly while one was asleep. By the time Su Ling awoke, night had once again enveloped the world. Lu had prepared a specialized training regimen for Su Ling, but that was not the immediate concern. For now, having Isha guide her was sufficient. As Su Ling was still in the initial stages of her training, and there was no rush to intensify the regimen. Her days had been spent in a cycle of eating, enduring blows, bathing, applying medicine, and sleeping. Though the experience was painful and arduous, her progress was remarkably evident. She had not only mastered the swordsmanship knowledge imparted by her specialization, but had also thoroughly integrated it. The price of her advancement, however, was an increase in her injuries. Nonetheless, as a member of the Dragon clan, her resilience to physical harm was considerable. Yet, the emotional toll remained unrestrained over the past 2 days. Su Ling felt as though she had shed more tears than in the previous 20 years combined. If her tears were to be collected in a drought-stricken land, she might very well be revered as a deity of water. On the evening of the 3rd day, after awakening, Su Ling leaned against the wall, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. Today, there would be no training, for tonight at midnight was Isha's birthday. They had arranged to leave the church together at the appointed hour to explore the world outside. Lu remained noncommittal. Had it been a typical person crying in such a manner, their eyes would likely have swollen to that of a pig-ass. Yet, Su Ling appeared unfazed, her eyes still clear and devoid of crow's feet. Your tears are indeed remarkable. Perhaps, in a positive light, they might even conceal your true emotions. Upon hearing Lu's words, Su Ling found a semblance of reason in them. If the sole trigger for tears were pain, then could she not cry at will or refrain from doing so whenever she pleased? Indeed, there seemed to be some maneuvering space. Su Ling pondered, stroking her chin, and replied with earnestness, "Xiaoling, what do you think of this dress?" The voice of Isha interrupted Su Ling's contemplation on the practicality of tears. Turning towards the sound, she saw Isha holding up a pale pink dress, comparing it against herself. Compared to her usual attire, this dress exuded a certain charm. However, Su Ling personally felt that the dress was too youthful and did not align with Isha's essence. Isha was a knight. With the emphasis on the latter part of the title, the delicate pink of the dress clashed somewhat with her inherent gallantry. Personally, I prefer white. Su Ling mused after a brief moment of reflection. Isha glanced at her reflection in the mirror, murmuring, "White, you say?" After retrieving another white dress for comparison, she scrutinized it and realized that indeed, the white was rather appealing. Lacking indecision, she promptly set the pink dress aside. At that moment, Su Ling was still clad in the outfit that Isha had previously selected for her, though it was not due to neglect. Rather, it had been washed and dried anew. Observing Isha's intention to change clothes, Su Ling instinctively vacated the room. Their mutual understanding over the past few days dictated that when one wished to change, the other would respectfully leave. "Why do you seem somewhat distracted?" Su Ling inquired as she approached the window in the corridor, glancing at Lu, who was gazing out at the scenery, observing the bustling little town below. Indeed, Lu nodded, conceding the point, and following this admission, silence enveloped them. An odd atmosphere settling in. "You should know the name of this world, right?" Lu broke the silence. Yet this question left Su Ling somewhat perplexed. Although bewildered, she nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it's called Isha Star. Isha protects this world, hence all the generations of saintesses bear her name." Lu seemed to muse, perhaps lamenting. Su Ling refrained from interjecting, aware that Lu had more to say. Sure enough, it was less than 3 seconds before Lu's voice echoed again. "But do you know? Every generation of saintesses is actually only 18 years old. They are all merely 18. Lu's voice was soft, like a feather gently landing upon the heart. Yet her words bore a weight so heavy that it momentarily took Su Ling's breath away. "Xiaoling, how is it? Does it look good?" The door swung open from within, and Isha's excited voice momentarily dispelled Su Ling's unease. However, the seed of anxiety had already been sown. It was only a matter of time before it would sprout. Su Ling responded to Isha's anticipation and enthusiasm, masking her inner turmoil without revealing even a hint upon her countenance. Meanwhile, Lu stood in the shadow, observing the two, her blood-red pupils reflecting a sentiment of pity and reluctance. The two individuals proceeded with their daily rituals of washing and dining, yet today, the customary training was supplanted by a languid exchange of conversation as they awaited the arrival of midnight. Throughout history, all saints have been but 18 years of age. This notion reverberated incessantly within Su Ling's mind. As she listened to Isha's dreams of the future, she yearned to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. For the answers had already unfolded within Isha's narrative, unbeknownst to her. Since being brought to this church at the tender age of 8, Isha had spent the subsequent decade within its confines, perplexed by the reason for her presence, only aware of the prohibition against leaving before her 18th year. She had indeed contemplated escape and had made attempts, all of which ended in failure. The church's decrepit doors appeared worn, yet seemed to be shielded by some unseen enchantment. Akin to a wall of air, rendering Isha incapable of breaching their threshold. The essentials of life, including sustenance, were delivered to the church every Monday. And thus Isha endured this existence for a full decade. Fortunately, she anticipated that everything would transform this very night at midnight. As the seconds ticked away, the two experienced time in stark contrast. When the clock struck 12, Isha seemed to linger in a state of unfulfilled yearning, unaware of the passage of time. In contrast, Ling felt the moment had finally arrived, her mind preoccupied with the meaning of Lu's words, scarcely absorbing Isha's musings, and finding no positive interpretation of that enigmatic statement. As the midnight chimes resonated, all speculation became moot, for the answer lay just within reach. They simply needed to accompany Isha to witness it and grasp the significance of Lu's words. Come, let us step outside and explore the world beyond. Isha extended her hand, inviting Ling, gazing upon Isha's radiant smile. The words of caution lodged in Ling's throat, rendering her mute. Silently, she grasped Isha's hand and followed her to the church's entrance. As if sensing something profound, she glanced back at the statue of the goddess, their source of light. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, the towering statue emanated a glow far dimmer than she had previously perceived. It seemed shrouded in darkness, its serene visage transforming into one of anguish and sorrow. Ling's eyes shifted from round to slit, as she beheld black thorns entwined around the statue's form. Its eyes remained tightly shut, yet the smile had vanished. From the corner of one eye, a solitary black tear fell slowly to the ground. Isha pushed open the great doors of the church, yet the vibrant revelry she had envisioned failed to materialize. The lively and prosperous town Ling had described seemed to exist only in a distant past, or perhaps merely a fleeting dream. What lay before them was a dilapidated and desolate town, its wooden structures akin to ruins, swaying precariously in the wind, accompanied by an omnipresent, nauseating stench. Humans? Where were the humans? The only creatures Isha could discern, capable of movement, were grotesque, humanoid monsters, standing or crawling, their limbs contorted in horror. The visage, nearly putrid, with fangs long enough to pierce through the neck, unmistakably betrays their inhuman nature. The town remains a town, yet it is not a human settlement, but rather one inhabited by monsters. What has transpired? Upon witnessing this scene, Ling couldn't suppress a gulp. It shouldn't be, it couldn't be. She had previously observed a bustling and vibrant spectacle, and although it was not daylight now, why did this resemble a nightmarish tableau? Those creatures, crawling on all fours like spiders, others slithering on the ground, seemingly mimicking serpents, and still others, grotesquely amalgamated, resembling centipedes. Merely casting a glance at them induced a visceral discomfort, as if her very spirit had been tainted. Is this truly the visage of this world? Is this the authentic form of this town? Ling found herself engulfed in unease, as every creature within her line of sight posed a lethal threat. Isis, the Holy Maiden, the fallen origin, merely 18? Ling murmured, suddenly gasping as a thought struck her, a possibility that filled her with sorrow and rage. One that could elucidate the meaning behind Lu's words. Ling, step back. You cannot contend with these monsters. Leave them to me. Drawing her knight's sword from her waist, Isis calmly assessed the threats surrounding her. While those monsters might spell doom for Ling, to her, they were merely insignificant nuisances. The unpleasantness before her did not extinguish her yearning for the outside world, for childhood memories reminded her of its vastness and beauty. What she now faced was but a minor obstacle, one she could surmount. Moreover, the church could no longer confine her, whether she broke free or stealthily circumvented. As long as she departed from this town, the sky would be her limit. She could still reach the places she longed to see and witness the enchanting world that beckoned her. All she needed was to escape this place. Chapter 8. Ling's first battle. As if sensing the presence of the living, several monsters closest to Ling straightened their bodies, their heads bobbing in the air as if they had caught a whiff of something. Ling refrained from feigning bravado, fully aware of her current capabilities and the fact that her presence alongside Isis was merely a hindrance to the adversaries. Meanwhile, Isis felt no such reservations. Having already drawn her sword, she charged toward the monsters, the sharp tip of her blade tracing a flawless silver arc through the air. In the blink of an eye, a decayed and grotesque head was sent soaring. So swift, Ling's pupils constricted slightly. She barely registered the movement of Isis's sword, the opponent's speed surpassing the limits of her dynamic vision. It was evident just how much she had held back during their training 2 days prior. As Su Ling stood in astonishment, Isa unsheathed her sword once more, severing the approaching monsters in two before they could even draw near. The furthest creature, which attempted to lunge at Su Ling, was likewise cleaved in half by an invisible blade of energy. Isa was indeed not exaggerating. These monsters were merely of a trivial caliber to her, posing no real threat, merely serving as a means of warm-up. Su Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, realizing that the disparity between individuals could sometimes be greater than that between humans and animals. Were she to confront these creatures, she would likely have already become prey. Amid her reflections, the slain monsters began to undergo a transformation. A wisp of gray smoke extricated itself from their corpses, and the once recognizable forms of flesh and blood rapidly morphed into something akin to charcoal. Subsequently, this gray mist surged toward Isa, yet she appeared completely oblivious, maintaining her vigilant observation of the surroundings. However, her caution was not directed toward the gray smoke, but rather the monsters that might suddenly emerge. Through Su Ling's vertical pupils, she observed the smoke meld into Isa's body upon contact. Almost immediately, whether it was a trick of the eyes or an illusion, Su Ling perceived that the knight's sword in Isa's grasp seemed to acquire a certain murkiness. If the sword had previously radiated a sheen as smooth as jade, it now appeared to be tainted with a hint of dust, an imperfection that, while not readily noticeable at a glance, became glaringly apparent to Su Ling in this moment. Something felt amiss. Her intuition sounded an alarm, prompting her to slowly gaze upward at the sky. The night sky was graced solely by the luminous glow of the full moon, and beneath its silvery light loomed a hemispherical, bowl-like veil, the extent of which remained indiscernible. The spirit eye, capable of perceiving what is hidden from ordinary sight, unveiled the concealed truths of the world. The voice of Lu resounded once more. She stood beside Su Ling, observing the same celestial panorama. Typically, innate abilities cannot be shared, yet perhaps due to her bestowing her own powers upon Su Ling, the effects of the spirit eye were reciprocated to her. However, unlike Su Ling, who could activate or deactivate it at will, Lu's connection was passively shared. Her spirit eye only activated when Su Ling employed hers. Thus, whatever Su Ling could perceive, so too could Lu. Am I merely exchanging a small cage for a larger one? Su Ling's lips parted softly, her voice so delicate that it seemed the wind might carry it away. Yet, the breeze could not convey her words to Isa. The sole listener was Lu, standing beside her. Not a cage, Lu gently shook her head, her gaze shifting from the heavens to Isa, who smiled with relief after confirming her safety. However, her tone betrayed a hint of waning calm. It is a grave. Su Ling shuddered, wishing to articulate further, but Lu had vanished, for Isa was now racing toward her, and Lu appeared disinclined to elaborate on her previous statement. Because she understood that Su Ling had already deduced the answer, yet Su Ling herself was hesitant and unwilling to accept it. Just as a person pretending to be asleep cannot be awakened, someone who refuses to confront the truth can always find excuses to evade it. Thus, the only solution was for her to witness and discover it for herself, to affirm the truth she had already surmised. Lu had vanished. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say she had merely returned to the sword. She had said all that needed to be said, leaving the ensuing moments for Su Ling and Isha. This journey was deceptively simple. So much so that Lu felt there was no need for her to say or do anything for Su Ling to reach her destination. Yet, it was also a burdensome journey, heavy enough that Su Ling might never forget it, teaching her that without power, she was utterly helpless. Xiaoling, come this way, Isha called out, waving her hand as she stood at the fork in the road. Words caught in her throat. Su Ling wished to say something to Isha, but could not find the right words. Ultimately, she silently approached Isha and followed her down the right path. As the two ventured further along the right road, they gradually lost sight of the left path, until the fork itself was no longer visible. Whether Isha's choice was unfortunate or the town had already become a haven for monsters, their journey was fraught with peril. Creatures lurked in bizarre places, launching sudden attacks. Yet before Isha's formidable prowess, their ambushes were mere theatrical performances. With every swing of her knight's sword, a monster met its demise, and with each creature slain, gray mist would seep from its corpse, merging with Isha's being. Though it appeared to the naked eye that nothing had changed, within the realm of spiritual sight, Isha's sword became increasingly mottled, reflecting her physical state. As she eradicated the monsters, she simultaneously succumbed to their corruption. Was it the act of killing that caused the gray mist to target and taint the slayer? Su Ling furrowed her brow, musing internally. This hypothesis could easily be tested by killing a monster herself to observe the subsequent changes. However, this experimental approach was undoubtedly fraught with danger. The first risk lay in the enigmatic gray mist merging with her body, and the second was the inherent peril of combat itself. Though Isha appeared to dispatch foes with the ease of slaughtering chickens, for Su Ling, it would be a life-threatening struggle. Of course, her ability to conceive such a plan stemmed from a degree of confidence. The World Tree was remarkably extraordinary. It not only could suspend time, but also transport her into this unfamiliar realm, and even alter her very genetics, transforming her from a human into a silver dragon. With such miraculous capabilities, Su Ling felt that even if the gray mist posed some threat to her body, the World Tree could likely cleanse it. Moreover, if she could discern the true nature of the gray mist during the process, it would be a significant gain. Having contemplated this, she resolved to act. "I will always be by your side," she vowed. The voice of Lu was chillingly devoid of emotion. Yet those few succinct words bestowed upon Su Ling immense confidence and courage. Thus, when yet another creature emerged to obstruct their path, Su Ling proactively halted the sword-drawing intentions of Isa, smiling as she declared, "Let me give it a try. I too wish to gauge my own strength." Isa regarded Su Ling, momentarily silent as if engaged in contemplation. The creature that had appeared before them resembled a spider, despite its bizarre and fearsome appearance. It ranked among the weakest of foes. Such an adversary posed no significant challenge for Su Ling to hone her skills, and in the event of any unforeseen complications, she was confident in her ability to intervene promptly. Most importantly, after Isa extended her perception and confirmed that there was only this solitary spider creature in the vicinity, she nodded in agreement to Su Ling's request. Although Su Ling had already experienced the sensation of combat during sword training, the prospect of true, unfiltered battle inevitably stirred a degree of nervousness within her. After closing her eyes and taking a couple of deep breaths to steady her racing heart, she unsheathed the sword at her waist and advanced toward the creature. Observing that the stronger foe remained stationary while the weaker one approached her, the monster grew wary, emitting a hissing warning sound. However, upon realizing that Su Ling had no intention of halting her advance, its hissing morphed into irate screeches. The creature, too, was capable of emotion. It felt belittled, perceiving the taller figure as a source of danger, while the shorter one appeared merely as prey. Provoked by the prospect of being taunted by its potential meal, it seethed with fury, with its limbs moving in a coordinated manner. The spider-like creature lunged at Su Ling like a monstrous bulldozer, its fangs raised ominously as its maw gaped wide, unleashing a foul stench. This scene would surely paralyze anyone with a weaker constitution with fear. Yet, Su Ling's gaze remained unflinchingly calm. A hint of blood red appeared in the center of her pupils, while the inscriptions on her Lucian sword glowed brilliantly, the blade becoming enveloped in a radiant crimson light. Bloodblade, activate. With the manifestation of dragon wings, Su Ling suddenly vanished from her previous position, leaving only a fleeting crimson streak in the air. The spider creature, comparable in size to a water buffalo, posed a challenge to strike at its vital points directly unless one could fly. Su Ling, however, had no intention of targeting its weak points from the outset. After all, this was a battle of a higher tier, and what was paramount in such encounters? A powerful mental fortitude? A trump card that transcended current capabilities? No, it hinged upon whether her weapon could penetrate its defenses. Su Ling had observed Isa during the slaying of the spider creature. When Isa's sword struck its vital points, the sensation was not akin to piercing flesh, but rather the shattering of a mirror-like substance. Isa's strikes were indeed effortless, but what was her level of strength, and what caliber was her weapon? Su Ling, recognizing her own inferiority to Isa, understood that her Lucian sword, despite its former reputation as a formidable weapon, had now merely regressed to a white-grade quality. Su Ling did not believe she could directly shatter the vital points of the spider monster. Thus she sought to enhance the sharpness of her weapon first. The only means at her disposal to achieve this was her singular active skill, Bloodblade. As she deftly sidestepped the spider monster's stampede, Su Ling executed a swift spin and struck the creature's foreleg with her sword. Just as she had anticipated, upon contact with the monster's limb, her blade felt as though it had plunged into an extraordinarily resilient viscous substance. Fortunately, her explosive speed facilitated the cutting action of the blade. Otherwise, a normal strike would scarcely have broken the skin. A minuscule wound, less than half a centimeter, appeared on the spider monster's foreleg. Although the wound was nearly negligible, it unexpectedly gushed forth a copious amount of dark green blood. Most of this blood splattered against the surrounding walls and floor, with only the purest, smallest portion flowing towards the sword in Su Ling's hand, where it was absorbed, deepening the crimson glow of the blade. Su Ling glanced at the sword. The Slayer of Immortals. Current state, sharpness 1, duration 30 minutes. She wondered how much sharpness could be maximized. With a sigh in her heart, just as her thoughts lingered, the voice of the Slayer echoed in her ear. Each instance of damage grants 1 sharpness, stacking up to 3 layers, with duration doubling when fully stacked. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Ling's eyes as she evaded another heavy stomp from the spider monster and struck the previous wound anew. How do you know this? Firstly, this ability was bestowed upon you by me, so I am well aware of its specific effects. After a brief pause, the Slayer continued. Secondly, had you taken a moment to examine the skill details, you would not have posed this question. Upon hearing the Slayer's response, Su Ling's face flushed slightly. She braced her sword against the monster's incoming fangs, and the strength of the dragon allowed her to withstand the struggle without yielding. Even finding the leisure to converse with the Slayer, I was unaware that the skill interface contained detailed information. Now you are informed. Remember to review it when you have the chance, rather than waiting until you need it and being oblivious to its effects. I understand. I will certainly take a look when I return. With dragon scales manifesting on her arms, Su Ling gripped her sword firmly and forcefully hurled the monster aside. She then swiftly maneuvered to the vicinity of its foreleg and struck again at the already enlarged wound. The increase in sharpness made her strikes against the monster considerably less strenuous. However, she abandoned the notion of delivering a fatal blow to its vital points. For even with the augmented sharpness, striking the creature's body remained no easy feat if severing flesh was so arduous. Leaving even a scratch on the protective shell guarding its vital areas would demand her utmost effort. Thus, she was left with the time-consuming method of grinding it down. Fortunately, the Bloodblade also dealt percentage-based damage relative to the enemy's maximum health. Otherwise, Su Ling would have had no means to grind at all. Additionally, the spider monster's cumbersome nature allowed her attacks to land with relative ease. As she deftly evaded the dragon carriage, the blade struck the same wound once more. Blood from the monstrous creatures splattered all around, the gradually dispersing stench causing Su Ling to wrinkle her nose in discomfort. Her sense of smell had become far more acute than before, and while the foul odor was somewhat unpleasant, it was a mere inconvenience. The spider monster had yet to make contact with her. Her agile and graceful movements were a result of the relentless training imparted by Isha over the past 2 days. In that moment, Su Ling fully grasped the meaning behind Lu's earlier words. As long as your speed is sufficient, the enemy's attacks cannot reach you. She suddenly experienced the exhilaration of being unharmed, though this state of invulnerability had come at the cost of 2 days of relentless blows. Chapter 9. Confession. The Spider Monster, further enraged by its mockery at the hands of food, let out a piercing shriek that reverberated painfully in Su Ling's ears, even inducing a ringing sensation. Following this cacophony, the creature's speed surged dramatically, as if fueled by a frenzied rage. Its forelimbs, reminiscent of arms, swung with blinding speed, increasing the pressure on Su Ling. Yet, she was still able to discern the spider monster's movements, her body managing to keep pace with her mind's reactions. With a sudden forceful slap against the ground, she kicked up a cloud of dust. With a focused gaze, the dragon wings and scales manifested almost simultaneously. Su Ling positioned her longsword before her, its tip aimed forward, and seized the moment when the spider monster reared back, bursting forth with a sudden explosion of energy. The dragon scales enveloping her arm doubled her strength momentarily, while the speed granted by the dragon wings allowed her to slip past the spider monster's assault. With precision, her sword struck the wound that had already been deepened to the bone, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. Yet, Su Ling did not relent. Both the power from the dragon scales and the speed from the dragon wings were not resources to be drawn upon endlessly. She would need at least 3 minutes to use them again. Therefore, it was imperative for Su Ling to capitalize on her advantage and secure victory during this critical interval. Once more, she summoned her strength, circling around the spider monster's forelimb. The blade of her Xian's sword, now embedded to the hilt in flesh, was drawn in a sweeping arc. As Su Ling withdrew, dark green blood erupted in a spray, resembling an umbrella. Uncertain of the spider monster's remaining vitality, Su Ling noted that its aura had significantly weakened. Reality was not a game. The effects of Bloodblade were evidently more profound than mere skill description suggested. The damage inflicted by Bloodblade, calculated as a percentage of maximum health, stemmed from the creature's substantial blood loss, which inevitably triggered a cascade of adverse effects, one of which was physical debilitation. The frenzy was interrupted, presenting the perfect opportunity. Lu's timely warning rang in her ears, and Su Ling, without hesitation or superfluous words, plunged her sword into the creature's grotesque head the moment it lost its balance due to the injury to its forelimb and crashed to the ground. With a clean cut, the razor edge severed flesh, yet the cross-section of the head revealed a structure far from that of a typical biological brain. It appeared more like a solid mass of flesh, devoid of any recognizable anatomy, indicating that the head was not the monster's critical weakness. With a flurry of movement, Su Ling relinquished the hilt of her sword only to grasp it in reverse the very next moment. A flash of crimson light danced through the air as a colossal head soared into the sky, blood gushing from the severed neck like a fountain. Do not let your guard down. It is not yet vanquished. Su Ling's momentary relaxation was abruptly replaced by a tightening sensation in her chest. The howling winds approached ominously, yet she found her thoughts growing increasingly composed. In that instant, fear, tension, and confusion seemed to be expelled from her emotions, leaving only absolute rationality and calm. Her legs lacked the explosive power needed. The attack was alarmingly close. Even if she lunged forward, she would undoubtedly be caught in the residual shockwaves. The disparity in strength between her and her opponent was profound. Even the aftermath of the blow could potentially inflict grave injuries or even lead to her demise. Quickly, she pondered whether there existed any means, apart from dragon wings, to enhance her speed or increase her explosive force. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Su Ling, without the need for Lu to remind her, devised a solution to break the deadlock. The robust tail of the dragon extended from her coccyx, and as she exerted force with her legs, the tail struck the ground simultaneously. The combined explosive power enabled Su Ling to swiftly evade the spider creature's attack range. Dust and noise erupted as the palm struck the earth. While evading the assault, Su Ling plunged her sword into the abdomen of the spider creature, subsequently utilizing her explosive speed to carve a flawless, straight line through it. In quick succession, she leaped behind the spider creature, the cooldown for her dragon scales now complete. And this time, the scales enveloped her right leg. With a thunderous thud, her raised leg descended with tremendous force, pinning the spider creature to the ground, its internal organs spilling forth from the gaping wound. It trembled twice, ultimately failing to rise again. Polluting spider type eliminated. You have received a treasure chest, blue. An ancient and exquisitely crafted square chest materialized before Su Ling, its surface radiating a mesmerizing blue light that hinted at its extraordinary value. Su Ling picked up the chest, and a prompt from the world tree appeared. First treasure chest acquired by the contractor detected. Temporary storage space activated. It will remain after the initial trial concludes. With a thought, the chest vanished from her grasp. She jumped down from the spider creature and smiled at Isha, who was approaching. How did I perform? Was it satisfactory? Hearing Su Ling's words, Isha couldn't help but smile in return, nodding her head. Quite impressive. I told you, your talent may surpass mine. Su Ling shook her head in resignation, about to say something further when a wisp of gray mist drifted from the spider creature's body. However, this mist did not approach her. Instead, it flew toward Isha, merging into her form. A solemn expression replaced the lightheartedness on Su Ling's face. In an effort to minimize uncertainty, she refrained from allowing Isha to weaken the monster before delivering the final blow herself. Throughout the encounter, it was Su Ling alone who engaged in the monster's demise. Yet, despite this precaution, the gray mist still surged towards Isha. Did this imply that regardless of who delivered the killing blow, as long as the creature met its end, the mist would inevitably merge with Isha's being? Much like a substance drawn into a vessel? Your expression is quite grim. Are you hurt? Isha extended her right hand, waving it in front of Su Ling's eyes. However, as the words left her lips, she felt the improbability of her assumption. If Su Ling were genuinely injured, tears would have long since washed her face, leaving no trace of her current demeanor. I'm merely contemplating a few matters. It's nothing. Su Ling quickly concealed her emotions and donned a smile familiar to Isha. She felt a profound conflict within her, torn between the desire to disclose her findings and the uncertainty of how Isha would react upon learning the truth. Could she continue to keep this secret while guiding Isha away from the monsters? Su Ling pondered the feasibility of this approach, but struggled to find a justification to prevent Isha from vanquishing the obstructive creatures. Perhaps it would be better to reveal her discovery outright? Yet the thought that a single phrase from her could shatter Isha's decade-long hope rendered her speechless. But how long could she maintain this pretense? The sword had become so tarnished that it resembled a rusted blade. Before long, Isha would likely notice the changes within her own body. If the truth brought suffering, then lies would only exacerbate the situation. Suddenly, Su Ling recalled a line from a game character. How long could she deceive Isha with falsehoods? The moment Isha pierced through the veil of deception would undoubtedly be filled with sorrow and despair. If a decade of hope was destined to dissolve like a fleeting dream, perhaps the best course of action would have been to refrain from instilling any expectations or hopes in the first place, thus minimizing unnecessary anguish. With this thought, Su Ling clenched her right fist, as if resolving to make a decisive choice. Isha, would you be willing to trust me? Isha looked at her with curiosity, responding without hesitation, of course I trust you. So what exactly has happened? My innate ability has bestowed upon me a pair of extraordinary eyes. Within those irises, I can perceive that which is concealed and invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. At this juncture, Su Ling transformed her golden round pupils into vertical slits to enhance the credibility of her words. Isha, under the gaze of those eyes, shivered involuntarily, feeling as though her very essence was being unveiled, as if every secret would be laid bare within those depths. I have seen something akin to a barrier in the sky, resembling an inverted bowl that ensnares us within. I have also witnessed that with each monster's demise, a wisp of gray mist merges with your body. Your sword has become a tangled mess, perhaps reflecting the state of your own being. Su Ling, taking a deep breath, divulged her observations and speculations, expecting Isabel to be shocked, to question, to express disbelief. However, she never anticipated that Isabel's reaction would be so nonchalant, smiling as if she were utterly unconcerned. It's all right. The cage cannot confine me, Isabel remarked, concealing her sword behind her back before reaching out to take Su Ling's hand, leading her in the direction of leaving the town. As long as I do not slay the monsters, there should be no issue. Isabel harbored no doubts about the veracity of Su Ling's words. Even if Su Ling had not displayed the disquieting vertical pupils, she would not have perceived her as deceitful. This was because Isabel possessed a rather unique ability, one that had not seen the light of day in the past decade. The last time she had employed it was when a priest brought her to this dilapidated church. She could sense the morality of those around her. If someone approached her with malice, unease and fear would blossom in her heart. Conversely, if a person approached her with goodwill, she would instinctively feel an affinity towards them. Throughout their initial encounter and the subsequent 2 days spent together, Isabel had not sensed even a trace of malevolence in Su Ling, thus she was willing to trust her, independent of the vertical pupils or the act of slaughter. Beneath the night sky, 2 figures, one tall, the other short, strolled along the moonlit path. The creaking of a rickety sign echoed in the night, while rustling sounds lingered in the shadows untouched by the moonlight. After laying their cards on the table, a silence settled between Su Ling and Isabel. This silence, however, was not a result of a strained relationship, but rather a reflection of their vigilance and caution towards their surroundings. At the slightest unusual sound, even a detour would prompt Isabel to change her course. She carefully circumvented the monsters. Although they took several roundabout paths, they were drawing ever closer to the town's exit. Upon emerging from the alley back onto the main road, a brightly lit shop captured their attention. As Su Ling gazed at the glowing sign, she felt a moment of astonishment. She recognized this establishment, as it had provided her with the clues to find Isabel. But why? Why? In a time when monsters roamed freely, was this tavern still operational, seemingly unaffected by the chaos outside? Exchanging glances, both Su Ling and Isabel discerned each other's thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, they could simply enter and uncover the truth. Chapter 10. The name of the saint. Pushing open the wooden door of the tavern, Isabel and Su Ling entered simultaneously. Inside, the brightness resembled that of daytime. However, not a single person occupied the tables, save for the owner washing glasses. Is it closed? Su Ling pondered, scrutinizing her surroundings. All the tables were impeccably clean, yet there were no signs of recent activity, rather than suggesting that the place was being tidied after closing. Su Ling leaned towards the conclusion that no patrons had visited that evening. As they approached the bar, before Su Ling could utter a word, Isabel's voice, tinged with uncertainty, broke the silence. The priest? The tavern keeper placed the meticulously cleaned glassware back onto the bar. His face, which had not been seen for several days, now bore the weight of time, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Yet, even in the face of Iz's inquiries, he managed to don a smile that could be deemed gentle. 10 years apart, and you have grown, he remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt. Su Ling perceived that this remorse seemed not only directed at Iza, but also partially rooted in herself. But why would he feel guilty towards her? Their acquaintance had been fleeting, merely a transaction in which she had paid him for directions. What grounds did he have to harbor such feelings? A sense of agitation began to gnaw at Su Ling, as this inexplicable guilt made her feel as though she had overlooked something significant. Yet she was at a loss as to what it might be. Can you now tell me why you brought me to that church? Iza pressed, her lips pursed. She felt no nostalgia for the priest's words, for her past was not a cherished memory, but rather a painful enigma. All she sought was the truth. She had lived in that dilapidated church alone for a decade. As a child, she had been deceived by the priest, who had coaxed her into his grasp without any malice apparent at the time. Thus, the innocent girl had placed her trust in him, ultimately finding herself imprisoned within the church. Indeed, her quality of life was not low. In fact, it was better than that of the majority of ordinary people. However, the solitude was unbearable. Countless nights spent falling asleep alone. The thought of waking to yet another day of solitary existence made her wish to never awaken again. Consequently, she had no desire to reminisce with the priest. She only yearned for the truth. Why had she been confined in the church for 10 years? And why was she the one chosen for this fate? I can answer that question, the priest sighed, seemingly unwilling to indulge in cryptic riddles. However, before addressing Iza's queries, he cast a glance at Su Ling. But your friend may need to step aside for a moment. Iza furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat reluctant, but Su Ling gently tugged at her sleeve, indicating that she did not mind. Clearly, the matter the priest intended to discuss held a certain secrecy, and Su Ling recognized the firmness in his demeanor. If she did not withdraw, Iza might not be able to glean anything at all. Of course, Su Ling was not about to simply turn a deaf ear. After all, she had her own means. Even if she were confined in a soundproof room, she had ways to overhear the conversation between Iza and the priest. Lu, I'm counting on you. Truly, you are impossible. A graceful girl in a blue dress materialized beside Iza, taking a seat at the bar and idly playing with a coin, her chin resting on her hand. As a sword spirit, Lu was invisible to anyone other than Su Ling, and her ability to eavesdrop was as effortless as a child's play. The priest pushed open the kitchen door, turning back to offer Su Ling an apologetic smile. I am sorry for making you wait here for a moment. Su Ling shook her head, signaling that all was well. Without any hesitation, she stepped inside, the wooden door behind her closing with a soft thud, plunging the entire kitchen into an oppressive silence. She placed her hand upon the door, closed her eyes, and focused entirely on her hearing. Indeed, not a sound could be discerned. This kitchen had likely undergone some form of specialized soundproofing, rendering it impervious to the outside world. Anticipating this predictable outcome, Su Ling calmly pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning back against the support. As her spiritual perception awakened, her viewpoint shifted from the kitchen's arrangements to the bar counter. Sensing Su Ling's mental connection, Lu found a position that allowed him to observe both Isha and the priest. Then with a subtle grip of his left hand, a bucket of popcorn materialized out of thin air. Well, aren't you quite the magician? Su Ling remarked with a slight smirk, her instinctive commentary slipping out. Lu, however, remained utterly oblivious to her sarcasm, even preparing a cup of cola. What else is there to do? Sitting idly is dreadfully boring, he replied. But where exactly did you conjure these items from? Su Ling inquired. They're merely illusions. After all, they can't affect the physical world, so I can create whatever I please. Though Su Ling found his response somewhat exasperating, she refrained from further commentary. There would be ample time for banter later, but the opportunity to learn the truth behind Isha's imprisonment was a fleeting one. The priest and Isha had begun their conversation, and despite her desire to interject, Su Ling understood the gravity of the situation. Before I reveal the truth to you, I must first share a tale, the priest said. producing a pristine cup and pouring a generous serving of hot milk, which he then slid across the table toward Isha. She did not respond immediately, merely lifting the cup to take a delicate sip. The milk was neither too hot nor too cold, but at the perfect temperature for smooth enjoyment. Approximately a century ago, a once mighty kingdom suddenly faced annihilation. An inexplicable contamination transformed its citizens into monstrous beings, each one not only possessing immense strength and speed, but also formidable regenerative abilities. Even the kingdom's most valiant warriors could barely vanquish a single creature, and with countless such monsters emerging, the sight alone was staggering. Hundreds, if not thousands, roamed free. While more humans succumbed to their fate, the priest exhaled deeply, his distant gaze seemingly transported back 100 years to a time reminiscent of a hell on earth, filled with wails of despair and the stench of death. Human life, at that time, was of little value, as every individual faced the looming specter of death, utterly powerless to save themselves. The once prosperous kingdom was on the brink of ruin. Just as disaster threatened to engulf the entire continent, a young girl emerged. With nothing but a sword in hand, she tore through the veil of despair, offering hope to those who had lost everything. Her prowess eclipsed that of the kingdom's greatest heroes, rendering the terrifying, seemingly invincible monsters before her as fragile as mere straw, easily vanquished with a single blow. She was later referred to as the Saint, regarded by the people as a divine messenger sent to offer them hope for salvation. At this juncture, the priest paused, his reminiscing gaze returning to reality, resting upon the figure of the one before him, named Isa. Upon hearing this, Isa furrowed her brow and instinctively inquired, "Same name?" Yet, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized the implausibility of her question. After all, she had been an orphan since childhood and had not possessed a name until the age of 8. When the Pope personally bestowed upon her the name Isa, following her selection, the fallen kingdom, the eerie town, the monsters birthed from pollution, merging into the body as gray mist upon their defeat, a decade of imprisonment, and the name Isa, granted by the Pope himself. Isa had never been one to lack intelligence. When the clues lay before her, it was impossible for her to remain oblivious to the truth. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she placed her unfinished glass of milk back on the table and posed a question to the priest. How did the saint ultimately meet her demise? The priest fell silent for a moment, preparing to respond when Isa interjected, "I can discern lies. Do not think to deceive me with the conclusion of the tale." The priest's lips parted and closed again, hesitating several times before, as if resigned to his fate, he sighed and spoke. "The pollution that was slain does not vanish. Those killed by the pure heart equally yearn for that purity." The answer was already evident. Those possessing a pure heart could vanquish the monsters, yet with each kill, they too would gradually succumb to pollution, ultimately transforming into a new source of corruption. What was this? Did the dragon slayer inevitably become the dragon? Isa could not suppress a laugh, leaning back in her chair, arms crossed in a derisive stance, her calm tone betraying an inner fury akin to a volcano. Why should this be? The priest lowered his head, seemingly burdened by a sense of guilt towards Isa, choosing to evade her question. Instead, he spoke of another matter, seemingly unrelated to the current topic. After the saint had annihilated all the monsters, she constructed this small town, aware that she would become the new source of degradation. However, before her pure heart was entirely tainted, the newly birthed monsters would become docile, regaining their human appearance. Although the saint had perished, her power endured. Whenever the pure heart was on the brink of complete corruption, a new pure heart would emerge. As long as the new pure heart vanquished the monsters once more, peace and stability could persist indefinitely. Isa fixed her gaze upon the priest, her indifferent expression betraying no emotion. She cared not whether the uncontrolled pollution would threaten the current kingdom. She only knew that she had been forcefully imprisoned for 10 years. And now that she had finally escaped, they demanded her life once more. Why should this be? Everything she endured was not of her own volition. She held no affection for the kingdom, nor did she feel any connection to its inhabitants. To comprehend the initial deception I fell victim to is quite a revelation. Truly, what an exquisite design it is, dear Pope. The priest harbors no malice towards me, for his emotions are fraught with compassion and guilt. He possesses no consciousness of causing me harm, as he believes that my designation as a saintly figure obliges me to sacrifice myself for the inhabitants of this world. Indeed, The original saint may have genuinely sacrificed herself for the salvation of others, and she possessed that awareness. But why must such awareness be imposed upon me? By what right must I be coerced into accepting a consciousness that does not inherently belong to me? The town is entirely ensconced within an immense barrier, rendering escape impossible. The priest sighed and continued speaking. Yet, Isabella's expression remained unchanged. What does it matter if we are shrouded by this barrier? Currently, my strength may very well be sufficient to shatter it, and even if I cannot, we can simply await the moment when the last pure heart is irrevocably tainted. And then we shall all meet our end together. Observing Isabella's unwavering demeanor, the priest appeared to age further. Slowly turning to gaze at the firmly shut door of the kitchen, Isabella's pupils constricted momentarily. Her change of expression did not escape the priest's notice. He forced a bitter smile, realizing that his previous thoughtless act had, unexpectedly, proven to be of significance. He was acutely aware that the spirit before him was the same young man who had inquired about the saint a few days prior. Although he could not fathom how the individual transformed into what he saw now, this town could not possibly harbor outsiders. Thus the girl now by Isabella's side must indeed be that very youth. The priest turned to face Isabella once more, locking eyes with her. Her dark orbs brimmed with guilt, and he felt pity for her fate, yet he understood the necessity of his actions. His own family resided in the New Kingdom. Should disaster strike again, not only would the continent be plunged into chaos, but those he cherished would also be displaced, facing the specter of death. He could not bear to witness such calamity unfold. Contaminants instinctively pursue pure hearts. She is far too feeble. Alone, you might escape. But can you truly protect her while bearing her along? Chapter 11. Naivety and contradiction. I possess my own judgment. Isabella's countenance darkened ominously. The priest's words had shaken her. Yet she refused to reveal weakness before him, maintaining an icy and resolute tone. Seeing that he had achieved his objective, the priest refrained from uttering further words, allowing Isabella to open the kitchen door and escort the spirit away. He then disposed of the half-cup of lukewarm milk, washing the cup with care. Despicable? Shameless? Regardless of how others may judge him, he remains indifferent. His only concern lies with his family residing in the New Kingdom. While Isabella's fate is indeed tragic, and he feels genuine remorse and sympathy for her, she is ultimately not his kin. And the weight of her existence in his heart is insufficient to compel him to forsake his family for her sake. The spirit was led away from the tavern by Isabella, who had overheard the conversation with the priest and thus comprehended the true nature of the so-called source of corruption within their mission. She was horrified to discover that her thoughts were in direct conflict with the demands of her task. If she wished to save Isha, her mission would undoubtedly fail. And the consequences of such failure were dire. Losing her identity as a contractor would mean losing everything she currently possessed, returning her to the moment of impending doom. Conversely, if she sought to fulfill her mission, she would need Isha to confront the source of corruption, yet this would come at the cost of Isha's very life. Had it not been for those 2 days spent together, Ling might have ruthlessly exploited Isha, but now, the thought of asking her to confront the source of corruption felt utterly unutterable. Such a heavy fate was far too unfair for Isha. Am I truly that useless? Even when my life is at stake, I still find myself feeling compassion. Ling allowed herself to be led forward by Isha, unable to voice her thoughts. Yet they resonated with Lu. The silhouette beside Ling gradually became clearer, revealing a girl in a blue dress with ink-black hair and crimson eyes under the moonlight. She did not immediately respond to Ling's question, but instead gazed at the sky, watching the radiant moon illuminating the night. You truly should learn to be more ruthless, Lu replied softly, her hand gently ruffling Ling's hair. As a sword spirit, she should not have been able to touch anything corporeal, yet Ling felt the softness of that touch and warmth emanating from it. But I shall not strip you of your youthful rights. You have only just arrived in this fantastical world. How can you be expected to mature so swiftly? Upon hearing Lu's response, Ling found herself at a loss for words. Was she truly immature? At the age of 20, she was undeniably an adult by societal standards. While she might not consider herself particularly mature, she certainly did not associate herself with immaturity. However, given her current worldview and mindset, facing this magical realm, she struggled to be decisive and to exploit others without psychological burden. Perhaps, in the eyes of the strong, she truly seemed quite naive. Do not worry too much. I will accompany you on your journey of growth. No matter what kind of person you wish to become, I shall always be by your side to support you. Lu smiled gently, and the warmth she exuded, unique to Su Ling, made Su Ling's nose tingle with emotion. She felt the urge to cry, yet her tears remained at bay, her eyes clear without any sign of impending tears. Isha continued to silently lead Su Ling out of the small town, encountering unavoidable situations along the way. Ultimately, she did engage and slay those monsters, her knight's sword becoming increasingly stained. Meanwhile, Lu took the opportunity during their journey to review the details of Su Ling's first battle. While Su Ling believed she had performed admirably, and the results seemed flawless, Lu perceived numerous flaws. They had yet to begin training on reaction speed, to say nothing of the timing and selection of dragon transformation. Lu offered suggestions for optimization. The eruption of the silver dragon's wings was indeed striking, but it should not be employed as a standard means of advancing, due to Su Ling's current lack of capabilities to ensure her survival. The explosive speed of the silver dragon wings remains her sole means of urgently evading danger. Utilizing this method as a precursor to attack is, indeed, exceedingly perilous and extravagant. Furthermore, the dragon claw, which should be employed to seize the advantage only when she has exhausted all other options, ought to be reserved for following up on victories rather than initiating confrontations. Lastly, the dragon tail serves commendably in emergencies. Yet this tactic should ideally be employed for regular attacks or probing. In terms of prioritizing abilities, it seems as though Lu is instructing Su Ling in reverse order. In response to Lu's analysis, Su Ling does not dispute. She is acutely aware that she is but a novice, and Lu's prowess and combat experience far surpass her own. Listening to the debriefing now is preferable to lying in a coffin later, subjected to the mournful strains of a Swana. Approximately half an hour later, Isha led Su Ling to the edge of a barrier, just as Lu concluded his review of Su Ling's inaugural battle and retreated to rest within his sword. Isha extended her empty right hand toward the air. Although nothing was visible ahead, her hand seemed to strike an unseen entity, though there was no sound accompanying her actions. Her hand was indeed halted, unable to penetrate no matter how much force she exerted. Isha's eyes flickered momentarily as she withdrew her right hand and tugged at Su Ling, gesturing for her to step forward. "Little Ling, why don't you give it a try and see if you can get out?" With a resigned sigh inwardly, Su Ling surmised Isha's intention and, with a hint of reluctance, extended her left hand, placing it on the same plane as Isha's. This was a natural course of action, for Su Ling's golden vertical pupils had already discerned the barrier formed by the boundary. This barrier was not solely directed at Isha. Otherwise, the monsters within the town would have long since escaped. The priest might possess knowledge of a means to leave, yet he would undoubtedly refrain from disclosing it to Isha. To ensure that Isha could fulfill her responsibilities correctly, he had remained in the town until now. Perhaps he had never intended to survive this ordeal. The town has now transformed into a prison from which no one can enter or exit, and there exists but one solution to break this deadlock: to have Isha, as the saintess, purify the now nearly fallen former saintess at the cost of her own being. Is it truly impossible? Isha smiled grimly, and Su Ling could feel the grip on her hand tighten. She raised her gaze to Isha's lowered face, where those bright and beautiful eyes, reminiscent of amethyst, were now filled with anger and turmoil. The barrier had completely sealed the town. She could sense its strength, which could not be shattered by mere brute force. While a pure heart does have a special effect against pollutants, it is utterly ineffective against the barrier. The town is rather confined, if what the priest said is true, that pollutants instinctively pursue pure hearts, then it is merely a matter of time before they swarm out in search of their own. At that point, even hiding alone would be a struggle, and could she truly protect Su Ling without slaying the monsters? She was merely someone I had known for just 2 or 3 days, perhaps not even a friend. It should be quite simple to abandon her, right? If I could just cast off this burden, I could navigate the impending pollution. Once the previous generation of the saintess fully falls, the barrier may not withstand the onslaught of the pollutants, and chaos would present me with my opportunity. As soon as the pollutants breach the barrier, I would reclaim my freedom, if only I could leave her behind. Conflicted emotions flickered in Isha's eyes, her grip on Su Ling tightening. Yet, just as Su Ling began to feel discomfort, Isha's hold suddenly loosened, reverting to the gentle grasp she had first offered. I seemed to remain so naive. Isha's smile mingled relief with a hint of resignation. Her violet eyes resembled a profound lake, devoid of any ripples of negativity, leaving only a current of tenderness flowing within. Chapter 12. Isha's wish. Gazing at Isha's face, Su Ling seemed to comprehend her intentions, just as words of caution formed on her lips. A brilliant beam of white light erupted into the night, illuminating the darkness. A cacophony of screeches resonated throughout the town. The pollutants were in revolt. The trembling ground heralded an imminent danger, yet Su Ling felt no trepidation, for the figure bathed in white light beside her provided an unparalleled sense of security. The possessors of pure hearts may differ in character, but only the kindest souls in existence are worthy of holding such purity. Lu appeared by Su Ling's side, his sigh tinged with a blend of sorrow and unmasked sarcasm. It was clear that all she needed was to grow normally, to experience the beauty and warmth of the world. Thus, when calamity struck, even to protect those she cherished, she would transform into a new vessel without hesitation. Su Ling remained silent, yet she profoundly resonated with Lu's words. If Isha, who she had known for only 2 days, could not bear to forsake her, how could the bonds established throughout her normal growth lead her to be cowardly in the face of danger? A pang of pain struck Su Ling's heart. She was someone who responded to gentleness rather than force. Since she became aware, pain had never brought her to tears. The more others pressed or threatened her, the more resolute she became in her defiance. Yet, her threshold for tears was not particularly high. If someone treated her with genuine kindness, she would be moved to quiet tears. Had it been in her former body, she would likely be unable to contain her tears at this moment. Now, with her empty left hand brushing against the corner of her eye, she found nothing there. Tears seemed to require pain as a trigger, and the remaining roll of emotion seemed merely to remind her that she ought to cry at this moment. Boom. The previously clear night sky had, unbeknownst to her, succumbed to a thick blanket of clouds. The gentle, cool moonlight was replaced by the tumultuous flashes of lightning within the clouds. How fickle the weather can be. It had been a splendidly clear sky just moments ago, and now a torrential downpour commenced. As Su Ling felt the dampness on her cheeks, she gazed up at the sky, pondering whether the rain fell because she could not shed tears. The thought barely surfaced before she shook her head with a smile, realizing her own narcissism. If the world were to weep for anyone, it would surely be for Isa. Isa released Su Ling's hand, drawing forth the knight's sword at her waist, standing alone against the relentless tide of pollutants. One person, one sword, reminiscent of the saintly Isa who once saved humanity. Yet the saint of yore fought for all on the continent, while the present Isa fought solely for Su Ling. Resentment accelerates the fall of a pure heart. Among all the Isas of history, she possessed the greatest talent. When she falls completely, no one may be able to stop her. The voice of slaughter was no longer as indifferent as before. It mocked those who viewed Isa as a mere tool, attempting to seize control over her fate. It awaited the day those individuals would reap their own misfortune, a day that would surely not come too late. Do you think she will resent me for holding her back? Su Ling's eyes reflected a tangle of emotions as she softly inquired. No, Lu replied, her gentle tone devoid of comfort, merely stating a fact. You are her first and only friend. If she truly harbored hatred for you, why would she stand in front of you? She would only despise those who forced her to accept her destiny, and among them, you would not be found. As Lu's words echoed, Isa swung her sword, and a brilliant white sword energy illuminated the night sky. Every pollutant that came into contact with it instantly melted away. The pure heart was particularly effective against the pollutants, and with Isa's exceptional power, they stood no chance against her. Even should stronger pollutants appear, they would not survive more than 3 seconds before her. However, the more efficient the slaughter, the faster the pollution spread. Isa's night sword visibly darkened with filth by the time the last pollutant fell beneath her blade. Only the tip of the sword retained its original gleam. Clang! The night sword plunged into the ground. Su Ling observed the sword that Isa had cast before her. Her lips quivered, but no words escaped, for she was at a loss for what to say in that moment. Little Ling, Isa turned to her, her smile still radiating that familiar warmth. Yet her once pure white hair had become disheveled, and her gem-like purple eyes were tainted black. I believe that one day you will surpass me in strength, so please promise me one thing. Isa's sincere voice carried a hint of pleading, and as Su Ling beheld her, listening to her request, she found it impossible to utter a refusal. Thus, even before Isa could articulate her plea, Su Ling preemptively agreed. Yes, whatever it is, I promise you. Upon hearing this response, Isha's smile softened further. her gaze drifting as if lost in the fleeting yet splendid memories of a time long past, ephemeral like a bloom that blossoms only for a moment, yet radiant like fireworks, leaving an indelible impression. After a prolonged silence, she extricated herself from her reverie, casting her eyes upon the sword she had thrown before Su Ling, retreating as she uttered, "When the day arrives that you surpass me in strength, would you do me the honor of ending my life?" Su Ling abruptly lifted her head, her golden eyes trembling uncontrollably. Though their time together had been brief, merely 2 days, she had already come to regard Isha as a true friend. For a decade, Isha had lived in solitude, while Su Ling had existed in a world shrouded in sugary illusions. Isha was not only her first friend, but also the only one who had shown her genuine kindness. The feelings Isha harbored for her were utterly devoid of ulterior motives. Whether it was her stern guidance in swordsmanship or the tender care she showed while tending to her wounds, each sentiment was imbued with purity. Su Ling found herself captivated by this tenderness, though she did not perceive it as romantic. Could one truly act against a friend? If Su Ling could summon the resolve to enact such a deed, how could she then grapple with the ensuing turmoil upon uncovering the truth, yet never feel remorse? Furthermore, after learning the truth, she had uttered not a single word urging Isha to confront the pollutants. She had respected all of Isha's choices, relinquishing the power of decision entirely to her, not even offering a single suggestion. Yet now, Isha was imploring Su Ling to end her life. How could she bear to do such a thing? "Promise me one to you?" As Su Ling hesitated, Isha closed her eyes. Inhaling deeply, "Do not let another version of me arise." Rain, standing in for tears, cascaded down her cheeks, and Su Ling's eyes flickered with uncertainty, struggle, and hesitation, but ultimately solidified into resolve. She reached for the hilt of the knight's sword, drawing it from the ground. "You have acquired the key item to enter Isha's star, Heart of the White Iris. With this item, one may re-enter Isha's star when the contractor reaches the 5th tier." While the thought of killing Isha filled Su Ling with anguish, the notion of denying her final wish was far more unbearable. Deep down, she understood that by the time she became stronger than Isha, the Isha she knew would no longer exist. She would be the source of pollution, a vessel of filth, and the root of new corruption. The Isha familiar to her, the one whose eyes brimmed with concern while applying medicine, the one who radiated excitement while choosing garments, the one who lay awake at night worrying whether her actions might be too harsh, would be lost to her forever. As Su Ling reached her decision, Isha exhaled a sigh of relief. Dark, ominous patterns began to creep across her cheeks, and new monsters began to materialize around them. One such creature donned a pale yellow dress, its legs encased in long nightly boots, a rusted sword hanging from its waist, and a white knitted jacket draped over its upper body. Her long, inky hair was elegantly tied into a high ponytail, yet her face bore no discernible features. Instead, it was graced by a blooming black rose. She stood vigilantly before Isha, just as Isha had once protected Su Ling. "Remember, you must become stronger than me before you return. Otherwise, if I hurt you, you will surely weep," Isha said, a serene smile gracing her lips. As her feigned light-hearted jest faded, darkness enveloped her form, and a black cocoon ascended slowly into the air. Guarding this cocoon was a creature clad in attire identical to Su Ling's. The creature inclined slightly towards Su Ling, performing a simple knightly bow. Simultaneously, an emotionless mechanical voice resonated in her mind, and her body gradually began to dissolve into transparency. "The source of corruption has been absorbed by the pure heart." Main quest completed, returning to Yuktalasher. Teleportation countdown, 3, 2, 1. I shall return, without fail. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Su Ling vanished entirely under the creature's gaze, taking with her the heart of the white iris, along with the last remnant of Isha's longing. Su Ling was uncertain how long it would take to return to this place, but as long as she didn't perish along the way, she would fulfill her promise to Isha, for her own beginning was forged from Isha's end. Contractor 13085, welcome to Yuktalasher. Chapter 13, Yuktalasher this time. The teleportation left her head spinning, yet perhaps due to her transformation from human to dragon, Su Ling did not collapse to the ground in disarray. Instead, she stood still for a moment, regaining her composure. She found herself in a square space of purest white, devoid of any objects, not even a speck of dust visible. However, before Su Ling could comprehend her situation, Lu suddenly appeared, surveying the surroundings with evident satisfaction, nodding in approval. This space, cleaner than a sterile room, was utterly fitting. Su Ling was bewildered. What could possibly be so suitable? What were Lu's intentions? Before she could voice her confusion, pain manifested sooner than tears. Each of her wrists bore a long cut, yet strangely, blood gushed only from the right wrist. Crimson droplets coalesced on her raised right hand, guided by Lu, while a dark red liquid from her left wrist continuously surged into her body. The act of blood extraction caused Su Ling little discomfort, but the dark red liquid entering her being ignited an inferno within her, as if her very soul were being consumed by hellfire. This pain surpassed even that experienced during her fusion with the silver dragon's genes, akin to her spirit being scorched. And even the uncontrollable tears evaporated the moment they brimmed over her eyelids. Yet, whenever tears evaporated, Su Ling experienced a chilling sensation, akin to the comforting delight of savoring an ice cream on a sweltering 40-degree summer day. This solitary comfort anchored her consciousness in its final clarity until the blood transfusion concluded, leaving her uncontrollably collapsed on the ground, yet not unconscious, while the wound on her wrist healed spontaneously. Now, all your abilities can function normally. With a pinch of his right hand, the blood that once belonged to the silver dragon vanished in an instant. Su Ling summoned her personal panel, and, indeed, the previously locked blood butterfly appeared with its skill description now accessible. Blood butterfly, active, LV1, consumes 50 mana points to completely liquefy oneself, during which all physical attacks are disregarded and magical damage is halved. The transformation lasts 1 second, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Upon reading the skill description, Su Ling's eyes sparkled brighter than any bulb. This was indeed a miraculous technique for evading damage. Had she possessed this ability while battling the contaminated arachnid, her endeavor would have been far more effortless, eliminating the need for a last-minute rescue from the dragoness tail. Su Ling was brimming with excitement. Yet this very exhilaration caused her to overlook the subtle transparency that seemed to envelop Lu, whose face, once calm and indifferent as if the world bore no weight upon him, now bore an undeniable hint of fatigue. Overcome with enthusiasm, Su Ling immediately sought to discover the requirements for upgrading her skills. She attempted to enhance Bloodblade, as it was her sole combat-oriented skill. Without it, she would have had no means to confront the contaminated arachnid. To upgrade Bloodblade, LV1, 1 tree coin and 1 divine dream, small, are required. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? While tree coins were easily comprehensible as the universal currency within the world tree, the divine dream, small, left Su Ling somewhat perplexed. She then attempted to check the requirements for sword mastery and blood butterfly. The latter mirrored the demands of Bloodblade. Yet the former required only tree coins, with each upgrade costing 10 tree coins. It did not seem overly expensive at first glance. But therein lay the crux of the matter. She was utterly penniless. The initial trial had granted her rewards that included only the silver dragon gene and the formal identity of a contractor. She possessed neither currency nor material items, rendering her utterly destitute. As for her storage space, the heart of the white kite was absolutely off-limits for trading, as it was bound by her pact with ISA. Under no circumstances would she relinquish that sword to anyone. Aside from that sword, her only remaining asset was the treasure chest she had acquired. A spark of excitement ignited within her as she recalled having dropped a treasure chest. Unable to contain herself, Su Ling rubbed her hands together in anticipation. She adored the thrill of opening chests. When she had played card-drawing mobile games, it was precisely for the exhilaration of drawing cards. This was a test of her luck, and she had never shied away from such challenges. Lu, come join me in witnessing the unboxing. Su Ling sat cross-legged on the ground, her face radiant with excitement as she retrieved the treasure chest from her storage space. Lu, wearing a blend of exasperation and affection, approached her side, ready to witness the moment of wonder together. With a gentle touch upon the chest, a prompt materialized before Su Ling's eyes. Would you like to open the chest, Lu? Yes. As Su Ling silently consented, the ancient chest gradually creaked open, revealing not a blinding light, but rather a splendid necklace and a petite red gem. You have opened the chest, Lu. You have acquired 34 tree coins. You have obtained the dream of the divine, small. You have received the tears of the purifier. Tears of the purifier, origin, star Isha quality, blue category, necklace durability, 30-30 effect 1, intelligence 5 effect 2, consumes 10 durability points to withstand 1 mental attack. Lost durability can be replenished with tree coins upon returning to the world tree. Note, this is a single drop of a saintess's tear from generations past, capable of safeguarding you from the taint of corruption, yet do not force her to weep, for it would serve no purpose. Rating, 36. Blue quality ratings range from 31 to 40. Price, 20 tree coins. Gazing at the necklace's center, a tear-like, pure white crystal, Su Ling found herself momentarily speechless. She opted to don the necklace, and with a flash of white light, it vanished from her hand, reappearing around her neck. As for this defensive equipment, Su Ling had no intention of selling it. After all, not only did she lack any means to defend against mental attacks, but she also possessed no other gear, making it imperative to keep this necklace. By the way, Lu, what do you think I should do to upgrade my skills? With funds in her possession and the essential materials for skill enhancement, Su Ling refrained from hastily upgrading, instead seeking Lu's counsel. Her subconscious hinted that listening to Lu might yield better results than relying solely on her own judgment. She would never harm herself. Mastery of swordsmanship and blood butterfly. Lu replied without hesitation, providing his insights to Su Ling. The mastery of swordsmanship could be upgraded 3 levels. And with the remaining funds along with the dream of the divine, she could elevate blood butterfly to level 2, with 3 tree coins left over for other pursuits. Su Ling did not deliberate long. After all, money only held value when spent, particularly when it was invested in enhancing her own strength, rendering any loss impossible. She summoned her panel, selected Mastery of Swordsmanship, and promptly upgraded it 3 levels. Mastery of Swordsmanship LV4, proficient in the use of various sword weapons, inflicting an 85 increase in damage. A wealth of knowledge regarding swordsmanship flooded Su Ling's mind. She quickly organized her thoughts and discovered a deeper understanding of her sword techniques. Strategies that had previously eluded her now sparked new ideas. Without pausing, she selected Blood Butterfly and confirmed the upgrade once more. As the crimson crystal in her hand suddenly shattered, Su Ling felt as though her very blood had been stirred. The blood seed nestled in her chest melted slightly with the accelerated circulation of her blood, and after coursing throughout her body, it completely merged with her bloodstream. Blood Butterfly Level 2 consumes 50 mana points, transforming the self into pure blood form, during which all physical attacks are ignored and magical damage is halved. The transformation lasts for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 300 seconds. The enhancement of the Blood Butterfly was not particularly significant, merely resulting in a slight increase in invincibility frames. However, Su Ling harbored no dissatisfaction. After all, the Blood Butterfly was still only at level 2, with ample room for growth. One might ponder why she did not upgrade the Blood Blade to enhance her offensive capabilities, which seemed a prudent choice. Although Su Ling had followed Lu's counsel, she still voiced her perspective. To her, offense was the best defense. If she could eliminate her adversary in a single strike, then they would be incapable of harming her. Thus, she believed that the priority of the Blood Blade should be slightly higher than that of the Blood Butterfly. You'll understand why later, Lu replied, unusually refraining from directly addressing Su Ling's query. She approached the exit of the room and turned to glance at Su Ling, asking if she wished to explore. Without much thought, Su Ling acquiesced to Lu's suggestion. While this space instilled a profound sense of security, its vast emptiness also felt somewhat stifling. Additionally, she was eager to glimpse the nature of Yggdrasil. Pushing open the door, Su Ling stepped out alongside Lu, finding herself on a bustling street. All around her were the vibrant stalls, their vendors calling out their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. Just as Su Ling intended to inquire about her location, her interface automatically manifested, displaying a massive city, with her presence indicated by a small green labeled as Commercial Street. Yggdrasil, colloquially known as the Tree City, was indeed where she found herself. She was not the sole contractor of the World Tree. The Tree City served as a hub for contractors to exchange information, form parties, and trade. Everything was new and exciting to Su Ling, as she observed the myriad of equipment and unfamiliar materials for sale. Some items even shimmered with a fleeting golden light, exuding an aura of great value. Naturally, their price tags justified such impressions, and upon glancing at her meager balance, Su Ling realized she could not even afford the smallest fraction of the listed prices. Moreover, the deeper she ventured into the market, the more exorbitant the goods became. After wandering for a short while, she promptly turned back. recognizing that anything within her financial reach would be located at the periphery. Chapter 14. Devil's Training. Don't miss out. Freshly crafted green quality weapons. Yours for just 12 tree coins. We are actively purchasing all kinds of recovery potions. Price is negotiable. Offering protection services for newcomers. Our large guild's team is absolutely trustworthy. Just 5 tree coins per person. Compared to the deserted latter half, the former half buzzed with life, resembling a bustling marketplace. Even the usually aloof Lu couldn't help but cast a curious glance around. Although the wares on display appeared rudimentary, their prices were undeniably reasonable. A single tree coin could procure 3 bottles of basic life-restoring potions, each capable of replenishing 100 points of vitality. Such commonplace life-saving items stirred a flicker of desire within Su Ling, yet Lu forbade her from making a purchase. Your blood has altered your current life form. Conventional means of restoring vitality hold no efficacy for you. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Ling's expression fell, her dejected demeanor reminiscent of an abandoned kitten. Does that mean every battle I face will be a dance on the edge of a blade? What if I am overwhelmed? Were it a matter of anything else, Lu might have softened at the sight of Su Ling's forlorn visage, but when it came to combat, she maintained a strictness towards Su Ling that surpassed anyone else's. She understood all too well that yielding to sentimentality now would only lead to Su Ling's demise at the hands of an adversary in the future. It is something you must learn to confront. Once we return, I shall provide you with specialized training. Lu's gaze remained unwavering, her tone cold and resolute. Very well, Su Ling replied, crestfallen. After a brief stroll, she purchased 3 mana restoration potions, priced the same as the life potions, leaving the remaining 2 tree coins untouched, reserving them for when the first mission formally commenced. With an empty pocket, even a leisurely outing felt unsatisfactory. Before long, Su Ling returned to her designated chamber, having no immediate plans to acquire additional furniture. Simply put, she had no funds. However, this did not pose a significant issue, for upon her return, Lu announced her intention to take Su Ling somewhere. Confused, Su Ling found herself in Tree City, unsure of how to leave. Where could Lu possibly take her? She voiced her uncertainty, yet Lu offered no verbal reply, instead raising her right hand to snap her fingers. As a saccharine scent of blood gradually enveloped Su Ling's senses, the world around her transformed. The ceiling morphed into a canopy of crimson clouds, feeble sunlight filtering through the dense layers to cast a dim glow. The ground beneath her feet appeared to be an endless expanse of crimson earth, seemingly veiled in a thin layer of plasma, the nauseating odor of blood emanating from below. Before her, countless beings knelt on the ground, their worship directed at a towering altar reminiscent of a pyramid, rising majestically with 50 steps, flanked by beings standing like vigilant sentinels. Atop the altar, on a throne constructed of bones, a white-haired dragon maiden rested, propping her cheek with one hand, her softly closed eyes radiating tranquility and serenity, as if she were in slumber. The dragon maiden's beauty was breathtaking, yet upon closer inspection, Su Ling was astonished to realize that the visage bore an uncanny resemblance to her own matured self. Save for the absence of the dragon horns atop her head and the inability to manifest a dragon tail as the maiden did. In comparison to her, I felt like a flawed young dragon. A rather absurd notion suddenly emerged in Su Ling's mind as she glanced at Lu, questioning in a blend of doubt and astonishment. You wouldn't be engaging in some sort of proxy literature, would you? Lu's expression darkened instantaneously, and with a swift motion, she tapped Su Ling lightly on the head. Within this domain, or rather, this petite world crafted by her, she had the power to influence reality. What was going through your mind? You are you, not a substitute for anyone else. After receiving a light reprimand, all those peculiar thoughts in Su Ling's mind were dispelled. Rubbing her head, she furtively stole a glance at Lu's face, harboring a hint of resentment. She discerned no insincerity in Lu's expression. The tone of her words bore no trace of deception. That was indeed Lu's most genuine sentiment. Upon realizing that she would not become the protagonist of some proxy literature, Su Ling exhaled a sigh of relief. She had no desire to be the focal point of a melodramatic love story. Moreover, I am a sword spirit. I do not comprehend the intricacies of your mortal affections. But that was a falsehood. Whether it was due to a shared understanding with Lu or an effect of the spiritual eye, as soon as Lu uttered that line, Su Ling immediately sensed the untruth, yet she chose not to expose it. She believed that if Lu wished to speak the truth, she would do so naturally. Conversely, if Lu preferred silence, pressing her for answers would be discourteous. After all, everyone is entitled to their own privacy and secrets. Prying into another's personal matters is hardly commendable. Wait, has all my privacy and secrecy vanished in Lu's presence? No, I must retract that thought. Just as this notion took root, Lu offered Su Ling no opportunity for reflection. She gestured toward the group kneeling at the altar, prompting 5 distinct humanoid beings from various races to rise and swiftly approach Su Ling. Among them were elves, blood kin, dwarves, and even genuine humans, each wielding different weapons, all of whom were notably weaker than Su Ling. In a one-on-one confrontation, she was confident of triumphing over any of them, and even in a wheel battle, she felt unperturbed. However, it was evident that Lu did not intend for them to merely serve as easy opponents for Su Ling. 5 against 1, when to win, when to rest. As Lu's relentless voice echoed, the 5 launched their assault. The dwarf, armed with a shield, was the first to charge at Su Ling. Resembling a rampaging buffalo, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that compelled Su Ling to focus entirely on the fight. Should she confront head-on or evade? In a flash, Su Ling made her choice. The sensation of being subtly targeted led her to opt for the former. Her instincts warned her that evasion would lead to her swift demise. Dragon scales materialized on her thigh as she stepped forward, meeting the dwarf's charge with a powerful kick against his shield. The resounding clash seemed to momentarily shake the very air, yet before Su Ling could execute her next move, a sense of impending danger from her right compelled her to instinctively unleash her most potent life-saving skill, Blood Butterfly. An arrow, gleaming with a verdant light, pierced through a swarm of crimson butterflies, which converged into a humanoid form behind the dwarf. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ling materialized, her long sword descending in a fierce strike. Had it connected, the dwarf would have met a swift demise. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, faster than the gunfire. The sword in Su Ling's grasp met with a powerful blow, causing her intended trajectory to deviate uncontrollably. In that moment, the dwarf reacted, turning to deflect Su Ling's errant sword with his shield. The diminished force collided with his full-strength assault, causing Su Ling's Xian Slayer's sword to lift unexpectedly, and her balance faltered for a fleeting instant. In that very moment, a dagger abruptly pinned her shadow, freezing her in a precarious stance. In the next heartbeat, an arrow whistled through the air, and the dagger pierced her heart. Pain triggered the release of tears, yet death descended even more swiftly, plunging Su Ling's world into darkness. Her consciousness sank like a stone into the depths of the ocean, struggling in the abyss as if gasping for breath. Perhaps it was but a moment, or perhaps a century passed, when a sliver of light pierced the gloom. Su Ling's awareness rekindled, and she opened her eyes wide. Gasping for air like a fish deprived of oxygen, she surveyed her surroundings, finding herself still ensconced in that bloody, bizarre realm, with 5 figures leisurely standing before her. She touched her neck and glanced at her heart, both intact, as though her prior death had merely been a nightmarish illusion. Is your strategy to eliminate the tank first? How delightfully pedestrian, Lu sneered at Su Ling, her tone rising as she embodied the absurdity of laughter born from utter incredulity. It was not to say that one should never target the tank first, but such an approach necessitated an overwhelming superiority in strength, bypassing any trivialities. However, Su Ling clearly did not meet this criterion. She could not resolve the tank swiftly, entangled in a daunting struggle that would only render her vulnerable. In a scenario of multiple adversaries, the gravest error lay in being ensnared by their rhythm of combat. Ironically, a probing arrow had lured out Su Ling's most crucial defensive skill, stripping her of invincibility and leading to dire consequences. Once controlled, she was swiftly overwhelmed, with no room for resistance. If the opposing team demonstrated a textbook execution of encirclement, then Su Ling's display could only be deemed a cautionary tale of engaging multiple foes, albeit in the most unfavorable light. The 5 adversaries required merely 4 to suppress her within 30 seconds. While Lu had anticipated Su Ling's initial foray into multi-enemy combat would end in defeat, she had not foreseen such a swift and humiliating downfall. Relief washed over her, grateful that she had prioritized the devilish training regimen rather than allowing Su Ling to develop naturally for a time. Otherwise, given the level of performance she exhibited, the embarrassment would have been secondary to the peril of losing her life, an opportunity that could never be reclaimed. It is evident that Su Ling, Upon her initial encounter with the 5 adversaries, exhibited a lack of caution, seemingly emboldened by her previous triumph over the polluted spider type, leading her to believe she had become invincible among her peers. This overconfidence rendered her dismissive of those she deemed inferior. Recognizing this, Lu did not afford Su Ling a moment of respite. She promptly commanded the quintet to launch another coordinated assault on Su Ling. Her intent was to erode the burgeoning arrogance within Su Ling's heart. Confidence is commendable, yet arrogance heralds the countdown to self-destruction. Underestimating any foe may ultimately exact a bloody toll, as history is replete with instances of the weak triumphing over the strong. Should Su Ling persist in approaching her adversaries with such disdain, she would inevitably become a classic example of the weak overcoming the strong, though she occupies the stronger position. Lu, with a slight smirk, recognized that she had perhaps misjudged Su Ling's mindset, yet she was unconcerned. She resolved to educate Su Ling, believing it better to err on the side of caution than to allow her to fall into peril due to elementary mistakes. Thus, she had firmly designated Su Ling as the target of her torment. Enduring this trial now would be preferable to suffering injuries in real combat, where a death would not afford her a second chance. A dangerous smile began to manifest on Lu's face, revealing an almost pathological obsession as it gradually emerged upon her cold visage. Nevertheless, she reassured, "I shall assist you in recollecting those fears." Chapter 15. Conclusion of a phase. The third demise left a trace of fatigue etched upon Su Ling's brow. Although she could resurrect, the psychological impact of death was unrelenting. Her body remained in its most pristine condition, yet her spirit had begun to wane. Nonetheless, Su Ling's demise was not without its advancements. She was receptive to counsel. Upon Lu's admonition that her strength was insufficient to target the tank as her first kill, Su Ling redirected her focus toward a human girl among the quintet. As the support of the group, the age-old strategy of eliminating healers first remained unchanged. However, the remaining 4 protected her adeptly, leading to Su Ling's second death as she attempted to secure a kill, resulting instead in a trade. This outcome was evidently unacceptable to Su Ling, for her ultimate objective was a flawless victory of 5-0, rather than a mere exchange. She had to concede that even the weak, when united, could pose a threat to the strong, while most may merely be a rabble. Failing to recognize the potential danger posed by coordinated weaker opponents could lead to disastrous consequences when faced with a select few capable of overcoming the strong. Su Ling had significantly adjusted her mindset. The fleeting sense of superiority born from her prior overreaching victory had dissipated following her 2 deaths. She seemed to grasp the lesson Lu sought to impart. In facing any adversary, one must never adopt an attitude of contempt. Thus, in her third life, she executed her actions with utmost seriousness, obstructing the support of magic while evading the tank's entanglements, all the while striving to eliminate the archer and the gunslinger. During this endeavor, she also had to contend with the relentless harassment from the assassin. Ultimately, she succeeded in dispatching both the support and the archer, yet found herself ensnared by the assassin, who seized the opportunity to immobilize her for half a second. If the gunslinger could strike with precision at a moving target, how could he possibly let slip this stationary target? Su Ling was shot in the head, resulting in a 1-for-2 exchange before the battle began anew. Was there still an issue with her order of elimination? Should she have prioritized the assassin? Yet he was far too agile. Su Ling furrowed her brow, her mind racing through the intricate details of the recent skirmish. The blood-clad assassin clung to her like a shadow, his incessant presence becoming a source of vexation. Each time she deployed her blood butterfly, he would immediately capitalize on the opportunity to impose control upon her. However, if she pursued him, he would undoubtedly evade her strikes, leading her into a different rhythm. Once the tank repositioned, she would find herself trapped once more. Observing Su Ling's deep contemplation, Lu did not rush to resume the fight. Instead, she approached her gently, affectionately ruffling her hair. Her cool voice guided Su Ling's thoughts, helping her navigate through the thick fog of confusion. The essence of engaging multiple opponents lies in swiftly diminishing their numbers. As the adversaries dwindle, the once seamless coordination reveals numerous vulnerabilities. Su Ling continued her reflection, echoing Lu's insights. Rapid attrition necessitated explosive speed. Yet you previously mentioned that Dragon Wing was your most crucial means of survival and should not be employed as a standard opening attack. Upon hearing Su Ling's rebuttal, Lu displayed no trace of anger. Instead, a gentle smile graced her lips, radiating a maternal warmth akin to that of a parent witnessing their child finally mature. She persisted in guiding Su Ling's reasoning. Combat is not merely a matter of rigid application, and various theories are applicable at different junctures. Consider this. At that moment, did you possess nothing? Nothing? Su Ling paused, then immediately recollected the ability she activated only after departing from the Isha star, Blood Butterfly. Indeed, at that time, Dragon Wing was your most reliable means of survival. But now that Blood Butterfly serves as your ultimate safeguard, might it not be permissible to relax the use of Dragon Wing a bit? Ah, indeed. Su Ling pondered Lu's words, reflecting on her previous 3 battles. Dragon Wing had not fulfilled its protective role. Therefore, utilizing it for rapid attrition might indeed be the superior choice. With her perspective broadened, Su Ling embarked on a new series of attempts, initiating with Dragon Wing aimed directly at the support. This was a decision born of careful consideration, for the support had the ability to enhance the remaining 4. If she did not eliminate this opponent first, the difficulty of the battle would escalate exponentially. The correctness of this strategy was soon affirmed. The explosive speed of Dragon Wing rendered the tank and support utterly unresponsive. The assassin attempted to disrupt her, yet he was incapable of confronting Su Ling head-on. He could only stall her for a brief moment, and that fleeting time was insufficient for the support to evade the grip of death. After the support met her end by Su Ling's blade, she swiftly locked onto her second target, the gunslinger, also a human. In comparison to the Elven Ranger, the gunsmith wields superior firepower, yet lacks agility. When shielded by comrades, he undoubtedly stands as a formidable force. However, in the absence of their protection, he is little more than a fish on a chopping board. Furthermore, Su Ling discerned an intriguing fact. The only member of their quintet possessing control abilities was the assassin. As long as she refrained from utilizing her Blood Butterfly, the assassin would hesitate to act recklessly. This created a delicate balance. Although the Blood Butterfly could not be employed, it served its purpose on another level. The gunsmith exemplified high offense but low defense. Within mere seconds of Su Ling closing the distance, he was pierced by her sword, resulting in the demise of 2 members of the 5-person team and a significant decrease in their suppressive power. Witnessing this outcome, Lu understood the tide had turned. With 2 members lost, the once synchronized cooperation would inevitably falter. As long as Su Ling did not evade all correct responses, victory was assured. Indeed, without the strongest firepower and supportive constraints, Su Ling relentlessly pursued the Elven Ranger, and with only herself and the assassin to contend with, they proved utterly incapable of halting her fierce assault. As for the tank, he was still en route, riding to the scene. Seizing upon the Ranger's and assassin's misstep, Su Ling shattered the Blood Clan assassin's skull with a single punch and subsequently dispatched the Ranger, leaving only the defenseless tank on the battlefield. Game over. With clarity achieved, her innate talent was evidently not squandered. After Su Ling eliminated the final tank, Lu approached her from behind and gently tousled her hair. A gesture of fondness that Su Ling cherished, knowing that as she matured, such tender interactions might become a rarity. Su Ling offered no resistance to Lu's affectionate action. Her gaze fixed upon the Lu Xian sword in her hand. The final inscription, closest to the sword pavilion, subtly hinted at a golden transformation after she vanquished the last member of the 5-person team. She accessed the sword's panel to find an added awakening value, currently at 50. Alongside an increase in resonance by 1, the Lu Xian sword exhibited growth potential, a fact Su Ling anticipated. Considering the sword's displayed might was incongruous with her current white quality, it accompanied her growth, as she was merely a novice at the beginning of her journey. Wielding the lowest quality weapon, the sword would strengthen in tandem with her own advancement, rather than pulling her up with an overwhelming force. Gently tracing the transformed inscription, Su Ling was unaware of the tender smile that graced her lips, enchanting all who beheld it. Thus concluded the first phase of her specialized training. Recognizing the necessity of balance between exertion and rest, Lu understood this fundamental truth. Continuous defeat had begun to wear on Su Ling's spirit. Further relentless training would yield diminishing returns. Su Ling was not a machine. She too experienced fatigue and required respite. The silver dragon gene had not directly endowed her with the might of an adult dragon. However, unbeknownst to her, this was not a limitation of the silver dragon gene, but rather a testament to Lu's artistry. She retained most of the power of the silver dragon genes, leaving only a fraction of physical prowess for the current Su Ling. Consequently, The latter was unable to transform into a dragon form, and could merely achieve a fleeting dragonification of parts of her body. Due to this limitation, Su Ling's essence gradually faded, ultimately vanishing within this peculiar realm. Yet, Lu did not immediately depart alongside Su Ling. She navigated through the kneeling throngs, ascending the steps of the altar. With each step she took, the guardians flanking the stairs knelt on one knee, their respectful demeanor seemingly heralding the arrival of a sovereign. Upon reaching the skeletal throne, she gently caressed the dragon maiden's cheek, silently observing her serene countenance. After a soft sigh, she too exited the miniature world. Upon returning to reality, Lu discovered Su Ling asleep against the wall, her visage mirroring that of the dragon maiden upon the throne. However, in contrast to the latter's cold maturity, Su Ling appeared endearingly youthful and innocent. When Su Ling awoke, the world tree promptly informed her that it was time to return to the real world, accompanied by a plethora of guidelines. A cursory glance revealed a plethora of prohibitions against disseminating any information about the world tree to ordinary individuals, as well as a ban on utilizing any extraordinary abilities in the mundane realm. The storage space would also be sealed in reality, preventing any equipment or items from being carried back. The overarching message was clear. She was to live as an ordinary person in the real world, without causing any disturbances in her capacity as a contractor. Su Ling felt little in response to this. She was not one to be intoxicated by newfound power. Even if she had been initially swept away, Lu's unwavering support had brought her back to a state of clarity. The Lu Xian sword was not permitted to return to the real world, and upon her departure from the world tree, it would be sealed within the storage space. While Lu, the sword spirit, remained unaffected, invisible to others. The sensation of being transported back to reality was remarkably steady, even leaving Su Ling feeling somewhat disoriented. She found herself once again on the same street from which she had departed. Had she not still embodied that fragrant, delicate young girl, she might have believed her previous experiences were merely an extraordinary dream. An increasing crowd gathered on the street, seemingly drawn by the sound of gunfire. Su Ling pulled up the hood of her coat and swiftly exited the murmuring throng, calling for a ride home with her phone. As she departed from Tree City, the World Tree indicated that her inaugural official mission would commence in 23 days, a sufficient time frame for her and her companions to conquer the first day. The individual who sought her demise was, frankly, elusive, with the only lead being the gene collapse bullet. Currently, it was known that this person was also a contractor of the World Tree, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, completely forgetting about this vendetta was out of the question. Su Ling resolved to first focus on enhancing her own strength, then seek a suitable day to consult a contractor with divination abilities, hoping to unveil the identity of the one who wished her harm. The saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, and Su Ling, being a novice, is not in a hurry. After all, a young serpent must first learn to conceal its fangs. How else could it strike its foe unawares? Chapter 16. A brief respite as the vehicle halted at the entrance of the community. Su Ling suddenly recalled a matter of great significance. Her current appearance bore no resemblance to her former self. How could she now substantiate her identity as the homeowner? Standing outside the complex, she pondered for a moment before opting for a location devoid of surveillance. With a nimble leap, she vaulted over the wall. Although her other extraordinary abilities were constrained, her superhuman physical prowess remained unhindered. To her, the towering wall was but a trivial obstacle. Navigating her way back to her own doorstep with ease, Su Ling instinctively attempted to unlock the door with her fingerprint. However, she was met with a brief, urgent error tone, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that even her fingerprint had changed. Yet, in a certain sense, this was fortuitous. Each individual's fingerprint is unique. The mismatch meant that no connection existed between her and the male version of Su Ling, thus delaying the discovery of her survival. In this light, it seemed that my exposure would not come swiftly. With a buoyant heart, Su Ling unlocked the door using her password and illuminated nearly all the lights in the house. Compared to the clamor of daytime, she favored the tranquility of night, though she was not fond of complete darkness. Thus, her cozy abode, aglow under the night sky, offered her the utmost comfort and security. Pouring herself a generous glass of cola, Su Ling made her way to her room, powered on her computer, and accessed the voice software. Her teammates were already clamoring in the microphone, eagerly awaiting her arrival. despite the fact that the dungeon would not officially commence for another 10 minutes. As she double-clicked to enter the voice channel, her cool voice immediately silenced the commotion. My brother has prior commitments and cannot join. I am his sister, here to accompany you for the day one. Wait, what? Almost instantaneously, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Can you manage it? Let's set aside the issue of staying up late. Are your skills up to par? Not everyone was filled with joy or surprise at her presence. Although the group consisted of friends and leaned towards enjoyment, having an unfamiliar novice among them was not universally welcomed. After all, their skills were generally commendable, and the probability of successfully completing day one was quite promising. The introduction of someone inept could spell disaster for their experience. Rest assured, Ling replied with a confident smile. My intellectual enhancement is comprehensive. I now grasp the game mechanics with ease. Coupled with my improved reflexes and dynamic abilities, my prowess is undoubtedly greater than before. Instead of worrying about me hindering your progress, perhaps you should focus on ensuring you do not impede mine. Her tongue was as sharp as that of Ozzy. Azzy and Zyatzi are merely monikers used for Ling on the internet. It is widely acknowledged that men rarely inquire about each other's real names while gaming. Even after years of acquaintance, the best they can muster is an outrageous nickname like Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warlord. As for the feminine connotation of her chosen name, it stems from a particular character in the realm of anime, whose name features the character Z, which Ling adopted without hesitation. It is a well-known fact that men adopting the names of their anime wives as usernames is not particularly novel, hence her male friends accepted it with remarkable ease. As midnight approached, Ling anticipated a rare evening of joy and relaxation. However, once they formed a team and commenced their dungeon raid, her blood pressure soared alarmingly. She found it incomprehensible that some could inadvertently cause her demise while clearing minor monsters, and she was baffled by how others could misinterpret mechanisms that seemed straightforward. It was equally perplexing that a boss with such a massive head could evade her attacks. Ling struggled to fathom this, feeling a sudden empathy towards teachers grappling with underperforming students. Reflecting on her performance in the training session, she felt a sigh of relief. It appeared she and caused her mentor's blood pressure to rise excessively. The first day of the raid persisted until noon, and after 12 grueling hours, Ling's already weary spirit became even more depleted. The silver lining, however, was that due to her efforts to salvage the situation and provide explanations, they successfully cleared day one, achieving a commendable ranking. Yet, she felt no inclination to celebrate. After the conclusion, she simply shut down her computer, took a shower, and retired to bed. She fell into a deep slumber, seemingly washing away all the fatigue her body had accumulated. When she awoke, it was already 6 in the morning. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from her eyes, she noticed Lu, who was seated at the edge of the bed with a book, momentarily pausing his reading to glance at her. Have you rested enough? He inquired. Ling yawned, and after a minute of waking up, her eyes gradually regained their clarity. I've had sufficient rest. Time to freshen up and resume our training, she replied. Without further ado, she rose from the bed, donned a simple long-sleeved shirt and pants, and headed to the bathroom to wash up. After brushing her teeth, washing her face, and emptying her stomach, Ling retrieved a sandwich from the refrigerator, heated a cup of milk, and fried an egg, laying out a simple breakfast on the table. As she ate, she sensed something amiss and cast a suspicious glance at Lu, who had an identical breakfast before him and was eating leisurely. Where did your breakfast come from? Ling questioned, not inclined to speculate, as she preferred to address issues directly. Lu swallowed his egg, took a sip of milk, which he found delightfully sweet, and replied, the food you consume, I can also choose to taste, though only I can partake in it. All right then. Though it remains a mystery why the sword spirit, Lu, has an affinity for human cuisine, Ling has never been one to dwell on such trivialities. After finishing her breakfast and washing the bowl, she was once again thrust into the sanguine realm by Lu. The specialized training continued to emphasize a one-against-many dynamic. At this stage, Ling's experience in group combat was scant, and to hone her perception of danger, Lu obscured her vision entirely. Consequently, her ultimate objective shifted from annihilating all foes to striving to survive amidst the onslaught. Once, twice, thrice. Initially, Ling's demise came swiftly, deprived of sight. She could only rely on her perception and hearing. However, these senses paled in comparison to the visual acuity she had cultivated over 2 decades, rendering them rather juvenile. Lu did not press Ling relentlessly. Upon noticing her spirit waning, she promptly ceased the training to allow her a respite. Once Su Ling's mental state had sufficiently recovered, the assault would recommence. As Su Ling faced death repeatedly, her rate of demise gradually slowed. From her initial frantic flight, she transitioned to a state of ease, even managing to counterattack and eliminate a foe or two. With the increasing number of assailants, their collective strength was somewhat diminished compared to the initial 5-person squad. After all, despite her remarkable talent, Su Ling was merely at the beginning of her journey. An incessant pressure would not necessarily forge an extraordinary warrior. It might just as easily crush a rising star. Observing Su Ling navigate the hail of bullets with grace, Liu recognized that this training session had reached a satisfactory conclusion. She lifted the veil from Su Ling's eyes, and with her sharpened perception now complemented by restored vision, it was not long before Su Ling dispatched all her adversaries. Simultaneously, the final inscription on the Lu Xian sword transformed into a radiant gold, enveloping the blade in a sanguine glow. And Su Ling was cast back into the realm of reality. She examined the sealed storage space, and indeed, the Lu Xian sword was now encased in a cocoon of crimson light, akin to a metamorphosis. The sword was in the process of leveling up, expected to complete its transformation in roughly 10 hours. Liu did not vanish with the sword's ascent. Instead, she sat on the small balcony of the room, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window as she perused a book. Su Ling checked the status of the Lu Xian sword, and as anticipated, the World Tree's notification confirmed that the sword was enhancing its quality, with an upgrade to be completed in 10 hours and 15 minutes. With time to spare, Su Ling opened her computer to indulge in some gaming. However, what once brought her joy now felt rather mundane. The simplicity of the shooting games rendered them unchallenging. With a short time to kill, she could effortlessly secure headshots, akin to having a hard lock enabled. After 2 matches, she faced criticism for her performance, and her account was momentarily suspended. In longer time-to-kill scenarios, her precision was flawless, resulting in a one-sided massacre that bore no difference from battling against bots, leaving her feeling utterly unfulfilled. In single-player games, the experience often feels like a mere exercise in rote completion, as if one were merely following an answer key through the entirety of the gameplay. Only narrative-driven games seem to impart a semblance of genuine gaming sensation to Su Ling. Time slipped away unnoticed, and upon awakening the next day, the World Tree informed her that the Slayer's sword had completed its upgrade. Simultaneously, a notification announcing the initiation of her first quest appeared before her. Slayer's sword, origin, second composite forbidden spell magic array quality, green type, one-handed sword durability, indestructible, attack power, 21 to 34 equipment requirement, silver dragon weapon resonance, 82 effect 1, sharpness 6 effect 2, bloodthirsty demon sword, passive, each enemy slain while wielding the Slayer's sword permanently increases sharpness by 1 to 10 points, contingent upon the enemy's strength. Description: she is willing to forsake all her power and pride, starting anew to grow alongside only the sword master she truly acknowledges. Rating: 25, green quality rating ranges from 16 to 30. Price: sole contract, not tradable by any means. Chapter 17. Entering a new world. The new world will officially open in 67 minutes. Transferring the contractor to Yggdrasil. Transfer complete. The familiar sensation of dizziness arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When Su Ling regained her senses, she found herself back in her exclusive room, still adorned in the attire chosen by Isha, though the cream-colored knitted coat had been replaced by a brown cloak. Heaven knows how difficult it would be to wash that coat after it became stained with blood. Nonetheless, it was a gift from Isha, and Su Ling could never bring herself to discard it, no matter the effort required to clean it. Thus, she devised a clever workaround. She would don it as her everyday attire, reserving the cloak for battle. After all, she had purchased several of these cloaks, and should one become soiled, she could simply discard it without a second thought. With just over an hour remaining before the quest officially commenced, and a mere 2 tree coins to her name, Su Ling pondered her situation. Ultimately, she resolved to retain her scant funds. Not only were the items available for that amount largely useless to her, but it was undoubtedly wiser to keep some money for emergencies rather than remain entirely penniless. Setting aside her internal conflict, she carefully examined the notifications that accompanied the quest. The text was a vivid crimson, evoking an instinctive recognition of its significance. Important information for first entry into Quest World. Contractors entering the quest world are not all allies. Upon entry, they will be automatically divided into hunters and prey based on their strength. Hunters and prey are adversarial, with no restrictions on killing, though but two brief lines. The coldness and savagery contained within made Su Ling instinctively narrow her eyes. She had initially believed that the contractors should unite in their efforts to conquer the task world. Yet it seemed that the world tree harbored a different intention. It appeared to be nurturing a form of malice, either cultivating prey that was more brutal and cunning than the hunters, or breeding a king of hunters, skilled and shrewd. At first, Su Ling assumed that Lu was training her to enhance her group capabilities to compensate for her shortcomings, thereby providing herself with an added layer of security in the task world. However, upon learning the rules of the World Tree's missions, Lu's actions took on a different significance. No wonder Lu's gaze had been so peculiar when Su Ling had quietly complained about having allies. It was likely that she had long been aware of this rule, and her training to face multiple opponents was perhaps more about preparing for ambushes by hunters. In a moment of optimism, Su Ling murmured, "What if I am a hunter as well?" Yet, scarcely had her self-soothing thought escaped her lips when Lu's cold dismissal arrived promptly. Impossible. She categorically refuted Su Ling's fanciful notion. Lu had never been one to offer her any false hopes. The fundamental logic behind the World Tree's selection of prey was strength. Unless one's power fell below the first tier, becoming a hunter was unattainable. The strong would overwhelmingly crush the weak, or the frail would band together, attempting to leverage their numbers against the mightier. In an instant, Su Ling comprehended the World Tree's intent. Had this been before Lu's rigorous training, she might have considered the latter option fanciful, but now, she held no trace of disdain. After all, even the slightest hint of negligence on her part would be a profound disrespect to the tally of her own deaths. The 30-second instant kill was still vividly fresh in her mind. Underestimating an enemy often cost one their life, and in reality, she possessed no opportunity for a do-over. Death was irrevocable. Time ambled forward, unhurriedly, and an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. When the prompt to commence the mission materialized, the familiar sensation of the washing machine returned once more. Entering, Blue Star, World Level, LV5 LV11, Consumption of Pure Soul 001 Gu-C. Transmission commencing. As the adage goes, one becomes familiar with the process after the first encounter. Once Su Ling was ejected from the washing machine, she leaned against the wall for about 3 minutes to regain her composure. Supporting herself against the wall, she examined the details of the current task and information about the world. Unlike her previous experience on ISA Star, this time the World Introduction section could be expanded, allowing Su Ling to glean a general understanding of the world she had entered. Disaster year 2135. A sudden virus swept across the globe, transforming those who perished from it into monsters. They possessed immense strength and were impervious to blades and bullets. Even humanity's proud firearms could only inflict superficial wounds. Disaster year 2145. The number of mutated humans continued to rise. In merely a decade, human territory had succumbed to 3/4 of its former self. The remaining humans were compelled to huddle together for warmth. Yet this merely prolonged the inevitable demise. They still lacked any means of counteraction. In the year 2146 of the catastrophe era, at the brink of survival, humanity ultimately resorted to deploying nuclear weapons as their final means of confrontation. While these weapons indeed inflicted grievous wounds upon the aberrations, their current numbers rendered such efforts futile. By 2151, 6 years had passed, and radiation had facilitated a new evolution in these monsters, rendering them stronger, while nuclear arms could no longer harm them. Despair hung over humanity like a dark cloud. In the year 2152 of the Dawn Era, the first human capable of controlling her own aberration emerged, a young girl, whose transformation was not grotesque like that of the monsters, but resembled a maiden stepping out of a painting, her pure white gown shining as brightly as the sun, illuminating humanity's hope. By 2162, an increasing number of humans had mastered the power of aberration, all of whom were girls. Their extraordinary abilities, akin to the magic of stories, were splendid and formidable, earning them the title of magical girls, who heralded the call to counterattack. In 2276, after a century of relentless warfare, humanity reclaimed nearly half of its territory. The protracted conflict continues to rage, but one wonders, has it persisted for too long? Upon detecting that the contractor had not mastered the language of this world, The system automatically consumed 1 tree coin to facilitate understanding. Your current identity is prey. Number of hunters, 23. Number of prey, 1. The world begins. As Su Ling gazed upon the modern metropolis, more advanced than the reality she knew, she refrained from immediate action, taking a moment to organize her thoughts and glance at her main quest. Main quest, decision. Quest difficulty, LV3. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest description, join the Aberration Countermeasure Bureau or Forget-Me-Not. Quest rewards, 3 attribute points and 50 tree coins. Failure penalty, all attributes reduced to 99. With such simple requirements and severe penalties, did it imply that a contractor incapable of fulfilling even these minor tasks had no reason to exist? Su Ling raised an eyebrow, closed the quest interface, donned her hood, and proceeded toward the street connected to the alley. Meanwhile, another group of contractors transported to Blue Star gathered, their point of arrival differing from Su Ling's. Hunters and prey diverged in their paths, yet the hunters, though separated, were in close proximity, easily assembling. "Brother man, why do you look so unwell?" inquired a sweet-faced little girl with twin ponytails, approaching a burly man wielding a shield. Observing his ashen complexion, she voiced her concern. With only 1 prey to pursue and more than 20 of them present, she believed their numerical superiority should be a cause for celebration. It's normal not to know certain things when you've just become a contractor. The expression on the face of the bullman showed no signs of improvement. As he spoke, all eyes were fixed upon him, and the tense, serious demeanor of the crowd seemed to suggest that he was their unspoken leader. There exists a saying in Euctila: the greater the number of prey, the larger the hunter's chance of victory. Should one discover that there is but a single prey, then fleeing may indeed be the only means of survival. The little girl swallowed hard, her voice trembling with uncertainty. The bullman cast a sidelong glance at her. The gravity etched upon his brow palpable, as if it could drip with the weight of his words, which fell upon the hearts of all present like a hammer. The world tree did not dare to bolster even a single ally for him. One might ponder, in the eyes of that monstrous being, who is the hunter and who the prey? Achu. On the street, Su Ling, clutching a candied hawthorn, sneezed, sensing that someone might be speaking of her behind her back. Yet she paid it no mind. After rubbing her nose, she took a bite of the strawberry coated in syrup. Money was certainly not in her possession. But the candied hawthorn was not a product of thievery. She had merely stood before the stall, watching for a spell, when the enthusiastic vendor generously offered her a skewer. There was no denying it. Su Ling's current appearance was universally endearing, boasting a charm score of 30 that was no mere trifle. This attribute genuinely influenced others' attitudes toward her. The primary quest allotted a total of 3 days, and Su Ling was in no haste to make a decision. She intended to first familiarize herself with the Strategy Bureau and the entity known as Forget-Me-Not. The difficulty of completing the task was not within her considerations. She was solely concerned with whether her choices might lead to regret. A century of time had nearly obliterated civilization, yet humanity had regained its footing, even flourishing more than before the cataclysm. After all, the disaster had united humanity across the globe, dissolving barriers and suspicions, thus rapid progress was to be expected. The magical girls, who had taken it upon themselves to protect humanity and wage war on its behalf, had undoubtedly become national icons. These diverse maidens graced the grand screen, with dramas, films, and animations featuring their adventures and idol debuts proliferating. At that moment, the large screen in the plaza where Su Ling passed was showcasing a performance by a magical girl idol group. A dozen girls danced and sang on stage, their sweet smiles striking the audience like thunderous applause. Not too shabby, Su Ling mused, while beside her, Lu was also enjoying a skewer of candied hawthorn. She gazed at the splendid scene not far off, the cheers from the screen and the crowd synchronizing almost perfectly. She had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Without uttering a word, Su Ling paused to watch for a moment before turning away. Those magical girls dazzling on the screen were likely newcomers. For according to the World's introduction, the war between the aberrations and the magical girls had yet to conclude. The truly formidable magical girls were presumably still battling on the front lines against the aberrations. Nevertheless, she harbored no objections to the entertainment of magical girls. After all, the newcomers had little to occupy their time beyond daily training. And taking on the role of idols could also serve to comfort ordinary people. What could be more delightful than that? In the current task, there are no leads regarding the Forget-Me-Not, But the Bureau of Anomalous Entities is quite easy to locate, as the governing body overseeing magical girls and monitoring the anomalies. It has established branches in every city, including the one where Ling currently resides. She plans to initiate her investigation with the Bureau, if all goes as expected. The Forget-Me-Not and the Bureau are likely adversaries, and she is quite intrigued by the circumstances that led to this enmity. As for the 23 hunters, Ling does not feel a sense of urgency to confront them. Given their mutual hostility, an encounter is inevitable. Rather than floundering aimlessly like a headless chicken, it seems far more prudent to follow the main storyline. Chapter 18. The Bureau of Anomalous Entities occupies an entire building. After finishing her last hawthorn fruit, Ling casually discarded the wooden skewer into a trash bin and proceeded directly towards the entrance. The Bureau's branch is a substantial edifice, aside from certain classified floors. The rest is accessible to the public. The first floor resembles a museum, showcasing a variety of peculiar items displayed within glass cabinets, with accompanying descriptions on nearby plaques. Among these exhibits are the weapons of a former magical girl, unique organs of anomalous entities, and even rare autographed memorabilia from deceased magical girls, all of which left Ling utterly astonished. As she wandered about like an ordinary visitor, Ling's mysterious cloaked figure might have appeared suspicious. Yet her striking beauty transcended such concerns. In this realm dominated by magical girls, cuteness is indeed a form of justice. However, her aim was not merely idle exploration. The range of her companion, Lu, is centered around her, and her movements serve solely to facilitate Lu's reconnaissance efforts. As a sword spirit, Lu is exceptionally adept at gathering intelligence. The only drawback is that Lu cannot physically interact with objects, which would have enhanced efficiency. Nevertheless, Ling is not one to complain. Without Lu, she would not have the luxury of gathering information while leisurely strolling about. How are things on your end? Ling feigned interest in reading an exhibit's description while silently inquiring with Lu. The restricted floors include a combat room for detecting anomalies, a laboratory engaged in undisclosed research, and a data repository for intelligence storage. Let us check out the data repository. I anticipated you would suggest that. I'm already on my way. You should head upstairs as well, reaching as high as you can. Currently, Ling finds herself on the ground floor, while the repository is situated at the top of the building. Retrieving her gaze, she made her way towards the elevator. The highest floor she could access was the 13th, designated as the entertainment level. This floor boasts a cinema, arcade, internet cafe, bathhouse, and bar, presenting a diverse array of amusements. Upon reaching the 13th floor, Ling settled onto a public bench, acutely aware that she lacked currency in this world, making any chance of indulging in leisure activities virtually impossible. Meanwhile, Lu entered the archive room, but the challenge lay in the fact that all the materials stored within were physical documents, rendering them inaccessible to her. While she could glance at the titles of books, the folders offered no such advantage. Given the Bureau's formidable defenses, these paper records were far safer than any digital information. For within the realm of aberrations, there existed entities capable of manipulating the minds of others. Should one of them gain control over a highly skilled hacker, the information stored on computers would be at risk of theft. In contrast, paper documents posed no such concern, no matter how one might be controlled. It was improbable to breach the multiple layers of the Bureau's protection, even if one managed to control someone with the necessary permissions. The chaotic organization of the materials would make locating the desired information a time-consuming endeavor. Those who truly understood the archive and could freely access any information they sought were all magical girls, who, by their very nature, could not be dominated by aberrations. This design undoubtedly created significant difficulties for Lu, as there were no classification indicators on the shelves. Just the sight of the numerous shelves, easily numbering in the hundreds, felt akin to running a marathon up a mountain. Just as Lu found herself at a loss, the door to the archive swung open, revealing a bespectacled girl with black hair, clad in a simple white dress that exuded a scholarly aura, perfectly embodying the public's perception of an artistic girl. Her initial impression was one of tranquility. Observing this unexpected apparition, Lu's blood-red eyes instinctively narrowed, her intuition suggesting that the timing of the girl's entrance was suspiciously fortuitous. However, as she was truly at an impasse, she decided to temporarily disregard this coincidence and observe the girl's intentions. The girl seemed entirely unaware of Lu's presence. Her purpose clear as she walked directly to the innermost part of the archive. There, she retrieved a relatively new folder from the third shelf on the left. Lu stood beside her, perusing the contents, and when the title "The Rebel" appeared on the first page, the sense of coincidence intensified. It was as if this girl had come solely to deliver intelligence to her. The magical girl known as Forget-Me-Not, wielding a lance resembling a white flower, was hailed as the most powerful magical girl of her time and indeed, the strongest in history. The reasons for her rebellion remained unclear, but the consequences included, though were not limited to, the deaths of 8 magical girls, 39 critically injured, 52 with minor injuries, and the near destruction of the Bureau's headquarters. Undoubtedly, Forget-Me-Not's prowess had reached the zenith of this world. Based on the descriptions within the materials, only Su Ling could possibly contend with her in a one-on-one confrontation. Though Lu had often doused Su Ling's enthusiasm with cold water, it was merely to maintain a balanced mindset. She navigated this delicate line with finesse, ensuring that Su Ling did not become overly confident to the point of arrogance, nor did she wish to undermine her self-assurance, which could lead to feelings of inferiority and self-doubt. If placed among her contemporaries, Su Ling would undoubtedly stand out as the most exceptional of them all. Do not be deceived by her seemingly trivial existence in the realm of slaughter, where passers-by may nonchalantly dismiss her as weak and expendable. It is imperative to recognize that those selected by the entity of slaughter as training subjects are invariably among the upper echelon of strength at their respective stages. Let us not forget that Forget-Me-Not is currently untraceable. Following the destruction of the headquarters, she has vanished as if into thin air, eluding even the divination of magical girls. The only certainty is her existence in Radiant City, the very city where Su Ling currently resides. This revelation is not particularly surprising, for the World Tree never issues missions that guarantee death. The transmission of Su Ling to Radiant City indicates that her mission can indeed be accomplished there, whether through the Strategy Bureau or by joining Forget-Me-Not. The subsequent information is rather fragmented and lacks substantial value, primarily chronicling the life of Forget-Me-Not. The sole exception is a photograph on one page, capturing her in her magical girl form. In the image, the young girl dons a gown resembling delicate petals, with 2 ribbons cascading like willow leaves behind her. Her golden locks radiate vibrancy, and her azure eyes reflect the purity of the clearest sky. Her legs are encased in white thigh-high boots, and her arms are concealed within white lace gloves. Grasped in her hands is a lance nearly half her size. Yet her countenance remains adorned with a confident and radiant smile, even in the face of an onslaught of aberrations. This photograph resides on the final page of the folder. Upon finishing her review of the rebels' information, the girl returned the documents to their rightful place and turned to exit the archive. The figure of Slaughter observed her retreating silhouette, the sensation of being a mere messenger of intelligence growing ever more pronounced. Yet, she remained uncertain of the girl's intentions. Were they to leverage her and Su Ling in pursuit of the rebel, or perhaps to aid that very rebel? Squinting her eyes, Slaughter weighed the pros and cons of both possibilities. From the perspective of task completion, aligning with the Strategy Bureau appeared to be the most straightforward option. The 23 hunters, lacking cohesion, were not dismissed by Slaughter from disdain. Rather, it was evident that, as fellow novices, Su Ling's experiences were on an entirely different plane. The mere fact that 23 hunters are required to balance against Su Ling in the initial mission speaks volumes. However, it is often the case that sheer numbers do not guarantee efficacy. If those 23 individuals could operate in seamless harmony, they could indeed pose a significant threat to Su Ling. Unfortunately, they are all novices, and to put it bluntly, they are little more than a disorganized rabble. Not to mention the absence of meticulous coordination. If each of them could merely wield their powers with proficiency, it would be a cause for celebration. Should Su Ling fall victim to their collective assault, it would render the specialized training in the blood world utterly futile. Forget-Me-Not's formidable combat prowess can be balanced by Su Ling alone, and the Strategy Bureau need only deploy a few first-tier magical girls to effortlessly handle the hunters through cooperation. Thus, from a standpoint of interest, joining the Strategy Bureau may indeed be the optimal choice. With this thought, Lu pierced through the floor, descending vertically until she returned to Su Ling's side. She shared all the intelligence she had gathered, along with her analysis, but Su Ling did not rush to make a decision. Lu did not elaborate on this. As her role was merely to assist Su Ling in weighing the pros and cons, she would not make decisions for her. As long as Su Ling did not explicitly seek her counsel, Lu would refrain from offering definitive opinions. After all, she aspired to cultivate Su Ling into a formidable individual, rather than a mere puppet who followed her every command. Regardless of the choices Su Ling made, Lu would steadfastly stand by her side, be it in righteousness or in wrong. Shall we go meet this most powerful magical girl? Su Ling rose from the bench, making her way toward the elevator while inwardly inquiring of Lu beside her. Lu nodded, indicating her agreement. Do you know where to find her? Of course I do not. Su Ling replied, a smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. When Lu spoke of that artistic girl, Su Ling's mind had already begun to formulate ideas. If the girl intended to assist Forget-Me-Not, she would surely guide Su Ling in locating her. Although the reasons behind being chosen remained a mystery, even if they did not find her, it could still be a pleasant outing with no losses incurred. Thus, trusting her instincts was the way to go. Leaving the Strategy Bureau building, Su Ling and Lu wandered aimlessly through the streets. Initially, Su Ling felt no particular emotion, merely noticing the abundance of kind-hearted shopkeepers. One offering potato flowers, another giving out egg pancakes, and yet another serving meat skewers, all of which whetted her appetite. Since her transformation into a silver dragon, Su Ling's appetite had exponentially increased. These snacks, which once could have filled her to the brim and prevented her from having lunch, now only served to tantalize her palate. As time passed, a voice began to emerge within her, guiding her toward a certain destination, an instinct that told her she simply must go there. Indeed, the other party seemed somewhat restless, and while she did not comprehend the psychological suggestion at play, following the guidance was not without merit. Her strength was the foundation of her confidence, and even if it were a trap, she harbored no fear. The inner guidance led her to the entrance of a university, which appeared to be hosting some event, the flow of people at the entrance bustling, with students comprising only a small fraction of the crowd. Su Ling followed the throng into the campus, winding through the corridors until she arrived at a structure resembling a sports hall. She pushed open the door and was instantly enveloped by the melodious sound of a piano, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing her ears. This was no mere sports hall. It was evidently a grand auditorium, albeit currently devoid of an audience. The sole occupant sat at the piano on stage, her slender, pale fingers dancing over the keys, producing delightful notes. Sunlight filtered through, casting a warm glow upon the girl's form, making her appear ethereal, as though a fallen angel graced the earthly realm. Even from a distance, the sight inspired an indescribable warmth within Su Ling's heart. As the final notes of the melody faded, the young maiden rose to adjust her gown, turning to face Su Ling, who stood at the doorway. In an instant, a lance, as pure as white blossoms, appeared in her grasp, heralding an eternal standoff. Chapter 19. Pseudonyms and Authority. The grand auditorium, filled with an array of seats, transformed into a sea of flowers the moment the maiden's voice fell silent. The only sight that captivated Su Ling's gaze was the endless expanse of forget-me-nots, while the maiden, standing amidst the floral tide, saw her chestnut locks transmute into a golden hue. Her obsidian eyes glinted with azure, enveloped by a gown that blossomed like a flower around her delicate form. She pointed the lance at Su Ling, though no words were exchanged. Su Ling comprehended the unspoken challenge. It was a choice between surrender or combat, though the rationale of the golden-haired maiden eluded her. Su Ling was not one to endure passively. Unless absolutely necessary, she never postponed vengeance. Thus, confronting the blatant provocation from the golden-haired girl, Su Ling unsheathed her long sword. Declaring her stance, was it not merely a battle? Who was afraid of whom? As the blade of the killing immortal sword was drawn, the saccharine scent of blood swiftly overpowered the floral aroma. Demonic, sanguinary, and slaughter, these words surged forth in Forget-Me-Not's mind at the sight of the sword. Even she, who had vanquished countless aberrations, felt a primal shudder at the aura of bloodlust emanating from the sword. It was evident that mere slaughter could not conjure such a terrifying bloodthirst. The sword's essence transcended simple killing, for the beings it had claimed were but a fraction of the whole, perhaps less than 5%. Acknowledging this, Forget-Me-Not's expression grew more solemn, her instincts warning her that the maiden before her was no ordinary foe. Even she, renowned as the strongest magical girl, might not secure an easy victory against her. The gleaming blade reflected a chilling gleam under the sunlight, having shed its rust through an upgrade. The only alteration was that the final inscription had transformed from crimson to gold. The killing immortal sword undoubtedly deserved the title of a treasured blade, not only in function but also in its striking appearance. Since you seek a fight, I shan't inquire further about your motives. Su Ling adjusted her grip on the sword, manifesting ethereal dragon wings that unfurled behind her. Her previously innocuous golden eyes morphed into aggressive slits as her words fell. Surely, after the battle, you will reveal your reasons. Boom. With a sweep of her dragon wings, a tempest roared forth, creating a deep indentation on either side of her. In Forget-Me-Not's constricted pupils, a long sword, its edge shimmering with a hint of red, raced toward her throat. To strike or not to strike, when one does engage, it is with lethal intent. During her days of training in the realm of blood, Su Ling had learned a profound truth. If you do not take the life of your enemy, then your enemy shall come to take yours. In that oppressive environment, memories etched with the price of death are far more profound than any other form of recollection. Even after departing from the arena where combat equated to life and death, Su Ling found it difficult to alter her ingrained habits. The moment Forget-Me-Not realized the impending danger, she instinctively reached for her lance to parry the strike. However, her reflexes were a beat too slow, and the cumbersome weapon hampered her response. By the time she attempted to defend herself, Su Ling's attack had already reached its conclusion. Clang! The sound of the long sword piercing flesh was absent. Instead, as the blade neared Forget-Me-Not's neck by approximately 3 centimeters, a jarring noise erupted from the collision of sharpness and solidity, resonating through the sky. Something had intercepted her assault. Su Ling squinted, and within her golden, feline eyes, it appeared as though Forget-Me-Not was enveloped in an invisible armor. A protective force that negated attacks without inflicting any adverse effects. Such a formidable ability was almost excessive. Su Ling dared not ponder the implications. If she possessed such power, her combat would be utterly unrestrained, enabling her to engage in exchanges of injury without concern for consequence. A guaranteed profit regardless of the encounter. Yet, with great power comes an equally significant cost. At the moment her attack was thwarted, the realm trembled slightly, indicating a limit to its capacity for damage absorption. The real-time analysis provided by her companion revealed the essence of Forget-Me-Not's domain. To simplify, she had transferred her health bar to the realm itself. It remained uncertain whether this health bar could be extended, but it was clear that all harm directed at Forget-Me-Not would be redirected to the realm, which was immune to fatal injuries. This meant that whether Su Ling aimed for the head or the limbs, the repercussions on the realm's health bar would remain consistent. Should that bar be depleted, the entire domain would shatter. According to the analysis, the destruction of the realm would likely impose considerable negative consequences on Forget-Me-Not, potentially resulting in a loss of combat capability. Consequently, Su Ling realized her approach to combat would need to adapt. In this troublesome territory, her usual fighting style had become inefficient. Yet, recalling that her initial kill was achieved through sheer accumulation of damage, she found little reason to dwell on it. As she sheathed her sword to evade Forget-Me-Not's counterattack, she paid no heed to the fear reflected in her opponent's gaze. Her sole focus was on how to efficiently maximize her damage output. Forget-Me-Not's stark reaction was not exaggerated. Upon recognizing that the lance could not withstand the longsword, she genuinely believed she was on the brink of death, entirely forgetting that she remained shrouded in the realm's protection. In that moment, her intuition suggested that even the domain could not safeguard her. The sword instilled a profound dread within her. Her pride in her absolute defense felt utterly trivial before the blade, as if it could be effortlessly torn to shreds. Though she could not comprehend why the sword appeared so feeble in Su Ling's grasp, Forget-Me-Not remained steadfast in her belief that her instincts were infallible. That sword was the most perilous weapon she had ever encountered in her life. Even the most formidable aberration she has ever confronted appears merely as a speck of dust in the presence of that sword, hardly even worthy of comparison to an ant. The massive lance, wielded deftly in the hands of Forget-Me-Not, is anything but cumbersome. She manipulates it with ease, single-handedly, without being hindered by its inertia. However, Su Ling's agility is unparalleled, as the long sword dances in her grasp like a graceful dragon. Forget-Me-Not finds herself utterly unable to thwart Su Ling's relentless assault, with the sharp tip of the sword consistently circumventing the guard of her lance to strike her. Were it not for the domain that transfers damage, she shudders to think of how many times she might have perished. The sea of flowers around them withers in droves, and the integrity of the domain begins to falter. Forget-Me-Not, growing increasingly vexed, realizes that despite her efforts, she has yet to land a single blow on Su Ling. This lack of success is particularly humiliating for her as the challenger. In a fit of frustration, she absorbs one of Su Ling's strikes and spins to push her opponent back to a safer distance. Then, visibly displeased, she voluntarily dispels the domain. She remains by the piano on the stage, while Su Ling approaches her from the entrance. Deciding against continuing the fight, Forget-Me-Not takes a seat on the piano bench, her rising and falling chest betraying her turbulent emotions. Su Ling shrugs, sheathing the Lu Xian sword, and offers a comforting smile. I know you weren't fighting at full strength, so don't dwell too much on this outcome. As anticipated, Forget-Me-Not's expression softens slightly at these words. Her intention had been merely to gauge Su Ling's capabilities, and she had no desire to unleash her full power in a life-or-death struggle. Her methods of attack are exceedingly extreme. If a serious confrontation were to ensue, not only this grand hall, but the entire city of Dawn would likely be laid to waste. After all, she is still being hunted as a rebel and sees no need to escalate matters for a simple test. So who sent you? She inquires, dismissing any notion of coincidence. I have set up barriers in this hall. Ordinary individuals would not approach this place. Taking a few deep breaths to stabilize her emotions, she takes a sip from the water bottle on the ground before fixing her gaze on Su Ling, asking earnestly. This question presents a challenge for Su Ling, as she is unaware of the name of the artistic girl who had sent her. After a moment of contemplation, she replies with the same answer she had given Lu. Intuition. Intuition? Forget-Me-Not's expression shifts to one of skepticism. Su Ling, without a hint of embarrassment, nods vigorously. Intuition. A silence envelopes them as they lock eyes, but it does not linger long. Forget-Me-Not's light laughter shatters it. All right, I know who it is now. She brushes her hair back and extends her right hand towards Su Ling, adopting a formal tone as she introduces herself. Jiang Jin, though you may call me Forget-Me-Not. However, I would prefer you use my real name in the presence of others. When we are alone, feel free to use whichever you like. With a smile, Su Ling takes her hand and responds with her own name, Bai Ling. As the cola she had just sipped surged from her mouth the moment Su Ling uttered the name Bai Ling, she gazed at Su Ling in astonishment, instinctively inquiring, what prompted you to choose such a pseudonym? She pondered. Although she was now a contract holder, she remained unaware of the strength of those who wished to harm her. Continuing to use her original name carried a measure of risk. Su Ling, with utmost seriousness, began to elucidate to Lu, explaining that her choice of alias was not a whimsical decision. Although the Tree of Worlds boasted a vast population, rendering name collisions somewhat common, she was unwilling to take unnecessary risks, no matter how minimal. If she could avoid danger, why would she willingly embrace it? Thus, she resolved to adopt a pseudonym. And since Jiang Jin had inquired, she naturally revealed the one she had devised. What I meant was, how did you come to choose Bai Ling? Lu's lips twitched slightly. She was entirely uninterested in Su Ling's reasoning behind her alias, only curious about the selection of the name itself. Ah, that, Su Ling replied, understanding, and continued. I am rather inept at naming. Initially, I considered merely adding a character to my original name, transforming it into the repetitive Su Ling Ling, but it sounded rather unappealing and was too closely tied to my original name. Then I thought, rather than struggling to rename myself, it would be simpler to change my surname. Given my current head of white hair, adopting Bai as my surname seemed quite fitting, thus Bai Ling was born. Upon hearing Su Ling's explanation, Lu, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced out the window, where the sky remained as tranquil as ever, suggesting that there were likely no issues. However, just as Lu sighed in relief, a cacophony of chaotic murmurs filled Su Ling's ears, an overwhelming intent to kill, a destructive urge to annihilate everything within sight, which almost instantaneously seized her entire rationality. Her spiritual eye activated, and the world through Su Ling's gaze was shrouded in a crimson haze. The bloodthirsty desires surged within her. Yet, at the very moment she was on the brink of losing her composure and succumbing to madness, the Lu Xian sword at her waist suddenly emitted a clear, resonant chime. In the next instant, her consciousness, which was about to be lost in chaos, returned to clarity, and the extreme negative emotions quickly receded like a tide, allowing normal colors to once again fill her vision. Simultaneously, a melodious, cold female voice, akin to silver bells, drowned out the maddening murmurs that fueled her murderous intent. Divine Name Transfer, Authority Transfer. Chapter 20. divine name, and authority. Su Ling's sudden transformation startled Jiang Jin. In that fleeting moment, Su Ling resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from an endless sea of blood. The palpable intent to kill and aura of bloodlust making her feel as though she would be torn to shreds in the next heartbeat. Are you all right? Jiang Jin swallowed hard, her voice laced with uncertainty. Not only Jiang Jin felt bewildered, but Su Ling herself was also filled with trepidation. Had it not been for the sound of the Lu Xian sword's chime preserving her last vestiges of consciousness, she feared she would have become a mere puppet, controlled by her own bloodlust. Moreover, what was this divine name? What was this authority? What had transpired within her moments ago? Confusion surged through Su Ling's mind like a relentless tide. If she herself struggled to clarify her thoughts, how could she possibly address Jiang Jin's inquiries? Although she appeared to be unencumbered at present, the lingering sensation of nearly succumbing to control left her feeling uneasy. She was uncertain whether she might plunge back into that previous state. The feeling of her body being akin to a time bomb buried within her was stifling. Fortunately, Su Ling was not alone. Lu would assist her in untangling her muddled thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu would always stand by her side. Indeed, the power of slaughter resided in his hands. Lu, with an expression of assuredness, captured Su Ling's attention, diverting her worries about Jiang Jin as she urgently sought to comprehend the situation unfolding within her. Do you understand what is transpiring? Lu nodded, slightly furrowing his brow as he meticulously organized his words, aiming to convey the matter succinctly. Before explaining your current predicament, you must first grasp one truth. Deities exist in this world. Impatient, Su Ling interrupted, I know, just moments ago. A voice informed me of a divine transfer and the transfer of authority. How do you interpret that statement? Lu countered with a question, rather than following her lead. After some contemplation, Su Ling replied, the divine position has been conferred upon me, along with his power. The deity you envision includes the second character Asming, as in tomorrow, correct? Yes, your interpretation is flawed. In that phrase, the second character signifies name, referring to the name of the deity. This revelation piqued Su Ling's interest, and she found herself unaware of her previous impatience for the truth dissipating, her tone returning to its original calmness. How so? The one who governs the rules is referred to as a deity, and deities typically possess two names. The name known to the masses is the divine name, such as the god of light, the moon god, or the god of blood. These titles are widely recognized by the world. In addition to their divine names, deities possess a true name, which is concealed at the moment they ascend to godhood. This true name is bound to the rules, serving as the vessel of those rules and the source of divine power. One of the world's most profound secrets flowed from Lu's lips, leaving Su Ling dizzy with awe. Could such esoteric knowledge, pertaining to the pinnacle of power, truly be grasped by someone as inexperienced as she? After a moment of chaos in her thoughts, clarity returned, and she suddenly realized that according to Lu's explanation, what had been transferred to her was, indeed, the true name of a deity. And if the true name embodies the rules, did that mean she had now mastered some form of rule, possessing power that rivaled that of the divine? What a fanciful dream you weave. Just as Su Ling's daydream seemed poised to take flight, Lu doused it with cold water, extinguishing the nascent bubble of her beautiful reverie before it could fully form. Had it not been for my transfer of the power of slaughter's handle, you would now exist as a mere soulless machine of carnage. Do you truly believe such power is easily born? Su Ling choked momentarily, yet found herself devoid of a counterargument, for the vivid recollections of her consciousness being tainted lingered in her mind. She had to concede that without the presence of Lu, even if she possessed strength rivaling that of deities, she would lack the fortune to wield it. Nevertheless, upon learning that Lu had sealed the power, a sigh of relief escaped her. At least she understood that she was not a ticking time bomb, destined to succumb to that state governed by murderous desires without warning. Thus, what deity does by Ling truly represent? Thanks to Lu's frequent cold water splashes of reality, Su Ling adapted to her circumstances with remarkable swiftness. Although she had missed the opportunity for invincibility, she felt no regret, for she believed that with Lu's assistance, she too could reach such heights in due time. Thus, she was not fixated on the power itself, but rather intrigued by the original ownership of the divine name bestowed upon her. Lu remained silent for a moment, seemingly sifting through her thoughts, contemplating numerous praises for that magnificent being, yet ultimately refraining from uttering a single word. All that remained was a wistful sigh. just a nameless deity, unknown even by their own divine name. Su Ling, feeling a profound awe, understood that since Lu had no intention of elaborating on the subject, she would not press further. As long as she knew her body was safe, she could set her mind at ease. Thus, with her spirits restored, she offered Jiang Jin a serene smile and replied, "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine." Jiang Jin's gaze remained skeptical. "Really? Of course, just consider me possessed for a moment. Truly, I am well." After hearing this, Jiang Jin scrutinized Su Ling once more. The violent aura that seemed poised to annihilate all living beings had indeed vanished entirely. The Su Ling before her now bore no resemblance to the one she had first encountered. Only then did Jiang Jin allow herself a tentative sense of relief. Resuming the abruptly interrupted conversation, "Allow me to explain why I was testing you earlier. My adversary is currently the entire Countermeasure Bureau, and I must ascertain that those who wish to assist me possess adequate strength, rather than becoming a liability in the heat of battle." This statement was rather blunt. However, Su Ling was unperturbed, for only those who would hinder progress would feel offended, and she clearly did not belong to that category. Moreover, she could empathize with Jiang Jin's mindset, as the latter's actions could be considered antagonistic to the world itself. Thus, when someone expressed a desire to aid her, regardless of their motives, it was only natural that they would first seek to test her. While intentions might remain obscured during combat, one could glean insights into strength, temperament, and character through the fray. The former was self-evident. After a skirmish, all truths would be laid bare, and those who were superficially strong would inevitably reveal their weaknesses. As for the latter two aspects, they could be discerned through one's fighting style, as character is a significant component of combat style. Although it would be impossible to grasp the entirety of a person's nature, discerning whether one is worthy of trust was, at the very least, feasible. "Indeed, I comprehend," Su Ling responded with a smile. However, before Jiang Jin could exhibit any reaction, that smile took on a slightly playful nuance. "But are you not afraid that upon my knowledge, I may choose not to collaborate with you?" This represented the most significant flaw in Jiang Jin's plan. If those who sought her out were inferior in strength, then after the confrontation, the power to decide life or death would naturally reside with Jiang Jin. Whether willing to cooperate or not, the ultimate decision lay in her hands, allowing her to control the risks proactively. Yet, if those who found her were of equal strength or even superior, the choice would no longer pertain to Jiang Jin. If they opted for collaboration, it would yield a mutually beneficial outcome. However, should they refuse to cooperate, Jiang Jin would find herself exposed to the light in a fleeting moment, transitioning from shadow to brilliance, which would not be easily reversible. At that juncture, she would undoubtedly face total defeat. "If that is the case, then it is also my fate," Jiang Jin remarked with a calm demeanor. "In this world, perfection is a rarity. Absolute flawlessness exists solely within stories. Every scheme is fraught with risks." Jiang Jin confronted the vulnerabilities of her plan with remarkable equanimity. Although tales often depict the notion of controlling one's destiny, when confronted by an inescapable fate, one can only lament the whims of fortune. In deciding to raise the banner of rebellion, Jiang Jin had already reconciled herself with any potential outcome. If fate dictated her failure, she had no further words to offer. Observing Jiang Jin's calmness, which did not seem feigned, Su Ling reigned in her teasing smile. She silently gazed at Jiang Jin for nearly 5 seconds before succumbing to laughter. This laughter was pure, devoid of mockery or sarcasm. It was simply the result of prolonged eye contact. "I'm hungry. Why not treat me to a meal?" Su Ling pressed her lips together, suppressing her amusement as she turned towards the exit of the grand hall. It was close to lunchtime, and having just engaged in a tussle with Jiang Jin, her stomach began to express its hunger despite having indulged in several snacks. Upon hearing Su Ling's words, Jiang Jin could not help but smile lightly. Stepping ahead to guide Su Ling, her tone betraying a sense of relief that she could not conceal, Su Ling exerted considerable pressure on her. Although she had not used her full strength during their trial, neither had Su Ling held back entirely. Should it come to a life-and-death struggle, Jiang Jin could not guarantee victory over Su Ling. Thus, she sincerely wished to avoid positioning her as an adversary. "I know a restaurant with exquisite cuisine. I am a regular there. Order whatever you desire. It is on me." Chapter 21. Uniqueness and the Bet in the Blood-Soaked Realm. The Dragon Lady upon the throne of bones remained in a slumbering state, passively receiving the adoration of all, as if she were the sole monarch of this world. Above her, a colossal cross of crimson mist gathered, resembling a formidable sword. At its center, a revolving eye seemed to harbor a power incomprehensible to mortal beings. Merely gazing into it could lead one to uncontrollable madness. However, Lu remained unaffected, standing at the foot of the altar before the throngs of worshippers. She lifted her gaze to confront the blood mist sword, staring directly into the eye upon it. The rules divided into two distinct categories. One represented order, while the other embodied chaos. Consequently, deities, whose power derived from these rules, naturally split into two fundamentally opposing factions. The order was synonymous with the widely recognized gods, while the chaos was referred to as the ancient gods. Blood and slaughter were the domains of chaos, and a characteristic of its rules was that any ordinary person who came into contact with them would inevitably succumb to madness. Thus, when the power was transferred, Su Ling's consciousness became tainted. She was unworthy of wielding such power, a force that transcended the very rules themselves. How could a mere mortal bear such a burden? Lu's thoughts drifted to the name by Ling. Surely, it was no coincidence. Her unwavering gaze bore into the eye of the blood mist sword, her cold voice tinged with a subtle fury. How could she not be enraged? If not for her swift actions, Su Ling would have already succumbed to the taint of power, transforming into an unconscious vessel, a fate far more terrifying than death. Death might allow for the possibility of resurrection through the soul, but tainting by power meant an irrevocable fall of both body and spirit. As Lu's question shattered the silence, the ever-moving eye gradually stilled, its gaze locking onto her below, as if regarding an insignificant ant. Subsequently, thin lines of blood surged forth from the eye, gradually forming a tall, crimson silhouette in the air, devoid of facial features, yet discernibly feminine by its shape. The figure stepped forward, directly confronting Lu, her body leaning slightly back as though an invisible wall upheld her, despite there being nothing behind her. "I merely adjusted your fate line. Is this not what you desired?" Lu dismissed this explanation with contempt, her previously calm voice betraying a hint of anger. She had nearly been completely tainted. "Is this not being tainted?" The silhouette remained unfazed, seemingly a staunch advocate of consequentialism, indifferent to the process, fixated solely on the outcome. Lu clenched her right fist, but after a moment, relaxed it, recognizing the futility of reasoning with someone who was never inclined to reason. Relying on a deity of chaotic power to engage in rational discourse was as impractical as teaching a sow to climb a tree. Taking a deep breath, Lu forced herself to regain her composure, striving to quell the urge to strike the figure. "If you are willing to bestow this power upon me, why not have done so from the very beginning?" The silhouette tilted its head slightly, despite the absence of discernible features on the visage formed by blood mist. Lu felt an inexplicable smile emanating from the entity. "Have you perhaps misconstrued something? The authority of slaughter has not been conferred upon you." Upon hearing this response, Lu fell silent for a moment, grasping the implication. The authority of slaughter had not chosen her sword, but rather the silver dragon, Su Ling. Although this diverged somewhat from her original plan, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. After all, Lu had initially sought the authority of slaughter to better cultivate Su Ling. One of the essential conditions for acquiring this authority is singularity of self. At that time, what singularity did you possess? Can you assure your uniqueness as a sword? The silhouette continued to clarify Lu's confusion, and upon hearing these words, her expression shifted to one of understanding. She harbored no doubt that the entity was deceiving her, for it had neither reason nor necessity to do so. Lu was formidable, indeed, powerful enough to astonish even the divine. However, she found herself utterly helpless regarding the aspect of singularity. If she wished to bear the authority, she could only approach it through the lens of the sword's uniqueness, becoming the sole sword in existence. Yet therein lay the conundrum. While the number of beings she could not conquer was limited, one of them was, regrettably, a sword. To vanquish that sword, she would need to acquire the authority of slaughter, but to obtain that authority, she must first defeat the sword. It was a paradox that Lu could never unravel alone. However, Su Ling was different. Possessing inherent singularity, she was further imbued with uniqueness by Lu herself, fulfilling the requirements to bear the authority. The only shortcoming was her strength, rendering her incapable of resisting the taint from the authority. Nevertheless, this issue was not insurmountable. Indeed, the solution lay within Lu. She could absorb the corruption emanating from the authority on Su Ling's behalf, thus achieving a delicate balance that would allow Su Ling, in her newly extraordinary form, to perfectly bear the authority of slaughter. Although Lu would not be able to wield any power from the authority, it would nurture her body and expedite her growth until she was capable of mastering it. Thus, the silhouette would directly transfer the authority. While the process bore a modicum of risk, it was manageable, and the results thus far had confirmed her predictions were accurate. I find it hard to believe that you would relinquish the authority without cause. Lu lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the silhouette before her blood-red pupils flickering with caution. This entity was infinitely more perilous than ancient gods, and she doubted it would act out of sheer goodwill. I have been dead for countless years. The presence conversing with you now is but a remnant of consciousness lingering on the authority. The silhouette stretched languidly, and as her words fell, her form became increasingly translucent, as if her time was truly limited. Yet, I assure you, my actions are not without reason. The authority is my wager, and my intent is simply to engage you in a bet. A bet? Lu furrowed her brow, entirely unable to fathom the entity's intentions. Indeed, the figure nodded slightly. In the end, only one of the two unique entities can remain. Do you believe she will ultimately choose herself, or will she choose you? No words escaped from Lu's lips. She awaited the continuation of the dialogue. My wager is the authority of slaughter, while yours is your very existence. The figure paid no heed to Lu's response, for this was an obligatory gamble. Lu's consent was inconsequential. The moment the authority was successfully transferred, Lu's only choice would be to accept. I bet she will choose the silver dragon, which is to say, herself. A hint of amusement colored the figure's voice. She will choose me. Lu pressed her lips together. In contrast to the figure's unwavering confidence, her voice was laced with uncertainty. The figure nodded with satisfaction, her body gradually transforming back into the bloodline, drifting toward the eye upon the blood-mist sword. Do not interfere with her choice in any manner. Then we shall meet again at the royal sacrifice. The realm of blood fell silent once more, save for a colossal crimson cross sword that now adorned the sky, rendering this place indistinguishable from its usual state. Lu sighed, troubled as she departed the realm of blood. Although the transfer of the authority of slaughter was a cause for celebration, she truly lacked the confidence to claim victory in this gamble. For now, she could only take it one step at a time. Regardless, Lu's original plan would remain unchanged. She intended to strengthen Su Ling, no matter the means employed or the price paid. Chapter 22. The reason for rebellion within a private room of a restaurant. Jiang Jin gazed at the abundance of food laid out before her, enough to serve 4 or 5 people, and for a moment, she was left speechless. She could not comprehend how such a diminutive body could possibly contain so much. Su Ling's speed of consumption was the swiftest Jiang Jin had ever witnessed. Within mere moments, a plate of food had been devoured entirely. Half of the food on the table had already vanished, yet Su Ling's abdomen showed no sign of distension. It was as though her stomach were a black hole, capable of absorbing any amount of sustenance. Choosing to set aside her bewilderment, Jiang Jin relinquished her thoughts, picking up a slice of pig liver to taste. The flavor was rich and the texture tender, perfectly executed, making it an exquisite accompaniment to the meal. The two dined in harmonious silence until, after the final bowl of black-boned chicken soup was drained, Su Ling leaned back contentedly in her chair, lightly patting her slightly protruding belly. It was indeed delicious, she mused, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling, genuinely reflecting on her experience. The differences between Blue Star and her reality were not particularly pronounced. Their culinary traditions bore striking similarities, though Blue Star's seasonings were distinctly unique, each possessing its own merits. I still cannot quite comprehend where all that food went, Jiang Jin remarked, also setting her chopsticks down, her inquisitive gaze lingering on Su Ling's abdomen. She simply could not fathom the structure of the other's physique. It was as though Su Ling were a naturally gifted eating broadcaster, able to finish a meal without the need for purging, and perhaps it was merely her imagination. But Jiang Jin felt as if Su Ling had yet to truly satiate her hunger. Oh, I am not human. Applying human logic to my existence would undoubtedly lead to misunderstanding. Su Ling, however, harbored no intentions of concealment, for this was not a matter worthy of secrecy. With time, the truth naturally reveals itself. Not human. Jiang Jin paused momentarily, her hand halting above her teacup. Strictly speaking, I should be a dragon. Though I cannot fully transform into one, Su Ling shrugged, taking a small sip of her tea. The slightly bitter brew spread across her palate, suggesting that the standard bitter buckwheat tea served here bore little difference from that in her own world. A dragon? Jiang Jin's interest peaked as she quickly approached Su Ling, playfully pinching her arm. Is it like the huge lizard dragons from novels? At the mention of huge lizard, Su Ling instinctively felt a twinge of annoyance, likely influenced by her silver dragon lineage. Nevertheless, this fleeting emotion was within her control, and Jiang Jin remained oblivious to any discord. In simpler terms, it is indeed that kind. Oh, Jiang Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was her first encounter with a non-human entity that was not an aberration, and a charming young girl at that. Had they not previously clashed, Jiang Jin might have genuinely believed Su Ling harmless. Who would suspect that beneath such a petite and adorable exterior lay a bona fide dragon? Should anyone underestimate Su Ling based solely on her appearance, they would be utterly unaware of the peril that awaited them. Contemplating this, Jiang Jin instinctively touched her neck, pondering how the seemingly delicate Su Ling could wield a light sword with the force of a heavy hammer, although damage would be mitigated to her domain. Even when diminished by 70 or 80%, Jiang Jin felt a constriction in her throat with each strike. If Su Ling were to wield a great sword, she could easily use Jiang Jin as a tennis ball. Let us first discuss the matter at hand, Su Ling interjected, noticing Jiang Jin's thoughts drifting elsewhere. Jiang Jin nodded in understanding, pulling out a chair to sit beside Su Ling. You wish to ask me why I rebel, do you not? I am indeed curious. Su Ling promptly replied. You must know that both aberrations and magical girls derive their power from the aberration virus that once swept across the globe, correct? Su Ling nodded, acknowledging her awareness of this fact, as it had been mentioned in the World's introduction, though the name of the virus itself was omitted. The virus has a source, and theoretically, if one were to eliminate the source, the calamity could be brought to a complete end. However, Jiang Jin took a deep breath before continuing. I discovered that the Countermeasure Bureau has been nurturing the source. They are intentionally controlling the course of the war. Ah, this is indeed intriguing, Su Ling mused. Not one to be easily fooled, she quickly grasped the underlying logic, her intellect now at a remarkable level of 34. As the saying goes, when the birds are gone, the fine bough is hidden. The Strategy Bureau was established through warfare, and all privileges in their possession are inherently sustained by the relentless conflicts. Once the war between the aberrants and humanity concludes, the privileges held by the Bureau will swiftly be reclaimed. As for the mighty magical girls, in the absence of external foes, those endowed with powers surpassing the ordinary will inevitably become objects of fear for common people. After all, no one can predict whether they might one day transform into adversaries of humanity. It is essential to recognize that the powers of magical girls share a common origin with the aberrants. Their abilities are also derived from the same virus. There exists another possibility. With the disappearance of the virus's source, the extraordinary powers possessed by the magical girls might vanish as well. Most who have tasted such formidable strength are reluctant to relinquish it easily, as great power often signifies accessible wealth and authority. Returning to a mundane existence, living like ordinary people, is beyond their reach. It is easier to transition from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality. However, as long as the war endures, the Strategy Bureau will continue to enjoy its privileges. While uncontrollable warfare breeds disquietude, manageable warfare serves merely as a tool for centralized power and wealth accumulation. Thus, when the Bureau discovered that the pathogen could be harmlessly nurtured, their subsequent actions were entirely predictable. In a certain sense, Jiang Jin's rebellion represents a true anomaly. Understanding the pivotal points within this scenario, Su Ling found her resolution. Should she assist the decaying giant tree in maintaining its superficial dignity, or aid a small ant in thoroughly toppling this hollow behemoth? In comparison to the former, Su Ling deemed the latter far more intriguing. So, do you have any plans? Su Ling propped her chin on her hand. Although she had resolved to join the cause, she still wished to ascertain the reliability of the individual before her. Hailed as the strongest magical girl in history, if the other party proposed a direct assault on the Bureau's headquarters with their combined strength, she would need to reconsider. For she had no desire to be dragged into chaos by a simple-minded brute. Indeed, there are plans, but action is not yet imminent. Jiang Jin's response momentarily alleviated Su Ling's concerns. At least she did not appear to be a muscle-bound simpleton. The one who will guide you to me, Xiaolon, is my informant within the Bureau. In summary, our overarching plan is an assassination operation. She will first ascertain the precise location of the pathogen, after which we will proceed with the execution. While this plan sounds deceptively simple, the actual execution is fraught with challenges. First and foremost, locating the pathogen is a significant hurdle, the starting point of the entire plan. Its importance is self-evident. Once the pathogen is located, the specific actions must be tailored according to the Bureau's defensive measures, which cannot be succinctly articulated. In comparison to joining the Strategy Bureau, embarking on this thorny path alongside Jiang Jin to herald a rebellion is undoubtedly fraught with difficulties. Yet what of it? True strength never shies away from adversity. Chapter 23. The nature of friendship. Having satisfied her hunger, Jiang Jin casually purchased 2 oversized cups of milk tea and then escorted Su Ling back to school. The institution she attended was named Shuguang, a specialized academy dedicated to training magical girls. Typically, it operated under a strict closed-door policy, prohibiting students from leaving the premises without permission and preventing outsiders from entering freely. However, the academy was currently hosting its annual campus festival, during which the entire Shuguang Academy was open to the public. This event served both to provide a respite for students and to demonstrate to the community that the academy was genuinely engaged in educating its pupils rather than hiding behind its closed doors. As part of this grand celebration, stage performances were a certainty, and Jiang Jin was to be one of the performers. She practiced the piano in the auditorium, both to prepare for her performance and to find a quiet place to await Su Ling's arrival. Indeed, Jiang Jin had anticipated Su Ling's visit, as Xiaolan had promptly contacted her after reviewing the information on the rebels, allowing Jiang Jin ample time to prepare. After all, encountering someone with malicious intent in a crowded space left little room for evasion. In contrast, a less populated area might afford her some maneuverability. If conflict were to arise amidst a throng, regardless of whether civilians were harmed, retreating into the shadows would be impossible. It is worth noting that Jiang Jin had previously managed to elude capture due to the chaos within the Countermeasures Bureau, which had failed to respond to her in a timely manner, and thanks to Xiaolan, an insider of high standing, who had paved the way for her successful evasion of the Bureau's tardy search efforts. However, the circumstances had shifted. As a rebel, she had become a thorn in the side of the Bureau. Should Jiang Jin once again find herself exposed to the light of day, the prospect of retreating into the shadows would be utterly extinguished. She would be left with but 2 choices, either to engage in a fatal confrontation, where the victor would take all, or to surrender and become a mere puppet. Thus, Jiang Jin was determined to minimize her risks. The grand auditorium remained unscathed, for the battle would unfold within the confines of her domain. As long as her territory remained intact, reality would remain unaffected. As she walked along the path towards the teaching building, the once tranquil street was now bustling with activity. Various stalls lined the street, welcoming visitors with an array of snacks, games like ring toss and balloon darts, though the latter were few and far between. Su Ling sipped her milk tea, her gaze seldom straying from the food stalls. Having embraced her identity as a foodie, she resolved not to deprive her appetite whenever circumstances allowed. Consequently, Jiang Jin's wallet took another hit. Although the snacks were generally inexpensive, Su Ling's hearty appetite was undeniable. Yet, Jiang Jin appeared utterly unfazed. After all, it would be peculiar for the most powerful magical girl in history to be financially strapped. Jiang Jin was somewhat suspicious by nature. During her tenure as a magical girl, she had discreetly funneled funds from the Forget-Me-Not account into her current identity. The Countermeasure Bureau, having realized the situation, froze Jiang Jin's card. Yet this did not impede her enjoyment of life as pleasures in the slightest. Even if she were to purchase every single food stall on this street, it would not cause her any distress. One must acknowledge that the campus festival at Dawn Academy was thriving, with visitors arriving in a seemingly endless stream. Most notably, as an institution dedicated to cultivating magical girls, every student within this school was a vision of beauty. Just the sheer delight of the eye was enough for Su Ling, who despite her transformation into a beautiful girl, remained unabashed in her appreciation for lovely maidens. In fact, being a girl herself only emboldened her gaze, allowing her to indulge without pretense, a refreshing experience indeed. Suddenly, a voice of admiration pierced through her reverie. Wow, where did this adorable little sister come from? Jiang Jin, where did you find this white-haired cutie? She is absolutely precious. The unexpected praise drew Su Ling's attention away from her admiration of beauty, and as she sipped her milk tea, Her puzzled gaze fell upon the two approaching girls. Their sparkling eyes sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. Something was amiss. Her instincts urged her to retreat immediately. As if sensing Su Ling's unease, Jiang Jin, with uncanny foresight, seized the back of Su Ling's collar, reminiscent of a cat caught by the scruff of its neck. "What are you doing? We are merely partners. You have no right to restrict my freedom," Su Ling exclaimed rapidly, her voice lowered so only Jiang Jin could hear her clearly. Jiang Jin remained unfazed, tightening her grip slightly. "We are kindred spirits, after all, bound by a pure revolutionary friendship. Naturally, we shall share both fortune and adversity." Upon hearing Jiang Jin's brazen words, Su Ling's ominous premonition intensified. She exerted a bit of force to break free, only to discover that this thick-browed, big-eyed companion had resorted to magic. "When did I ever agree to share in your fortunes? You leap straight to the hardships, don't you? Since noon, all your expenses have been on my tab." Su Ling gritted her teeth, recalling the old adage that one who receives favors must be careful not to offend. The ancients were indeed wise. "Who are those two?" "My roommates. We're opening a maid cafe, and we're in dire need of an exceptionally beautiful centerpiece." "So this was your scheme?" "I'm switching sides. I shall betray you." "Hee, too late." As if in response to Jiang Jin's words, Su Ling realized that her first task had been completed and her status was now marked as a rebel. This meant that she and Jiang Jin would have to oppose the entire world together. The notion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend did not apply here. For the aberrants could not assist them in destroying the pathogens. Those entities were the source of their power. From a strategic standpoint, the aberrants and the Countermeasure Bureau stood united against them. The alienation of the body and the magical girl. These two extraordinary power systems of Blue Star exist in stark opposition. And it would not be an exaggeration to say they stand against the entire world. And if we include the traitorous little Lawn, that makes 3 individuals pitted against the globe. The primary task of the second ring has yet to manifest. Perhaps because those 23 hunters have not officially joined the ranks of the Countermeasure Bureau. Su Ling remains unperturbed, as she can reasonably speculate on the nature of the forthcoming tasks. However, while the main quest may have reached a temporary conclusion, the side quests loom imminent. With her vulnerabilities exposed, she finds herself lacking the courage to refuse, yet the maid outfit has always been a delight best suited to others. Human nature is inherently double-standard. Su Ling can joyfully and comfortably accept others donning maid outfits and addressing her as mistress, but the thought of herself in such attire is utterly intolerable. Even though she has transformed into a bona fide super beauty, it can only be said that when the jest befalls oneself, it ceases to be humorous. Chapter 24. Become the maid cafe star. The exquisite black and white maid outfit drapes over Su Ling's form. Her once elegant silver hair transitioned from a high ponytail to a low twin ponytail, complemented by the oversized bow at the back of the dress. Instantly, her demeanor shifts from that of a noble young lady to a charming, vibrant neighbor girl. As the adage goes, beautiful people look splendid in anything. Although the change in attire and hairstyle dramatically alters Su Ling's aura, it merely represents a shift in flavor, with her allure remaining undiminished. As for the origin of the attire, Su Ling's height is rather commonplace, and her figure does not stray into extraordinary territory, making it relatively easy to find a fitting ensemble. The maid cafe, organized by Jiang Jin's class, features a segment allowing interested individuals to experience wearing maid outfits. So the presence of extra clothing is hardly surprising. Although Jiang Jin's decision to have Su Ling as the cafe's headliner was a spur-of-the-moment idea during lunch, executing it posed no significant challenges. After all, Su Ling's beauty ranks among the finest, even in a sea of stunning maidens at Dawn Academy. She appears as if sculpted by the divine, with not a single flaw to be found. Having indulged herself with so many treats, a small gesture of reciprocation does not seem particularly excessive, does it? Of course, the success of the maid cafe holds little significance for Jiang Jin. Even if all proceeds were to go to the students, she is hardly in need of funds. Her motivation for having Su Ling as the star is simply her own desire to witness it. Such humiliation is indeed a profound disgrace. Su Ling's mutterings are laced with a palpable tension, her gaze fixed on Jiang Jin with a fierce intensity, as if she could carve a piece from her. It is worth noting that Jiang Jin, at this moment, dons a maid outfit as well. As for her 2 roommates, they are presently occupied in the kitchen. And truth be told, Su Ling harbors a slight trepidation towards them, as their looks seemed to regard her as an enticing plaything. She felt that once she fell into their hands, it was indeed possible for her to be toyed with. Isn't it quite lovely? The long-absent Lu reappeared, her eyes crescent-shaped, seemingly quite taken with Su Ling's current appearance. Su Ling's expression immediately soured, and her gaze towards Lu bore a hint of hostility. Which side are you on? I am on neither side, Lu replied with an air of nonchalance, her curious eyes peering through the crack of the door towards the kitchen. I merely state the facts. Humph. Su Ling huffed unhappily and left the dressing room with Jiang Jin, who had also changed her clothes. Traitor. Lu shrugged, offering no rebuttal or explanation, merely lingering beside Su Ling with an enigmatic smile, patiently awaiting the imminent performance. As soon as Su Ling stepped out of the dressing room, a girl with sparkling eyes rushed towards her, as if she had encountered a rare species. Without hesitation, she took hold of Su Ling's face. My goodness, how can there be such an adorable white-haired lowly? Her words made Su Ling frown, although her height of 1.55 meters indeed fell short of the mature woman threshold. She was still, after all, a genuine young lady, wasn't she? Wasn't the term lowly a bit inappropriate? Before Su Ling could ponder further, the girl's exuberant shout instantly attracted the attention of a crowd. It was no secret that Jiang Jin had brought a white-haired girl into the dressing room, but they had entered so swiftly that most only caught a fleeting glance, barely able to discern her features. However, that was no longer the case. Now, clad in a maid outfit, Su Ling stood before everyone, and they could clearly see her stunning beauty, her delicate demeanor making one yearn to cradle her tenderly. Jiang Jin, where did you find her? Her looks rival even our academy's flower. This white-haired beauty is simply breathtaking. She doesn't even look like she's dyed her hair. With such an adorable maid standing in the cafe, I cannot believe any man could resist, nor could any woman. The flurry of chatter made Su Ling's head spin. She felt like a doll being fussed over by the crowd. If it weren't for her alliance with Jiang Jin, which made it unwise to provoke trouble. And considering these people were Jiang Jin's classmates, she truly wished to showcase what real power felt like. As for the Lucian sword, previously, it could be concealed beneath a cloak, but now in this maid outfit, there was no place for it. So she temporarily stored the Lucian sword in her spatial storage. The only issue was that drawing it might take a little longer. However, even so, it was certainly preferable to leaving the sword in the dressing room's locker. At least with spatial storage, she could retrieve it at any time without worrying about misplacing it. Though, it was unlikely that sword would be lost in the first place. All right, don't go too wild. This is our poster girl. Let's not mess up her freshly arranged outfit. Jiang Jin could no longer bear to stand idly by. She recognized that Su Ling, ensnared in a quagmire, was incapable of extricating herself unaided. Thus, she decisively extended a helping hand. After all, Su Ling was the one she had brought back. It was inconceivable for her to abandon her now. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the violent and terrifying soul concealed beneath that seemingly innocent and charming facade. Should Su Ling be pushed to her limits, everyone present would inevitably face dire consequences. They lacked the luxury of an eternal realm to mitigate harm. And if Su Ling truly unleashed her fury, it would be a formidable spectacle, one punch per adversary. The strength Su Ling possessed was directly proportional to her striking beauty. After rescuing Su Ling from the clutches of unwelcome hands, Jiang Jin personally assisted in straightening her attire, gazing closely at that face capable of inciting chaos. She felt her heart race and breath momentarily catch. However, Jiang Jin's self-control clearly surpassed that of her classmates. She cleared her throat softly to divert her focus and straightened her posture. All right, it's time to return to your loyal post at the front, Miss Mascot. Upon hearing this, Su Ling could not suppress a frown. Although merely seated at the front as a mascot, she felt decidedly disgruntled. As she often lamented, the experience of observing a stunning mascot was entirely different from that of embodying one. Yet, having embarked on this dubious voyage, it was too late to jump ship. Thus, aside from regret, her thoughts were consumed with how to exact her revenge on Jiang Jin after work. It was evident that this little heiress was not financially constrained. During her tenure as the most formidable magical girl, she had undoubtedly earned enough to live comfortably. If she did not indulge herself at least once, it would be a disservice to the maid outfit she donned, not to mention the hours she was to spend as a mascot at the front. Chapter 25. The Elven Dragon. The maid cafe established by Jiang Jin's class was transformed from a classroom. Although she was uncertain how the kitchen and dressing room were arranged, Perhaps this was the marvel of magic. The entire classroom was adorned in a manner that rendered it unrecognizable as a former learning space. Round tables and single sofas replaced the original desks. And as the cafe aimed for a more upscale ambience, the number of seated guests remained modest, creating a tranquil environment. It must be noted that the students eligible to serve as reserve magical girls possessed remarkable beauty, while not every one of them was breathtakingly exquisite. They were at least universally regarded as attractive. Observing them glide about in their maid outfits was undeniably a feast for the eyes. Had she not been clad in the same attire, Su Ling would have insisted on experiencing the pleasure of being served by a maid. Oh, but alas, she was short on funds. Thus, it mattered little. Despondently, Su Ling was led by Jiang Jin to the front desk, which faced the entrance of the cafe. A position visible to all who passed by, serving as the ideal stage to showcase Su Ling's charm as the mascot. This afternoon, we entrust the storefront to you. Dear by Ling, observing Jiang Jin's beaming countenance, Su Ling felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to her face. Yet, there was no recourse. She was already aboard this ill-fated vessel and could only go with the flow. According to Jiang Jin's stipulations, her sole responsibility was to remain at the front desk, a space designated for the enchanting figurehead. Whether it was greeting customers or handling payments, those tasks did not fall under Su Ling's purview. Her singular duty was to utilize her extraordinary beauty to captivate the visitors, drawing them in like moths to a flame. Once a patron was ensnared by her allure, professional maidens would take over, enticing them into the cafe and deftly emptying their wallets. That being said, as Su Ling rested her chin on her hands, a voice tinged with disillusionment echoed in Lu's ear, lamenting the monotony of the day. After leading Su Ling to her designated spot, Jiang Jin joined in to assist. For she was now a member of the class, and it was only natural to contribute amidst the bustling activity. Even if it meant working alongside a stunningly attractive figurehead who could make any girl swoon. Perhaps we could find something else to occupy ourselves? Lu suggested, pondering the possibilities. However, Su Ling remained in her despondent demeanor. What could we possibly do? The internet here is not like the real world. I haven't cached any anime or dramas. And even if I took out my phone, it would be nothing more than a brick. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Ling, and she sprang up from the table. We could train in the blood world. Ideally, Lu should have felt elated by Su Ling's eagerness to grow stronger and had no reason to decline her proposal. Indeed, she was genuinely pleased, yet she shook her head in refusal. Entering the blood realm would render you akin to a puppet in the real world. It is not an entirely safe environment. I cannot allow you to venture there. Upon hearing Lu's response, Su Ling's spirit deflated. She understood that Lu had her best interests at heart. After all, the loss of consciousness could lead anyone to inflict fatal harm upon themselves. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. One could never be certain of the characters that might mingle in the chaotic festivities of the campus. It was always prudent to exercise caution, and there was no need to take such meaningless risks. Yet, despite such reasoning, Su Ling felt an unbearable boredom. Sitting idly for an entire afternoon was more agonizing than death itself. Had she known, she would have asked Jiang Jin to leave her phone. At least she could have indulged in reading novels or watching animations from Blue Star. However, it was clear that most of those works would center around magical girls, as the entertainment of this world seemed to be predominantly supported by their narratives. How about playing the guitar or singing? I recall that you've learned to play, Lu remarked, glancing at the wall beside Su Ling where a guitar hung, seemingly a mere decorative piece that had likely never been tuned. Nevertheless, this posed little challenge for Su Ling. Lu had perused all of Su Ling's memories and was aware of her considerable proficiency with the instrument. Even without specialized software to tune it, she would manage just fine. Playing the guitar indeed captivates Su Ling, who follows Lu's gaze towards the instrument. As she gradually shifts her attention to Lu, her previously emotionless eyes begin to reveal a hint of skepticism. However, I recall that dragons are notoriously tone-deaf, lacking musicality entirely. Are you attempting to make a fool of me? Su Ling's remarks are not without foundation. Having ventured into the extraordinary realm, she naturally seeks to deepen her understanding of this world, with her own dragon lineage being of paramount importance. Dragons are famed for their tough hides and immense strength. They possess lengthy lifespans, yet their growth is notoriously slow, often measured in centuries. Their sharp fangs and claws serve as their primary weapons, resulting in a combat style that is both brutal and ferocious. The common perception of dragons is one of rudeness, savagery, arrogance, and power. Yet, perhaps due to this inherent wildness, dragons are naturally averse to melody. Indeed, they regard musical endeavors with disdain. Consequently, even if some dragons possess pleasant speaking voices, their singing resembles a banshee's wail, harsh and grating. Thus, Ling cannot help but question Lu's intentions, while she never doubts Lu's sincerity in critical matters. Believing that Lu would never harm her, she wonders if Lu might indulge in a more sinister amusement at her expense. What you describe as the typical dragon, Lu concedes, as she recognizes that such knowledge originates from her own explanations. After all, given Ling's current level, she lacks the experience to grasp the true wisdom of this world on her own. Of course, Lu could feign ignorance, but her affection for Ling compels her to answer any inquiry that does not delve into the realm of unspeakable secrets. As long as Lu possesses the knowledge, she will continuously enlighten Ling. However, the silver dragon is distinct. Technically, silver dragons are classified as a separate entity from the dragon lineage, differing in many respects from their conventional counterparts. Dragon classifications are primarily based on the color of their scales. Black-scaled dragons are called black dragons, red-scaled ones are red dragons, and so forth. The silver dragon, bearing silver scales, has been colloquially termed as such, though this designation is somewhat misleading. At this juncture, Lu pauses, carefully sensing the presence of the killing intent within the blood realm. Once assured that there is no reaction, she continues. The formal designation for the silver dragon should be elven dragon, a unique breed born from the fusion of elven and dragon bloodlines, a miraculous exception found throughout all realms. Chapter 26. Your singing is truly melodious, oh, it feels as though I've stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. Although this thought crosses her mind, Ling does not outwardly exhibit any astonishment, as if she were already privy to the secret Lu has unveiled. Internally, she remains far more composed than she had anticipated. However, she soon recognizes another quandary. If the elven dragon is indeed so exceptional, unique to the extent of being unparalleled, its powers must also be formidable or extraordinary in nature. However, reflecting on my journey since acquiring my genes, I have perceived no extraordinary attributes apart from my robust physical capabilities. My remarkable strength seems to stem from the essence of slaughter rather than the so-called silver dragon. This is rather illogical. To speak of anything else, I cannot even maintain my dragon transformation for an extended period. Is this truly the hallmark of a complete dragon? Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. The dragon maiden upon the blood realm's throne of corpses, who possessed the quintessential traits of a dragon and bore a striking resemblance to my matured self. If I am not merely a surrogate for someone else, could it be that this dragon maiden is, in fact, a manifestation of the powers I lack? Yet, if that were the case, what motive would Slaughter have to act thus? Why would she siphon the power that rightfully belonged to me? Is it for my benefit? Or is there a more clandestine reason? No, I ought not to question Slaughter. If she truly harbored ill intentions towards me, she would not have divulged these secrets, nor would she have deemed it necessary to relinquish her original strength merely to accompany my growth. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to clear my mind of distractions. I grasped the guitar hanging on the wall beside me. Its appearance mirrored that of its real-world counterpart. Strumming a string, I discerned that the pitch was indeed slightly off. This body possesses perfect pitch, a talent inconceivable for a dragon of discordant tones, likely a gift from the elves. I adjusted the tuning pegs, calibrating each string to perfection. Embracing the guitar, the white-haired maiden caressed the strings, creating a scene of exquisite beauty that drew the attention of passers-by. Slaughter sat at a nearby table, positioned a seat away from me, leisurely sipping her coffee. The urgent notes of the guitar resonated amidst the cacophony of voices, though lacking amplification. The sound was subtle yet palpable. However, the ensuing clear melody seemed to pierce through the clamor, reverberating in the ears of all present. There was no expectation for anyone to empathize, nor was there a call for compassion. Sympathy would not provide me solace. Rather, it would bring tears to my eyes. My voice rang out with clarity. Even the lark would seem somewhat hoarse in comparison. My singing gradually subdued the previously raucous corridor, countless curious glances directed towards me. Yet, I kept my gaze lowered, as if the only thing that existed in my world was the guitar in my hands, oblivious to the scrutiny around me. Suddenly, the urgent strumming softened, transitioning into a lyrical expression, and my melody shifted from mere narration to a melancholic inquiry. In your eyes, who am I? Whom do you wish for me to replace? We exchange our joys and sorrows. Those who love deeply are the first to shed tears. Upon hearing the refrain, Slaughter paused, instinctively turning her gaze towards me. Yet, I remained unaware of her attention, seemingly lost in the music. My voice intertwined seamlessly with the guitar. As the afternoon sun streamed through the corridor's windows, illuminating my presence, and I was so close to that radiant light, merely a step away. Yet this seemingly short distance feels like an insurmountable chasm. The sunlight cannot illuminate her, and she finds herself unable to step towards its warmth. Have I erred? For the first time, Lu experienced doubt, having always guided Su Ling down a path of her own design since their first meeting. She had never inquired whether Su Ling desired to tread this course, nor had she asked if it aligned with her aspirations. No, I must not waver. Lu closed her eyes, her earlier hesitation transforming back into a mask of indifference and resolve. When she opened her eyes again, her blood-red irises betrayed no emotion. She had compelling reasons to act thus. The power of the elven dragon was far too feeble to safeguard the talent that even the gods feared. Only she, herself alone, could furnish Su Ling with the strength to protect her. As the melody faded and the strains of the piano diminished, the applause gradually grew, coalescing into a unified sound. It was then that Su Ling noticed the throngs gathered at the cafe entrance. Even the attending maid stood frozen in place, seemingly oblivious to her duties. Embarrassed, Su Ling scratched her cheek and, with a hint of curiosity, asked Lu, "Was my singing truly so enchanting?" "Your musical talent is among the finest within the elves. Such an occurrence is entirely normal," Lu replied, perceiving nothing amiss. Su Ling had been wholly absorbed in her performance, lacking any self-awareness. Had someone recorded it for her to listen to, she would have understood that the situation was far from exaggerated. "Hello," a voice greeted, drawing Su Ling's attention back. She beheld the girl standing before her, taken aback by her striking beauty, rivaling any she had encountered, even in comparison to Isha. Cascading black hair framed her face, exemplifying the classic allure of a long-haired beauty. Clad in a black sailor uniform, she exuded both charm and an inexplicable air of mystery. Had the girl not towered over her, Su Ling might have mistaken her for a figure from her fantasies. Yet, the girl's eyes were not the crimson of her imagined muse, but rather a warm shade of brown. "May I assist you? I'm merely a shop assistant. If you wish to order coffee, please speak to the attendant beside me," Su Ling responded, quickly donning a professional smile. Having spent her former days among the affluent, she had become adept at feigned expressions, now effortless in their execution. The girl shook her head, her indifferent tone imparting a sense of aloofness. Yet there was an undeniable assertiveness in her demeanor. "I have come to seek you out." Su Ling maintained her composure, continuing to inquire, "What do you wish from me?" "Your singing is delightful. I would like you to accompany me," came the straightforward reply, causing Su Ling's lips to twitch involuntarily. She did not perceive rudeness in the girl's words. Rather, she sensed a lack of social awareness. "May I ask if we are acquainted?" Su Ling inquired. "My name is Yu Mingxue, and you?" "Bai Ling." Now we are acquainted. Observing each other's earnest expressions, Su Ling found herself at a loss for words. While Lu seemed to revel in the spectacle, for witnessing Su Ling in such a flustered state was indeed a rare occurrence. Furthermore, she was not particularly adept at social interactions. Thus, even if she wished to assist Su Ling, she could offer no substantial advice. Combat and violence were her forte, but social matters were best left aside. Moreover, she sensed that the girl, named Yu Mingxue, bore no ill intentions. So it was prudent to allow Su Ling to navigate this situation on her own, as she would ultimately encounter a myriad of individuals, while she remained merely a frail and powerless sword spirit, unable to influence reality. Chapter 27. An incomprehensible assault. Yu Mingxue's forthrightness left Su Ling quite exasperated. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming girl could be so direct. Yet, requests from a beauty are often hard to refuse. So Su Ling found little reason to dwell on it. Regarding the mention of a duet, she surmised it likely referred to the performance gala Jiang Jin had spoken of. Although she had little experience on stage, her attendance at various banquets had equipped her with sufficient poise to avoid stage fright. However, just as Su Ling prepared to respond, a violent explosion shattered her thoughts, sending the people in the corridor into a frenzy, panicking, crowding, and fleeing, their chaotic shouts drowning out all other sounds. Yu Mingxue exchanged a glance with Su Ling, then without hesitation dashed against the tide of the crowd. She could discern the direction of the explosion, and her immediate objective was to reach that location as swiftly as possible. In contrast to the visitors, the students of Dawn Academy maintained a remarkable composure. After all, they were trained to combat aberrations. If such a minor disruption could render them helpless, the academy would be woefully inadequate. The maids originally tasked with attending to guests spontaneously joined the effort to evacuate civilians, while the more capable and battle-hardened girls made the same choice as Yu Mingxue, rushing toward the source of the explosion. Amidst this flurry of activity, Jiang Jin and Su Ling's leisurely demeanor appeared strikingly out of place. One had once been the mightiest magical girl, and the other had faced death countless times in the blood realm, their level of calm clearly beyond that of ordinary individuals. "Are you not going to lend a hand?" Su Ling jested, glancing at the relaxed Jiang Jin beside her. Jiang Jin nonchalantly wiped her hands on her apron, her expression practically emblazoned with the phrase, "Not my concern." My involvement would be too conspicuous. Aiding them would likely fulfill their desires. Su Ling shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The suddenness of this assault was indeed too coincidental, and what was most perplexing, perhaps even incomprehensible, was the choice of attack location. Where's this? Dawn Academy, a place dedicated to nurturing magical girls. It is difficult to imagine a safer spot in all of Dawn City. What could possibly compel aberrations to target such a place? To speak candidly, even an assault on the Strategy Bureau's branch would likely yield more significant results than an attack on Dawn Academy. The latter could be reached directly without the need for troop mobilization. One could simply take a few steps to arrive at the battlefield. Engaging here seems merely a frivolous endeavor born of excess leisure. If Su Ling's intuition serves her well, the Strategy Bureau must have obtained certain intelligence, discerning the approximate location of the Forget-Me-Not, which prompted the summoning of the aberrations to stir the waters and see if they could coax any vulnerabilities from Jiang Jin. As for inviting trouble into one's own abode, those who command the pathogen have long ceased to regard aberrations as threats in their eyes. What was once humanity's formidable adversary has now merely transformed into a useful tool. Arrogance is a common flaw among humanity, particularly among those wielding power. Should they refrain from taking action, would they venture forth to investigate? After some contemplation, Su Ling decided to extend an invitation to Jiang Jin. Her curiosity about the nature of this attack was piqued, yet her understanding of this world remained somewhat superficial. Having an informed guide would undoubtedly be advantageous. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, while she could not guarantee a solution, escaping with Jiang Jin would pose no challenge. During their tentative skirmish, Su Ling had gained a clearer sense of her prowess in this realm. Should she wish to flee, no one could impede her. Jiang Jin pondered for a moment. Truthfully, she too was intrigued by the machinations of the Strategy Bureau. As for the likelihood of aberrations launching an unprovoked assault, Jiang Jin believed that any rational individual would find such a notion absurd. If aberrations could surreptitiously bypass the entire defense and alarm system of Dawn City and successfully strike at the heart of humanity, the Magical Girl Academy, then humanity would have long since faced extinction. Well, I suppose there is no harm in taking a look. My curiosity is rather insatiable, Jiang Jin eventually replied, acknowledging that succumbing to curiosity is an innate human trait. The adage "curiosity killed the cat" has echoed throughout human history. Yet it is often remarked that the singular lesson humanity learns from history is that it learns nothing at all. The more formidable one's strength, the harder it becomes to resist curiosity, for with power comes the confidence to confront danger. Then let us proceed, Su Ling declared. Without hesitation, she summoned the Lushian sword from her storage space. With her maid outfit lacking a place to sheath the weapon, she opted to grasp the scabbard tightly in her left hand. However, to maintain a semblance of discretion, she draped her brown cloak over herself. Her striking white hair was far too conspicuous, and she wished to avoid drawing the Strategy Bureau's attention prematurely. Adjusting her hair and pulling up her hood, Su Ling endeavored to shroud her face in shadow. In contrast, Jiang Jin had no intention of concealing herself. She had lived with her visage for quite some time and felt that attempting to hide it would only draw more attention. Thus, with a sense of boldness, she resolved to observe. She surmised that the gathering of magical girls would be plentiful, ensuring she would not appear overly conspicuous. As time has elapsed since the explosion, the corridor's visitors have mostly evacuated, with only a few remaining, thus not significantly hindering passage. The two individuals leisurely made their way downstairs, although their pace appeared unhurried. They had descended from the fourth floor to the ground level in merely about a minute. The explosion had occurred at the entrance of Dawn Academy, and as they moved a few steps further, a powerful surge of magical energy resonated within Su Ling's senses, indicating that a confrontation had already commenced. However, it was somewhat peculiar that in the very stronghold of magical girls, the aberrations were engaged in a stalemate with their opponents. Su Ling narrowed her eyes slightly. Though Dawn Academy ostensibly prided itself on nurturing talent, such cultivation was primarily aimed at lower-grade students. The institution exuded an atmosphere akin to a blend of high school and university, focusing exclusively on students from the first to the third year. Not to mention the fourth-year graduates. Even the freshmen were seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and exemplary. Thus, labeling Dawn Academy as the military camp of Dawn City was undoubtedly accurate. Yet, in such a place, it was astonishing that the aberrations, as the attacking force, could hold their own against the magical girls. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Su Ling tugged at Jiang Jin's sleeve, silently signaling her to follow. Together, they merged into another group of magical girls rushing to provide assistance. Jiang Jin, grasping Su Ling's intent, employed magic to diminish their presence. By trailing at the end of the formation, they could evade detection as long as they refrained from revealing themselves. Two solitary targets would easily attract attention, but mingling within a crowd allowed for effective concealment, a strategy akin to hiding within a forest, particularly useful when one wished to evade scrutiny. Su Ling's primary goal was to observe the unfolding spectacle. She had no intention of intervening immediately, and her curiosity about the combat methods of the magical girls prompted her to gather intelligence on the enemy. A prudent measure given the inevitable confrontation with the Bureau of Countermeasures. Chapter 28, Main Quest. Second Ring. The aberration, a creature mutated from humanity, bore little resemblance to its human origins aside from its humanoid shape. Its visage was obscured by a gray exoskeleton, leaving only a maw filled with sharp teeth exposed. Its body comprised pure muscle and bone, with the skeletal structure serving as both armor to protect vital areas and as its most formidable weapon. Some of its arms morphed into bone blades, others into bone hammers, predominantly manifesting as cold weapons. Yet their potency was astonishing. The sharp implements pierced the ground as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, while the heavier weaponry created deep craters, causing the earth itself to tremble. Such formidable beings were not to be trifled with by ordinary individuals. Yet the magical girls engaged in battle against them wielded an array of diverse weapons that inflicted visible damage. In the moonlit night, Yu Mingxue drew her bow, the string taut with an arrow adorned with blooming pink blossoms, aimed at the full moon. As she leaped into the air to evade the slash of a mutated being, she released the bowstring, striking her target with precision, the arrow piercing through the creature's body effortlessly, delivering a fatal blow. Upon returning to the ground, Yu Mingxue took a deep breath and quickly surveyed her surroundings. The magical girls were engaged in a fierce battle against the mutated beings, a scenario that seemed illogical. Reinforcements were continuously arriving at the battlefield, and victory should have been assured. This was not how it was meant to unfold. As the first magical girl to reach the battlefield, she had a rough estimate of the enemy's numbers. Yet, despite the countless corpses of mutated beings strewn across the ground, their ranks showed no signs of diminishing. What could be happening? Could the mutated beings also be receiving endless reinforcements? How was that even possible? How could they evade the defenses and alarm systems of Dawn City? Yu Mingxue had no time for contemplation, as several more mutated beings charged at her during her brief respite. She had to confront them, for behind her lay countless ordinary citizens seeking refuge. They were the first and only line of defense for the Dawn Academy, and should it falter, the consequences would be dire. How could the situation escalate to such chaos? Had the Strategy Bureau deemed it beneath them to conceal their actions? Jiang Jin furrowed her brow, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. She had initially thought the Strategy Bureau's actions would merely be a feint, yet the current situation suggested an intention to transform the Dawn Academy into a battlefield entirely. The conflict had devolved into a stalemate, an unfathomable scenario for Jiang Jin. The transportation of numerous mutated beings into the city, if revealed to the public, would surely erode their trust. What significance does power hold without the support of the people? Or had they already resolved to rule through terror? Yet, in such a case, the true wielders of power would be the magical girls, not the so-called elite among ordinary citizens. Unless they had discovered a means to control the magical girls? Let me pose a question. If the mutated beings were to breach the defenses, would you act to protect the civilians? Su Ling's face was shrouded by her hood, concealing her expression from view. Jiang Jin answered almost instinctively, yes. So it is as I suspected. Su Ling narrowed her eyes, her tone devoid of emotion. Jiang Jin's response was not surprising. After all, if one could disregard the safety of civilians for their own security, then it was improbable that they would sever ties with the Strategy Bureau over the pathogen incident. As for her earlier indifference, it stemmed from her belief that the Academy's students possessed the capability to resolve the current crisis. She had not anticipated the Strategy Bureau's actions would be so reckless. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, her mindset undoubtedly underwent a transformation. The relentless and frenzied assault of the aberrated beings, while not yet forcing the magical girls into retreat, nonetheless required every ounce of their strength to maintain their defenses. Should the line of defense falter, the civilians hiding within the academy, along with the young magical girls yet to mature, would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. It was inconceivable for Jiang Jin to remain passive in such a situation. Main Quest Second Phase activated. Main Quest, Phase 2 Purity and Decay. Quest Difficulty, LV7. Quest Description, Eliminate aberrated beings or magical girls. Current progress, 0. Quest Deadline, 3 days. Quest Rewards, 5 Attribute Points, 80 Tree Coins. Failure Penalty, Death. With the emergence of the second phase of the main quest, subtle changes appeared in Su Ling's perception of the world. A blood-red cone manifested above the heads of all aberrated beings, seemingly indicating to Su Ling that this was her target for elimination. Moreover, some magical girls bore similar markings above their heads. Glancing at Jiang Jin beside her, she noted that she too had a cone, though its hue was green. Other magical girls exhibited yellow cones. Based on her extensive gaming experience, these 3 colors undoubtedly represented hostility, camaraderie, and neutrality, respectively. The quest's requirement for elimination clearly pertained to the red-marked beings, while the rewards remained uncertain. The penalties were decidedly severe, suggesting a philosophy that deemed unnecessary individuals expendable. It was pure slaughter, an exquisite indulgence. This second phase of the quest posed little challenge for Su Ling. The cycle of killing and being killed in the blood realm had long since dulled her negative perceptions of murder, for she had truly grasped the principle that if one does not eliminate the enemy will come to eliminate you. She was oblivious to how difficult this task might be for others. In her eyes, it was far simpler than searching for someone, an endeavor she never wished to undertake again, as it was truly tormenting. That said, Su Ling had no intention of rushing into action. She resolved to observe further, to discern how the current situation would unfold. Just as Jiang Jin exuded confidence in her ability to support, she too possessed the capacity for assurance against adversaries of equal strength. Yet, while she wished to avoid trouble approached her uninvited. It remained unclear whether they had been deliberately introduced or if the defenses were simply inadequate, but 5 aberrated beings suddenly breached the line, heading straight for Su Ling and Jiang Jin. However, they were not targeting Su Ling directly. Rather, their position coincidentally obstructed the path the aberrated beings needed to traverse into the academy. Thus, it was not the aberrated beings seeking conflict with Su Ling, but rather Su Ling and Jiang Jin inadvertently blocking their route. Alas, she had just resolved to observe a while longer. Su Ling sighed, showing no inclination to evade or retreat. At that moment, the magical girls engaged in battle finally noticed a petite figure cloaked in a cape, standing resolutely in the path of the oncoming aberration. Both she and Jiang Jin were still clad in maid outfits, appearing anything but battle-ready, resembling nothing more than curious first-year students who had been startled into silence by the sudden appearance of an aberration. "Be careful! Get out of the way!" In a state of urgency, someone hastily called out a warning, but almost simultaneously, as Su Ling stepped forward and drew her longsword, a silvery thread sliced through the air in a perfect arc. The aberration closest to her was instantly decapitated, its body continuing to charge forward for a few more steps before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. It was swift and decisive, a one-strike kill. Su Ling's rapid combat style left some of the magical girls who glanced her way momentarily stunned. They had assumed that the seemingly innocent Su Ling was the one in need of protection, only to find that her prowess might surpass their own. The remaining 4 aberrations ceased their charge, spreading out to form a semi-surrounding formation around Su Ling. their wary demeanor suggesting they faced not a mere adolescent girl, but a fearsome dragon baring its teeth in a menacing grin. "It seems my audience career is about to conclude prematurely," Su Ling remarked, stretching lazily before turning to Jiang Jin, who had fallen back a step. With a hint of resignation, she smiled and said, "Then I'll leave this to you, Higanbana." Jiang Jin took another step back, her actions silently conveying to Su Ling that the battlefield was entirely hers to command. "Higanbana? What is that title?" Su Ling inquired nonchalantly. Her interest piqued. "It is the magical girl codename I assigned you, guiding souls to the other side. A flower of hell blooming upon the banks of the river of the dead. Does it not suit you perfectly?" "As you wish," Su Ling replied, dismissing Jiang Jin. Although the 4 aberrations before her posed no immediate threat, her extensive experience in the realm of bloodshed had taught her never to underestimate any foe. She preferred to exert full force against even the weakest of adversaries rather than regret her actions too late. Arrogance is a shortcut to death. This was the first lesson she had learned from her encounters with slaughter. Chapter 29. The Ambusher. As the aberrations met their end, a fine stream of pure blood wafted from their corpses, merging into Su Ling's being. Simultaneously, a notification from the world tree appeared before her. "Kill confirmed on aberration. You have gained 3 blood points." Note: blood points can be used to upgrade or unlock your bloodline abilities. Originally, 100 blood points would elevate you by 1 level. Under the influence of the authority of slaughter, now just 10 blood points will suffice for a level increase. The authority of slaughter? The one sealed away by Guy. Su Ling raised an eyebrow in surprise, for she had not anticipated that such a sealed entity could provide her with such significant assistance. Perhaps influenced by the relentless nature of slaughter, she now finds herself more inclined towards forces that could expedite her own growth rather than the sudden surge of overwhelming power. Undoubtedly, the grip of carnage has significantly reduced the time required for her evolution. Upon realizing the significance of blood value, Su Ling transformed her previously apathetic and troublesome demeanor. Her golden eyes blazed with fervor, igniting a primal fear in the 4 aberrations before her. This fear stemmed from an innate recognition of a predator's presence. For Su Ling was no fragile human. She had become a silver dragon, even as a mere hatchling. Her inherent draconic majesty was enough to instill dread in the majority of living beings. Empowered by this newfound motivation, Su Ling initiated her assault. She refrained from using her dragon wings to close the distance, though she did not underestimate her adversaries. She deemed it wasteful to employ overwhelming force merely to shorten the gap. Moreover, her instincts hinted that this ambush would not be straightforward. Concealing a fraction of her strength could prove advantageous. Nevertheless, even without her wings, Su Ling's speed surpassed that of an ordinary magical girl. In the blink of an eye, she positioned herself before the leftmost aberration, and before it could react, her sharp blade severed its neck. "You have gained 2 blood value." This was a lesser reward than the first, leading Su Ling to ponder whether the values were assigned randomly. She noted the condition of her sword. The first aberration having granted her a degree of sharpness, while the second yielded nothing. Presumably, the algorithm for enhancing sharpness operated similarly. The stronger the foe, the greater the reward, though not as stringently. For such commonplace minions, even acquiring a single point was commendable. Recognizing this, Su Ling's gaze drifted past the remaining 2 aberrations, landing on certain magical girls adorned with similar red markings. Feeling utterly disregarded by Su Ling, the remaining aberrations exhibited a flicker of indignation. They seemed to possess a sense of pride, and the sheer humiliation of being overlooked momentarily quelled their fear, prompting them to launch an attack against Su Ling instead. She raised her sword to block the strike of a bone dagger, pivoting to deliver a kick that obliterated another aberration into a mist of blood. Her physical strength alone could not achieve such a feat, so she called upon the power of her dragon scales to ensure a decisive blow. However, during this brief moment of airborne suspension, an unexpected sense of peril gripped Su Ling, causing her limbs to weaken and her heart to feel as though it were being tightly constricted. Though devoid of fear, she was acutely aware that a lethal danger was closing in. Blood butterfly. Blood butterfly. Her blood surged and ignited without warning, transforming her body into countless crimson butterflies that scattered in all directions. 3 emerald needles pierced through the swarm, but failed to inflict any harm upon her. In the ensuing 15 seconds, these blood butterflies circled around the remaining aberration, coalescing behind it to reform Su Ling's corporeal form. In the next instant, a flash of her sword illuminated the scene, and the massive head of the aberration soared skyward. The speaker just now was Lu, and in response to Lu's command, Su Ling exhibited not a trace of hesitation or doubt. She refrained from immediately employing the blood butterfly, aware that its invulnerability lasts a mere 15 seconds. Faced with the unknown threat of an ambush, Su Ling was uncertain if her transformation into a butterfly would be prematurely executed. Lu's reminder, without a doubt, marked the opportune moment. While deftly evading the ambush, she also dispatched the last troublesome minion with precision. Though all 4 minor foes had perished, Su Ling had no intention of ceasing her assault. She did not consider herself a benevolent person, incapable of remaining calm and indifferent after being attacked. The timing of her adversary's strike was particularly cunning. Had she not possessed the blood butterfly, an evasive technique of exceptional caliber, she would have sustained significant injury, if not death, with enemies intent on her demise. It would be absurd for Su Ling to endure such an affront. Would she become a mere turtle in the face of danger? The temperament of a dragon is fierce. Although Su Ling had not inherited such extreme ferocity, she was nonetheless one who sought vengeance without delay. To expect her to swallow her pride? Absolutely not. The aura of her murderous intent disrupted the chaotic clash between the aberrated beings and magical girls. Su Ling's lethal presence indiscriminately enveloped everyone before her, prompting both the aberrated beings and magical girls to halt their skirmish in unison, turning their gazes toward her in a tacit understanding. Among them, Yu Mingxia's expression was particularly one of shock, for she recognized Su Ling. Although her face was obscured by a hood, the petite figure, golden irises, and the maid outfit beneath the cloak unmistakably revealed her identity. She could hardly fathom that the melodious singer, seemingly harmless, could harbor such a terrifyingly violent side. A murderous intent so profound that it made her heart race. All irrelevant personnel, leave. With those words, the dragon wings manifested, accompanied by a shockwave. Su Ling appeared as if teleporting before a green-dressed magical girl. Fear and regret flickered in the latter's eyes as she parted her lips, seemingly wishing to utter something. Yet Su Ling did not grant her the opportunity to speak. She had no desire to hear the enemy's pleas for mercy, especially from one who had nearly taken her life. The Xianjian of Lu, the eternal adversaries, magical girls and aberrant beings, found themselves united against a common foe on an unexpected day. This absurd tableau elicited a laugh from Su Ling, who, despite being besieged, exhibited neither tension nor fear. It is undeniable that the rigorous training under Lu proved exceptionally beneficial during the harrowing days marked by life and death. Su Ling had mastered the art of remaining composed in the face of adversity, and her experience in brawls rendered the current predicament trivial in her eyes. Moreover, she was eager to witness the uniqueness of these magical girls. Chapter 30. One against many. With a swift tilt of her head, Su Ling evaded the thrust of a long spear, seizing the weapon's shaft with her formidable strength, pulling her opponent closer. Her right hand brandished the Lushian sword, poised like a deadly trap awaiting its prey. However, in the next heartbeat, a soft pink satin wrapped around the spear-wielding girl, forcibly halting her advance. Simultaneously, a melodious tune from a flute enveloped Su Ling's senses, while a massive bone hammer, wielded by the aberrant being, descended toward her. With blood still warm, the forced use of blood butterfly would inflict harm upon her body, and Dragon Wing was equally weary. Behind her, a fist adorned with claws loomed ominously, making it appear as if she were cornered. The synergy between the aberrant beings and the magical girls was astonishingly seamless, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. The aberrant beings, typically humanity's greatest foes, now appeared as comrades who had fought side by side for ages. This stark contrast, coupled with the unreasonable assault, prompted some astute magical girls to recognize certain truths, their expressions darkening in response. Yet, lacking concrete evidence, they refrained from jumping to conclusions. Was Su Ling truly at her wit's end? While the magical girl's offensive was indeed impressive, she had encountered even more intricate collaborations during her time in the Blood Realm and had successfully countered them. This trivial crisis could hardly be deemed a dire predicament. The manifestation of her dragon tail, robust and formidable, acted as Su Ling's third hand, the roar of its movement proclaiming its immense strength. By enticing her pursuers closer before striking, she aimed to incapacitate them in one decisive blow. The impact of the dragon tail against an arm differed vastly from that against the body, The former merely rendered the opponent's offensive capabilities ineffective, while the latter could obliterate their entire combat prowess. The resounding crash caused the observing magical girls to experience a phantom pain. They watched as the body of the magical girl who had attacked Su Ling twisted grotesquely upon contact with the dragon tail. The chilling sound of bones fracturing resonating clearly amidst the silence, followed by the thunderous noise of flesh colliding with the wall. Su Ling's counterattack, drawing her long sword. Su Ling set her sights on the girl wielding magic, whose abilities primarily revolved around interference and support, an optimal target for eliminating the support role first in a skirmish. Although it appeared that Su Ling was currently unaffected, this was merely a facade, as the disparity in power between her and her opponent was stark. Nevertheless, over time, even she would manifest noticeable symptoms. The enchanting melodies produced by the girl had a hypnotic and soothing effect, subtly eroding Su Ling's fighting spirit and calming her mind. By the time Su Ling began to feel drowsy and reluctant to engage, her demise would be imminent. With a surge of power in her right leg, Su Ling crushed the head of the aberrant creature while leveraging the shoulder of the gun-wielding girl to vault over her and charge towards the magic user. However, the pink satin swiftly caught up with her, attempting to ensnare her in a struggle. It was evident that the owner of the satin understood that the magic user represented their most effective opportunity for victory. Simultaneously, the gun-wielding girl, now unrestrained, executed a swift counterattack, while two aberrant creatures filled the gaps in the encirclement, evidently planning to work in tandem with the satin-wielding girl to ensnare Su Ling. I feel I should enhance my area attack capabilities, Su Ling muttered, clearly displeased. After all, had she possessed a skill like the sword draw slash that could inflict area damage, these insignificant foes would not have been able to impede her progress. It wasn't that she was at a complete loss. Rather, it was simply a matter of expending more effort, which was somewhat irksome. Fear not, it will come. Lu, engrossed in his book, seemed entirely unconcerned about the battle on Su Ling's side. After all, the intensity of the ambush she faced in the Blood Realm was far greater than this. If she could not handle this situation alone, then the death toll in the Blood Realm would have been in vain. Strictly speaking, you are only just beginning. Previously, you had nothing. How could you learn skills? Su Ling rolled her eyes. I know. The initial journey to the ISA star was merely to acquire the Silver Dragon gene and to gain Lu. Even that blue treasure chest was nothing more than a serendipitous delight. The current journey to Blue Star was truly the first adventure that belonged to Su Ling in a meaningful sense. Even with powerful skills, they would only be rewards earned after this adventure. She had yet to level up, so how could she become stronger? Su Ling understood all these principles. The Silver Dragon had endowed her with formidable physical attributes, allowing her to gain an advantage from the start. She was unaware of what rewards other contract holders received upon completing their initial trials, but she presumed they were not as extraordinary as her own. Otherwise, the World Tree would not have singled her out as prey. After exchanging banter with Lu, Su Ling's expression sharpened, clearly intent on a swift resolution. Gripping the Lu Xian sword with her right hand, she parried the attack from the aberrant creature on her right, while swiftly turning to grasp the gun's handle, lifting both the weapon and its wielder with a powerful swing. Show compassion, not when it comes to enemies. With a resounding crash, the gun maiden collided forcefully with the approaching aberration. Su Ling exerted her utmost strength, sending the aberration flying while causing the gun maiden to uncontrollably spew forth a copious amount of blood. Immediately thereafter, Su Ling raised her spear once more, bringing it down upon the ground, the impact with Mother Earth proving too much for the gun maiden to bear. Instinctively, her grip on the weapon loosened, and the magical armament fell entirely into Su Ling's possession. Although Su Ling lacked proficiency with firearms, this did not impede her from utilizing it as a medium for brute force. She deftly maneuvered the blade of extermination to disengage from the struggle against the aberration, turning to deliver a brutal strike to the adversary's head, resulting in a violent shattering akin to that of a watermelon. This ruthless display caused the Satin Maiden to tremble. Yet she understood there was no retreat. The moment they chose to confront Su Ling, they had forfeited all avenues of escape. Su Ling's onslaught was far from over. She adjusted her grip on the spear and hurled it towards the Shao Maiden, who had no time to evade, the weapon piercing through her heart with terrifying speed. Staring blankly at the spear that transversed her body, her dark eyes flickered slightly, her lips parted as if to utter something, yet until the very end. As her gaze dulled and lost its luster, No words escaped her lips. With all her comrades fallen, the aberrations no longer dared to impede Su Ling's advance. The satin maiden sank to her knees in defeat, seemingly surrendering. Her despairing eyes reflected the increasingly vivid figure of Su Ling, who approached step by step. The bloodied magic sword held aloft, drawing ever closer. The strategy bureau was indeed correct. They could not prevail. A grim smile crossed her face as she refrained from begging for mercy, knowing it would bear no significance. With a swift motion, Su Ling offered no response, instead delivering a fatal blow with her sword. Chapter 31. Ceasefire. You have slain an aberration, blood value. 2. You have slain a magical girl, blood value. 1. You have slain an aberration, blood value. 2. Current total blood value, 23 points. Sharpness of the blade of extermination increased by 2 points. Main quest second phase, purity and corruption progress, 11. The continuous notifications of kills nearly flooded the screen. Su Ling rubbed her eyes and dismissed the alerts for the time being. The acquisition of blood value fell within her expectations, as this metric could indeed be amassed in quantity, a fortuitous revelation. However, the sharpness of the blade of extermination relied on quality. Despite vanquishing numerous aberrations and magical girls, she had only acquired a total of 2 points. If her estimations were correct, 1 point originated from the initial aberration, while the other stemmed from the last satin-clad magical girl. The increase in sharpness was an unexpected boon. Yet the sole drawback was the absence of treasure chests from these kills. It seemed plausible that the vast disparity in strength between the combatants rendered such one-sided slaughter incompatible with the treasure drop mechanism. Su Ling found herself somewhat perplexed. Yet she paid it little mind. After all, her prowess did not heavily rely on external equipment, as long as she was accruing blood points. Her efforts were far from futile. This decisive and efficient slaughter not only quelled the magical girls, but also rendered the aberrations momentarily hesitant to act. Although their intellect was not particularly elevated, they still possessed the primal instinct to fear the powerful. Moreover, Su Ling's indiscriminate killing left the onlookers baffled. If one were to assert that she was aiding the aberrations, her ruthless elimination of them would certainly contradict that notion. Conversely, if one claimed she was assisting the magical girls, her unprovoked assaults against them would also undermine that argument. Indeed, it appeared to everyone that Su Ling had initiated attacks on the magical girls, with the girl in the green dress executing her actions with notable stealth. As everyone was preoccupied with confronting the aberrations, no one noticed her covert maneuvers against Su Ling. As for how Su Ling was aware, the presence of a hostile red name was one reason. Additionally, just because others were oblivious did not mean that Lu was entirely unaware. The moment the adversary had locked onto Su Ling, she had already surmised their intentions. However, she refrained from alerting Su Ling immediately, initially wishing to see if Su Ling could detect it herself. The outcome, however, was somewhat disappointing for her. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it. After all, the development of such awareness typically required time and patience, and expecting significant results in a short span was rather optimistic. Of course, it was not to say that there were no means to expedite this process, but given Su Ling's nascent status, where could she acquire such resources? Lu was merely a sword spirit, without a sword servant. Aside from the sword that constituted her essence, she could not carry other items. Feeling the gazes filled with fear, dread, and disdain upon her, Su Ling contemplated for a moment before ultimately dismissing the idea of offering an explanation. After all, the sole eyewitness could not validate her words. Mere verbal assertions held no weight, and people inherently believe only what they perceive with their own eyes. Moreover, Su Ling felt no obligation to elucidate anything to these individuals. These magical girls, charitably viewed, were the foundational forces battling the aberrations. Less charitably, they were merely cannon fodder, and their thoughts held no sway over Su Ling. She cast a glance at the tacitly agreed-upon ceasefire between the two factions, estimating that further conflict was unlikely. The initial aim of the adversaries likely revolved around coercing Jiang Jin into revealing herself by threatening the safety of civilians. Yet her own appearance had evidently disrupted this plan entirely. Continuing the fight would only result in needless losses of their living forces. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that the aberrations would soon attempt to flee. Indeed, as Su Ling observed, the aberrations began to withdraw in an orderly fashion, as if they had received a specific directive. The magical girls, initially intent on intercepting them, halted in astonishment after merely a couple of steps. It seemed that orders had been issued from the Countermeasure Bureau, instructing them to abandon the pursuit. Between the magical girls and the Countermeasure Bureau, there appears to exist a peculiar means of communication. Su Ling, who is not a magical girl, remains oblivious to the specifics of the directives, while Jiang Jin, who is yet to transform into a magical girl, is equally unaware. Finding no further excitement to behold, Su Ling sheathed her sword and returned the Lucian's sword to her storage space before turning to leave the scene alongside Jiang Jin. Observing their retreating figures, Yu Mingxue opened her mouth as if to call them back, but after a moment of contemplation, she ultimately refrained from uttering a word. With so many eyes present, and given Su Ling's sensitive identity, she could not afford to appear as if she had any connection with her. Regardless of Su Ling's motives, the fact that she has slain a magical girl is indisputable, thus positioning her as an adversary in the eyes of the magical girls. Yu Mingshua's own identity is rather unique. If she were merely an ordinary magical girl, her actions might not warrant concern. Yet, every word and deed she undertakes does not solely represent herself, and even if she harbors no such thoughts, outsiders are unlikely to share that perspective. Therefore, her conduct must be measured. Even if she genuinely yearns to seek clarity from Su Ling, she cannot do so in public. As for Jiang Jin, she is relatively unperturbed, knowing that the Countermeasure Bureau will soon take the initiative to exonerate Su Ling. After all, the seamless coordination between magical girls and aberrant entities is not something that can escape the notice of the discerning. It is anticipated that the Bureau will brand them as traitors, using this as an explanation for how the aberrant entities manage to bypass all alarms and target the heart of Dawn City, specifically Dawn Academy. Furthermore, Jiang Jin is currently unencumbered by ties to family or friends, and Su Ling's formidable strength ensures she will not be hastily thrust into opposition against the Bureau. Her current standing is one of neutrality, straddling the line between righteousness and malevolence. Indeed, Su Ling has veritably vanquished the aberrant entities and thwarted their incursion into the academy. Thus, even if Jiang Jin stands alongside her, the most she might face are some snide remarks or social ostracism, which would hardly affect her, given her resilient mindset. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Jiang Jin inquired, tilting her head as she regarded Su Ling, aware of her companion's impressive capabilities and sharp intellect. She was eager to hear Su Ling's strategy. After some contemplation, Su Ling shared her reasoning with Jiang Jin, recognizing that they were currently inextricably linked in this matter, leaving little room for secrecy. It is likely that the Countermeasure Bureau will seize upon this pretext to apprehend traitors. What Jiang Jin could conceive, Su Ling could certainly deduce as well. As long as the Bureau's faculties remain intact, they will not hastily resort to open conflict. Given the present circumstances, the majority of magical girls remain neutral, and overly aggressive tactics are bound to provoke backlash. The existence of traitors serves as the most convenient justification. With the precedent of forget-me-not, the narrative of betrayal is easily accepted by the public, capable of stirring considerable upheaval. Introducing the alienated entity into the city. Such a reprehensible act, if not thoroughly investigated and met with severe punishment, would undoubtedly be an affront to the will of the people. Consequently, the Strategy Bureau will undoubtedly take advantage of this situation to rigorously examine the traitors involved. This action will undoubtedly garner widespread support, for it aligns with the sentiments of the populace. In doing so, the Strategy Bureau can boldly pursue its true objective, to identify and eliminate Jiang Jin, the genuine threat. The open and covert struggles between us are poised to commence in earnest. Chapter 32. Special Investigation Team in the underground third level of the Strategy Bureau's division. This area is a restricted zone, inaccessible to outsiders. Individuals clad in specialized uniforms hurriedly traverse the corridors, clutching documents as if mobilizing for some significant undertaking. Within a room resembling a training facility, 23 contractors have convened, evidently the hunters who have already aligned themselves with the Strategy Bureau. Their integration into the Strategy Bureau has brought them considerable relief, for their greatest fear was that the monster would preemptively join the most formidable faction in this world, thereby leaving them with no chance of resurgence. Fortunately, events have not unfolded in the worst possible manner. The alliance with the Strategy Bureau has provided them with a sense of security, as they believe that even the most formidable solitary prey could not possibly destabilize the entire Strategy Bureau. Brother Manyo, what should we do next? Inquired the young girl. the one with whom Brother Man Nyo shares the closest rapport among the gathered individuals, aside from his own teammates. The 23 hunters can be strictly divided into two factions. One group, akin to Su Ling, consists of genuine novices, while the other, led by Brother Man Nyo, comprises seasoned veterans who have been compensated to guide them through the mission world. Brother Man Nyo and his team are not newcomers to the mission world. Guiding the boss through such tasks is a familiar endeavor for them, as they are regarded as veterans among contractors. Yet, despite their experience, none of them bore a cheerful countenance. Even after joining the Strategy Bureau, Brother Man Nyo felt an inexplicable unease. The solitary prey exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The task of the second phase is to identify the traitors within the Strategy Bureau. Brother Man Nyo paused, seemingly deep in thought. However, we possess no clues, leading me to surmise that the purpose of this task is to assist the Strategy Bureau in their operations, almost as if to validate Brother Man Nyo's speculation. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. A youth, clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, entered the training room. There is an order to establish a task force to investigate the traitors. Prepare yourselves, the youth announced, adjusting his glasses. His tone, though calm, bore a hint of imperious authority that brooked no dissent. Clearly, he was not there to negotiate with the bullmen. Their demonstrated value was not worthy of bargaining with the Strategy Bureau. Thus, the young man merely came to inform them, and the others had no right to refuse. Shall we form our own team? Though the bullman did not complete his inquiry, the youth comprehended the intent behind it. Teams would be composed of 10 individuals each, with any surplus members integrated into other magical girl squads. Having conveyed this, the young man promptly exited the training room, closing the door behind him. As for how these individuals would form their teams, it was of no concern to him. He only cared about the final outcome. Faced with this response, the contractors felt a sense of helplessness, yet they had no alternative, as they were the ones pleading to join the Strategy Bureau rather than being invited. In terms of status, they were inherently at a disadvantage. Thus, apart from following orders, they had no other options unless they could independently complete the second phase of the task, which involved capturing the traitor. Reluctantly, the group began to discuss team formation. Their numbers were not divisible by 10, leading to 3 individuals being assigned to other magical girl squads. Many expressed eagerness about joining these squads, as they were composed entirely of beautiful girls. Being surrounded by young women was certainly more appealing than being in the company of older men. Moreover, the strength of the magical girls was not necessarily inferior to that of the contractors. To better protect their leaders, the original team of bullmen would undoubtedly have to split into 2 factions, making it difficult to ascertain which side would be safer. Thus, this assembly for team formation was destined to be anything but tranquil. Meanwhile, after Su Ling and Jiang Jin returned to the cafe and changed back into their original clothes, she followed him to his home. In light of recent events, it seemed the campus festival would need to be paused for a time. With nowhere in particular to go, they opted to return home and rest. Nestled into the sofa, Su Ling listened to the urgent news broadcast on television while reviewing her previous kill records and task information. The former revealed nothing of note, while the latter sparked some speculation. Including the mutated entity, Su Ling distinctly recalled having eliminated a total of 11 individuals, and her task progress had accordingly increased to 11. Typically, both ordinary magical girls and mutated entities should each contribute 1% to her progress, although it remained uncertain whether this figure would increase with the enemy's escalating power. The worst-case scenario would entail needing to eliminate 100 foes. Just moments ago, the Strategy Bureau officially announced the establishment of a special investigation unit to thoroughly investigate the traitor. The host's announcement prompted Su Ling to lift her head slightly. She and Jiang Jin had indeed not miscalculated, as the Strategy Bureau was swiftly mobilizing under the pretext of the traitor, exhibiting a sense of urgency. Of course, this urgency was only perceived by Su Ling and Jiang Jin. To the public, the Bureau's rapid response was seen as a consequence of their outrage over the incident. However, the swift actions of her adversary proved to be beneficial for her, as it spared her the arduous task of scouring the city for the infamous magical girls or hunting down the aberrant entities lurking in obscure sewers. The enemy would come to her, and the only thing Su Ling needed to be cautious about was concealing her involvement. After all, those investigative teams were ostensibly on a mission to hunt down traitors. If she brazenly ambushed them, it would undoubtedly position her firmly against humanity. Until the precise location of the pathogen was discovered, Su Ling preferred to avoid a passive stance, especially since Jiang Jin had grown close to her, which could inadvertently entangle her in the fray. Should her identity be unveiled by the Countermeasure Bureau, the decisive battle would commence prematurely, making any subsequent actions exceedingly difficult. Thus, Su Ling had to exert extra effort in her planning. Barring unforeseen circumstances, given her previously demonstrated prowess, it was plausible that the Countermeasure Bureau would reach out to her, although the rationale for their approach remained uncertain. In the absence of knowledge regarding her connection to Jiang Jin, her exhibited strength undoubtedly rendered her a highly desirable ally. Can I upgrade my abilities now? Su Ling mused, rubbing her hands together. The intricate matters were particularly taxing on her mental faculties, leaving her somewhat fatigued. Rather than contemplating such convoluted issues, she yearned for immediate gratification, such as enhancing her own powers. Upgrades were permissible, yet unlocking new skills necessitated a return to the world tree. Ru did not deter Su Ling. After all, a stronger capability would instill greater confidence. And she had always supported endeavors that would empower Su Ling, unless such methods bore adverse effects. That's fine, just being able to upgrade is enough. Su Ling glanced at her panel, noting that the only skills eligible for enhancement through blood points were Blood Blade and Blood Butterfly. Nevertheless, she felt quite satisfied. She observed the blood points required to unlock new skills, planning to reserve some for the occasion. After all, while upgrades could be performed within the task world, unlocking necessitated a return to the world tree, and coming up short at a crucial moment would be exasperating. Let me see what treasures await me. Chapter 33. Skill Tree. As Su Ling opened her personal panel, all her attributes, including the skills at her disposal, materialized before her. Contractor 13085. Su Ling. Gender: female. Race: Silver Dragon. Unique. Talent ability: Spirit Eye. Health: 2100. Mana: 340. Restores 1 point of mana per minute after exiting combat. Strength: 31. Agility: 31. Stamina: 20. Intelligence: 34. Charm: 30. Bloodblade. Active. LV1. Harnesses the power of blood. Attaching it to the weapon, each damaging strike inflicts a bleed effect equivalent to 0. One of the target's maximum health, temporarily enhancing the weapon's sharpness. Swordsmanship Mastery. LV4. Proficient in wielding various sword-type weapons, increasing damage dealt by sword weapons by 85. Blood Butterfly. LV2. Consumes 50 mana points to completely transform oneself into a blood state, during which all physical attacks are ignored and magical attack damage is halved. The transformation lasts for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Her attributes had not undergone significant changes. Aside from her transition from a reserve contractor to a full-fledged one, she noted the addition of health and mana values. However, the concept of health left Su Ling somewhat perplexed. She struggled to comprehend how life could be quantified numerically. While everything she had experienced thus far was indeed extraordinary, Su Ling was certain she was a living being, not merely an assemblage of data. Yet how could life be encapsulated in numbers? This bewilderment prompted her to pose the question to the world tree, which graciously elucidated her doubts. Health, it explained, is merely another term for vitality, intricately linked to an individual's constitution. For instance, a robust adult possesses far greater vitality than a frail elder. Similarly, differing levels of vitality dictate the body's capacity to withstand attacks. If one were to deliver a full-force punch to an adult, they might emerge relatively unscathed. However, the same punch delivered to an elderly person or a child could prove fatal. The essence of enduring an attack is fundamentally about depleting one's vitality. Once vitality is exhausted, even if vital organs remain intact, the individual will inevitably succumb. Naturally, the most effective method for depleting vitality is to target vital areas. To illustrate, regardless of how resilient a human's vitality may be, severing their head or shattering their heart will result in death. This encapsulates the mechanism of a fatal blow, which is also the key to the triumph of the weaker over the stronger. Having clarified her understanding of health, Su Ling no longer hesitated. She swiftly navigated the interface to access her skill tree. Currently, she possessed 2 complete skill trees, one granted to her by the Silver Dragon, and the other by the entity known as Slaughter, bestowing her with blood-related abilities. The Silver Dragon's skill tree was remarkably straightforward, even to the point of appearing somewhat rudimentary. Dragon Wing, dragon scale, dragon tail. These three constituted the entirety of the silver dragon's powers, and their enhancement was user-friendly, automatically upgrading alongside Su Ling's physical attributes. Additionally, the conditions for unlocking other abilities remained tied to her physical prowess. The next skill, Dragon Transformation, would be unlocked once her strength, agility, and stamina each reached 50 points. In the short term, this goal seems elusive. However, Su Ling remains unconcerned. After all, for her, the dragon-type abilities serve merely as an auxiliary means to enhance her utilization of blood-type powers. Her primary combat method currently relies on the blood abilities bestowed upon her by the Essence of Slaughter, which is the crux of her power. Current blood value, 23. Upgradable abilities, Blood Blade, Blood Butterfly. Unlockable abilities, Blood Explosion, Burning Blood, Blood Drain Power. Blood Explosion requires 550, originally 500, blood value to unlock Blood Blade. Burning Blood requires 5100, originally 1000, blood value to unlock Blood Butterfly. Blood Drain Power requires 20, originally 200, blood value to unlock. There are 3 skills available for unlocking, with the most costly being Burning Blood. Su Ling cannot fathom the extent of its effects, given that it demands a staggering 1000 blood value for activation. Fortunately, the Essence of Slaughter provides a significant discount on blood value. Otherwise, she shudders to think of how many worlds she would need to traverse to unlock all 3 skills. In prioritizing these skills, Su Ling undoubtedly yearns to acquire the most expensive one first. After all, as the saying goes, the only flaw of something costly is its price, while the sole merit of something inexpensive is its affordability. To unlock skills, it is essential to first obtain the strongest ones. Thus, without much hesitation, Su Ling invests 20 blood value into Blood Butterfly, elevating it from level 2 to level 4. Blood Butterfly level 4 consumes 100 mana points, fully transforming the user into liquid form, during which all physical attacks are rendered ineffective and magical attacks are halved. The transformation lasts for 25 seconds with a cooldown of 300 seconds. While the consumption has increased, so too has the duration of invulnerability. However, the downside lies in the increased consumption, which has diminished the number of times she can utilize this ability. Initially, with a 50-point mana consumption, she could use it 6 times. Now, she is limited to 3. This reduction can be considered quite substantial. Nevertheless, considering the cooldown period of Blood Butterfly, 3 uses would suffice in a standard battle. She is yet to reach a level where battles stretch on for several hours, with Blood Butterfly needing 1 more level and Blood Blade requiring 4. Unlocking all 3 skills would necessitate an additional 220 blood value. Su Ling finds herself troubled, for with the fluctuating blood value derived from her encounters with aberrant entities and magical girls, she would need to defeat over 100 opponents to gather the required total. The pressing question remains, are there enough foes to slay? Most magical girls within the academy maintain a neutral stance, although Su Ling bears no psychological burden regarding killing. It does not imply that she would resort to slaughtering innocents for her own objectives. She possesses a fundamental moral baseline. Having experienced the richness of being the hunted in the blood realm, she understands the preciousness of life more than anyone. Her ruthless nature is reserved solely for her enemies. She has never been one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Do not overly fret about the blood value. As your adversaries grow stronger, so too will the blood value you acquire. Lu offered a moment of solace to Su Ling, reassuring her that the loss of 220 points of vitality was hardly a matter of concern. Reflecting on her previous expenditures, it was evident how significantly the weapon of slaughter had benefited her. Su Ling nodded in agreement, indeed not overly troubled, as the saying goes. The boat will naturally find its way when it reaches the bridge. In any case, the worst outcome would merely lead her to unlock a new skill upon her return. With a newfound sense of ease, the young girl reverted to her idle demeanor, shifting the channel to one displaying animated shows. Inevitably, yet again, a magical girl series. In this world, tales centered around magical girls were so abundant that they bordered on excessive. However, for an outsider like her, they still retained a sense of novelty. Thus, she watched the animation while awaiting the complete descent of night, for the so-called Special Operations Group would likely commence their activities under the cover of darkness, which also served as her most perfect camouflage. Chapter 34. An unexpected turn of events as the clock struck 11 at midnight. The sky had been thoroughly shrouded in darkness. The night was particularly ominous, with the moon concealed and the stars hiding behind the clouds, creating an ideal environment for nefarious deeds. Nevertheless, Shuguang City, being a modern metropolis, remained illuminated despite the absence of natural light. For most, 11 o'clock signified a time for rest, yet for another segment of the population, the nocturnal revelry was just beginning. Taking advantage of the shadows, Su Ling discreetly departed from Jiang Jin's residence, a luxurious villa nestled within a high-end community. One could not deny the wealth of this young lady, for the villa's decor exuded understated opulence, while the overall aesthetic appeared minimalist. A closer inspection revealed that every piece of furniture and equipment was imbued with the scent of affluence. Of course, Su Ling merely mused over it. As she was but a transient in this world, the splendor of this realm held little significance for her. Only her strength, which she sought to enhance, truly belonged to her. Evading surveillance and the patrolling security, Su Ling stealthily made her way towards Shuguang Academy. The ultimate aim of her pursuers, she presumed, was to capture Jiang Jin, and the choice of the academy as an attack point suggested they possessed at least some information. Perhaps there was a connection between Jiang Jin and the academy? In any case, the intelligence held by her adversaries likely lacked depth and clarity. Otherwise, they would not resort to such a clumsy approach that could easily alert their targets. Thus, it was reasonable to expect that the investigative team would indeed probe the academy. However, upon her arrival, Su Ling was struck by the eerie stillness of the academy, which had been bustling with life during the day. Now, it was enveloped in a chilling silence, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light, as if it had merged completely with the darkness. Narrowing her eyes, she instinctively activated her spiritual vision. Yet, even with her golden slit-like pupils, she could discern nothing amiss within the academy. Was it merely that everyone had extinguished their lights and retired for the night? A rather absurd notion flickered through her mind, but before it could linger, she dismissed it, for she had sensed something unusual, an anomaly in the life force. In theory, an academy, being a gathering place for individuals, should exude a vibrant life force. During the day, the academy indeed conveyed such an impression to Su Ling. However, at this moment, it felt more like a lifeless and desolate city. It seemed that matters had taken a turn for the troublesome. Lu, too, noticed the academy's strange transformation. Standing beside Su Ling, a rare gravity graced her voice. I am not omniscient. I cannot foresee every eventuality. Su Ling, undeterred, replied with a nonchalant tone that momentarily caught Lu off guard. Soon, her serious expression transformed into a smile. You are correct. Moreover, on the path to becoming stronger, how can one expect to sail through without encountering any dangers? According to your usual perspective, even if one were to traverse unscathed, they would merely be a decorative pillow, devoid of true strength. Su Ling replied languidly, her playful tone lifting the previously heavy atmosphere. Lu couldn't help but shake her head with a chuckle, leading the way into the academy. Yes, let us hasten inside. Su Ling shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, the smile that lingered at the corner of her lips betrayed her true sentiments. For opportunities to jest with Lu were few and far between. The two swiftly arrived at the academy's entrance, where Su Ling first glanced at the security booth. The impenetrable darkness within posed no challenge for her, as her spiritual eyes granted her night vision. The booth's interior was rather unremarkable, being merely a waiting area devoid of notable features. If one were to mention something peculiar, it would be the faint trace of blood lingering in the air. The combination of her dragon lineage and blood-related abilities made Su Ling particularly sensitive to the scent, a trace so subtle that others might overlook it. Yet it was unmistakable to her. It should not indicate a fatality, otherwise, the scent would be more pronounced. Su Ling pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Her expression contemplative. Perhaps an accidental injury? Lu suggested casually, offering a possible explanation. That cannot be entirely dismissed, but I sense it is not so simple, Su Ling replied. Shaking her head, her gaze pierced through the glass, observing the academy engulfed in darkness. The current clues were insufficient for any useful deductions, compelling her to delve deeper into the unknown. Lu held no objections, for she was merely a sword spirit incapable of influencing the tangible world. Furthermore, the one in need of honing and growth was Su Ling, not her. Thus, unless a decision of significant consequence was at stake, she refrained from interfering with Su Ling's choices. She was there to accompany Su Ling's growth, not to mold her into a version of her own desire. Retrieving the loose yin sword from her storage space, Su Ling casually hung it at her waist. In a modern urban setting, possessing such a regulated weapon could lead to complications, so she opted to keep it in her storage space unless absolutely necessary. Confronted with the unknown, Su Ling found solace only in the weapon at her side. Thus, she secured the Lixian sword to her belt's right side, her right hand instinctively resting upon the hilt, ready to draw the sword at a moment's notice should any unforeseen circumstance arise. Do you think it's still possible to call Jiang Jin now? After all, it's rare to face adversity together, she quipped, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere as she surveyed her surroundings. It might be too late. And do you even have her contact information? Lu pondered for a moment before softly inquiring. Upon hearing his words, Su Ling froze in place, panic washing over her. Oh no, she furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with an indescribable sorrow. I should have asked her to buy me a phone first. Lu shook his head in silence. He had intended to remind her before she left, but Su Ling had rushed out, declaring she would return shortly, leaving him no chance to voice his concerns. According to her original plan, not having a phone to contact Jiang Jin would not pose a significant issue, as she had no immediate intention of taking action that night. Her primary objective was merely to gather intelligence. However, with the unexpected turn of events, the absence of a phone now loomed large, depriving her of the opportunity to share in Jiang Jin's plight, and she could not hold Jiang Jin accountable for this misfortune. It was easy to imagine Su Ling's frustration. She had longed to take vengeance for the maid outfit incident, yet when the opportunity presented itself, she found it slipping through her fingers. It was a disappointment more bitter than any imaginable affront. Well, I suppose I'll have to wait for another chance to catch her off guard, she sighed. Turning back was not an option. Opportunities were fleeting, and leaving now could mean missing something significant. Su Ling was not one to retrace her steps over trivial matters. Having resolved to move forward, she would not turn back until the path ahead was entirely obstructed. Chapter 35. Clue tap, tap, tap. The echo of Su Ling's footsteps resonated through the desolate street. At this time of year, Blue Star basked in the heat of summer, a season that should have been alive with the vibrant sounds of cicadas. Yet, silence enveloped her, devoid of any such melody. The academy felt lifeless, an eerie stillness reigning supreme. Even the rustling of leaves in the breeze was absent. This uncanny atmosphere heightened Su Ling's vigilance. A faint metallic scent of blood hanging in the air, teasing her frayed nerves. Arriving at the teaching building, she found the main entrance unsurprisingly locked. However, this did not concern her. After all, ordinary locks posed little challenge for her. Even without weapons, her bare hands could easily reduce a lock to scrap. The door was secured with a standard iron chain lock. Rather than damaging the padlock, she seized the chain and with a powerful tug, severed it into two. She pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. The atmosphere within the teaching building bore little distinction from that outside. Thanks to her night vision, she did not need to expend effort searching for light switches or main power controls. Instead, she followed the metallic scent of blood directly to its source. There were multiple origins of this sanguine aroma. The first destination for Su Ling was a teacher's office. The door was surprisingly unlocked, allowing her to enter without hindrance and survey the furnishings within. This was a quintessential teacher's office, indistinguishable from those belonging to educators in her own world. A multitude of materials and textbooks were strewn across the desk, indicating that even magical girls were not exempt from academic duties. Although the desk was cluttered, it bore no disarray, and while the scent of blood was markedly more pronounced than outside, Su Ling discerned no trace of bloodshed. Had all the teachers within the office sustained injuries? Squinting slightly, Su Ling found herself at an impasse. Yet, one thing she could ascertain was that no one had perished in this office. The rich aroma of blood was merely the result of multiple injuries rather than the consequence of a single individual. Nevertheless, this only deepened her intrigue. The security guard had been hurt, and now it appeared that all the teachers in this office were similarly afflicted. What had caused their injuries? When had they been wounded? With an abundance of questions swirling in her mind, Su Ling exhibited not a hint of impatience. She understood that haste would yield no answers. In moments like these, maintaining a calm and collected mindset was paramount, for any departure from tranquility would only distance her from the truth. After noting the peculiarities of the office, she resumed her quest, heading towards the second source of the blood scent. Coincidentally, this location was yet another office. Even more fortuitously, this office mirrored the previous one in every regard. The scent of blood emanated from the injuries of several individuals. When coincidences accumulate in such a manner, they cease to be mere happenstance and reveal themselves as orchestrated actions. Su Ling entered the office and scrutinized each corner meticulously. Most of the workspaces appeared normal, yet one particular area bore unmistakable signs of having been recently disturbed. With only a scant few clues at her disposal, Su Ling was determined not to overlook this anomaly. She approached the area for a closer examination and discovered that one of the books appeared to conceal something within its pages. The subtle undulation of the object eluded casual observation, but it did not escape Su Ling's keen gaze. Upon opening the book, she unearthed a piece of paper that seemed to bear some form of writing. The handwriting was crooked and erratic, reminiscent of the scrawl of one feverish and in pain, attempting to inscribe words using their non-dominant hand. Perhaps the author believed it to be decipherable, but to others, such as Su Ling, it resembled a chaotic dance of black worms upon the paper. Apart from that, there were no further clues. However, as Su Ling picked up the note and prepared to leave, her keen eyes inadvertently caught sight of the floor beneath the desk, revealing traces that had also been tidied. She pulled out the chair and crouched down. A faint aroma of tea lingered in the air, suggesting that it had been spilled. The necessity to organize the desk implied it had been disordered. Could it be that the teacher seated there had inadvertently knocked over their cup, thus necessitating the tidying of the workspace? Su Ling glanced at the desk and dismissed this notion, for if that were the case, the faint scent of tea would also be present on the surface. The absence of such an aroma indicated that the cup must have fallen directly to the floor, rendering it an inadequate justification for the desk's organization. With this thought in mind, Su Ling settled into the chair and, using the position of the cleaning traces as a guide, placed a pen holder from the desk to simulate the teacup at what could be considered its starting point. "Any thoughts?" Lu inquired, perched atop a stack of books, his left hand propping up his chin with interest. Su Ling pondered for a moment before sharing her hypothesis with Lu. If the cup had been accidentally knocked over, it would have to be situated quite close to the edge of the desk. As she spoke, she moved the pen holder to the desk's edge, mimicking the posture of her teacher seated in the chair. At this angle, a mere nudge of the elbow could send the pen holder tumbling to the floor. Yet, this behavior did not align with typical human logic. The desk was not devoid of space, and ordinarily, one would place it in a safer position. She repositioned the pen holder to a more convenient spot for drinking, albeit one considerably distant from the edge. To accidentally knock a cup off the desk from this location would require a degree of skill. If the cup were indeed in the position she had placed it, it would suggest that the teacher used a vessel akin to a thermos. Otherwise, the liquid would have spilled onto the desk immediately upon being overturned. Is it possible that it was spilled while fetching water or upon returning? Lu continued to propose hypotheses, aiding Su Ling in organizing her thoughts. Su Ling shook her head, swiftly dismissing this conjecture. Impossible. The water stains are beneath the desk, and logically, they wouldn't have splashed that far. Furthermore, the shape of the stains is a relatively neat circle. If spilled from a height, the marks would be irregular and radiating. Taking a deep breath, Su Ling compiled the known clues and articulated her conclusion. This cup may have been knocked over during a struggle, and the need to tidy the desk arose from that very turmoil. Lu raised an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying her assertion. Undoubtedly, there were more possibilities beyond Su Ling's explanation. However, linking it to the collective injuries inclined Su Ling to favor the notion of a struggle. However, I am currently hesitant to draw any definitive conclusions regarding the reasons for the struggle. It seems that not everyone is afforded the privilege of such a struggle. At least within the two offices I have investigated, only one bears the marks of having endured such. This time, Lu nodded slightly. Yet her situation is akin to Su Ling's, lacking sufficient intelligence to form any effective deductions. Even if some conjectures have emerged, there is an absence of adequate evidence to substantiate them. Just as Su Ling was preparing to proceed to the next location to continue her information gathering, the silence of the corridor was abruptly pierced by the sound of footsteps. Chapter 36. The eerie security guard. The footsteps were heavy, resonating with a masculine cadence. Yet, curiously, the intervals of the steps were perfectly synchronized, reminiscent of a finely tuned machine in operation, which instilled in Su Ling a sense of dissonance. She held her breath, concealing herself in the shadows beneath the window. To recklessly reveal herself could lead to exposure, so she relied solely on her auditory senses to assess the situation. The beam of her flashlight illuminated the dark corridor as she expanded her perception, reconstructing the covered area in her mind through a three-dimensional projection, naturally. The individual wielding the flashlight was included in this mental tableau. He was a man clad in a security uniform, appearing to be around 20 years of age. Yet his mannerisms were strikingly rigid, akin to a remote-controlled automaton, with every movement exuding an eerie peculiarity. On the nape of this man's neck, there was a small, circular wound, deep and freshly made, showing no signs of healing or scabbing. It could be surmised that the faint scent of blood emanating from the security booth originated from this injury. What do you intend to do? Capturing him for interrogation? Liu posed the question, undeterred by the caution Su Ling exercised. After all, a normal person would be entirely oblivious to her presence. Even if she were slurping noodles in front of the guard, he would remain unaware. This suggestion piqued Su Ling's interest. After all, she currently possessed no leads. However, the realization that he was merely an ordinary individual caused her hesitance. To act ruthlessly against an adversary is justified when that adversary poses a threat to one's life. Yet this security guard, despite his peculiar behavior, was fundamentally an ordinary person. To lay hands on someone innocent contradicted Su Ling's principles. Should any misunderstanding arise, she would find herself stained with the blood of the innocent, an outcome she fervently wished to avoid. After weighing her options, Su Ling resolved to remain motionless for the time being. It was clear that the individual was indeed suspicious, since the enemy was in the open while she remained concealed. There was no need to hastily reveal herself. Quietly trailing him to gather further intelligence seemed the more prudent course of action. Resolute in her decision, Su Ling endeavored to maintain her concealed presence. The flashlight beam shone through the window into the office, and hidden beneath the window, she remained undetected. Upon confirming that there was nothing amiss within the office, the guard continued his mechanical gait toward the next classroom, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading into the distance. As Su Ling exhaled a sigh of relief, she gently opened the door and stepped outside, unnoticed by the individual whose presence remained at the level of an ordinary person. With this reassurance, she boldly trailed behind, her presence concealed, ensuring that she would not be detected while shadowing a mundane individual. Yet, she did not allow herself to grow overly complacent, maintaining a prudent distance from the security guard. Aside from his mechanical demeanor, the guard appeared devoid of any peculiar traits. Methodically inspecting classrooms and offices as though genuinely engaged in a routine patrol. However, Su Ling remained vigilant, for she sensed an underlying dissonance about him. Regrettably, lacking any detection skills or equipment, she could not ascertain the truth of the matter. As time slipped away, Su Ling followed the guard through the entirety of the building, noting that he exhibited no signs of abnormality. Apart from that inexplicable unease, he bore all the hallmarks of an ordinary human. Yet, in such circumstances, the absence of any apparent issues often signifies the gravest concerns. As the guard prepared to exit the building, Su Ling hesitated, contemplating whether she should take a risk to test him, fully aware that such an action would inevitably reveal her presence. However, sometimes stirring the grass to frighten the snake serves as a viable means of gathering intelligence. In the midst of her indecision, new footsteps echoed from outside the door, light, crisp, and reminiscent of a youthful girl. As the figure emerged into view, the impression solidified into reality. The newcomer was indeed a young girl. Her nearly flawless visage coupled with long, straight black hair and brown eyes revealing her identity. It was Yu Mingxue, whom Su Ling had encountered previously. "You are not human. Who are you?" Yu Mingxue inquired, her brow furrowing as she laid eyes on the guard. Unlike Su Ling, who was an outsider, Yu Mingxue, as a native extraordinary being of Blue Star, possessed a deeper understanding of various anomalies and presences. While Su Ling perceived the guard's behavior as strange, yet still within the realm of normalcy, Yu Mingxue recognized him as an unequivocal aberration, despite his human guise. He could not possibly be human. Her certainty in this conclusion was unshakable. Upon hearing Yu Mingxue's query, a blank expression gradually morphed into an exaggerated and eerie smile on the guard's otherwise mechanical face, his lips stretching grotesquely to the point of tearing the skin, blood staining the already disturbing visage and evoking a chilling sense of dread from within. Yet, this was of no consequence to Yu Mingxue. Though not crowned as the strongest like Jiang Jin, she stood among the elite of magical girls, having faced far more perilous and bizarre situations. This triviality would not faze her. In an instant, Yu Mingxue's sailor uniform transformed into a lavish pink gown. her brown eyes and long black hair taking on a hue of pink to match her attire. She resembled a princess emerging from the pages of a fairy tale, her flowing gown reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, adding vitality and charm to this seemingly innocent girl. Yet, this did not conflict with her innate grace. Rather, it rendered her somewhat adorably naive. However, to be deceived by her appearance and underestimate her would be a grave miscalculation. Yu Mingxue had personally slain countless aberrations, making her a formidable executioner, though she never directed her wrath towards humanity. As the satin-like radiance gathered in Yu Mingxue's hands, a wooden longbow gradually revealed itself. She transformed her magical energy into the bowstring, and as she drew it back, branches adorned with peach blossoms materialized as arrows. The power coalescing at the tip of the arrow was palpable, even instilling a sense of threat in Su Ling. This surprised her. It seemed that this world harbored numerous strong individuals. While Su Ling was confident in her ability to defeat Yu Mingxue in a one-on-one confrontation, she knew that the battle would not be as effortless as the previous slaughter of inconsequential foes. In truth, she realized she had never witnessed a true display of power from the strong in this world. Her encounter with Jiang Jin had been merely a warm-up, lacking seriousness from both parties and offering little in terms of reference. Thus, Su Ling did not intend to rush out to assist Yu Mingxue, confident that she could intervene at any moment from her concealed position. If the situation spiraled out of control, she was assured in her ability to regain command. There was no doubt that escaping with Yu Mingxue would pose no issue. Chapter 37. Heartworm. The combat style of the magical girl indeed aligned with Su Ling's expectations. Setting aside the sheer force, the dazzling display was undeniably captivating. Each arrow shot by Yu Mingxue erupted in radiant brilliance upon impact, illuminating the moonless night as if it were day. If Su Ling were to summarize Yu Mingxue's combat, it would be characterized as high-frequency, resplendent, and overwhelmingly oppressive. Indeed, Yu Mingxue's conventional attacks seemed somewhat merciful. It was unclear whether she was intentionally holding back or if such was her inherent fighting style. Although each torrential volley of arrows struck with precision, they did not inflict significant harm upon the security personnel. Nonetheless, the guards were rendered utterly incapable of countering. Their defense consumed every ounce of their strength, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Perhaps overwhelmed by the relentless pressure, the peculiar smile on the guard's face appeared to Su Ling as one of resignation and bitterness. Yet, Yu Mingxue did not simply suppress the guard to the point of incapacitation. She seized the moment when his defense faltered and boldly advanced. The speed of the magical girl was remarkable, even though the guard's opening lasted but 2 or 3 fleeting seconds. Yu Mingxue closed the distance of several dozen meters and struck fiercely towards his heart. Bang! The muffled sound resonated clearly in the stillness of the night, as a slender black worm, resembling an earthworm, was expelled from the guard's neck. It immediately attempted to burrow into the ground to escape, but Yu Mingxue was swifter, intercepting it midair. Empowered by the insight of her spiritual gaze, Su Ling's eyes were exceptionally sharp. The moment she spotted the diminutive black insect, she swiftly produced a note that seemed to bear some cryptic information, the contents of which were characterized by erratic, serpentine lines reminiscent of the creature itself. In that instant, Su Ling grasped the intention of the note's author. Although the pen container was filled with various writing instruments, ballpoint pens, fountain pens, and pencils, clearly more suitable for writing than a marker, the very pen employed to inscribe the note was indeed a marker. Perhaps the note's creator had never intended to write in the conventional sense, but rather sought to convey meaning through illustration, as the crooked lines drawn with the marker bore an uncanny resemblance to the slender insect. It was not entirely Su Ling's fault for failing to perceive this connection. The message the note sought to express was profoundly abstract. Yet, one could hardly blame the note's author. Su Ling could imagine that, at that moment, managing to leave behind those abstract lines was already a monumental effort. With a sigh, she exhibited a hint of resignation as she glanced at the security guard who had lost the insect. At that moment, he resembled a soulless mech without its pilot, standing there with his head bowed, utterly still. With the insect's departure, any semblance of life within him dissipated in an instant. He had long since perished, having succumbed the moment the insect took control. What Su Ling witnessed in the battle against Yu Mingxue was merely a body, animated by the insect's manipulation, feigning life. Even extracting the insect from within would serve no purpose. It would only return the already encroached death to the flesh. Yu Mingxue applied pressure with her fingers, effortlessly crushing the insect at her fingertips. Unperturbed by the creature's tainted blood staining her hands, she casually discarded its corpse into a trash bin before turning her attention to the lifeless body of the guard. She reached out to touch his neck, furrowing her brow after a moment of perception. As she withdrew her hand, she waved gently across his neck, and in a flash of pink light, the guard's head was severed from his body. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of confusion flickered in Su Ling's eyes. After all, to her, killing seemed a mere formality. There was little necessity for such desecration, especially since there was no deep-seated awe. I have come to seek you. This straightforward girl, devoid of any pretense, rendered Su Ling momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Beside her, Lu displayed an intrigued expression, relishing the unfolding drama. Su Ling's lips twitched as she rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat exasperated. She found it challenging to handle such a forthright individual and could only helplessly follow her lead. All right, what brings you to me? Why did you take down those magical girls today? It was evident that Yu Mingxue harbored skepticism towards the Bureau's narrative, and even if those magical girls were indeed traitors, how could Su Ling have recognized them at a glance? Yu Mingxue was genuinely curious about the rationale behind it all. Being rather straightforward herself, she was not one to conceal her thoughts and preferred to confront the individual directly with her inquiries. Managing to restrain herself earlier in the afternoon was already a testament to her rationality prevailing over her emotions. Since I was ambushed first, I eliminated the first one. The others were likely in cahoots with the one who attacked me. Su Ling shrugged. Her nonchalant demeanor rendered her words akin to a whimsical jest. Yet, despite this attitude, Yu Mingxue appeared utterly convinced. Observing the look of realization on Yu Mingxue's face piqued Su Ling's curiosity, prompting her to gently inquire, "Aren't you afraid I might be lying?" Yu Mingxue shook her head, simultaneously dispelling her magical armament. Maintaining such a transformation for an extended period was quite exhausting, which is why magical girls rarely remained in their transformed state. You have no reason to deceive me, and I can sense the anger you exhibited when you killed. That instinctual emotional outburst cannot be false. Listening to Yu Mingxue's earnest explanation, Su Ling found herself surprisingly persuaded. The other girl's character emanated an innate warmth that instinctively dissuaded doubt regarding her words. Such a natural gift, if wielded for deception, could be quite formidable. However, Yu Mingxue remained blissfully unaware. Her earnest countenance bore no semblance of insincerity or deceit. Do you have any further questions? Su Ling pondered for a moment, choosing not to delve deeper, realizing that the best way to communicate with this unpretentious girl was to speak plainly, as convoluted discourse would only ensnare her further. Yu Mingxue, unreserved, promptly nodded and continued. Do you know why they targeted you? Well, that's a long story, and even if I were to explain, you might not believe it. Are you certain you wish to hear it? Yes. As long as you are not deceiving me, I can accept any reason. That is precisely why I am here. Chapter 38. Yu Mingxue's confusion very well. Su Ling rubbed her temples, appearing somewhat troubled, while internally formulating her thoughts. However, rather than launching into her explanation, she first posed a question to Yu Mingxue. Before I elaborate, I must ask you a question. Are you familiar with the concept of forget-me-not? Yu Mingxue nodded without hesitation, her tone laced with a hint of reverence. Of course. Forget-me-not was once the object of adoration for all magical girls, though she later seemed to have succumbed to the corruption of aberration, turning traitor against humanity. Oh, corruption of aberration? Su Ling expressed keen interest in Yu Mingxue's remarks and proceeded to inquire further, what does the Countermeasure Bureau say about forget-me-not? They stated that forget-me-not encountered the source of the aberration during a mission and unfortunately became tainted in the ensuing battle, having now fallen to become an enemy of humanity. Despite her confusion regarding Su Ling's inquiry, Yu Mingxue recounted the information meticulously, for it was not a matter shrouded in secrecy. On the contrary, every magical girl was aware of this intelligence. Thus, Yu Mingxue pondered why Su Ling, a remarkably powerful magical girl, seemed oblivious to such matters that were nearly common knowledge, especially considering that there were no wild magical girls in this world. All magical girls, once their abilities had awakened, would be promptly detected by the Countermeasure Bureau, and the stronger they were, the more easily they could be identified. Therefore, even if there were any who slipped through the cracks, they would surely be exceedingly weak. The prowess Su Ling had previously demonstrated was far removed from weakness. If she were deemed weak, then the entire cohort of magical girls would be devoid of true strength. This assertion held a grain of truth. Su Ling contemplated how to elucidate the situation to Yu Mingxue and continued, Forget-me-not indeed encountered the source of the aberration, specifically the pathogen of the aberration virus. However, that did not occur during a mission, but rather at the headquarters of the Countermeasure Bureau. Are you suggesting that the Countermeasure Bureau concealed, or even protected, the pathogen? Yu Mingxue, astute as ever, deduced the truth from Su Ling's fragmented words. Yet, she did not immediately accept Su Ling's account. Instead, she reflected on the various actions taken by the Countermeasure Bureau following Forget-me-not's betrayal, as well as the warning her master had imparted to her not long ago. After announcing Forget-me-not's treachery, the Countermeasure Bureau had spared no effort in their desperate pursuit to locate her. This urgency hinted at something eerie, for while Forget-me-not was formidable, she possessed little knowledge regarding humanity or the secrets of the Countermeasure Bureau. Prior to her betrayal, her position, if one were to put it bluntly, was merely that of a super-strong enforcer, having never touched upon core secrets, and thus there was no scenario where she could relay humanity's secrets to the aberrants post-betrayal. As for hiding among the populace, to be frank, with Forget-me-not's strength, even without concealment, she could still wreak havoc upon humanity. There was little distinction between hiding and not. The only recourse for the Countermeasure Bureau was to dispatch sufficient elite forces to suppress her the moment she acted. That was all there was to it. In light of the impending threat, it is imperative that the Countermeasure Bureau fortifies the defensive capabilities of each city, enabling a swift response when the time comes to confront the relentless foe. This strategy mirrors the methods previously employed against those aberrant entities of extraordinary power, emphasizing defense rather than aimlessly searching far and wide. Such futile endeavors would not only deplete precious human resources, but, even if a target were located, the capabilities of the search teams would fall short against this formidable adversary. The relentless entity could easily eliminate them and vanish without a trace once more. Shortly after the announcement of the betrayal by the relentless foe, Yu Mingxue's master reached out to her, advising her to maintain distance from the core of the Countermeasure Bureau's authority, if necessary. She was even encouraged to relinquish her original rights as a bargaining chip for her escape. Initially, upon hearing this counsel, Yu Mingxue found herself perplexed, unable to grasp its significance. However, as time passed, clarity began to dawn upon her. If Su Ling's words held any truth, then the betrayal of the relentless foe might be entwined with a staggering secret and conspiracy. Is your confrontation with those magical girls in defense of the relentless predecessor? Yu Mingxue inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain composed and absorb the weight of this considerable revelation. Should Su Ling not deceive her, her stance towards the Countermeasure Bureau may require re-evaluation. Let us consider it so, Su Ling casually replied. The primary objective of that attack was to compel the relentless foe to reveal herself. My presence as an obstacle led to a deviation in their plans, thus prompting them to take action against me. Yu Mingxue fell into contemplation. Indeed, the logic of Su Ling's statement held water. It elucidated not only the reason behind the magical girl's ambush, but also clarified the alliance between the aberrant entities and the magical girls. Nonetheless, this rationale could also absolve the Countermeasure Bureau, suggesting a betrayal among certain magical girls who conspired with the aberrant entities to launch an assault during the campus festival at Dawn Academy. Upon realizing Su Ling's formidable presence as an impediment, the betraying magical girls resorted to an ambush against her to eliminate the obstacle. This reasoning was equally tenable, particularly in light of the fact that no one had clearly heard the words exchanged between the Ribbon Girl and Su Ling. Indeed, the Ribbon Girl's final utterance was heard only by Su Ling. Otherwise, the Countermeasure Bureau would not have so easily extricated themselves from suspicion. To avoid collateral damage from Su Ling, the magical girls instinctively distanced themselves from the battlefield she occupied. And the Ribbon Girl's voice was so faint that it resembled a mere whisper, audible only to Su Ling naturally, without a recording. Su Ling could not leverage that statement to implicate the Countermeasure Bureau, and even if she did have a recording, the opposing party could easily dismiss it as slander. Therefore, until she possessed incontrovertible evidence, everything Su Ling articulated remained devoid of credibility from an objective standpoint. Trust or disbelief hinged solely on the perceptions of those who listened. Yu Mingxue harbored sufficient clues, which led her to question the Countermeasure Bureau based on Su Ling's words. The crux of her suspicion lay in a particular admonition left by her master. Following that enigmatic message, her master had vanished without a trace, never to re-establish contact with Yu Mingxue, who found herself unable to reach out. The accumulation of these peculiarities instinctively nudged her towards aligning with Su Ling. As for the possibility of Forget-Me-Not rescuing the pathogen, Yu Mingxue swiftly dismissed this notion. If that were indeed the case, the Countermeasure Bureau would have no reason to conceal such information. The concept of peace has consistently been the guiding principle of the Bureau since its inception, a noble cause for which many magical girls are willing to fight. Should the Bureau truly be imprisoning the pathogen, they could easily announce this exhilarating revelation to the world, proclaiming that victory and peace are within reach. There would be no need to fabricate tales of Forget-Me-Not's fall from grace. Simply stating the truth would suffice. And Forget-Me-Not would inevitably be scorned by all. Chapter 39. What is this? This is the value of my blood. Having learned what she sought, Yu Mingxue did not express excessive joy, for the revelations imparted by Su Ling were too astonishing to fully embrace. Even if she wished to trust Su Ling, she felt compelled to corroborate this startling information with her own intelligence and evidence. The ramifications of this matter were immense, affecting the fate of people across the globe, thus necessitating her cautious approach. Furthermore, if the Countermeasure Bureau were indeed as virtuous as claimed, her investigation would yield no results, which would pose no detriment to the Bureau. After all, the endorsement of a judge would undoubtedly elevate the Bureau's standing in the eyes of the public once more. With this thought in mind, Yu Mingxue resolved to propose a separation from Su Ling, intending to return to the Countermeasure Bureau to meticulously investigate the matter. However, the rustling sounds surrounding them interrupted her impending words. Something was encroaching upon them, and in considerable numbers, despite their efforts to soften their movements. Whether due to inexperience or some other reason, the resulting noise was still perceptible even to the average person. Su Ling lowered her right hand, which had been resting on the sword's hilt, and gripped it in a reverse manner. Her gaze swept across the sides of the street. The night and the underbrush provided natural cover, yet under the scrutiny of her spiritual eye, the intruders remained visible. They were encircled by ordinary individuals resembling security personnel, diverse in profession, age, and physique. Their only shared trait, aside from being human, was an unsettling mechanical aura. It seemed that the Gu Xian Chong had yet to fully acclimate to the human form, resulting in this awkwardness. Once they became entirely familiar with the bodies they commandeered and reintegrated into human society, the consequences could only be described as unimaginable. Although Su Ling harbored little interest in safeguarding humanity within this world, she now possessed a compelling reason to engage with them. Indeed, that reason was the coveted blood value. This resource was essential for upgrading skills and unlocking new abilities, and its necessity had reached a fervent level for Su Ling. Hence, she would not overlook any creatures capable of providing this blood value. Without waiting for Yu Mingxue to transform, Su Ling boldly charged into the encirclement woven by the Gu Xian insects. As she unsheathed her sword with fierce determination, a thread of crimson gradually became apparent on the neck of the Gu Xian insect before her. In due course, the head atop that neck began to slide away, ultimately plummeting to the ground. You have slain a mutated aberration Gu Xian insect. You have gained 5 points of blood value. The blood value obtained was higher than that from ordinary aberrations, yet the sharpness remained unchanged, presumably linked to the inherent strength of the Gu Xian insect itself. Its peculiar and formidable nature lay in its parasitism, rendering its original form nearly devoid of power. The individuals now infested by these insects were likewise not particularly formidable. This high threat, yet weak situation elucidated why Su Ling acquired a commendable blood value, albeit with no increase in sharpness. It appeared that the lustrous celestial sword had rather discerning preferences. It feasted only upon the blood of the truly powerful. As Su Ling reflected on this, she bent low to evade a swinging punch aimed at her. The fist collided with a tree trunk, shattering a portion of it upon impact. It seemed that those possessed by Gu Xian insects experienced a notable enhancement in strength. Contemplating this, Su Ling delivered an uppercut to her assailant's chin, her might so tremendous that it sent the Gu Xian insect's head flying, while the headless body crumpled to the ground, revealing a contorted, severed right arm. The enhancement was not an increase in physical strength, but rather the absence of any constraints, she surmised. Su Ling grasped the origin of her opponent's superhuman power. Such self-destructive attacks could indeed unleash extraordinary might in a single blow, but the cost was one's own body. Take the recent punch, for instance. Whether it struck Su Ling or anything else, it would result in the immediate ruin of his arm. Exchanging bodily harm for lethal force seemed, to Su Ling, an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Regardless of victory or defeat, the state of one's own body would hardly improve, unless one found themselves in a dire situation where such a reckless trade-off was warranted, an act born of desperation for victory at any cost. However, given that the Gu Xian insects were engaging in a group assault, this method of mutual harm posed a significant threat. After all, they possessed a numerical advantage, while Su Ling stood alone. Employing a strategy of trading injuries could potentially overwhelm her by sheer numbers. As for Yu Mingxue, Su Ling wished to keep her from intervening, for every one of these foes represented an opportunity for her to accrue blood value. Any creature slain by Yu Mingxue would result in Su Ling being deprived of that precious resource, and in her urgent need for blood value. She could not allow anyone to encroach upon her gains. As the blade swept through the air, Su Ling swiftly turned, manifesting a dragon's tail that temporarily cleared a space around her. She then shouted to Yu Mingxue, urging her to scout the surroundings for any additional reinforcements. Initially intending to plunge directly into the fray, Yu Mingxue hesitated upon witnessing Su Ling's composed demeanor. However, after seeing her confidence, she gritted her teeth and nodded, darting towards the periphery of the encirclement formed by the Gu Xian Chong. Her agile movements were far beyond the clumsy and mechanical abilities of the Gu Xian Chong, which could only watch helplessly as she made her escape after a few token swipes. All their attention shifted back to Su Ling. It must be said that the reckless tactics employed by the Gu Xian Chong were indeed more troublesome than those of ordinary aberrations. While typical aberrations, being biological entities, possessed an instinctual tendency to retreat and evade to minimize their injuries, the humans controlled by the Gu Xian Chong exhibited no such concerns. Their sole intent was to eliminate Su Ling, rendering all other factors irrelevant. This frenzied mindset posed a significant challenge for Su Ling, as her physical constitution was her weak point. Sustaining too many blows could lead to her downfall, akin to a colossal elephant succumbing to the bites of ants. She had to be mindful of her own condition, which occasionally forced her to forego opportunities to strike down her foes in order to evade attacks. However, the Gu Xian Chong presented another difficulty. Its only vulnerability lay within the cervical spine of the human it controlled. Fundamentally, these humans were mere shells. Damaging their brains or hearts would have no effect on the Gu Xian Chong's control, and methods involving bloodshed were utterly futile. Thus, the only means to eliminate the Gu Xian Chong was to sever the neck, directly killing the creature hidden within the cervical vertebrae. Unfortunately, this limited Su Ling's opportunities, resulting in a far less efficient killing spree compared to her encounters with ordinary aberrations and magical girls. I increasingly yearn for wide-ranging destructive skills. Do you think my new abilities will include any? As Su Ling parried the blade with one hand, she delivered a kick that sent the attacker flying, then angled her long sword to allow the blade to glide down its edge, cleanly severing the attacker's neck. As for the one she had kicked, he simply dusted himself off and stood up. As long as the Gu Xian Chong remained alive, even shattered ribs and crushed organs would not impede his movements. I doubt it, she mused. While Lu did not indulge Su Ling with false hopes, his candid response inevitably left her feeling disappointed. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Powerful techniques often came with exorbitant costs. Given Su Ling's current physique, even if she could use such a skill, it might leave her utterly drained. In that case, moreover, the current predicament is not beyond her capacity to resolve. If she lacked absolute confidence in her success, how could she possibly dismiss Yu Mingxue for the sake of blood value? Humans are inherently drawn to simplicity and efficiency, and Su Ling is no exception. It is not that she is incapable of solving the problem. Rather, she seeks a more straightforward approach. If the mere Gu heartworms could thwart her, then the worth of her prey would be rather paltry. Chapter 40. An almost inextricable situation, current blood value, 78 points. With a swift motion, she severed the neck of the last Gu heartworm, shaking the blood from her blade and casting a glance at the corpses strewn about, nodding with a hint of satisfaction. Each Gu heartworm grants her 5 points of blood value, and there were a total of 15 surrounding her, coupled with the 3 points she had previously retained, bringing her blood value tantalizingly close to the 100-point threshold. Though 200 points may appear substantial, the actual collection reveals that Lu's assertion holds merit. It is indeed not an exceptionally arduous task. Of course, aside from her blood value. Her main quest progress has also significantly increased, soaring from an initial 11 to the current 56, with each Gu Heartworm contributing evenly 3 points to her quest advancement. This brought a sigh of relief to Su Ling, for although 100 may seem a modest number, the reality of the hunt is far more daunting, particularly in locating such a multitude. Once the immediate danger was resolved, Su Ling took the opportunity to scrutinize the humans under the control of the Gu Heartworms. Their attire likely reflected their state during the time of subjugation, allowing her to extract potentially valuable information. For instance, one middle-aged man's clothing exuded an air of opulence. His watch, though of an unfamiliar brand to Su Ling, clearly bore a hefty price tag, suggesting he was a man of means. Another woman donned a quintessential office attire. Her position difficult to ascertain, yet the severely worn high heels on her feet implied a modest rank. The professions and social standings of these individuals varied greatly. Should the Gu Heartworms become fully acclimated to their bodies and manipulate them to blend into society, the consequences could be dire. It would be tantamount to embedding a ticking time bomb within the heart of human civilization. Furthermore, one cannot guarantee that these Gu Heartworms would not proliferate. If they stealthily expanded their numbers, the notion that human civilization might gradually succumb to their dominion would not be far-fetched. It seems that the Bureau of Countermeasures may be more unhinged than I initially presumed. Su Ling slightly narrowed her eyes, sensing that she may have misjudged the Bureau's plan from the outset. The assault on the Dawn Academy, ostensibly a test to rattle Jiangjin, might merely have been a secondary objective. Perhaps from the very beginning, the attack was merely a facade, intended to draw out the Academy's combatants, thus allowing the Gu Heartworms to infiltrate the general populace unnoticed. The Gu Xianchong may very well be a novel manifestation of the aberrant entity, with only a scant few aware of its existence, thus granting it a precarious opportunity. Alternatively, it could have existed from the outset, its parasitic capabilities lying dormant until now, when it has finally revealed its menacing fangs. Regardless of the scenario, the gravity of the situation remains unchanged. Su Ling remains oblivious to the number of humans afflicted by the Gu Xianchong, nor does she know how many of these creatures have integrated into human society. To embark on a door-to-door search for these Gu Xianchongs is beyond her energy and capability. Yet, upon reflection, she realizes that perhaps this is not her concern, for she is merely here to fulfill her mission. Even if humanity's civilization were to collapse, it would bear no consequence for her. Thus, this vexing dilemma shall be left to the ardent magical girls, who are likely to be deeply invested in the matter. With this thought, Su Ling circumvented the corpses and made her way to the street, where she found Yu Mingxue, who was on alert. She shared all her discoveries and speculations with her. In their brief encounter, Su Ling gleaned a general understanding of the girl's character, coupled with the green emblem of friendliness hovering above her head. It indicated that she could potentially be a companion worth cultivating. Consequently, Su Ling felt no intense wariness towards her, especially since she genuinely required external assistance. She understood that relying solely on her own strength and that of Jiangjin would scarcely suffice to topple the formidable Countermeasure Bureau. This organization, established since the dawn of humanity's counteroffensive, could not possibly lack a wealth of resources accumulated over a century. Su Ling was adamant in her disbelief of such a notion. Therefore, in order to achieve victory, the forces of goodwill and neutrality were absolutely indispensable. She did not believe that all magical girls subscribed to the Countermeasure Bureau's ideologies, and that all dissenters could serve as allies to her and Jiangjin. The situation was indeed dire. A rare gravity clouded Yu Mingxue's expression. She certainly recognized that Su Ling was not merely indulging in alarmism. However, the task of investigating all those involved in the school festival was an immense undertaking. Moreover, in discerning aberrant entities, no organization or power could rival the expertise of the Countermeasure Bureau. Thus, even if this issue were to gain attention, the ultimate execution would invariably fall upon the Countermeasure Bureau. This implies that, should the Bureau become entangled in this matter, the final investigative outcomes would be at their mercy, allowing them to fabricate narratives and potentially aid the Gu Xianchong in concealing themselves from any threats they might encounter. This is an exceedingly perilous scenario, as ordinary individuals lack the capacity or means to identify the Gu Xianchong. Even the weaker magical girls might find themselves unable to discern the difference. Under such circumstances, The threat posed by the Gu Xian Chong is unprecedented, and Yu Mingxue currently possesses no effective strategies to counter it. It seems that we, having already integrated into society, have no viable solutions in the near term. Yu Mingxue bit her lower lip, and after a lengthy pause, she articulated a conclusion that was tinged with despair. It had been a considerable time since she had last felt such a sense of helplessness. In that fleeting moment, she unexpectedly recalled the figure clad in white, with golden hair, the one known as the most formidable magical girl, Forget-Me-Not. Surely, if it were her, the one believed to be omnipotent, there would be a solution. Yu Mingxue felt a pang of frustration. She understood that such dependence should not manifest in someone like herself, who had always aspired to be a paragon of strength. Yet, when confronted with an almost insurmountable predicament, she instinctively yearned to rely on Forget-Me-Not. That senior exuded an aura of reassurance, as if her mere presence rendered any challenge surmountable. Regrettably, that esteemed mentor had betrayed them. Although Yu Mingxue had sensed the underlying oddities, the reality remained that her whereabouts were now shrouded in mystery, leaving her no choice but to devise a plan independently. However, there must still be some Gu Xian shown within the academy. Let us investigate the school buildings. Perhaps we will uncover something new. Yu Mingxue swiftly composed herself, and her proposal was met with Su Ling's agreement. After all, the bizarre state of the academy warranted a rational explanation. And Su Ling too doubted that the 15 creatures that had previously attacked were the entirety of the Gu Xian Chong. To use an assault of such magnitude merely to introduce a total of 16 Gu Xian Chong seemed excessively trivial. Perhaps the ordinary individuals under control were merely the tip of a vast conspiracy. Chapter 41. Jiang Jin's actions at midnight. An hour had passed since Su Ling's departure. Lying on the soft bed, Jiang Jin slowly opened her eyes, appearing as though sleep eluded her. With a snap of her fingers, the lights within the room illuminated, and she tossed aside the covers to rise. Su Ling's departure did not escape her notice, yet she refrained from obstructing her intentions. After all, everyone has their own matters to attend to, and as long as they do not jeopardize the common folk, she saw no reason to intervene. Thus, Jiang Jin's rising was not prompted by Su Ling's temporary absence, but rather by her awareness of an indescribable foul aura permeating the city of Dawnlight. Though the scattered impurities alone were inconsequential, should their powers converge, they would undoubtedly inflict unspeakable devastation upon the city. At that moment, not only would the city itself suffer, but its inhabitants might also face near total annihilation. Such a terrifying calamity was on the verge of unfolding right before Jiang Jin's eyes, and she could not simply stand by. Unlike Su Ling, who was an outsider, Jiang Jin had grown up in this world, harboring her own convictions and ideals. She could never turn a blind eye to the death of innocence. She could never do so. Therefore, after a brief contemplation, Jiang Jin made her decision. She had known from the outset that her concealment could not last indefinitely. Managing to remain hidden for nearly a year without detection was already an impressive feat. She always has that moment of stepping forward, whether for herself or for the desires, or perhaps the obsessions, she has fought for until now. Jiang Jin walked into the kitchen, retrieved a carton of yogurt from the refrigerator, inserted a straw, and while sipping, made her way towards the entrance. She casually donned a trench coat hanging on the rack, pulled up the hood, and stepped out into the enveloping night. Indeed, uncovering the hidden Gu Xian Chong lurking throughout Shuguang City is no simple task. Even for Yu Mingxue, it could easily be deemed an impossible endeavor. However, this challenge is not insurmountable for everyone. As the most powerful magical girl of the present age and history, Jiang Jin possesses the ability to transform the impossible into the possible. She can sense the locations of all tainted auras, and as a variant of an aberrant entity. The Gu Xian Chong naturally exudes a foul aura so potent it cannot be concealed. These auras appear as small red dots on the map of Shuguang City in Jiang Jin's mind, their arrangement resembling pieces on a chessboard, with Jiang Jin undoubtedly being the player. She navigated around areas monitored by cameras and crowded with people, relying solely on her skills and physical prowess. She chose not to transform, aware that such a display of magical energy would be impossible to hide from the Bureau of Countermeasures. Although exposure was likely only a matter of time, Jiang Jin aimed to delay that moment as much as possible. After all, even without transformation, she was capable of dealing with these Gu Xian Chongs. Upon encountering the first human embodiment of corruption, She quickly gauged the opponent's strength and situation. The Gu Xian Chang's power lies in manipulation, and its strength is contingent upon the human it controls. If the controlled individual is merely an ordinary person, then regardless of how unconstrained they may be physically, they would pose little threat to Jiang Jin. With a delicate flick of her fingers, a slender green vine slipped through a crevice and gently disengaged the lock on the floor-to-ceiling window. Jiang Jin then pushed the window open and entered, her footsteps silent upon the floor. She circumvented the living room and arrived at the bedroom door, her slightly clenched right hand materializing a white, flower-like lance. This magical armament could be summoned even without transformation, which bolstered Jiang Jin's confidence in taking action untransformed. She gently opened the bedroom door and beheld a small girl sleeping soundly on the bed, appearing no older than 12 or 13. The room was filled with youthful charm and innocence. Such an adorable child. At first glance, Jiang Jin could hardly believe she had become a monster. Yet Jiang Jin knew her perception would not fail her. It was a force more sensitive and reliable than the Bureau's radar. In the past, this power had helped her avert countless crises posed by aberrant entities, and during her tenure, not a single aberrant had successfully infiltrated human cities. Thus, Jiang Jin was confident her perception was accurate, and the doubts she harbored earlier were answered by the sight before her. It is precisely this seemingly ordinary exterior that enables them to blend seamlessly into the city. Jiang Jin is acutely aware of what this signifies. Should these time bombs truly take root, the moment they detonate could very well mark the onset of humanity's demise. She approached the little girl, her firearm raised, moving without a sound, devoid of any murderous intent. Calmly, she gazed upon the serene, cherubic face, a flicker of compassion passing through her eyes. She lamented the girl's fate. Yet she would not hesitate, for she understood better than anyone that at this moment, the girl was no longer linked to humanity. The true essence of her being had long since perished, leaving behind merely a vessel for a monstrous entity. Thus, she lifted her spear and thrust it fiercely toward the girl's neck. In that instant, as the tip of the spear brushed against her skin, the girl's eyes widened in alarm. The controlling heartworm, sensing imminent danger as it faced its demise, realized too late the peril that loomed. It was too late to act. The spear had already pierced the girl's neck, leaving the heartworm with no choice but to confront its own death with clarity. The heartworm succumbed to the spear's penetration, and the girl it had controlled finally found genuine repose. Jiang Jin sighed softly as she closed the girl's eyes, then turned to exit the room, shutting the door behind her as if she had never been there at all. This silent cleansing occurred in tandem with Su Ling's actions, unbeknownst to her and Yu Mingxue, who were preoccupied with their own pressing troubles, which were being resolved with remarkable swiftness. Jiang Jin's prowess was beyond question, although it appeared that she was suppressed during their initial encounter. It is crucial to note that she had not even exerted 30% of her true strength at that time. Her abilities surpassed those of Su Ling, though only marginally. Their combat skills were comparable, but Jiang Jin's advantage lay in her diverse functional capabilities. This breadth of skill rendered her more versatile than Su Ling, enabling her to manage situations that left Su Ling at a loss. Jiang Jin earned the title of the strongest in history due to her comprehensive abilities, with few discernible weaknesses. Generally, such versatility suggests mediocrity, as those who are adept at everything often end up excelling at nothing, thereby becoming commonplace. However, Jiang Jin was an exception. Her skills were not only extensive but also remarkably refined, each aspect of her ability standing out in its own right. Thus, among the younger generation of magical girls, she bore the moniker of the perfect hexagonal warrior. Chapter 42. The Hornet's Nest. Unbeknownst to Jiang Jin, her actions were occurring while Su Ling and Yu Mingxue were situated within the confines of Dawn Academy. Yet even if they were aware, they would lack the energy and inclination to focus on such matters, for the troubles they faced were no less significant than those of Jiang Jin. The two individuals stealthily approached the school premises, now concealed within a nearby grove. Given Su Ling's prowess, she should not have needed to exercise such caution. After all, even a multitude of ordinary people under the control of the Gu Xian Chong posed no tangible threat to her. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that within this institution, those under the sway of the Gu Xian Chong were not limited to mere mortals. Su Ling and Yu Mingxue could scarcely fathom that even magical girls, possessing innate resistance to the abilities of aberrant entities, could be manipulated by the Gu Xian Chong. At this moment, the school was teeming with magical girls under the Gu Xian Chang's influence. Their movements were mechanical and eerie, and even in familiar conditions. Their threat far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Indeed, while Su Ling was not overly concerned about her safety when confronted by several, even a dozen magical girls, she was confident in her ability to turn the tables on them. Yet, the real concern was that the number of magical girls in the school far exceeded mere dozens. Should they all emerge and encircle her, the outcome could be dire. Escape was likely, but evading injury was nothing short of a fantasy. Could it be that the entire Dawn Academy had transformed into a breeding ground for the Gu Xian Chong? Furrowing her brow, Su Ling noted that although her spiritual eye lacked true X-ray vision, it could detect fluctuations in energy. Having dispatched numerous Gu Xian Chong, she was acutely aware of the repulsive, decaying aura they emitted, and their energy signatures were unmistakable, resembling wisps of smoke tinged with gray in an otherwise dark atmosphere. In her current field of vision, this ominous haze nearly enveloped every room in the school, with untainted spaces gradually succumbing at a steady pace. Without a doubt, if left unchecked, it would only be a matter of time before every magical girl in the school was transformed into a Gu Xian Chong. This was an utterly deranged scenario. What should we do? Must we eradicate all these magical girls? A hint of concern clouded Yu Mingshua's features. But her worry was not about the process of exterminating the Gu Xian Chong, but rather the consequences that would follow such actions. Indeed, Su Ling had come to realize that upon slaying the Gu Xian Chong, the bodies they once controlled resembled those of ordinary corpses. This meant that, without knowledge of the Gu Xian Chong's existence, people would be more inclined to believe the reality before their eyes. In essence, Su Ling and Yu Mingxue would be responsible for the deaths of these innocent, ordinary individuals and magical girls. Su Ling, being solitary and unencumbered by attachments, was not particularly troubled by this outcome. However, Yu Mingxue was different. She needed to return to the Strategy Bureau to investigate the disappearance of her master and the conspiracy being plotted within the Bureau. If she were to bear the blame for these actions, her return would be impossible, and it could potentially implicate her master as well. This is why Yu Mingxue appeared both anxious and hesitant. Furthermore, fleeing after committing such acts would be futile, the more powerful the magical girl, the more distinctive her combat style. Once Yu Mingxue engaged, her identity could be easily discerned from the traces left in the aftermath of battle. To completely avoid the looming catastrophe, Yu Mingxue had no choice but to refrain from taking action from the very beginning. However, this decision meant leaving Su Ling to fight alone. Although Yu Mingxue believed in Su Ling's capabilities, the sheer number of adversaries within the school premises posed a formidable challenge. Upon hearing this, Yu Mingxue felt a twinge of surprise, for Su Ling's reaction was far more composed than she had anticipated. In her memory, Su Ling tended to resort to violence whenever confronted with difficulties. She had assumed that this time would be no different. Yet, Su Ling was not a bloodthirsty individual. In most cases, resorting to violence was merely the simplest way to resolve issues. For her, killing was a means to an end, never an end in itself. She would never kill for the sake of killing. Thus, when violence ceased to be the most straightforward solution, she would not blindly choose it, as doing so could complicate matters further. The nature of the Gu Xian Chong's ability to control magical girls altered the situation entirely. Lu, floating beside Su Ling, also expressed her thoughts. Su Ling nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in the time to come, those magical girls who were neutral or opposed would gradually be eroded, effectively becoming part of the Strategy Bureau. Shouldn't we take this opportunity to spill some blood and complete the main quest? Lu tilted her head and asked with a smile. Su Ling chuckled softly and shook her head, aware that Lu's question was a trap designed to test whether she had become a mindless brute due to her power. Such probing did not irk Su Ling, for in a sense, it helped her clarify her thoughts. The school was akin to a colossal hornet's nest. A single poke would unleash the swarm within. Surveying the dormitories, Su Ling realized that the situation had spiraled beyond salvage. She could not rescue the remaining individuals unless she was prepared to eliminate every magical girl within the premises. However, engaging in battle with over 100 magical girls would generate a commotion that could not be concealed. Su Ling had no chance of concluding the fight swiftly. And if the conflict prolonged, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Strategy Bureau. At that point, she would face not only the lesser adversaries within the school, but also the elite magical girls who could easily overwhelm her. It would only be a matter of time before defeat became inevitable. Moreover, even if she could escape, what would become of Yu Mingxue, who stood beside her? At that juncture, she would be utterly defenseless, and even if she had not engaged in combat, the Strategy Bureau could easily fabricate accusations against her. When the desire to assign blame arises, any pretext will suffice. Su Ling was not entirely devoid of empathy. Furthermore, Yu Mingxue was of assistance to her. She could never bring herself to betray her companion, which meant that provoking the hornet's nest was never a viable option from the outset. As Su Ling found herself in a state of inner turmoil, faint rustling sounds gradually became clearer from a distance. Her gaze sharpened, and she instinctively urged Yu Mingxue to conceal themselves even deeper. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Someone was approaching. Their intentions, hostile or benevolent, remained uncertain. Yet hiding was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Once Su Ling and her companions had successfully concealed themselves, a small team of 10 arrived at the vicinity of the school building. Their assembly struck her as peculiar. 7 young girls appeared to be magical girls, while the presence of 3 men raised questions about their purpose. Su Ling was not entirely certain, but she understood that in this realm, extraordinary powers predominantly resided within young females. Logically, the 3 men should be ordinary individuals devoid of any special abilities. However, Ling Tong informed her that these men were indeed extraordinary beings, albeit of a weaker caliber, yet genuine in their supernatural status. Hunters, perhaps? Su Ling pondered for a moment and deduced their identities. Nevertheless, she was in no hurry to reveal herself, for the balance of knowledge was in her favor. The enemy was known, while she remained shrouded in secrecy, wielding the initiative. The proximity to the school building posed a risk. Should the commotion of a skirmish attract the attention of the Gu Xian Chong within, her situation could become perilous. Hence, she resolved to observe these newcomers, seeking to discern their intentions. Chapter 43. The Peculiar Squad Captain. I have an unsettling feeling about this place. Something must have occurred, right? A girl clad in blue shivered, rubbing the goosebumps on her arms as she gazed anxiously at the school building ahead. Although nothing seemed amiss at first glance, an inexplicable dread gnawed at her insides, akin to the sensation of a ghost gripping her throat, causing every hair on her body to stand on end, while an overwhelming fear threatened to shatter her composure. The blue-clad girl managed to maintain her calm solely due to the presence of her captain, whom she regarded as formidable and dependable. In her eyes, there was nothing her captain could not accomplish. As long as she was by her side, every problem would be surmountable. The captain was the source of her courage. Without her leadership, she would never dare linger in such a haunted locale. Strangely enough, this was not her first visit to the accommodation area of Dawn Academy. Yet she had never encountered such bizarre circumstances before. The building ahead felt less like a gathering place for magical girls and more like a lair for aberrations. Surely, there is nothing to worry about? The captain furrowed her brow, her voice laced with uncertainty, as the school exuded an eerie aura. Were it not for the directive from the Countermeasure Bureau to investigate this location, she would not wish to remain there a moment longer. However, as the leader of the squad, she could not display fear. She was acutely aware that she was the backbone of her team. If she exhibited trepidation, it would only exacerbate the anxiety of her fellow members. Thus, regardless of her instincts screaming alarm, she had no choice but to lead her team into the school. Monkey brother, do we truly have to follow that order? The burly man, trailing at the back of the group, gazed at the captain's retreating figure, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Unable to contain himself, he turned to the gaunt man beside him and inquired. The man, known as Monkey Brother, nodded, his expression perpetually somber yet resolute, devoid of any trace of hesitation that might have lingered in the others. The 2 men appeared to look to him as their leader. And if nothing unforeseen occurred, it was likely that this Monkey Brother was indeed a member of the Boss' team. His composure was not a mere facade, but rather a product of extensive experience. It seemed that Bull was still reluctant to allow 3 novices to operate independently, hence sending an experienced hand to serve as the backbone for the remaining 2 greenhorns. Now, we are in dire need of the Strategy Bureau, which means we have no right to refuse their orders. Without their assistance, we would stand little chance against that monstrous entity. Monkey's tone was grave, clearly indicating that Su Ling's solitary triumph over the mutated magical girls had reached the ears of the hunters. Perhaps the newcomers lacked a full grasp of this prowess. Yet seasoned contractors like Monkey and Bull understood all too well the magnitude of Su Ling's capabilities. While their team could achieve similar outcomes, They could never do so with the same ease and comfort as Su Ling, who emerged from battles unscathed. Monkey comprehended that if they lost the support of the Strategy Bureau, they would have little hope against Su Ling. In such circumstances, they lacked the leverage to negotiate terms with the Bureau and could only strive to fulfill the directives handed down. From the moment Su Ling showcased her strength, both Monkey and Bull recognized that their options had dwindled to none. But Monkey brother, do we truly stand a chance? Inquired another man, slightly shorter in stature. His voice tinged with anxiety. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, his apprehensions stemming from a lack of confidence in his abilities. Individuals like Su Ling, who could dispatch magical girls and mutated beings with such ease, were indeed a rarity. Typically, the initial missions for most contractors revolved around assisting local powerhouses. In a first mission, the true test lay in the ability to leverage each other's strengths. Their own power rarely shifted the tide of battle. Ordinarily, Su Ling should not have been cast into such a world. Having transformed from a human to a silver dragon, she ought to have started at the 5th tier. For the might of dragons has always been renowned for its strength and dominance. Even a juvenile dragon is beyond the capacity of an ordinary human to confront. However, the predicament arose from the fact that the underhanded Lu had nearly drained the silver dragon of its inherent power, thus allowing Su Ling, an anomaly, to compete alongside regular newcomers. Of course, her strength did not exceed the limits of this world. While she was formidable, it did not imply that no one within this realm could defeat her. Should the hunters strategically capitalize on their advantages, they too could pose a lethal threat to Su Ling, which fundamentally fueled Bull and the others' unwavering resolve. The World Tree will not issue missions that are destined for failure. This holds true for all contractors. Our primary objective remains to assist, with the real execution left to others. In short, Kwang Dao and Gaisai, you shall heed my commands. The monkey cast a sidelong glance at the two beside him, his serious and solemn tone causing them both to swallow nervously. The burly Kwang Dao nodded first, a flattering smile gracing his face. Rest assured, Monkey King, wherever you direct, I shall not stray. I understand the rules. Upon hearing this, Gaisai quickly nodded in agreement, fully aware that in perilous situations, one must cling tightly to a powerful ally. And the only support they had at present was the monkey before them. Satisfied with their responses, the monkey nodded in approval, then redirected his gaze to the commanding figure ahead, his dark eyes filled with determination and a hint of lethal intent. The group of 10 entered the dormitory building in succession, while Su Ling, concealed in the shadows, observed them quietly, intrigued by their composition. Of course, the composition was not merely about the 7 women and 3 men, but rather the indicators above their heads, 7 red names and 3 green names. This was indeed intriguing. Was the Bureau of Strategies attempting to conveniently eliminate its dissenters? Moreover, it appeared that the captain remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the unfolding events. Indeed, the 3 green names within the squad belonged to the captain, the blue-clad girl, and the dark-haired beauty who seemed to serve as the vice-captain, given their positioning. In summary, these 3 likely had no idea they had fallen into a trap, entering the dormitory building unguarded, and Su Ling could easily predict their fate. The question arose, should she involve herself in this matter? While gaining 3 companions might seem advantageous, the risks and costs involved might not equate to the benefits of their assistance. Su Ling weighed the pros and cons. After all, she was unfamiliar with them. Offering help would be a gesture of goodwill, yet choosing not to intervene would elicit no reproach. In the absence of emotional ties, self-interest naturally took precedence. However, at that moment, Yu Mingxue tugged at Su Ling's sleeve, her eyes brimming with concern as she watched the squad enter the dormitory. Could I ask for your help with Qian'ai? I can offer you anything I possess as a reward. Su Ling raised an eyebrow at this, neither directly agreeing nor outright refusing. Why? She is very important to me, and she is strong. She can surely aid you. Yu Mingxue's voice bore a hint of desperation. Su Ling furrowed her brow slightly, as if she wished to inquire further or gently decline, but ultimately seemed to arrive at a conclusion, swallowing her initial words. She settled for a somewhat resigned compromise. Very well, I shall help you save her. Chapter 44. Betrayal. The campus of Dawn Academy resembled a grand apartment complex. The magical girl squad, having entered first, swiftly boarded the elevator, leaving Su Ling to miss it by mere moments as the doors closed behind them. Rather than hastily pursuing them, she took her time ascending the staircase after ascertaining the floor they had reached. Riding the elevator could easily reveal her presence. And since she found herself in the shadows, it was imperative to maximize her concealed advantages. She surmised their intentions and believed they would not act hastily. Even if they were impatient, as long as the captain and her two companions were not dispatched instantaneously, Ling could still intervene, which lent her an air of confidence. In stark contrast to Ling's calm demeanor, Mingxue appeared visibly anxious, her worry evident in her eyes, though she refrained from voicing her concerns to Ling, knowing that it would only serve to distract her from her judgment. Despite her urgency, she was no fool. She understood what actions were appropriate and recognized that it was she who sought assistance. Thus she had no authority to dictate Ling's decisions. The staircase was enveloped in an unsettling silence, oppressive in its stillness, with only the sound of their footsteps breaking the quiet. The dim, narrow surroundings intensified the fear that accompanied the silence. Had an ordinary person been in their position, they might have lacked the courage to continue upward. However, such environmental factors held no sway over Ling and Mingxue. The former exuded an air of composed indifference, while the latter, seasoned by countless battles, had encountered far stranger scenarios and would not be easily intimidated. Ling reflected inwardly on the myriad hidden effects of the blood realm, marveling at the unparalleled pace of her mental fortitude's growth. She recalled her childhood fears of ghosts, particularly in settings reminiscent of classic horror films, which she had once dared not even glance upon. A childhood experience of being tricked into watching a horror movie had left her with a lasting psychological scar, causing her to steer clear of such genres thereafter. Yet, after becoming the Silver Dragon and undergoing rigorous training, she now found herself unfazed in situations that once terrified her. She traversed these once frightening realms with ease, her heart devoid of trepidation, even contemplating singing to lighten the mood. Indeed, death could diminish the majority of fears. Although Lu did not contest this notion, she did not claim full credit for Ling's transformation, stating that the majority of this change was likely attributable to the genes of the Silver Dragon. Ling continued her ascent, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "Oh? What do you mean by that?" "Because you fear nothing but pain," Lu replied. Ling fell into a contemplative silence, struggling to comprehend how such a formidable dragon could be solely afraid of pain. As she pondered this enigma, she arrived at the 9th floor, her intended destination, where the elevator had paused. Setting aside her momentary doubts, Ling stepped into the corridor, expanding her senses to the fullest. In no time, she pinpointed the location of the Magical Girl Squad. They stood before room 904, with their leader, Chinna, knocking on the door, seemingly conducting a routine inspection. Knock, knock, knock. Approximately 10 seconds after the sound echoed, the bedroom door swung open, revealing a girl who appeared to be merely 16 or 17. Her sleepy eyes and slightly irate expression betrayed the fact that she had been roused from slumber. "May I ask what the matter is?" The resentment in the girl's tone was unmistakable. After all, being abruptly awakened from a sound sleep would leave anyone in a foul mood. "The Bureau has detected unusual energy fluctuations within the premises. As a precaution, we need to conduct an inspection. My apologies." Chinna softened her voice and wore an apologetic smile, which eased some of the girl's discontent. With a slight pout, she stepped aside, allowing them entry. "Please go ahead with your inspection." Chinna nodded gratefully. Although the girl appeared outwardly untroubled, Chinna's instincts hinted at something peculiar about her. Heightening her vigilance, she prepared her magical energy for transformation, an instinct honed through countless battles. They understood all too well the heavy price of trusting appearances. As Chinna entered the room, the dark-haired and blue-clad girls followed closely behind. Sensing a hint of strangeness emanating from the girl who had opened the door, they, too, silently gathered their strength, mirroring their leader's wariness. Once the three of them fully entered, the resentment and haze vanished from the girl's eyes, as though her previous demeanor had been nothing more than a facade. Exchanging a glance with the remaining magical girls, 3 shadowy heartworms slithered from her arm to her wrist, and a dagger glinting with a chilling light appeared in the hand of the 4th magical girl in their ranks. A surge of alarm coursed through Chinna, akin to a serpent slithering down her spine. Almost instinctively, she transformed and spun around, pulling the dark-haired and blue-clad girls behind her. A petite round shield clashed against the dagger, the jarring sound of friction shattering the silence. "Poppy!" Chinna gritted her teeth, uttering the name of the ambushing magical girl. The assailant wielding the dagger was indeed the one known as Poppy. dressed in a luxurious and captivating red and black evening gown. With fiery red hair and eyes as resplendent as rubies, she exuded an aura that was both enticing and lethal. Her sultry smile contrasted sharply with Chinna's furious demeanor. Yet despite the palpable danger radiating from her, there was an inexplicable allure that made one want to draw closer. Powerful, perilous, yet irresistibly alluring. This is the essence of the Poppy, a formidable magical girl whom even Chiharu must approach with caution and vigilance. Alas, your shield remains as obstructive as ever. Poppy sheathed her dagger, casting a regretful glance at the unblemished shield. Deep down, she had already anticipated that this ambush was unlikely to succeed, particularly since her target was Chiharu. Revered as the knight of purity and nobility, Chiharu is often affectionately referred to by her peers as the Yuri Knight. Like the pristine and immaculate petals of a lily, she embodies elegance and grace. This moniker is intrinsically linked to her magical girl codename, just as Poppy has hers, which is Forget-Me-Not. Naturally, Chiharu possesses her own codename, Lily. Due to the association of these titles, Chiharu has often been the object of admiration from young girls. Yet she has consistently deemed herself heterosexual, declining every confession of love. The admiration directed towards her is not solely based on her striking appearance. Rather, it stems from her gentle, elder sister-like demeanor and her formidable strength that inspires confidence. The word reliable encapsulates the impression she leaves on all who know her. Without substantial power, how could one uphold such a reputation? Thus, Poppy understood from the outset that winning over Chiharu and her trusted allies would be an unavoidable, arduous battle. Fortunately, the advantageous conditions were predominantly in her favor, no matter how strong Chiharu may be. She could not simultaneously fend off Poppy's assault while ensuring the safe retreat of herself and her two companions. The entire school building was under Poppy's control, while Chiharu had only herself and her two subordinates to rely on. She lacked the advantage of time, place, and support. Therefore, this battle was destined for her defeat. Chapter 45. The rescue bullets were loaded into the chamber as Monkey, Madblade, and Ghost Monk blocked the doorway. Their mission was to assist Poppy in subduing Chiharu and her companions. However, direct confrontation was unnecessary for them. They merely needed to ensure that Chiharu and her allies had no escape route. Normally, conventional bullets pose no threat to magical girls. Yet when faced with the ominous barrel of a gun, Chiharu felt an undeniable sense of danger. The bullets within that weapon could inflict fatal harm upon her. Although she was unaware of how the ammunition posed a threat to magical girls, she never doubted her instincts. When confronting peril, the intuition of a transcendent being is more reliable than any analytical instrument. Taking a deep breath, Chiharu conjured a long sword, resembling the delicate petals of a lily. In her right hand, while wielding a shield in her left, she stood poised and gallant, embodying the very essence of a knight. No wonder her title was the Yuri Knight. At the same moment, the blue-clad maiden and the black-haired enchantress completed their transformations. One adorned herself with an orange flower hairpiece while wielding a revolver. The other donned an opulent gown reminiscent of layered roses and brandished a long whip adorned with thorns. They both understood that the odds of survival through rebellion were minimal. Yet they also recognized that in the absence of resistance, survival was an impossibility. Observing this, Poppy's lips slowly curled into a subtle smile. Certainly, she would not confront Chennai's initial onslaught head-on. Within this schoolhouse occupied by the parasitic heartworm, countless pawns were at her disposal. Why risk herself unnecessarily? Although Poppy never doubted her own abilities, she would never underestimate Chennai's strength, as the latter's exploits were well known among magical girls. Poppy was no fool to adopt a dismissive attitude towards such an adversary. The heartworm-controlled magical girls launched the first wave of assault against Chennai and her companions. Though under manipulation, the inherent power of these magical girls remained undiminished, and their physical prowess surpassed that of their former selves. Initially, Chennai and her team appeared to manage the suicidal attacks with ease, but they were acutely aware that if the battle dragged on, their advantages would swiftly erode. Chennai was evidently cognizant of this. Her focus was not on a direct confrontation with Poppy, but rather on finding an opportunity to break through the encirclement with her teammates. She blocked a heavy blow from a staff with her shield and, in a swift motion, decapitated the heartworm that had ambushed her from the right. Seizing this fleeting moment of respite, she aimed her sword at the window. With a deafening crash, a beam of white light erupted from the sword's tip. violently colliding with the window. However, as the dust settled, the window struck by the beam showed not even the slightest hint of damage, plunging Chennai's heart into despair. She glanced at Poppy and her companions, apart from the three men guarding the entrance and Poppy herself. The remaining three magical girls were intertwining their magical energies to form a protective array that enveloped the entire dormitory. This magical formation was not a rare phenomenon. On the contrary, it was quite commonplace, as such an array would invariably manifest when something required safeguarding. Indeed, this was a protective spell. Its effect straightforward, to ensure that the dormitory where Chennai and her allies resided remained unscathed. Although the spell had a limit to the damage it could absorb, Chennai was certain she could not breach it in a short span. Poppy had anticipated every conceivable outcome. She would not grant Chennai any opportunity for escape. This was a trap meticulously laid for her, a web designed specifically to ensnare her, and with her own strength alone. There was no possibility of breaking free from the confines. Clang! The delicate sound of a sword resonated, abruptly silencing the previous cacophony. The guard, Crazy Blade, felt a chill at his throat, and then the world around him began to spin, his consciousness sinking into an abyss of darkness. The Gu-Xian insects within the school premises are rapidly converging towards this room. Although Su Ling has managed to intercept a portion, it remains a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast numbers threatening the entire building. She is acutely aware that if she does not take decisive action soon, the opportunity for intervention may slip away entirely. She must lead Chennai and the others to break through the encirclement before the Gu-Xian insects fully assemble. And the time available is a mere 3 minutes. Yu Mingxue has already gone to buy her some time. Thus Su Ling's actions must be swift. This urgency is the very reason for her bold maneuvers. She cannot afford to wait any longer, should Chennai and her companion's state deteriorate due to combat. The rescue mission would become increasingly complicated. With her gaze sharpened, Su Ling, having dispatched the mad blade wielder, pressed on with unwavering momentum towards the monkey standing beside the slain foe. In this life-and-death moment, the monkey's instinct for survival surged forth. He instinctively raised his firearm in a futile attempt to block Su Ling's sword. Yet, upon contact with the barrel, the blade sliced through effortlessly. Although the bullet was unique, the weapon in the monkey's hand was merely an ordinary manufactured artifact, its quality at best a mere white grade. How could such a weapon possibly withstand the razor-sharp edge of the Slayer's sword? Nevertheless, this act of defense bought him a precious moment. He decisively discarded his gun and retreated, positioning himself somewhat behind the ghostly monk, faced with a direct threat to his life. The monkey evidently no longer cared about his role as a henchman or his loyalty to his boss. His sole desire was to preserve his own life, even if it meant sacrificing the monk to save himself. Su Ling's sudden appearance disrupted the previously stagnant battlefield, eliciting a flicker of panic on the faces of the three magical girls forming the magical array. Even the expression of Poppy, usually composed, became unusually grave. Clearly, she recognized Su Ling and understood the profound impact her strength could have on the situation. From a rational standpoint, retreating would be the most prudent choice, for the individuals present simply could not hope to deter Su Ling. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within her. Victory was tantalizingly close, and she was on the brink of eliminating Chennai. To have such a significant variable emerge at this juncture felt like letting a cooked duck fly from her grasp, an outcome Poppy found difficult to accept. Moreover, she was not devoid of the capacity to fight back. As the Gu-Xian insects amassed in her room, if they could encircle Su Ling as well, the victory would still belong to her. After a moment of internal struggle, Poppy made her decision. While she acknowledged Su Ling's formidable prowess, she was not entirely defenseless. She was confident in her ability to stall for a moment. With 7 Gu-Xian insects remaining in the dormitory, if her objective was merely to delay Chennai and her companions, it should suffice. As long as she could hold out until the remaining Gu-Xian insects arrived to encircle them, the outcome would still favor her. Resolute in her choice, Poppy clenched her jaw tightly, shaking her right hand to ring the bell on her wrist. As the chime resonated, various mutated entities began to manifest within the room. This is the prowess of Poppy. She possesses the ability to enchant any living being into becoming her subordinate. Even those that have undergone aberration cannot escape her dominion. However, there lies a secret that Poppy has long concealed regarding this ability. It is not limited to aberrations. She can similarly mesmerize humans and magical girls alike. exerting control over them as well. Thus, her determination to remain and fight to the end is not devoid of personal motives. She harbors the desire to transform Su Ling and Qian Nai into her own vassals. Should she succeed, she would surpass Jiang Jin, emerging as the most formidable among magical girls. The relationship between risk and reward is often commensurate, and for such a tremendous gain, Poppy is willing to embrace this risk. Moreover, she is not one to act as a reckless gambler, leaving herself without an avenue of retreat. Even if she ultimately fails to delay the encroaching curse worm, she possesses the confidence to withdraw unscathed. This is the fundamental reason for her audacity to remain. Chapter 46. Unspoken Collaboration. Two armed individuals, mere novices, pose little threat. Rather, the entity summoned by the woman in the red and black gown presents a more considerable challenge. The remaining three magical girls maintaining the barrier are not particularly formidable either. With a swift glance, Su Ling quickly assessed the current battlefield in a mere second. The three magical girls sustaining the magic array were not strong, seemingly serving only to transform this dormitory into a prison for Qian Nai and her companions. However, once the monkey and the ghost monk are dealt with, the path to escape will be unimpeded, even if the surrounding walls and windows become impenetrable fortifications. They shall not hinder Qian Nai and her companions' retreat. In essence, the critical point of this battle is singular: Poppy, who commands the aberrated beings. Having clarified her objective, Su Ling no longer hesitated. The explosive speed granted by Dragon Wing allowed her to close the distance before the monkey and the ghost monk even had the chance to react. Indeed, the monkey possessed more experience than the ghost monk, yet in the face of such a stark disparity in power, that experience could not shield him from the fate of death. Most novice contractors are quite fond of the gunner profession, and the monkey is no exception. After all, this role can inflict significant damage and, in a team setting, typically avoids peril. The sole drawback might be its high cost, as the ammunition capable of posing a lethal threat to the extraordinary is hardly inexpensive. Yet, the promise of safety is enough for most to willingly accept this flaw. After all, money can be earned anew, but a life lost is irretrievable. As one of the premier damage dealers in the Bull Squad, the monkey enjoys a level of security that is nearly unparalleled, well protected by his teammates, and rarely facing danger directly. This also implies that he is utterly unaware of what to do when an enemy closes in, as under normal circumstances. Adversaries are typically intercepted by the Bull Squad and other allies before they can approach him. Upon the sudden appearance of Su Ling before him, his mind went blank in an instant. However, an overwhelming instinct for survival supplanted his rationality, prompting him to instinctively take action to preserve his life. This instinctive maneuver involved pulling the ghost monk in front of him to shield himself from impending doom. The chilling sound of a blade slicing through flesh resonated in the air, and in the ghost monk's wide-eyed terror, the lethal sword severed his neck. His eyes widened in disbelief, the emotion of incredulity becoming his final expression left in this world, for he had never envisioned his life concluding in such a manner. Yet, the monkey who narrowly escaped felt no sense of relief, as his peril had not dissipated with the ghost monk's sacrifice. Perhaps fate had other designs for him. Just as Su Ling prepared to strike again, an aberration controlled by Poppy lunged at him with ferocity. Poppy summoned 3 aberrations, one of which was large and bore a heavy shield, clearly intended to restrain foes and protect allies. The second was a diminutive figure wielding a dagger, exuding the essence of an assassin. As for the last, its arms resembled gun barrels, and the bone spikes emitted from its limbs confirmed Su Ling's suspicion. It was a long-range specialist, tasked with suppressing adversaries and expanding their advantage. These 3 aberrations summoned by Poppy were of a caliber far superior to those Su Ling had previously vanquished. They had once been formidable entities responsible for cataclysmic disasters, ultimately subdued by the combined efforts of magical girls before being tamed by Poppy. Weighing her options, Su Ling calculated that she could indeed eliminate all 3 aberrations. But this hinged upon a critical premise: the absence of a time constraint. She had only 3 minutes at her disposal, a duration painstakingly secured by Yu Mingshue's utmost efforts. Without Yu Mingshue's intervention, the Guexian worm would have already ensnared this lair. She could not afford to be delayed. She needed to create an opportunity for them. Swiftly assessing the pros and cons, bolstered by her impressive intelligence attribute of 34, Su Ling analyzed the unfolding battle. The only high-explosive capability at her disposal was the power doubling granted by Dragon Scale, meaning she had but a single opportunity, without verbal communication. In the moment her gaze locked with Su Ling's, Kikyo, seasoned by years of combat, understood Su Ling's intentions. She nodded gently, her revolver no longer providing support to Qian Nai and Chong Wei, but instead quietly gathering strength. Noticing Kikyo's sudden withdrawal of support, Qian Nai and Chong Wei instinctively sensed something amiss. Initially, they speculated whether Kikyo had encountered trouble, but upon realizing that the blue revolver was silently charging, their long-established camaraderie allowed them to make a swift decision. Qian Nai harbored unconditional trust in her teammate. Although she was unaware of Kikyo's intentions, she was willing to believe and cooperate with her. Thus, without hesitation, she abandoned her offensive stance, assuming a defensive position to guard both sides of Kikyo. The Rose, too, mirrored this sentiment. The long whip, akin to a frenzied dragon, retracted all offensive maneuvers, merely passively defending against the onslaught of the Gu Exine Chong. She conserved her strength, quietly awaiting the arrival of an opportune moment. Meanwhile, Su Ling, the pivotal point in this situation, although under immense pressure, found her mind growing increasingly calm and lucid. Panic served no purpose. Only absolute rationality and composure could unveil and seize the singular opportunity to carve out a glimmer of hope for the group. She restrained the heavy shield aberration, subtly adjusting angles and positions while suppressing her opponent. In the chaos of battle, her minute adjustments went unnoticed, even by the sharpshooter known as Monkey, who had regained his composure. With a sniper rifle in hand, the finest and most powerful weapon he possessed, he awaited the perfect moment to ensure a lethal strike. His chamber held a solitary, invaluable bullet, the only one he deemed worthy of this crucial moment. Thus he refrained from firing prematurely, remaining poised in the distance. As the assassin aberration's dagger evaded detection, and the heavy shield and bone spikes aligned in a direct line, Su Ling's eyes suddenly sharpened. The manifested dragon's tail sent the assassin flying as if it were a stray dog cast aside by the roadside. Swiftly, dragon scales adhered to Su Ling's right leg. The force of her leg exceeded that of her fists. She executed a half-leap, rotating her body, delivering a precise whip kick squarely to the front of the heavy shield aberration. The might of the dragon propelled it backward like a locomotive, leaving the bone spikes no time to react as it crashed against the wall. Opportunity. The glint in the eyes of Zhu Jing sparkled as the fully charged revolver shot forth between Qian Nai and the Rose, petals dancing amidst the violet beam. That unparalleled energy obliterated everything in its path, clearing an unobstructed route between the door and her allies. Without the need for verbal cues, thorns adorned with blooming roses erupted from the ground, ensnaring the unsuspecting Gu Exin Chong and hindering the movements of the heavy shield and bone spikes. This signified that for at least 3 seconds, no one could impede their actions. In rapid succession, the gun fired as Qian Nai moved simultaneously. Yet, Qian Nai's speed eclipsed even that of the bullet. As the projectile, held in high regard by Monkey for its potential to severely wound Su Ling, was deflected away by her raised shield, striking the assassin who had just regained their footing. Go! Su Ling shouted, leading the charge towards the staircase, with Zhu Jing and the Rose closely behind, while Qian Nai took up the rear, assuming the role of protector. Everything transpired with breathtaking swiftness. The coordination among Su Ling and her companions seemed forged through rigorous training. Even as the Poppy became aware of the unfolding events, she found herself powerless to intervene. All her means of obstructing them were under Su Ling's control. Unless the remaining Gu Exine Chong in the school surrounded them, no one could halt their advance during those fleeting 3 seconds. In this round, it was a complete defeat for both the Poppy and the Countermeasure Bureau. Chapter 47. Intention. Su Ling and her companions executed their retreat with remarkable swiftness. Upon realizing that they had successfully withdrawn, Yu Mingxue seized her entanglement with the Gu Exine Chong and followed suit in escaping the school building. To be honest, Su Ling felt a profound uncertainty regarding this operation. After all, rescuing someone is far more challenging than taking a life. Had there been even one incompetent teammate among Qian Nai and her group, this rescue mission would not have proceeded so smoothly. Fortunately, neither Qian Nai nor her allies were inept. In fact, at the critical moment, Qian Nai even shielded Su Ling from a bullet, which, in Su Ling's perception, posed a significant threat. Had it struck her, even she would have swiftly lost her combat effectiveness. However, even without Qian Nai's intervention, Su Ling possessed the agility to evade it herself. Her physical prowess was more than sufficient to perform such a complex maneuver. Even after being drained of strength by the Lu, the residual capabilities of the silver dragon within her body were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, having someone to block the bullet was undeniably a safer option, prompting Su Ling to express her gratitude sincerely. Once they were out of danger, she turned to Qian Nai and said, "Thank you for shielding me from that shot. Had I been hit, I would undoubtedly have encountered significant trouble." Qian Nai shook her head in response, her gaze lingering on the school building with a hint of lingering dread. "I should be the one expressing thanks. If it weren't for your timely assistance, we might have truly perished there." It was utterly unexpected that the aberrant entities had evolved to the extent that even magical girls could manipulate them. This complication was troubling. As she spoke, a palpable gravity descended upon Qian Nai's brow. The mere notion of magical girls being controlled within the school was enough to instill fear in her. If the Countermeasure Bureau also had. No, Qian Nai suddenly realized she was ensnared in a flawed line of reasoning. The poppy that ambushed her displayed no signs of being controlled, including the 3 magical girls who had colluded with her. If they were not under the control of the Gu Xian Chong, yet could command it for their own purposes, did this imply that the Countermeasure Bureau itself was in collaboration with the Gu Xian Chong? A shiver ran down Qian Nai's spine as she hesitated to delve deeper into this unsettling thought. Yet, a lingering question remained unaddressed. What was the motive behind such a perilous alliance? "There is no need for thanks. I merely acted on someone else's behalf." Su Ling's response momentarily interrupted Qian Nai's contemplation. She observed the position Su Ling had made room for, where a charming girl with black hair was panting and adjusting her condition, to ensure that not a single Gu Xian Chong could affect Su Ling while maintaining an unobstructed escape route. She had sealed off all pathways below the 9th floor with magic and single-handedly confronted all adversaries above it. She had nearly exhausted all her physical and magical strength, managing to buy Su Ling a mere 3 minutes. If Su Ling exceeded even a second beyond that, she would collapse from the simultaneous depletion of her magical energy and stamina. At that point, she would undoubtedly become one of the Gu Xian Chong. The success of this rescue operation can be attributed significantly to Yu Mingxue. Without the time she secured, Su Ling would have been unable to create an opportunity for Qian Nai and the others to break free. "Xiaoyu?" Qian Nai's voice was tinged with surprise. She was unaware of why the previously unacquainted Su Ling had come to their aid. However, upon seeing Yu Mingxue, the reason became clear to her. "I'm glad you're safe, Sister Qian Nai." Yu Mingxue endeavored to appear unscathed, yet her exhaustion was unmistakable. The mere ability to stand and speak was all she could manage at that moment. Witnessing her frail state, Qian Nai felt an indescribable pang of sympathy. She was acutely aware of the sacrifices Yu Mingxue had made for her rescue, and this sorrow naturally morphed into an immense hatred toward Poppy. Nevertheless, Qian Nai had always excelled at controlling her emotions and understood that, in the short term, revenge would likely be unattainable, especially given her severe lack of information. Even now, she remained oblivious to the full extent of the situation. Thus, she straightforwardly inquired, "Xiaoyu, could you enlighten me about what has transpired?" Su Ling glanced at Yu Mingxue, who was visibly struggling to articulate her thoughts, and shook her head in resignation. She then took it upon herself to relay all that was known to Qian Nai. However, Su Ling did not divulge everything. She withheld certain details regarding Jiang Jin, only mentioning the reasons behind the initial uproar at the Countermeasure Bureau's headquarters, without revealing that Jiang Jin was currently by her side, aligned with her. Yet, even the information she did share was sufficient to stir a tempest within Qian Nai's heart. Had she not witnessed the magical girls being ambushed and seen the collaboration between the magical girls and the aberrated entities, she might have doubted Su Ling's claims. After all, the events described were so fantastical that they seemed almost dreamlike, far beyond her imagination. But now, she had no choice but to believe. The controlled magical girls, the hostility and murderous intent exhibited by Poppy, and the collaboration between Poppy and the Gu Xian Chong were all verifiable truths she had witnessed firsthand, devoid of any semblance of deception. If Poppy's actions were indeed sanctioned by the Countermeasure Bureau, did that imply that this so-called thorough investigation of traitors was, in essence, a ruse to utilize the Gu Xian Chong to eliminate dissenters? Much like the predicament she herself faced. Had it not been for the variables introduced by Su Ling and Yu Mingxue, her fate tonight would have undoubtedly been to become one of the Gu Xin Chong. Contemplating this, a cold sweat beaded on Qian Nai's forehead. It was entirely possible that during her unawareness, many magical girls had already fallen victim to malevolent hands. If all of this were true, I must return to rally the opposition. Their situation may be exceedingly perilous. Qian Nai swiftly resolved to act. And the opposition she referred to consisted of those who had initially opposed the Countermeasure Bureau's intentions to expand their influence and establish themselves as the rulers of humanity. Not all magical girls yearn for power. A significant portion of them fights solely to protect those they cherish, wishing only to bring an end to the ongoing conflict. They are indifferent to the notion of power and do not believe that the dominance of the Strategy Bureau would benefit the advancement of human civilization. The Bureau's exhibited attitude was not one of guiding humanity towards a new future, but rather of aspiring to become tyrants. At that time, the true intentions of the Bureau were evident to anyone with discernment, as matters pertaining to research stagnated while the upper echelons busied themselves with the indulgence of their authority. The unification proposed by this group was easily interpreted by those with intellect. Therefore, it is not surprising that opposition arose, and Shinna was among the initial dissenters. Now, having fallen victim to the treachery of Poppy, it is difficult to assert that the other dissenters would not meet a similar fate. She must return to rally the remaining forces, as this may offer a glimmer of hope. If they are systematically dismantled, in the absence of Forget-Me-Not, there would be no one left to thwart the Strategy Bureau. Chapter 48. Jiang Jin's undercover operation within the room housing the main computer of the Strategy Bureau division. A bespectacled girl with black hair was using a computer to peruse information. Although her expression remained calm, the beads of sweat forming on her brow betrayed her true emotions. Had Lu been present, she would have recognized this girl as Xiao Lan, the undercover agent who had once provided her with intelligence on Forget-Me-Not, as mentioned by Jiang Jin. In a bid to swiftly eliminate dissenters under the pretext of investigating traitors, the Strategy Bureau had dispatched the majority of magical girls into teams, rendering the Bureau more internally hollow than ever before. Seizing such a fortuitous opportunity, Xiao Lan had no reason to miss out. She evaded all surveillance and stealthily entered the room containing the main computer, intending to uncover any traces of pathogens from the stored information. Typically, such classified secrets would leave no trace, but Xiao Lan did not believe that the Bureau would neglect to conduct any research after harboring pathogens. By identifying anything related to the pathogens, she could pinpoint their location. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with such speed that they appeared to blur, swiftly discarding countless irrelevant pieces of information, while all suspected data regarding the pathogens was downloaded onto a USB drive. Aware of the urgency of her situation, she knew that if patrollers arrived for a routine check, she would have no place to hide. Time was of the essence, and her heart raced as she remained acutely aware of any disturbance outside. However, Murphy's Law is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. The more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. Xiao Lan had already meticulously filtered the intelligence she required and now only needed to await the completion of the download. Yet, at that very moment, the ominous sounds of footsteps and conversation echoed down the corridor. "Sister Yu, is this routine inspection truly necessary? Haven't all the opposition members been dispatched?" The speaker's voice was somewhat shrill, reminiscent of a child. "If we can covertly insert an undercover agent among the opposition, they can likely employ similar tactics. Thus, we must remain vigilant." The response was markedly more mature, embodying the voice of a commanding woman, if one were to judge solely by sound. The owner of this voice would evoke the image of a languid, statuesque woman standing at 175 centimeters tall. All right, whatever the higher-ups dictate is what we shall follow, as long as it facilitates the smooth progression of the plan." The lowly voice seemed entirely disinterested in further debate, her tone laced with a hint of impatience. Indicating her sole concern was the final outcome. Observing this, the individual referred to as Sister Yu ceased to speak, and the two women's footsteps drew ever closer, causing Xiao Lan's back to glisten with cold sweat. She should have retreated the moment the footsteps became audible. However, the download was nearing its conclusion, and the control room was conveniently located at a corner. This meant that if Xiao Lan could vacate the control room before the two rounded the bend, she could remain undetected. This opportunity was too precious to squander. Xiao Lan was uncertain when the next would present itself. Thus, despite the inherent danger, She was determined to take the risk. She understood that Jiang Jin could not hide indefinitely. The meticulously planned operation by the Bureau of Strategies had officially commenced. Xiaolan was acutely aware of Jiang Jin's character and knew she would never remain uninvolved. Thus the days remaining for their direct confrontation were likely numbered. In the current circumstances, a face-off would leave Jiang Jin with no chance of victory, which fueled Xiaolan's urgency and her willingness to gamble. Locating the pathogen and addressing the problem at its source was their sole path to triumph. The progress of the download was nearing completion, yet the footsteps in the corridor grew increasingly distinct. Xiaolan assessed that, given the current download speed, she would not have enough time to retreat before they arrived. The choices before her dwindled to two. 1. Immediately eject the USB drive and depart, biding her time for the next opportunity. 2. Forcefully divine all the clues right here, risking the instantaneous depletion of her magical energy, rendering her powerless to resist or escape. Xiaolan hesitated for a moment, but the growing determination in her eyes revealed that she had made her choice. This seemingly delicate and unassuming girl possessed an exceptionally resolute spirit. Otherwise, how could she have so flawlessly disguised herself, embedding within the Bureau of Strategies solely to seek that elusive chance of victory? However, just as Xiaolan was resolutely preparing to transform, circumstances did not spiral into the worst possible scenario. A sudden voice interrupted, causing the two individuals to halt in their tracks. Poppy had failed, and it was highly likely that Lily would return promptly to seek retribution. If she managed to rally the opposition, complications would surely ensue. The speaker was a man, and as his words echoed through the corridor, the footsteps around them came to an abrupt stop, followed by Sister Yu's inquiry. Poppy has failed. How is that possible? With her capabilities, it would be inconceivable for her to falter while others might. If it were solely Lily and her companions, Poppy would undoubtedly prevail, yet an unforeseen variable had intervened. At this point, the man's voice conveyed a palpable weariness and resignation. After all, as Sister Yu had rightly questioned, under normal circumstances, even if every other team faltered, Poppy could not be expected to fail. To confront Chitos, they had not only ensured Poppy's personal involvement, but had also lured Chitos into the lair of the Gu Xian Chong before striking, making it seem foolproof. A variable? Who intervened? The question came from a youthful voice, reminiscent of a lowly. Was it referred to as Higanbana, the one who had acted at the entrance of Dawn Academy? Could that individual truly be so formidable as to rescue Chitos amid the onslaught of Poppy and Gu Xian Chong? The tone of the lowly's voice noticeably ascended, revealing her surprise. The man replied, I fear our initial assessment of her strength was underestimated. According to Poppy, her power may even surpass that of Chitos. Stronger than Chitos? Sister Yu's voice took on a grave tone, implying that her strength approached that of Forget-Me-Not. That seems likely. The man did not refute Sister Yu's conjecture, feeling rather exhausted. Thus, we must collectively deal with Chitos. She will not easily let this matter rest. Sighing, Sister Yu expressed her frustration, yet she did not exhibit dissatisfaction or refusal. Following her lament, Xiaolan heard the footsteps receding further away. The immediate threat appeared to have been temporarily alleviated. Coincidentally, the data she required had finished downloading, and without a moment's hesitation, she ejected the disk and departed. The small software she had left on the main computer would automatically erase all traces of her presence, sparing her any further concern for cleanup. Now, her sole task was to evade detection and exit the Countermeasure Bureau. If all went well, she would no longer need to remain undercover. Chapter 49. A brief respite. Chitos had departed, taking with her Kikyo, Rose, and Yuyuki. The now solitary Su Ling felt no sense of discomfort in her solitude. Rather, she felt a semblance of relief. Perhaps it was her inherent nature, or perhaps the influence of her silver dragon genes, but she preferred solitary endeavors over clustering for warmth. Moreover, with the steadfast presence of the unwavering Lu at her side, notions of loneliness were merely jest. After Qian Nai and the others departed, Su Ling returned to the school building, hoping to uncover additional clues. However, Poppy was quite resolute. After their failed endeavor, she promptly vanished with her companions. Thus, despite Lu's thorough exploration of the premises, no valuable intelligence was acquired. If one were to insist, it could be noted that the Gu Xian Chong seemed to have completely assimilated into their identities as magical girls. On the surface, there was no discernible difference between them and their original selves, which was undoubtedly disheartening. The adaptability of the Gu Xian Chong surpassed Su Ling's expectations, rendering the notion of distinguishing them by their awkward movements a rather futile approach. Nevertheless, this posed no significant inconvenience for Su Ling, as she possessed the spiritual eyes, a pair of eyes awakened by her innate talent, enabling her to discern the aura of the Gu Xian Chong. The sole drawback was that maintaining the spiritual eyes for an extended period would leave her feeling fatigued. This fatigue was not physical, but rather mental and spiritual. Since her arrival at Dawn Academy, her spiritual eyes had been active continuously, and she was now experiencing a pronounced sensation of dizziness. It felt as though her mind had been deprived of rest for 3 days and nights, and closing her eyes threatened to plunge her into slumber. Rubbing her temples, she endeavored to invigorate herself, yet the weariness of her consciousness surged forth like a relentless tide, nearly overwhelming her. "You are not in a good state. You must return to rest," Lu remarked, observing Su Ling's condition and momentarily taken aback, before adopting a rare seriousness. Su Ling waved her hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need for concern. She believed she could endure a while longer. Maintaining the spiritual eyes is inherently burdensome, especially after enduring 2 battles. Lu furrowed her brow, unwilling to acquiesce to Su Ling's determination. Upon hearing Lu's response, Su Ling was indeed momentarily taken aback. However, she did not retort or feel disrespected. Instead, she earnestly assessed her current state. Indeed, while her physical stamina was not entirely depleted, her mental faculties were all but exhausted. Should another confrontation arise, her capacity for rational thought would be utterly unreliable, leaving her to rely solely on instinct. The prolonged use of her spiritual eyes, coupled with the first battle, had not posed a significant burden. However, the calculations required in the second skirmish proved overwhelming. Had her intellect not been sufficiently high, a mental overload would have been inevitable. During combat, the adrenaline masked the fatigue, but once the battle concluded, the accumulated exhaustion surged forth. Initially, Su Ling believed this fatigue to be transient, something she could simply endure. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that the situation was far more complex. Her mental exhaustion intensified with the passage of time, and her body implored her to rest, aligning perfectly with Lu's suggestion. Su Ling was not obstinate, with her body issuing warnings and Lu urging her to take a break. Persisting in her current state seemed futile. Thus, she resolved not to act against reason. The transformation of Dawn Academy into the stronghold of the Gu Xian Chong is an irrevocable reality. Su Ling must consult with Jiang Jin regarding her subsequent actions. For even if she intends to dismantle this nest, her current strength alone is insufficient. Thus, without lingering hesitation, she cast a final glance at the campus before departing from Dawn Academy, cloaked in her hood to elude surveillance. Su Ling returned effortlessly to Jiang Jin's villa and collapsed onto the sofa, plunging into a deep slumber. Approximately an hour into her slumber, the villa's front door creaked open once more, revealing Jiang Jin, who had successfully eradicated all the Gu Xian Chong infiltrators within Dawn City. It was predictable that the headlines of the morrow would announce the brutal slaughter of numerous residents in their sleep. Whether this reflected moral decay or the distortion of humanity was beyond Jiang Jin's concern. She felt weary from the endeavor, as she could not transform, and without that ability, the distinction between a magical girl and an ordinary person was rather negligible. As she entered the living room, she noticed Su Ling sprawled on the sofa, equally fatigued. With perspiration matting her hair against her delicate face, she had not even had the chance to wash. Observing this, Jiang Jin sighed softly, adjusted the air conditioning to a cooler setting, and retrieved a blanket from the bedroom to drape over Su Ling. After completing this act of care, she unsteadily made her way to the bathroom, indulging in a warm shower that washed away her exhaustion. When both awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon the following day. Su Ling emerged from her slumber feeling rejuvenated, her mental fatigue dissipated by the depth of her sleep. The only discomfort was the stickiness clinging to her. Indeed, a shower before bed would have been far more pleasant. Not long after Su Ling awoke, Jiang Jin stepped out of her bedroom, tossing a short-sleeved dress and white thigh-high stockings to Su Ling before settling onto the sofa to peruse a food delivery app. "I noticed last night that your hair was all matted with sweat. You should hurry and take a shower," she remarked. Su Ling, not one to be finicky, eagerly agreed, for she indeed longed for a refreshing wash. However, just before she headed to the bathroom, Jiang Jin inquired, "What would you like to eat? By the time you finish your shower, It should be about ready. Fried chicken, hamburgers, and cola, Su Ling promptly declared, clutching her change of clothes. After all, carbohydrates were a source of joy, and with her current metabolism, she could indulge without concern for weight gain. Why not embrace every pleasure available? Jiang Jin hesitated momentarily, then cautiously probed, "How many servings do you wish to order?" "Not very hungry, just after waking up," Su Ling replied, licking her lips. "Just 2 family buckets will suffice." Jiang Jin's lips twitched. She had anticipated that this young dragon's appetite would remain insatiable. Had she ordered according to her usual habits, even her own portion would have been insufficient to satisfy Su Ling's extraordinary cravings. Fortunately, I had saved enough money back then, otherwise, I might have struggled to support this voracious eater. Watching Su Ling gradually walk away, Jiang Jin couldn't help but mutter a remark under her breath before finalizing the order for 3 family buckets. Clearly, when it comes to appetites, Jiang Jin is no ordinary person herself. Chapter 50. Will you not shed a tear at all? After finishing their showers and changing into fresh clothes, the two lay unceremoniously on the sofa, the coffee table laden with the freshly arrived family buckets. Su Ling, with a chicken leg in one hand and a cola in the other, indulged in her meal with sheer delight. Jiang Jin, comparatively more refined, maintained her decorum only in appearance. Her pace of eating was hardly slower than that of Su Ling, likely due to the considerable energy expended during their escapades the previous night. "Did you discover anything during your outing last night?" Tossing a bone into the trash, Jiang Jin took a hearty sip of cola, savoring the moment. After all, fried chicken is best paired with cola. Su Ling nodded, revealing there was little to conceal. "You wouldn't believe it. I found quite a bit, though some issues remain unresolved." Seizing the opportunity of their meal, Su Ling recounted in detail the events of the previous night. Jiang Jin listened attentively while eating, refraining from interruption until Su Ling mentioned the insidious heartworms infiltrating the city, at which point she interjected, "I've dealt with the ones in Dawn City. You need not worry about that." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Su Ling's face, prompting her to ask eagerly, "When did this happen?" "Shortly after you left last night. I sensed something amiss in the city and ventured out." Just as if to corroborate Jiang Jin's words, an emergency news bulletin abruptly interrupted the television program, reporting that dozens of corpses had mysteriously appeared in Dawn Academy and throughout Dawn City. These bodies belonged to various individuals, yet all post-mortem examinations confirmed them to be human. The heartworms pose a particular complication. After exterminating the controlling insects, the corpses exhibit no signs of mutation. Regardless of the investigations, they invariably appear human. Thus, to the ignorant masses, it seems to be a brutal, indiscriminate slaughter, with the youngest victim being merely 11 years old, inciting outrage among both gods and men. However, neither Su Ling nor Jiang Jin worried much about being pursued by the Countermeasure Bureau. Jiang Jin had executed her actions with sufficient discretion, leaving no trace that could lead back to her unless Xiao Lan betrayed her. Su Ling, on the other hand, felt secure because Chitos had already returned to confront the Bureau with Yu Mingxue. Unless they faced utter failure or capture, the Bureau lacked the capacity to extend their reach towards her. Before long, the two had devoured all 3 family buckets. The news had little of interest, so the television now played a movie selected by Jiang Jin. Interestingly, the film's protagonist was modeled after her. The narrative depicted a minor battle in which the Forget-Me-Not team was dispatched to the front lines for support but fell into an ambush by mutated entities along the way, ultimately becoming trapped in a cave due to an avalanche. What followed was the poignant survival journey of Forget-Me-Not. In summary, after enduring numerous tribulations, she escaped from the cave and successfully joined the Magical Girl Squad, ultimately winning the battle. Su Ling watched with rapt attention. The film resembled a biographical account of Jiang Jin. Although some details might have been embellished or exaggerated, the subject was right there, and any doubts could be readily clarified. Thus, Su Ling was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of restraint, and she unabashedly teased Jiang Jin beside her, inquiring, "Did you truly experience such an exhilarating adventure while trapped in that cave?" "Adventure?" Jiang Jin chuckled, yet within that laughter, Su Ling could only perceive a sense of self-mockery. There was no adventure, merely the desperate struggle for survival of one who feared death. This statement momentarily froze Su Ling's expression. She regarded Jiang Jin with skepticism, unable to reconcile the audacity of confronting the Strategies Bureau with the notion of being fearful of life. The most formidable magical girl, Forget-me-not, fearful of death? Su Ling's tone revealed her disbelief in Jiang Jin's words. However, in response to this query, Jiang Jin merely shook her head with a gentle smile, asserting that forget-me-not would never succumb to fear. She paused, her gaze drifting to the white-clad girl in the film, adorned in a gown of petals. Her eyes as deep and dark as black pearls, seemingly lost in the reverie of bygone memories. After a prolonged silence, she softly sighed, completing her unfinished thought. Only I am the one who fears for my life. This declaration left Su Ling somewhat bewildered, yet she assumed it was Jiang Jin's necessity to maintain the image of the most powerful magical girl, thereby separating forget-me-not from her true self. Frankly, Su Ling felt this mindset might be detrimental. A slight misstep could lead to a form of mental disarray. Nonetheless, she could not comprehend the pressures Jiang Jin faced and, therefore, refrained from offering unsolicited advice. Su Ling had not endured the trials that Jiang Jin had, and it was impossible for her to genuinely empathize. In such circumstances, suggesting how Jiang Jin ought to behave would only come across as arrogant and exasperating. Thus, Su Ling said nothing, simply choosing to remain by Jiang Jin's side, watching the film unfold on the screen and allowing her the space to process her emotions. Before long, the movie concluded, and Jiang Jin said nothing further. She merely selected another film to watch, this one aimed at stirring emotions. As the most poignant moments approached, even Jiang Jin's eyes glistened with tears. Yet Su Ling remained unresponsive, not out of indifference, but because she could not summon tears, her emotions incapable of eliciting such a response, rendering her seemingly cold-hearted. As for the idea of inflicting pain upon herself to coax tears for a film, Su Ling deemed it utterly unnecessary. She was no masochist, and seeking self-inflicted suffering for trivial reasons was simply irrational. Noticing that Su Ling remained utterly unfazed, Jiang Jin expressed some surprise. She reached out to poke Su Ling's cheek and brushed her fingers against the corner of her eye, incredulously exclaiming, "This film has been hailed as the most touching of the year, and you truly have not reacted at all?" It was unclear whether this was a display of arrogance or something else entirely. Su Ling merely smiled enigmatically, withholding the true reason, and instead responded like a riddle, "My tears shall not flow for such trivial matters." Unconvinced, Jiang Jin persisted, presenting Su Ling with an array of heartwarming, soul-stirring, and tear-jerking anime and films. Yet, even as noon arrived the following day, not a single tear fell from Su Ling's eyes. Jiang Jin felt a sense of despair. Su Ling resembled an emotionless killing machine. It was not entirely accurate to say she lacked feelings, as she expressed a range of emotions quite normally, save for her inability to cry. However, the ringing of the doorbell forced Jiang Jin to pause her experiment on Su Ling's tears. Reluctantly, she rose to answer the door, expecting her food delivery, only to be astonished by the person standing on her doorstep. Xiaolon. The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and greeted Jiang Jin with a genuine smile. "I brought back some intelligence, Xiao Jin." Chapter 51. Let us make a big move. The brief respite came to an end with Xiao Lan's arrival, yet Su Ling felt no regret. Her purpose in this world was never to indulge in luxury, but to fulfill the tasks assigned by the world tree. Having nearly a day to rest was sufficient for her, as her main quest's second stage was still stuck at 56. Her encounter with the poppy had not resulted in any kills, and merely defeating foes would not advance her progress. As for the two contractors, they had only served to reduce the hunters from 23 to 21, providing little else of value. Thus, Su Ling began contemplating how to make up for the remaining progress in her main quest, reasoning that the Strategy Bureau, as long as it retained its wits, would not actively send magical girls to their demise. Therefore, the most promising avenue lay with the aberrant entities. Yet herein lay the dilemma. The largest known nest of aberrant entities was the Heartworm Lair at Dawn Academy. Simply charging in would entail excessive risk. Confidence was not arrogance. Su Ling was acutely aware of her current shortcomings. Should the Heartworms disregard casualties and swarm her with their numbers, she would indeed find herself at a disadvantage against such creatures. However, if she could persuade Jiang Jin to join her, the situation would drastically change. With Jiang Jin's ability to transfer damage eternally, Su Ling would have no need to fear the trade-off of injuries, thereby transforming the essence of battle into a race. It would be a contest of whether the Heartworms could overwhelm Jiang Jin's domain first, or whether she and Jiang Jin could eradicate the Heartworms beforehand. Just contemplating this made Su Ling somewhat exhilarated, Aside from the fixed benefits of blood value, the sharpness of her abilities might also improve, and more importantly, they could potentially yield treasure chests. In her mind, Su Ling was entirely consumed by visions of a splendid future, completely oblivious to the words exchanged between Jiang Jin and Xiao Lan. When she finally regained her senses, she beheld Xiao Lan parting her palms to reveal a blossoming cornflower. The exquisite bloom rotated gently, its petals adorned with glimmers of light that danced like stardust, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan's gaze remained fixated on the laptop resting on the coffee table, where her USB drive was connected. As she observed Jiang Jin continuously opening files, a flicker of data-like brilliance passed through her slightly dazed pupils. Xiao Lan possessed the gift of divination with any relevant object. She could extrapolate associated matters and foresee the future. Noticing Su Ling's look of confusion, Jiang Jin gestured for her to sit beside him and, in a voice that would not disturb Xiao Lan, softly elucidated the situation to Su Ling. A moment of enlightenment washed over Su Ling as she grasped why Xiao Lan had unexpectedly appeared in the archive that day. It was likely that she had performed a divination for Jiang Jin, identifying Su Ling as a variable in her future. Such a wondrous and formidable ability left Su Ling unable to suppress her curiosity, a sentiment that even the typically detached Lu could not disregard, his expression turning slightly grave. Sharing a profound connection with Lu, Su Ling immediately sensed his unease and inwardly pondered. Is there something amiss with Xiao Lan's ability? Indeed, there was. And it could be significant. Lu did not conceal his thoughts. Before Su Ling, he had never played the riddle maker, unless constrained by some external force. He would always provide answers to her inquiries. This time was no exception. The power of divination typically intertwines with destiny. However, to possess the clarity to foresee events related to the divined object, and even its future, signified an extraordinarily high-level aptitude within the fate-related domain. Upon hearing this, Su Ling comprehended Lu's implication. Such a level of power should not normally be accessible to individuals in a world of this caliber. The pathogen that endowed them with strength might not even originate from this realm. Lu articulated his conclusion. Perhaps the current strength of that pathogen was not particularly formidable, yet its status must be significant. Otherwise, no one could awaken such advanced fate-related abilities. Contemplating this, Lu felt a tinge of anxiety. Although it was an ordeal Su Ling would inevitably face, encountering it at the onset might be excessively harsh for her. Lu glanced at Su Ling, who displayed little fluctuation in her expression. Her golden eyes remained as clear as a mirror, beautiful like two golden cat's eye stones. It was not merely the tribulation she inherited from him. She herself was the source of calamity. Shaking his head, Lu found a semblance of solace. While he did not advocate that one must endure suffering, Su Ling, it seemed, would have to carve her unique path through bloodshed and hardship. Suffering is not worthy of praise, yet it serves as the finest whetstone for Su Ling. The same choices that led to despair shall not be repeated. She shall never again endure such profound anguish, absolutely not. Regardless of the cost, she is resolute in ensuring Su Ling survives. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan's divination has reached a temporary conclusion. She lifted the ice-cold cola that Jiang Jin had placed on the table earlier and took a sip. The sweet beverage momentarily alleviating her fatigue, its sugar replenishing her mental clarity. With 2/3 remaining, she decided to continue once her magical energy was restored. Xiao Lan sank into the sofa, her tone dripping with languor, a stark contrast to her earlier youthful exuberance. You should rest well, having come this far. There is no need to hasten and exhaust yourself. Jiang Jin gently draped a blanket over Xiao Lan. Mere seconds after her words, Xiao Lan's eyelashes fluttered before she succumbed to deep slumber. Although magical energy does not equate to physical stamina, excessive consumption can still lead to an overwhelming sense of fatigue. In essence, the exhaustion of magical energy and physical energy bears little difference. Noticing Jiang Jin had some free time, Su Ling raised an eyebrow and approached her, gently tugging at her sleeve. Shall we discuss a matter? Jiang Jin also raised an eyebrow, glancing at the sleeping Xiao Lan before leading Su Ling to the kitchen, where they could converse quietly without disturbing her. What is it? Let us go and eradicate the nest of the Gu-Exian insect, shall we? This proposal piqued Jiang Jin's interest, yet she soon found herself in a quandary. She was reluctant to expose herself too soon. And if she were to act alongside Su Ling, transformation would be unavoidable. Otherwise, in her current mortal form, she would merely be a hindrance in battle. making her presence unnecessary. However, she also did not wish to miss such a valuable opportunity. The goo Xion insect was evidently a crucial part of the strategy. And even if it were merely a barracks, its destruction would not be in vain. I personally cannot accompany you. One reason is my desire to avoid early exposure. And the other is that Xiaolan's safety is paramount. I must protect her myself. Despite anticipating this possibility, Su Ling felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, before her dismay could manifest on her face, Jiang Jin swiftly changed her tone, smiling as she offered a counter. However, I can provide you with a one-time magical imprint. You can take it with you. You should be sufficient on your own. Su Ling's interest reignited. She eagerly inquired, what kind of magical imprint? How powerful is it? Jiang Jin flashed a mischievous smile, teasingly withholding details. It is one of my hidden techniques. It is indeed powerful. As for its strength, you will discover that when you use it. Chapter 52. What constitutes a mastery in the stillness of the night? Su Ling stood once more at the entrance of Dawn Academy, her heart brimming with anticipation. She eagerly awaited the effects of the one-time magical imprint bestowed upon her by Jiang Jin. It was evident that during the process of the imprint being inscribed, she had sensed a significant depletion in his energy. Conservatively estimated, this imprint had likely drained at least 80% of Jiang Jin's magical power. Such an astounding expenditure suggested that its potency was nothing short of astonishing, if not utterly breathtaking. With a surge of excitement, Su Ling rubbed her hands together and stealthily made her way to the dormitory area. She gazed nostalgically at the apartment building, reflecting on how, within a mere day, she had returned to this familiar place. However, unlike her previous visit, this time she was well prepared. Her heart raced, and her hands trembled. It is a natural human tendency to harbor profound curiosity towards the unknown, and Su Ling was no exception. Jiang Jin's deliberately enigmatic demeanor felt akin to a kitten's paw playfully teasing her heart. Were it not for the fact that this enchantment could only be utilized once, she would have eagerly tested it sooner. After swiftly recalibrating her mindset, Su Ling slowly raised her right hand. Almost immediately, the purple imprint, composed of interlocking circles, began to glow upon her palm. In the next moment, a colossal halo manifested above the dormitory, encircled by numerous sharp spikes of varying lengths. The instant the halo appeared, chaos erupted within the dormitory. A cacophony of sounds reverberated throughout the building, and the previously darkened rooms flickered to life. Even from her vantage point outside, Su Ling could sense the panic of the goo Xion insects within. This magical presence instilled a sense of dread, akin to having an icy pillar thrust suddenly into a vulnerable place, sending a chill racing from the base of their spines to the crown of their heads, awakening them from their deep slumber with an acute sense of peril. However, the speed of the magical manifestation far surpassed the insect's ability to flee. The first goo Xion insect had scarcely reached the doorway when the halo, brimming with terrifying magic, descended to deliver its judgment. Boom! A deep, nearly obsidian purple erupted from the halo, its force reminiscent of a meteor plummeting towards the earth. Yet, contrary to expectations, the roof of the dormitory did not cave in. Instead, it disintegrated into fine powder under the cascading purple light. In awe, Su Ling watched as the dormitory crumbled and disbanded amidst the purple glow. Not a single goo Xion insect managed to escape, and as the purple light touched the ground, it transformed into twinkling starlight, dissipating into the night. Nevertheless, Su Ling sensed that this was not the full extent of the imprint's magical power. It occurred to her that Jiang Jin had likely tempered its might to avoid excessive commotion. Yet, even in this diminished form, the enchantment's impact left her in utter astonishment. One could only conclude that Jiang Jin's claim of it being a hidden mastery was indeed devoid of any exaggeration. However, once the shock subsided, what remained for Su Ling was a heart-wrenching sorrow akin to weeping blood. The entire school building, including the goo Xion insect, had been reduced to a mere layer of white ash. Aside from the fleeting completion of the main quest, Su Ling had gained absolutely nothing. No treasure chest? None. No sharpness? None. No blood value? Still none. Not a single drop of blood value was granted. Su Ling was truly heartbroken. How many goo Xion insects must have been in that school? Even if each had yielded the minimum, she would have amassed a fortune. Yet that opportunity had vanished in an instant, leaving her filled with resentment. She loathed herself for not having learned this technique from Jiang Jin and personally detonated it. For perhaps her rewards would have been unscathed. But the die was cast, No amount of regret could send her back in time. Should she take a look? What if there were indeed something buried beneath? With her lip clenched between her teeth and an unmistakable unwillingness etched on her face, Su Ling gazed at the thick layer of ash. Yet, what if something truly lay hidden beneath? With that thought in mind, she steeled herself and approached the layer of ash. Of course, she did not need to sift through it inch by inch. Her senses could distinctly perceive what lay beneath. So a rough sweep would suffice to ascertain if anything was present. Remarkably, after a thorough inspection, Su Ling did indeed uncover something, a green treasure chest. She exultantly unearthed it and tossed it into her storage space. Was it not a harvest, after all? Gazing at the second phase of the main quest, now entering the settlement stage, Su Ling's once somber tone had transformed into one of optimism and ease, as if she had completely dismissed the loss of hundreds or even thousands of blood points. Observing Su Ling in this state reminiscent of the character A.Q., Lu couldn't help but chuckle. However, unlike Su Ling, she genuinely cared little for those blood points, for as long as Su Ling continued to grow. Such resources would be in abundant supply. As Su Ling's power increased, her means of acquiring blood points would also multiply, rendering any momentary gains or losses inconsequential. Has your third phase of the quest appeared? Lu floated to Su Ling's side, leaning in with curiosity. Yes, it has already appeared, Su Ling nodded. As her words fell, pale green text materialized in the air before her, visible to Lu, the sword spirit accompanying Su Ling, as well as it emanated from the world tree. Main quest, Phase 2 Purity and Corruption, completed. Main quest, Final Phase Elegy of the Flower. Quest requirements, eliminate the pathogen virus. Quest difficulty, LV11. Quest rewards, 10 attribute points, 200 tree coins. Failure penalty, none. The rewards for the final phase exceeded the combined rewards of the previous two phases. Yet its difficulty had reached the zenith of this world. The absence of penalties indicated that even with Su Ling's strength, completing this task would necessitate a gamble with her very life. Foreseeing the perils of the final ring, Su Ling had long anticipated this moment. After all, the complete eradication of the pathogen had been Jiang Jin's unwavering objective, and as allies, the mission concerning the final ring undoubtedly aligned with her aspirations. The pathogen, Varys, represented not only Su Ling's ultimate goal, but also the nemesis that Jiang Jin was determined to annihilate at all costs. Although they had reached the critical juncture, merely a step away from success, Su Ling felt no sense of ease. Instead, a heavy weight bore down upon her chest, rendering her breathless. The sky, once shattered by magic, had been ominously filled with dark clouds, and a hint of moisture hung in the air. Gazing upward, Su Ling sensed the world around her was heavy with the anticipation of an impending storm. Rain was imminent. Drawing her hood up, she hesitated not and departed from Dawn Academy, making her way towards Jiang Jin's residence. She understood that the final confrontation would not be far off, and thus, she needed to prepare thoroughly. It was imperative to recognize that their adversaries extended beyond the singular threat of the pathogen Varys. The corruption of the Bureau of Strategies due to power, along with the hunters who lurked, keenly eyeing the Bureau, were challenges that Su Ling must confront. Was it not merely a gamble of life? To falter in the face of adversity would preclude her from becoming the strongest. The promise made to Isha lingered in her mind, never forgotten. Chapter 53. The Magic Array. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, no significant upheavals occurred, and the Bureau of Strategies was likely overwhelmed with its own internal turmoil, leading to the suspension of the thorough investigation into traitors. Meanwhile, Xiaolan spent her time in Jiang Jin's quarters, divining for clues, yet so far, little progress had been made. With idle time on her hands, Su Ling sought out Jiang Jin to learn the intricacies of that exceptional spell, while the remainder of her time was devoted to the piano. Indeed, Su Ling was playing the piano, but the piece she performed was not from the realm of reality. Rather, it was the melody Jiang Jin had played upon their first encounter. Su Ling held a deep fondness for that piano piece, its melancholic strains flowing through her heart like a gentle stream, yet it did not weigh heavily upon her spirit. It conveyed a sense of wistfulness and longing, the true essence of the composition. Her progress with the piece was quite promising. Having received instruction from Jiang Jin, she had nearly mastered it. However, the advancement of the exceptional spell brought her some distress. This was not due to any lack of aptitude on her part, but rather the unexpected revelation that Jiang Jin's hidden prowess was a composite magic array. To discuss the power of this magic array, one must first consider the classification of magic. Given the plethora of magical forms akin to the countless fish crossing a river, elemental magic, blood magic, healing magic, summoning magic, and so forth, delving into each category would surely leave even the divine tearing their hair in frustration. Thus, the entire domain of magic can be fundamentally divided into four principal categories: magic arrays, forbidden spells, composite magic arrays, and composite forbidden spell magic arrays. Those who have mastered the intricacies of magic circles are referred to as magicians, often regarded as the most commonly acknowledged practitioners of the arcane arts, marking the threshold of magical expertise. Those proficient in forbidden spells are designated as sorcerers, though the populace tends to affectionately dub them master mages. Meanwhile, those capable of commanding complex magical formations ascend to the esteemed rank of archmage, a status that places them among the most formidable beings beneath the divine, distinguished even within their own tier. Ultimately, the mastery of composite forbidden magic remains an unattainable feat for any mortal throughout history, a power reserved solely for the deities. Thus, when the revelation of the superlative magic as a composite formation emerged, it was no wonder that Lu exhibited such astonishment. Although Jiang Jin's current capabilities are still rather modest, her ability to independently forge her own composite magic circle signifies that her potential shall at the very least reach that of an archmage. This undeniably marks her as a prodigy in the realm of magic, should she continue to develop seamlessly. It is likely that the entire Blue Star will experience a transformation on account of her prowess, an archmage of formidable strength, endowed with the requisite qualifications and capabilities. Consequently, it is no surprise that Su Ling's learning process is protracted. If she could grasp the knowledge at a mere glance, the title of archmage would be rendered too commonplace. Even Jiang Jin herself nearly spent a decade refining her own techniques. This explains why she has deemed this skill a hidden masterpiece. Su Ling's prior attempts were unseen by anyone, which indeed classifies as a hidden gem. Furthermore, Su Ling's intuition was remarkably astute. The magical imprint that Jiang Jin bestowed upon her did indeed diminish the original power. Initially, when the violet light descended, an explosion was expected, but had that truly occurred, a lake would likely have formed in the heart of Dawn City. Take your time with the integration. Haste is not your ally. Su Ling murmured to herself as she meticulously guided the suspended rings in her palms to merge gradually. The pale blue ring entwined with the blood-red one, transforming into a rich purple, yet both began to tremble with instability. Despite Su Ling's utmost efforts to stabilize the rings, they shattered midway through the fusion. Watching the red and blue particles dissipate into the air, Su Ling wearily pinched the bridge of her nose. Failure was not a burden too heavy for her to bear. However, the exertion of controlling her magical energy was indeed mentally taxing. This was precisely why she limited herself to attempting the process once every 3 hours. Magic demands the practitioner maintain a lucid mind, and pushing through fatigue could result in catastrophic consequences, such as a magical explosion. To achieve half the fusion in just 2 days is quite an extraordinary feat, Jiang Jin remarked as she affectionately ruffled Su Ling's hair. While the challenges of learning and creation are worlds apart, Su Ling's pace of learning still left Jiang Jin somewhat astonished. As the creator of the magic, Jiang Jin possessed unparalleled awareness of the complexities involved in the technique known as Heaven Strike. It may appear as a mere act of interlocking 2 spells, yet the nuances of adjustment and the mastery of magical energy are matters that cannot be succinctly conveyed. To understand the nature of the 2 magical circles as fusion materials, one must acknowledge that their properties are entirely contradictory. Achieving a stable fusion under such mutually repellent conditions necessitates an exquisitely meticulous manipulation of magical power. This singular aspect alone has caused countless sorcerers and magi to squander their lives in vain. Jiang Jin was indeed unprepared for the realization that Su Ling, in addition to her exceptional swordsmanship, possessed an equally astonishing aptitude for magic. Is this the sheer dominance of the dragon? Of course, Lu was oblivious to Jiang Jin's contemplations. Otherwise, she would have scoffed at the notion of dominance, for in any realm of higher status, it is common knowledge that dragons are notoriously inept at magic. Su Ling's magical talent stems from another race within her bloodline, namely the elves. However, the original silver dragon was not a superlative amalgamation of both lineages' strengths. Rather, her innate abilities were nearly disastrous. The deficiencies of the dragon and the advantages of the elf negated each other, ultimately resulting in an exceedingly mediocre being. In terms of physical strength, the silver dragon, hindered by her elven lineage, fell short of her dragon kin, while her magical aptitude was diminished by the dragon's inherent magical insulation. Had it not been for her swordsmanship serving as a pillar of support, this unloved creature would have long perished. As for why Su Ling currently finds herself in this predicament, only Lu knows the true reason. That said, given the current pace, it is likely that Su Ling will not be of much assistance during the decisive battle. She exhaled deeply and took a large gulp of cola. She understood that learning this craft cannot be rushed. Akin to solving a mathematical problem, no amount of anger or urgency can manifest a solution if it eludes you. Hence, Su Ling maintained a calm demeanor. Mastering Heaven's Strike before the final confrontation would undoubtedly be advantageous. Yet even if she failed to learn it, she would harbor no fear. Moreover, she maintained a pragmatic outlook. While the power of Heaven's Strike is formidable, its widespread explosion would offer little aid in a one-on-one scenario. After all, magic does not concern itself with the identity of its wielder. It is devoid of emotion, merely intent on obliterating all within its radius. To employ it in a duel would mean that Su Ling would be risking mutual destruction with her opponent. Additionally, the casting requires a lead time. While Jiang Jin could afford to stand still and channel her power thanks to her ability to transfer damage within her domain, Su Ling lacked such confidence. If she dared to remain stationary for even a second, her adversary would undoubtedly strike her down. Thus, her inability to master it in 2 days did not dishearten her. She had gleaned all there was to know about Heaven's Strike from Jiang Jin, and even if she were to depart from this world, she could still practice until she fully comprehended it. Suddenly, the bedroom door was flung open, and both Su Ling and Jiang Jin turned to see Xiaolan. Her hair disheveled, her face alight with excitement, though fatigue could not mask the brilliance of her shining eyes. I have located the source of the pathogen. Chapter 54. The eve of the final battle. According to Xiaolan, the pathogen she divined is currently located within the City of Dawn, specifically in a place that Su Ling and Jiang Jin are quite familiar with, Dawn Academy. Indeed, it is the very academy that Su Ling has visited twice before. However, the pathogen is not situated within any of the academy's visible structures, but rather in the subterranean disaster shelter. This facility was originally constructed as a precaution against aberrant entities, and thus its defensive capabilities are formidable. Furthermore, the materials employed in its construction possess the ability to obscure perception, which explains why Su Ling, upon her 2 visits to the academy, failed to detect anything amiss. With the target identified, the course of action for Su Ling and Jiang Jin became unequivocal. The initial plan of a decisive strike remains the most viable strategy. Yet, while the general direction of the plan aligns between the two, they diverge on certain details, particularly regarding the execution of the critical final blow. It is foreseeable that both the Countermeasure Bureau and the aberrant entities will exert every effort to protect the pathogen. Thus, one among them must remain behind to prevent chaos from engulfing the situation. Alternatively, they could opt for a more aggressive approach, jointly delivering a swift and lethal strike against the pathogen. Should their assault outpace any reinforcements the pathogen might summon, victory would be theirs. However, this plan carries an element of risk. Should they fail in their race, the scenario could devolve into complete pandemonium, rendering their chances of success nearly non-existent, with survival itself becoming the paramount concern. In a full-scale battle, I possess a slight edge over you. Allow me to deliver the final blow, Jiang Jin asserted, resolute in her intention to conclude the turmoil that she had inadvertently instigated. Su Ling, while not entirely dismissive, recognized that theoretically, Jiang Jin might indeed surpass her in combat prowess when fully unleashed. Objectively, the proposal held merit. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Su Ling, as if she could not bear the thought of Jiang Jin facing the pathogen alone. This apprehension was not unfounded. After all, the pathogen, as the source of extraordinary power on Blue Star, surely possessed some means of counteracting its own creations. It is crucial to acknowledge that both aberrant entities and magical girls are, at their core, products of viral evolution. Although their manifestations differ, their essence remains the same. Su Ling found it hard to believe that the pathogen would lack defensive strategies against its own creations. If this consideration is taken into account, then Jiang Jin would not be the most suitable candidate for the execution of the final strike. Thus, Su Ling voiced her concerns. What if the pathogen possesses means to control you? I refuse to believe it would leave no contingency plan. The pathogen, known as Virius, is the name bestowed upon it by the World Tree. The possession of a name often implies a degree of intelligence. Even creatures devoid of wisdom possess survival instincts. Can a sentient entity truly disregard its own safety? Jiang Jin fell into silence. She understood that Su Ling's concerns were not unfounded. Given the circumstances, one must prepare for the worst. Rationally speaking, Su Ling was indeed a more suitable candidate for the task at hand. However, Jiang Jin had her own compelling reasons to proceed. It's all right. I possess the heavenly strike. Even if it has a hidden agenda, I can still risk serious injury to bring it down. However, I may need you to help me clean up the aftermath. Jiang Jin's feigned light-hearted smile reflected in Su Ling's eyes. She recognized that Jiang Jin was not being entirely truthful, yet she chose not to press for answers. Instead, she deftly shifted the conversation to an unrelated topic. Did you know? Besides the Lucian sword, I also possess another weapon. Jiang Jin was momentarily taken aback by Su Ling's change of subject, yet instinctively asked, what kind of weapon? A knight's sword. As Su Ling spoke, the sword that once belonged to Isha, the heart of the white kite, materialized in her hand. Though this exquisite two-handed knight's sword seemed like a one-handed sword in Isha's grasp, it appeared considerably large compared to Su Ling's stature. However, Su Ling's strength was not proportionate to her size, so the knight's sword felt weightless in her hand. Like Isha, she wielded it as if it were a single-handed weapon. This sword was left to me by my first true friend, but at that time, I was far too weak. Without her protection, I would have perished in an instant. Su Ling lowered her gaze, returning the sword to her storage space. Back then, I required her sacrifice just to survive. But now, I possess the ability to protect myself. In this world, I do not need anyone's protection, nor do I wish for anyone to sacrifice themselves for me. I can handle the pathogens, so this unnecessary risk can be entirely avoided. Jiang Jin fell into silence once more. This time the quiet lingered far longer. Ultimately, it ended with a sigh. But her words were far from a concession. Heavenly Strike has another form, allowing all power to be concentrated in a single point for an instantaneous release. Though the cost is doubled, with this technique, I can retreat unscathed. Jiang Jin was aware that Su Ling was concerned for her safety. Yet she too had her own convictions. While Su Ling believed she should not take the risk, Jiang Jin had her reasons for wanting to confront the adversary directly. Observing the determination on Jiang Jin's face, Su Ling realized that there would be no compromise on this matter. Further debate would yield no resolution. So perhaps a mutual concession would be the wisest course. Then how about this? If circumstances allow, we will confront the pathogen together. If the situation demands that one of us stay behind, let it be me. Is that agreeable? Jiang Jin pondered for a moment, and this time, did not refuse Su Ling's proposal. It was indeed the best choice. Logically and emotionally, she found no grounds to decline. As Jiang Jin nodded in agreement, the plan for the assassination operation was firmly established. It was now 1 p.m, and the Dawn Academy was set to officially lift its lockdown and reopen for the campus festival tomorrow. Thus, the optimal time for action was tonight. Once the festival commenced, a throng of civilians would flood into the academy, inevitably hindering Jiang Jin's movements. While Su Ling was uncertain whether the Countermeasure Bureau would consider the safety of the civilians, she was confident that Jiang Jin would. Therefore, the absence of unrelated personnel tonight presented the best opportunity for Su Ling and her companions to act. However, the lack of bystanders also meant that support from the Countermeasure Bureau could arrive unimpeded, a favorable condition that applied equally to both sides. To conserve her energy, Su Ling decided to forego practicing her celestial strike and instead took a brief respite, aiming to be in the best possible condition for this final battle. Regardless of the outcome, this would likely be her last stand on Blue Star. Victory would mean her return to the World Tree, while defeat would lead to her burial here, with no further chances to fight. The prelude to rebellion would officially commence this night. Chapter 55, Prelude to Rebellion. The blood-red sun sank beneath the horizon, and the dark night enveloped the colors of the clouds, heralding the arrival of the night that would signal the prelude to rebellion. The fate concealed within chaos was about to reveal itself. As Su Ling departed the villa, she and Jiang Jin made no special preparations. Su Ling donned her favorite outfit, swapping her original cloak for a white knitted sweater, reminiscent of the ensemble crafted by Isha. Jiang Jin, on the other hand, opted for a simple long-sleeved top paired with a short skirt, her long legs encased in white knee-high socks, complemented by a pair of low-heeled shoes. In truth, Jiang Jin could wear anything, as her attire would be replaced by magical armor upon transformation. Thus, her outfit was merely a random selection from her wardrobe. At first glance, the two appeared ill-suited for initiating a final confrontation. They seemed more like sisters ready to engage in a fierce battle at the mall. However, a closer inspection revealed the palpable aura of lethal intent surrounding them. Jiang Jin was a true harbinger of death, having personally slain countless aberrations, while Su Ling, though not as experienced in taking lives, possessed a unique bloodline ability coupled with the slaying immortal sword, endowing her with an innate ferocity. As they made their way to Dawn Academy, the two exchanged little conversation. The streets were eerily quiet, as if the city's residents had received some foreboding news and chosen to remain indoors. It seemed the city was left with only Su Ling and Jiang Jin in motion. They approached the academy unimpeded, although the gates stood wide open without any guards. Both felt an unspoken pressure emanating from within the institution. Clearly, someone awaited their arrival. Though it remained uncertain whether the welcoming party comprised the pathogen Varies or the unusually compliant Countermeasure Bureau of late, it appeared they would have to force their way in. A faint smile graced Su Ling's lips, her eyes betraying not a hint of fear or hesitation. The presence of enemies obstructing her path was anticipated by both her and Jiang Jin. However, a more pressing concern was her dire need for blood value. The previous explosive thrill had yielded but a single treasure chest, and she would gladly trade it for a bounty of blood value. Thousands of units far more comforting than a cold, lifeless chest. Jiang Jin, too, wore an air of indifference. With the situation as it stood, she saw no reason to conceal her intentions. Her attire transformed into a gown of white petals, her chestnut locks shimmering gold, and her obsidian eyes tinged with cerulean. Grasping her lance, she embodied the spirit of a valiant knight. "Let us charge forth," she declared, a smile playing on her lips. Indeed, she was a force to be reckoned with, having once orchestrated the explosive assault on the headquarters of the Bureau of Countermeasures. With the lance plunged into the ground, the eternal love unfurled alongside the drifting petals. Su Ling felt an inexplicable connection to something beyond her comprehension, and soon, fields of forget-me-nots blossomed across her line of sight. Drawing the immortal Slayer's sword, the two exquisite maidens, one wielding a sword, the other a lance, invaded the Dawn Academy as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of roars shattered the silence. Creatures shrouded in the darkness of night flickered in and out of view. Without the aid of her spirit eye's night vision, Su Ling could only discern the glaring crimson orbs that shone like lanterns in the gloom. Unlike the clarity of the ruby-like eyes of the slain, these seemed akin to mere glowing red stones, evoking feelings of chaos, confusion, and brutality. Su Ling was the first to plunge into the enemy ranks. With the sharpness of the immortal Slayer's sword, a sweeping strike dispatched 4 monsters instantaneously. A glance at her blood value revealed a meager gain from each, highlighting the lamentable weakness of these foes. As her spirit eyes activated, their grotesque forms became clearer. They resembled failed mutations, humanoid yet reminiscent of apes. Their diminutive stature, hunched backs, and arms encased in bony shells, with long, sharp claws, suggested that these appendages were their primary weapons. Moreover, these creatures bore no protective measures. Their vital areas exposed to the open air, even the most ordinary human wielding a sharp weapon could likely fell them. They exuded an aura of mindlessness. Their attacks devoid of strategy, acting solely on instinct, heedless of whether they harmed their own kind. Yet their objective was unmistakably clear: to annihilate both Su Ling and Jiang Jin. Alas, engaging in a brawl was not within my realm of expertise. Gazing at the veritable sea of monsters before her, Su Ling furrowed her brow in frustration. Lacking a means for wide-scale destruction, confronting a multitude remained her Achilles heel. Even though Liu had provided her with a crash course on handling multiple opponents, it was only applicable to a squad of modest size. A mere dozen or so individuals already represented Su Ling's limits. Yet, before her loomed a multitude of monsters, far exceeding hundreds. "I will deal with these minions." "You venture inside and scout the way." Jiang Jin seemed to perceive Su Ling's predicament. She was the polar opposite of Su Ling, having spent years battling aberrations. Her abilities were decidedly more suited for crowd control, with her prowess in mowing down foes being unmatched. Hence, a more rational allocation of responsibilities would have Su Ling confront the boss, while Jiang Jin remained to intercept any factors that might disrupt Su Ling's efforts. However, she was driven by her own convictions, compelled by reasons she could not forsake. Thus, she would not yield in this matter. Understood. Su Ling was not one to be overly sentimental. She recognized her strengths and weaknesses. Insisting on staying behind would likely hinder Jiang Jin, while blood value was undeniably significant. The primary objective of the main quest clearly took precedence. Failing to complete, it would essentially signify the end of her path to empowerment. No amount of blood value would bear any significance then. As for abandoning the task, Su Ling had never entertained such a thought. Setting aside the potential slowdown in her growth, the main quest from the hunters was something Su Ling could never willingly forsake. The hunters and their prey were in opposition, and the primary quests of both sides were often at odds. Her ultimate goal was to uncover the deepest secrets of the Countermeasure Bureau. But what might the hunter's ultimate goal entail? If the sole victory condition for her side was the extermination of the pathogen, Virus, then the Countermeasure Bureau's only path to victory lay in the elimination of Jiang Jin. As long as the strongest magical girl who understood the secrets of the Bureau remained alive, the threat posed by the Bureau would persist. Their conflict became irreconcilable the moment Jiang Jin decimated half of the Bureau's headquarters and chose to defect. This rebellion could only conclude in one of two ways. Either the Bureau's ambitions would be utterly shattered, or Jiang Jin's blood would cement her reputation as a traitor. There existed no third outcome. Although Su Ling had known Jiang Jin for a brief time, having chosen to be her ally, the notion of betraying a companion was utterly inconceivable to her. The one thing that Su Ling could not bring herself to do was betray the kindness others had shown her. Back then, she was incapable of deceiving Issa to become a new vessel for her own survival. How could she now disregard Jiang Jin merely out of fear of failure? Moreover, a sword-bearer must forge ahead with unwavering resolve. If one were to falter merely out of trepidation, how could they ever aspire to become a true master of the sword? As the wielder of the blade, Su Ling would never permit herself to engage in such cowardice. Chapter 56. The battle against Poppy. The performance of the monkey aberration was remarkably feeble. Even without employing her dragon wings, Su Ling could effortlessly carve a path through the chaos. She deliberately conserved her stamina, for she was acutely aware that the true challenge lay ahead. The subterranean sanctuary of the pathogen, the Virus, lies concealed beneath a location that Su Ling had previously visited, the grand auditorium where she first encountered Jiang Jin. She did not tarry elsewhere, making her way directly to the auditorium, where she found no other aberrations obstructing her path, as if the only barrier was the monkey-like creature stationed at the entrance. However, this notion dissipated as Su Ling arrived at the playground, for there she spotted a familiar figure. The red and black gown she wore remained strikingly elegant, and her alluring visage continued to captivate the heart. Is power, then, an inescapable poison for you as well? Su Ling slowed her pace, her right hand hanging naturally at her side, the tip of the Lushan sword grazing the ground, leaving a straight white mark in its wake. Her sigh was laden with confusion and uncertainty. She understood that this battle was unavoidable, yet she yearned to hear the other's reasoning. To be ensnared by a substance so addictive, only to be ultimately trapped by another poison. How dramatically ironic. Poppy tilted her head, maintaining a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth, accentuating her seductive aura. Power holds no significance for me. The only criterion by which I judge is whether it is entertaining. Then why align yourself with the Strategy Bureau? Because the Bureau has the greatest chance of victory. Relying solely on Forget-Me-Not, she cannot possibly prevail. Poppy replied nonchalantly, the bells on her right wrist jingling softly, their crisp sound echoing as three unique aberrations materialized beside her. Yet who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a variable such as you? But I have already chosen my side, and in this game, once a side is chosen, there is no room for regret. She paused, a dagger materializing in her loosely clenched left hand, its blade emanating an unmistakable sense of menace. It was evident that it bore some potent toxin. I can only strive with all my might to emerge as the ultimate victor, nothing more. Su Ling's gaze fell, and she refrained from commenting on Poppy's words, for she recognized that at this juncture, words held no significance. Only blades and swords conveyed the truth. Does right and wrong truly matter? At times, it holds no importance at all. For the victor is the one who has the privilege to inscribe the narrative of what is just. The great battle was on the cusp of eruption. Thunder roared. A violet lightning bolt cleaved the heavens, booming like a force intending to purge the world of all malevolent spirits. As the first drop of rain descended from the firmament, Poppy launched her assault on Su Ling. Once again, the heavily armored aberration led the charge, the expansive playground offering no cover, allowing the Bone Spike aberration to exploit its full advantage, while the original assassin aberration brandished a great sword alongside the heavy shield, leaving the task of assassination to Poppy herself. The harmonious coordination of a single individual with three distinct manifestations appears to be the true embodiment of Poppy's full combat potential. Initially, constrained by the limited space of the school building and the presence of Chitos, she refrained from taking reckless risks. However, she has now come to realize that without wagering everything she possesses, the prospect of victory is utterly bleak. As her perception expanded, Su Ling's expression remained unchanged. With her spiritual pupils operating at their utmost capacity, she discerned the trajectory of each Bone Spike's approach, accurately predicting the landing points of the heavy shield manifestation with precision, as well as the looming threat of the great sword manifestation advancing from her flank, its muscles tensing with growing power. Do not engage with the heavy shield or great sword. They cannot capture you. Eliminate the ranged threat first. The command from the slaughter echoed in Su Ling's ears just as her body initiated its movement. She charged toward the heavy shield manifestation, seemingly intent on intercepting it with her sword. Yet, at the moment of impending contact, she deftly altered her angle and slipped past it. In the next instant, the colossal dragon wings swept down behind Su Ling with ferocious force. The explosive power was such that it briefly displaced the rain behind her, causing her figure to vanish from Poppy's sight as the dragon wings descended. Where has she gone? Who will she target? Is it me? Poppy's pupils constricted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately shifted into the shadow of the Bone Spike manifestation. At the very moment Su Ling emerged to deliver her downward strike, Poppy materialized, parrying Su Ling's heavy blow with her dagger. The jarring screech of metal clashing resonated as Poppy gritted her teeth, blood seeping from her palms. Yet, through sheer determination, she resisted Su Ling's onslaught. The opponent's strength exceeded her expectations. She could feel her arm trembling under the weight of such terrifying force. However, she must endure. For if the Bone Spike manifestation were to fall to Su Ling, her chances of winning this battle would diminish even further. As she witnessed her attack being blocked, Su Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, her golden slit pupils emanating an almost terrifying pressure. She had underestimated Poppy's willingness to defend her summoned creature. Had she anticipated this, she would have certainly reinforced her attack with dragon scales, thus ensuring that even if Poppy intervened, she could have shattered Poppy's defense and secured the kill. However, it was too late for regrets. Hindsight is a luxury all can afford. The reason Su Ling refrained from utilizing the dragon scales was simple. She intended to conserve a capability that could directly breach the heavy shield manifestation's defenses for emergencies. Among the powers she currently wielded, only the dragon scales could effectively penetrate the defenses of the heavy shield manifestation. Having failed her ambush, although Poppy seemed on the verge of succumbing to the struggle, the barrel of the Bone Spike manifestation was now aimed directly at her head, forcing her to withdraw and reconsider her strategy. The blood butterflies circled behind, ready to strike again. Su Ling contemplated withdrawing her attack to assess the situation. Yet Lu's intentions were starkly opposed. The disparity in their combat experience was undeniably vast, what Su Ling perceived as a regrettable opportunity, Lu viewed as a mere skill away from regaining the upper hand. The act of Poppy parrying that strike was not without consequence. Her condition was far from optimal, and retreating now would merely afford her opponent a moment to recover. Should she be forced back by the Bone Spikes, it would grant Poppy a chance to slip back into the shadows, complicating the battle significantly. A rogue exposed to the sunlight could only engage in close-quarters combat, while one lurking in the shadows posed an entirely different level of threat. To restrain Poppy, the Bone Spikes, which could not escape in the short term, served as the perfect bait. If Poppy chose to continue defending, she would become increasingly vulnerable, thereby revealing her flaws. Conversely, if she opted not to defend, eliminating the Bone Spike would also yield a highly advantageous scenario for Su Ling. A long-range assailant capable of relentless fire suppression, seemingly without the need to reload. was indeed an irksome adversary. Thus, from any perspective, adopting an offensive strategy in place of defense was undoubtedly the optimal choice at this juncture. Chapter 57. Fear. Su Ling harbored absolute trust in Liu. The bone spikes surged through the blood-red spirit butterflies that emerged from Su Ling's form. These exquisite butterflies splitting into two groups that encircled the bone spike's aberrant body before coalescing back into Su Ling's figure. Dragon scales activated. Another strike. The long sword descended with a sound akin to a gust of wind. Its terrifying might making Poppy feel as though she faced not a blade, but a colossal mountain weighing 1,000 pounds. There was no way she could withstand this blow. Her instincts screamed warnings as every hair on her body bristled in trepidation. This time, Poppy dared not attempt to block Su Ling's strike. Even if her dagger could endure the onslaught without shattering, she could not resist the force acting directly upon her body through the dagger. Without hesitation, Poppy vanished into the shadows, abandoning the bone spike's aberrant form, which was now left entirely exposed beneath Su Ling's sword. This time, no one could save it. With a sickening squelch, the sound of the blade piercing flesh was unmistakably satisfying. An exaggerated gash stretched from the shoulder down to the pelvis. How could the bone spike's corporeal form withstand the sharpness of Liu's celestial sword? This strike caused its upper body to tumble at an angle. You have slain the elite aberrant bone spike. You have gained 15 blood points. What? Has it truly reached double digits? Su Ling was momentarily taken aback, her gaze igniting with fervor. If Poppy's summons could yield 15 blood points, how much more would she herself provide? Her wandering thoughts were swiftly reined in as Su Ling pivoted, her toes barely grazing the ground as she charged toward the aberrant entity wielding a large sword. Time wasted on Poppy, who would be unreachable for a short while, could easily result in both the shield and the sword entangling her. Su Ling was not foolish enough to willingly hand over the rhythm of battle to her opponents. Rather than waiting for those two imbeciles to entangle her, she preferred to take the initiative, separating them and defeating them one by one. The defensive capabilities of the heavy shield aberration were astonishing, and without the enhancement of dragon scales, inflicting effective damage on it would require a considerable amount of time. In a scenario of one against many, time is the most precious resource. Therefore, Su Ling would not proactively engage the heavy shield aberration. It possessed the common flaw of a heavy tank. Its speed was almost laughably slow. Without the ability to charge, both the heavy shield and the great sword turned to attack Su Ling simultaneously, yet the great sword was already nearly upon her, while the heavy shield had barely covered half the distance. Moreover, its charging skill had been used initially to approach Su Ling, leaving it unable to be employed again in a short span of time. However, one must not dismiss the situation entirely. After all, the so-called skills were merely the world tree's way of presenting each individual's techniques in written form. Take Su Ling as an example, dragon scales and dragon wings. Despite the world tree's notation indicating they could only be used once every 3 minutes, could indeed be forcefully utilized by her, dismissing the so-called cooldown time. The cooldown period annotated by the world tree is essentially the rest period required for the body after employing a certain technique, merely to ensure the user's health. In truth, it signifies that the body needs 3 minutes to alleviate fatigue before it can support the next flawless execution of the skill. If Su Ling truly desired, she could forcefully utilize dragon scales again right now, yet the consequence would render her right hand incapable of wielding a sword for a brief period. Thus, if the heavy shield aberration were to disregard the cost, it could potentially use that charging skill to close the distance with Su Ling at any moment. To feel at ease now would be premature. Confronted by the advancing great sword, Su Ling did not retreat even a fraction, instead raising her sword to collide directly with it. However, neither the aberration nor Poppy anticipated that this pure contest of strength would culminate in a resounding defeat for the great sword. Poppy could hardly believe her eyes. She was acutely aware that Su Ling's earlier terrifying power was a form of explosive technique, and it was impossible for her to use such force again without sustaining injury in a short span of time. Given the formidable weight of the great sword and the inertia of the aberration's own strength, how could Su Ling possibly strike it back with such a thrust? With arms that appeared as though they might snap at any moment, wielding a one-handed sword that seemed as fragile as glass beneath the great sword's might? How could that be possible? The weight of the great sword, combined with the aberration's center of gravity, had been thrown into disarray. even without witnessing the aberration's expression. Su Ling could read the lingering disbelief in its eyes. These aberrations were not mindless puppets. They had merely been tamed by Poppy and retained their own thoughts and emotions. Thus, it too would be astonished, equally overwhelmed by disbelief. Within the trembling pupils of the aberration, Su Ling slowly etched a devilish smile. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the stillness that followed the thunder, heard distinctly by all present, whether aberration or Poppy. Do you think you are competing in strength with whom? I am no mere human. Boom. The thunder roared immediately after Su Ling's words subsided, casting Poppy, hidden in the shadows, into a pallor of fear, her arms trembling uncontrollably. How long had it been since she felt this primal, instinctual emotion of terror? The mocking tone lingered in her ears, undiminished by the thunderous cacophony, overshadowed only by that chime-like whisper. It should not be. It could not be. She had faced life and death crises before, even more terrifying aberrations that instilled despair. Yet never had she felt such fear. Something was amiss. Something was terribly wrong. This white-haired girl harbored an unsettling peculiarity. What was awakening her dread? What was magnifying her fear? No matter how powerful she was, at most she was akin to Forget-Me-Not, against whom she had fought without such trepidation. Yet this overwhelming sense of oppression, this visceral fear, was entirely foreign to her opponent. Suddenly, Poppy lifted her gaze to meet Su Ling's slit-like pupils, and behind her, she envisioned a sword, a colossal, blood-red blade, ethereal as mist. The massive sword, seemingly woven from blood fog, exuded a sickly sweet stench of blood. Its eye calmly gazing at Poppy, and at last, she comprehended the source of her fear. Both the master and the summoned fell into a daze. And how could Su Ling possibly overlook such a glaring opening? Though she was unaware of the exact nature of the situation, it did not hinder her from seizing the opportunity to tilt victory unequivocally in her favor. With a nimble leap, she swiftly circled to the side of the giant sword aberration, her hand rising and the sword descending, cleanly severing the opponent's head. At this juncture, the odds shifted from 4 against 1 to 2 against 1, and the remaining adversaries, a tank and an assassin, could no longer pose a lethal threat to Su Ling. Chapter 58. Has it been predicted? Has the ability to spread fear been enhanced? Lu gently stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Su Ling's confusion did not equate to ignorance. This was likely a hidden effect of the Lushian sword, stemming from the second composite forbidden spell array from which it was born. The Lushian sword is a magical sword in the truest sense, a weapon of ambition interwoven with bloodshed, born from the madness of those who sought to slay gods. A sin that brought forth terrifying calamities sweeping across countless lives. The sea of blood forged the blade of slaughter. And the essence of this sword, its soul, was composed of the myriad souls of the slain. It was an embodiment of pure carnage, a god-slaying sword. Yet its inaugural act of violence was not against a deity, but rather those who sought to dominate it, the godslayers. An immense amalgamation of bloodlust and resentment coalesced within the sword, endowing it with an innate aura of fear. However, this aura did not directly assail its foes. Instead, it magnified the terror within them at the moment of dread. The fear aura of the sword itself was not as exaggerated as it seemed. Within Poppy's heart, a fleeting moment of fear arose, a perfectly natural response, for it is human to feel fear when confronted with the incomprehensible. The distinction between the strong and the ordinary lies in the former's ability to master their inner fears, transforming trepidation into a source of strength. Given Lu's understanding of her own capabilities, the fear aura of the sword would, under normal circumstances, merely amplify Poppy's flicker of fear to a level of trepidation towards Su Ling, rather than rendering her uncontrollable and trembling. Perhaps the sole explanation lies in the nature of the sword's power over slaughter, imparting a subtle yet profound influence upon the sword itself. This is hardly surprising. One is a blade born of carnage, while the other embodies the power of slaughter. A pairing of such synergy is indeed remarkable. During Lu's contemplation, the heavy shield aberration was ultimately breached by Su Ling, who forcefully dismantled its defenses with dragon scales. As the sharp tip pierced its vital points, Poppy's last ally succumbed to silence. Yet, a singular complication arose. This creature seemed to have completely retreated, and with all her abilities geared towards combat. Su Ling found herself without a viable strategy should Poppy choose to remain hidden. "What's happening here?" came the voice of Jiang Jin, who approached with a lance in hand. Exuding nonchalant grace, her attire untouched by the chaos. Su Ling observed her with a sense of admiration. Jiang Jin appeared precisely as she did upon departing. It was only fitting. If a throng of weaklings could wound Jiang Jin, she would no longer deserve the title of the mightiest magical girl, but rather the most formidable nightmare of Gotham. I encountered Poppy. I dispatched all her summons, yet she herself is nowhere to be found, Su Ling admitted. Having nothing to conceal, for her inability did not imply Jiang Jin's lack of capability. It's straightforward. Look, is this not it? Jiang Jin raised her lance skyward, and with a burst of white light from its tip, the entire playground was illuminated as bright as day in an instant. Though the brilliance lasted but a fleeting second, it was more than sufficient time to uncover Poppy, who now lacked the protection of shadows. It appeared that Poppy had completely lost her will to fight, curled up on the ground, trembling, which rendered Su Ling's next move all the more effortless. At this moment, the Poppy appears utterly unrecognizable as a formidable magical girl. Her vacant gaze is filled solely with fear. Were it not for the life-or-death struggle that preceded this moment, one might indeed feel a pang of sympathy for her. However, Su Ling harbors no compassion for her, fully aware of the woman's ruthless nature. Had the roles been reversed, she would have surely become a mere shell, manipulated by the heartworm. How long would this state endure? Instinctively, Su Ling felt that Lu must possess some insight, and she promptly inquired. If her sanity remains intact, the duration could range from mere minutes to several months. Lu continues to be the ever-reliable partner, addressing all of Su Ling's uncertainties. With her thumb pressed against her chin and her index finger gently stroking her jaw, Su Ling realizes that releasing the enemy is out of the question. The animosity has been blatantly evident from the outset. She would never commit the folly of sparing an adversary and inviting future peril. Yet, extracting every last ounce of value from her foe before delivering the fatal blow is an endeavor worth pursuing. The Poppy's current state seems ripe for eliciting information. Once adequately informed, the act of killing could be postponed. Exchanging a glance with Jiang Jin, they both discerned each other's thoughts. It is often said that heroes share a similar perspective, and they were united in their intentions. What brings you to this place? Jiang Jin asked, slowly crouching beside the Poppy. The tenderness in her voice immediately revealed to Su Ling that Jiang Jin had considerable experience in charming, infatuated maidens. This was clearly the voice of a seasoned persuader. I cannot return to the Strategy Bureau. I have been hiding here all along, the Poppy stammered, her voice trembling. Jiang Jin's displayed gentleness prompted an instinctive response from her, akin to a drowning person grasping at a straw. It was only within that gentle embrace that she felt her fear slightly dissipate. Thus, she was reluctant to relinquish this tangible warmth and feared returning to the abyss of terror. For the sake of preserving this warmth, she would be willing to do anything. How pitiable, Jiang Jin murmured, gently caressing the Poppy's cheek, her voice tinged with sorrow and sympathy. But what were you doing on the playground? The higher-ups informed me that someone might come tonight to disrupt the plan. They cannot provide immediate support, so I have been instructed to delay for a while. Upon hearing this, both Su Ling and Jiang Jin's expressions grew serious. Their plan had been finalized upon receiving news in the afternoon. To phrase it more diplomatically, one could say they acted decisively, while a more candid interpretation would label it as a spur-of-the-moment decision, before Xiaolan could uncover the crucial intelligence. Neither Su Ling nor Jiang Jin knew when their operation would commence. Where did the Strategy Bureau acquire this information? It can be asserted that aside from Su Ling and Jiang Jin themselves, the only other person privy to the night's operation was Xiaolan. However, if Xiaolan truly were affiliated with the Strategy Bureau, why would it require such convoluted measures? Jiang Jin should have been apprehended long ago. Do you have any leads? Su Ling cast a glance at the Poppy, knowing that Lu could assure her the woman had not yet escaped her fear, indicating that her statement was likely truthful. Jiang Jin solemnly nodded, then closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. Xiaolan had a disciple whose abilities also lay in divination, but with considerable limitations. Far from the astonishing prowess of Xiaolan, it was no wonder it was merely a possibility. However, she never anticipated that her friend's student would stand in opposition to her mentor. Su Ling felt a sense of helplessness. The presence of an enemy diviner meant that their every move was likely anticipated by the adversary, with intelligence heavily skewed against them. Neither she nor Jiang Jin dared to act recklessly, as no one could guarantee that their next step wouldn't lead them directly into a meticulously prepared trap. Human emotions are the most intricate of all, Discussing these matters now seemed futile. Jiang Jin also felt a sense of resignation, yet they had no time for despair. Solutions were not entirely absent. The simplest approach to counter a divination specialist was to find a stronger diviner to rival the opponent. Indeed, they had such a person on their side, but persuading her to assist might take some time. Chapter 59. Almost amassed enough of my blood value. A faint cloud of worry lingered around Jiang Jin and Su Ling. With uncertainty surrounding what the enemy could foresee, they dared not act impulsively. At least at this moment, they lacked the capability to forcefully overturn the situation. Should they adhere to their original plan? Since the pathogen was derived from Xiaolan's divination, it should at least ensure the accuracy of its location. Su Ling's analysis held merit, knowing that Xiaolan was the strongest diviner in the entire Blue Star. Her foresight must extend further than that of other diviners. Thus, even if the Bureau of Countermeasures predicted Su Ling and her companions would arrive that night and move the pathogen, Xiaolan's divination would still reflect the final location after the transfer. The disparity in strength among diviners was often more pronounced and insurmountable than that among combat specialists. Such reasoning was indeed sound. Jiang Jin had no better suggestions. Returning home was absolutely out of the question. Regardless of Su Ling's stance, she, Jiang Jin, was not one to be easily intimidated. At most, her whereabouts were exposed, which was insufficient to deter her resolve. The two resolved to press onward. It was at that moment that a slight, unusual sensation simultaneously alerted both Su Ling and Jiang Jin. They almost instinctively lowered their gazes towards the poppy. Although it still trembled in fear, there was something inexplicably strange about it. Inquiry? Contemplation? Hesitation? No, none of these were present. For an enemy, even the simplest suspicion was sufficient to justify Su Ling's lethal intent. The Su Xian sword pierced through the poppy's head without any obstruction. And the imprint of the last emotion in its pupils, as Su Ling had surmised, was not the fear it had exhibited, but rather astonishment. It was astonished at how Su Ling had discerned the truth, and was equally astonished at her decisive strike. Was it merely due to a hint of suspicion? The poppy shall forever remain oblivious to the answer, and the red worm, which was on the verge of being fully conceived within her palm, succumbed alongside her demise, writhing in defiance for mere seconds before dissipating into the air. What a jest! Could such trivial tricks deceive Su Ling? She had already suffered once from the same stratagem in the blood realm. If Su Ling were capable of such folly, her head would deserve to be struck like a wooden fish. Poppy's facade was indeed flawless, yet Su Ling possessed an acute sensitivity to murderous intent. She discerned the latent power coalescing within Poppy, and that subtle unease lingering at the edge of her heart was the true betrayer of Poppy's intentions. You have slain the magical girl Poppy. You have obtained a blue treasure chest. You have gained 30 blood points. Another 30 blood points credited to her account. Each of the 3 elite aberrations yielded 15 points. Adding in the scattered points previously acquired, her total now reached 168. This figure was tantalizingly close to her ultimate goal. Su Ling recalled that when she had slain the hunters, the two had collectively provided 4 blood points. Assuming an average of 2 points per individual, the remaining 21 hunters could potentially grant her 42 points. Together, that would amount to exactly 210 points, leaving her a mere 10 points short of her final target of 220. Along this journey, Su Ling had little doubt she would encounter further adversaries. Thus, concerns regarding blood points were largely alleviated. She casually tossed the treasure chest into her storage space. Poppy's unexpected coin drop was a delightful surprise. Resources were never unwelcome, even if they could merely be converted into currency. I did mention, did I not, that accumulating blood points is quite swift? The voice of slaughter echoed behind Su Ling, accompanied by a light chuckle. This time, Su Ling refrained from retorting. With her goal almost within reach, she felt an overwhelming joy. Her greatest apprehension had been returning without the ability to unlock all her new skills, for that was one of the most direct means of enhancing her power. Grateful for the slaughter's scepter, she acknowledged that without it, her return might yield insufficient resources to elevate more than 1 or 2 skills. Although Jiang Jin could not see the treasure chest, she could clearly observe Su Ling's silly grin, coupled with the fact that she had just slain Poppy. Standing beside the corpse with a deranged smile, Su Ling resembled a psychopathic killer, causing Jiang Jin to shiver involuntarily. Stop smiling, stop smiling. Do you realize how eerie you look right now? Jiang Jin rubbed her arms, covered in goosebumps, hastily pulling the daydreaming Su Ling back to reality. Upon regaining her senses, Su Ling recognized her previous indiscretion and quickly balled her right fist, coughing lightly into it in an attempt to salvage her dwindling dignity. My apologies. I was merely contemplating some delightful matters. Jiang Jin's lips twitched. The explanation only served to make her seem even more bizarre. In conclusion, even if the Strategy Bureau anticipates our actions, they are unlikely to have the energy to monitor us in the short term. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted Poppy to delay for us alone. As Su Ling returned to the matter at hand, Jiang Jin's expression grew more serious. The Strategy Bureau's behavior, in plain terms, treats Poppy as a mere pawn to buy time. However, they may not realize that despite their exhaustive efforts, they have only managed to gain approximately 2 songs worth of delay. As for Jiang Jin's slow pace, it is purely a matter of her reluctance to exert herself. She prefers to take a little more time rather than squander her precious magical energy. This is understandable, as she must maintain her optimal state when facing the pathogen alone. It seems that Chitos and the others have successfully hindered the Strategy Bureau's progress, yet no one can guarantee that they haven't set traps in advance. So it is prudent not to let our guard down. Su Ling nodded in agreement with Jiang Jin's remarks. The opposition represents a significant force within the Strategy Bureau. Otherwise, they could not have thwarted the Bureau's ambitions in the past. Nonetheless, even so, no one can assure that the Strategy Bureau has not left behind any contingencies or ambushes. Su Ling is not afraid of ambushes. She worries instead about inadvertently falling into a trap that could lead to her demise. The former she can manage with her own strength, while the latter is entirely a matter of her own resilience. Looking at her personal attributes, it is evident that her defensive and vitality stats are currently her greatest weaknesses. If a minefield were to explode beneath her, she could only pray that Jiang Jin's eternal love is resilient enough. Let us proceed towards the auditorium. We shall confront whatever comes our way. With that, Jiang Jin and Su Ling stepped together towards the auditorium. After crossing the playground, they would soon reach their destination, yet both understood that arriving there was merely the beginning. Chapter 60, Twins? As they pushed open the doors to the auditorium, the stage was illuminated as brightly as day by the spotlight. The piano that Jiang Jin had once played still stood silently in its place, and apart from the lights, everything was just as it had been when they left. The two made their way down the aisle towards the stage, and Su Ling took note of the surrounding seats, almost devoid of dust, suggesting they had recently been cleaned in preparation for the upcoming campus festival. Speaking of which, Yu Mingxue had invited her to accompany her in song, but alas, that opportunity was lost. Regardless of victory or defeat, Su Ling would not witness the campus festival performance tomorrow. After rounding the stage and arriving backstage, Jiang Jin confidently approached a wall and willingly merged her magical energy with it. Subsequently, under the influence of her magic, the gray-white wall began to shimmer with a metallic sheen, revealing a massive iron door resembling a safe, which replaced the wall before Su Ling and Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin raised her index finger, channeling her gathered magical energy, and as she traced intricate symbols in the air, they formed strange characters that resembled some expression of numbers. Under Su Ling's watchful gaze, the inscriptions were meticulously arranged upon the iron gate in the order they were inscribed. As the final character took its place, the gate creaked open with a thunderous sound. Let us proceed. Jiang Jin inhaled deeply, stepping through the now open gate. Leading the way down a staircase that was not particularly long, Su Ling estimated it to be roughly equivalent to the height of a typical 3-story building. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves connected to a rather lengthy corridor, flanked by numerous doors, likely leading to individual rooms meant for temporary shelter for those seeking refuge. The entire underground sanctuary was structured in 3 interlocking concentric rings, with Su Ling and her companions currently situated in the outermost ring, while the pathogen, Vires, resided at the heart of the innermost ring. That central plaza served as a distribution point for food and acted as a communal area. Being confined within a small room could easily lead to complications. Thus, a space for relaxation and fresh air was of significant importance. Transitioning from the outer ring to the central plaza was not particularly distant. There were numerous passages between the areas, presumably to prevent overcrowding. If only a single route existed, the chaos during meal distribution would be unimaginable. This subterranean refuge relied on magical energy as its mechanism. Jiang Jin gently tapped the wall, and the dark corridor gradually illuminated with a soft white glow. During the transformation from darkness to light, Su Ling felt little discomfort. Jiang Jin continued to lead, maintaining a slow pace akin to a leisurely stroll, careful not to overlook any subtle signs of movement. However, she was alarmed by the eerie emptiness of the sanctuary. No aberrations, no magical girls. Not even the minor obstacles that had initially confronted them at the school gates. Were it not for her unwavering trust in Xiaolan's intelligence, she might have doubted her location. The stillness that preceded the storm was more oppressive than facing a horde of adversaries. The unknown was the greatest source of fear. Confronting numerous foes at least provided clarity on necessary actions, but in the face of uncertainty, one could hardly discern what precautions to take. The silence of the corridor echoed only with the sound of Su Ling and Jiang Jin's footsteps. Their journey had been remarkably smooth, yet Su Ling's expression grew increasingly grave. The circular sanctuary and the pathogen at its core implied that once they reached the innermost sanctum, the enemy could easily block the sole entrance, surrounding them relentlessly. Escaping would not be a trivial endeavor. Could this be a foolish question? But is there an alternative route to exit the sanctuary? Perhaps by breaching the walls? Su Ling's inquiry did not halt Jiang Jin's stride. She understood Su Ling's concerns. As they drew nearer to the central plaza, she began to sense the pathogen's presence. Having faced it once before, she was certain she would recognize that distinctive aura. Even if this is a trap, she would unhesitatingly leap into it. As long as she could utterly vanquish the aberrant entity. Jiang Jin did not look back. Instead, she raised her right hand, her cool and serene voice resonating through the corridor as her index and middle fingers were raised. There are two options. First, my heavenly strike, which can obliterate this sanctuary from within, allowing us to depart at will. Alternatively, grant me 3 minutes, and I can breach the walls to carve a path to freedom. Upon hearing this response, Su Ling appeared unfazed on the surface, yet inwardly she sighed. Jiang Jin's resolve was palpable in her words. She was unafraid of traps, for she possessed the ability to lead Su Ling to safety. After that exchange, their dialogue ceased, and they silently made their way to the central square. However, contrary to Su Ling's expectations, the figure standing at the center of the square was not some grotesque, indescribable monster, but rather a young girl clad in a blue dress. Although the girl had her back turned, her golden hair and physique strikingly reminiscent of Jiang Jin evoked an unsettling sense of dissonance in Su Ling. The dress, aside from its color, was identical to that worn by Jiang Jin, and a pure white lance was sheathed near her left hand. Indistinguishable from the one held by Jiang Jin, even down to the intricate patterns etched upon it. What on earth was happening? As Su Ling's pupils trembled, the girl slowly turned to reveal her true visage. A gentle smile adorned her breathtaking face, leaving Su Ling momentarily entranced, not by her striking beauty, but by the uncanny resemblance to the transformed Jiang Jin. The two appeared almost like twins, making it nearly impossible to discern any differences at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, Su Ling noticed a subtle distinction. The girl in the blue dress exuded a more pronounced gallantry. The blue-clad maiden seemed to embody the essence of a knight, while Jiang Jin's nature leaned towards gentleness, her bravery a facade rather than an innate quality. Without scrutinizing their qualities closely, one might assume their resemblance was akin to gazing into a mirror. Even Su Ling, who prided herself on her worldly knowledge, felt her mind struggle to process the scene before her. What was happening? Could the pathogen Virius actually be Jiang Jin's twin sister? Was such a thing truly possible? Chapter 61. Cuscuta no, that couldn't be right. It was unlikely they were twins. Su Ling suddenly realized something. The appearance of the girl in the blue dress bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Jin's transformed state. Yet Jiang Jin herself differed significantly from her altered form. When compared to Jiang Jin's untransformed visage, the two were almost entirely unrelated. At that moment, a detail that Su Ling had unconsciously overlooked began to crystallize in her mind. Except for Jiang Jin, all the other magical girls she had encountered retained their original appearances, albeit with certain features altered after transformation. None of them evoked the sensation of having assumed an entirely different persona, as Jiang Jin did. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Under Su Ling's gaze filled with regret, the girl in the blue dress broke the eerie and heavy silence. Aren't you happy to see me again? I am the person you've longed to meet, the one you've dreamed of encountering once more. Jiang Jin's hand trembled around her gun, marking the first time Su Ling had witnessed such overt emotional turmoil from her. The fury radiating from her was palpable, akin to a volcano teetering on the brink of eruption. Do not dare to speak such words while confronting her, Jiang Jin implored, striving to maintain a calm facade. Yet her suppressed rage seeped through, her voice trembling with barely contained fury. The girl in the blue dress nonchalantly shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Jin's threat. She casually withdrew her lance from the ground and twirled it skillfully. Don't be so resistant. At least her body has come back to life, hasn't it? It must have been quite a burden for you to fully embody another person, wouldn't you agree? Su Ling grasped the crux of the blue dress girl's words. The original owner of that body must have perished. Was Jiang Jin now imitating a girl who had already met her demise? As Su Ling's gaze flitted between Jiang Jin and the girl in blue, she could scarcely fathom the extent of Jiang Jin's sacrifices to completely conceal her true self, all in pursuit of becoming someone else. It was a profound annihilation of her own identity. I will not allow you to utter such words while donning her face. Jiang Jin, like a powder keg ready to explode, surged forward, her fury igniting the ground beneath her, splintering it like spiderweb cracks. In mere moments, she stood before the girl in blue, her lance poised threateningly at her forehead. Endless love, an expanse of forget-me-nots bloomed on the ground, and Jiang Jin's lance halted just before the blue dress girl's brow, a shockwave erupting behind her head. The girl remained unscathed, but the forget-me-nots around them withered in her wake, revealing Jiang Jin's domain ability, a power that the girl in blue possessed as well. What on earth was happening? Su Ling's mind raced, desperately recalling every word Jiang Jin had ever uttered, seeking useful clues within. Yet, Jiang Jin had seldom shared her past with her, the only tangential references being a few lines spoken during their movie outings. Forget-me-nots certainly do not fear death. It is only I who am afraid of death. With identical abilities and nearly indistinguishable appearances, the profound disparity between their transformations, coupled with Jiang Jin's palpable fury towards the pathogen vires, intricately wove a tapestry of fragmented clues that led Su Ling to the brink of revelation. If her conjectures were accurate, the true forget-me-not had perished long ago, and Jiang Jin had, after its demise, assumed its identity. Ah, you truly remain as formidable as ever, the girl in the blue dress remarked, delicately sweeping aside her long bangs with an outstretched finger. Her playful and mocking smile only served to stoke the already fervent anger within Jiang Jin. Fearlessly, she locked eyes with Jiang Jin, her words of derision simultaneously mocking her while substantiating Su Ling's suspicions. Who could have anticipated that the individual now heralded as the most powerful magical girl in history was, at her inception, a feeble entity that even eluded the scrutiny of the Countermeasures Bureau? Forget-me-not must have provided you with considerable sustenance, daughter? As the words of the girl in blue fell, Jiang Jin's expression visibly darkened. Observing this reaction, Su Ling discerned that the girl had not uttered falsehoods. This was indeed Jiang Jin's most closely guarded secret. The true forget-me-not had long been deceased, and the version known to the world was merely a facade orchestrated by Jiang Jin, the daughter. The powers of magical girls often parallel the traits of flowers, making floral names the most common monikers for them. Conversely, one could also glean insights into the essence of a magical girl's power from her designation. The daughter, or Cuscuta, is most commonly associated with women who must rely on others for survival, and from the pieced-together truth, it was evident that Jiang Jin indeed lived in dependence on another. However, her reliance was not on a man, but rather on the deceased forget-me-not. Yet, judging by her demeanor, the term dependence may not encapsulate her reality. Parasitism might more accurately reflect the true nature of Jiang Jin's power. She existed as a parasite to forget-me-not, transforming the essence of its power into her sustenance. The extent of what she inherited from forget-me-not remained unclear to Su Ling. Yet she recognized that had Jiang Jin chosen not to embody forget-me-not, but rather to fully harness the powers of parasitism, her strength could potentially surpass what it was now. But what of it? Jiang Jin would not succumb to irrationality merely due to a few taunts from vires. The events that transpired were known only to herself and forget-me-not. No third party was privy to the truth. Vires could only speculate based on fragments of evidence. I have indeed inherited her power, but I have also embraced her unfulfilled aspirations. I have accomplished what she could not, and I tirelessly strive to fulfill the wishes entrusted to me by her. Regardless, I hold no shame in her legacy. Jiang Jin's voice resonated with conviction, and as she spoke, a primal and fierce clash erupted between the two realms. a cacophony reverberating through the air as the surrounding space fractured like a mirror. Certainly, it is not that the space is truly on the verge of shattering, but rather a portent of the impending fracturing of realms. No one understands the intricacies of eternal love better than Jiang Jin, and thus she would rather sacrifice her own domain along with her opponents than allow Varys even the slightest chance of escape. Even without her domain, Jiang Jin remains the formidable Jiang Jin. Her illustrious reputation is not safeguarded by her domain, but forged through relentless battles that showcase her prowess. She arrived here with a heart set ablaze, prepared for mutual destruction, and whether she survives is of little concern to her. Her singular aim is to eliminate Varys, regardless of the cost. This is the only way to fulfill the solemn wish entrusted to her by Forget-Me-Not. Chapter 62. The strange illusion. The clash between Jiang Jin and Varys was about to erupt, and as Su Ling was about to draw her sword to assist Jiang Jin, Lu drifted down from the ceiling and shook his head at her. Someone is approaching swiftly. You must halt them. Su Ling paused for a moment, then sheathed her half-drawn sword. She sensed that Varys was no ordinary adversary, even with Jiang Jin by her side. It would be impossible to vanquish him in a short span of time. A chaotic melee would yield the worst possible outcome for their side. It was better to prevent Varys from receiving reinforcements than to allow him the protection he sought, thereby granting Jiang Jin a one-on-one confrontation with her foe. Moreover, she perceived that Jiang Jin's heart truly did not desire anyone's intervention in this battle. That small, selfish wish entangled within the greater cause was not lost on Su Ling. She yearned to personally bury the pathogen that desecrated Forget-Me-Not, and the simmering fury within her constantly reminded Su Ling of this imperative. Thus, with a sigh, Su Ling turned toward the exit, and almost simultaneously, a nearly transparent, azure butterfly alighted gently upon her shoulder, unnoticed by all. Continuing forward, Su Ling felt the butterfly's wings quiver, sending ripples through the air, and soon after, a flurry of snowflakes began to descend from the sky, transforming the world within her sight entirely. An illusion? As she felt the chill in the air, Su Ling reached out to catch a snowflake, squinting as she whispered to herself. Illusions, phantasms, these pose no trouble for one endowed with spiritual eyes. By merely activating her powers, she could depart at will. Yet, she did not hasten to do so, for she sensed no threat or malice within this illusion, and her tears of the purifier exhibited no reaction, indicating that this was not a mental assault. She continued to wander aimlessly across the snowy expanse, and after a few minutes, a small inn came into view. Within that lodge-like structure, she discerned two figures. One of them bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl in the blue dress. Their features were indistinguishable, yet her hair was not the radiant golden hue of the sun, but rather a sleek, straight ebony that shimmered like satin. Beside her stood a chestnut-haired individual. Who else could it be but Jiang Jin? However, this Jiang Jin was not the same as the one etched in Su Ling's memory. At this moment, she appeared timid and at a loss, exuding an aura of inferiority, trailing behind the dark-haired maiden like a submissive little wife. The scene felt eerily familiar to Su Ling. Indeed, it mirrored a moment from a film. Yet, unlike the cinematic portrayal, the protagonist, Forget-Me-Not, was not alone, as she was accompanied by someone, a timid, ordinary person named Jiang Jin. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, Su Ling attempted to open the door, only to find her hand passing through it effortlessly. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind, but she did not linger on it, seamlessly walking through the door to join Jiang Jin and Forget-Me-Not. As she had surmised, the two were entirely oblivious to her presence. Her current state resembled that of a spectator immersed in a film, albeit from a first-person perspective. Forget-Me-Not and Jiang Jin were engaged in discussion. The overarching narrative of the film was intact, as it was directly inspired by real events. Thus, their conversation revolved around how to assist the magical girl squad. In the film, Forget-Me-Not embarked on a solitary journey, slaying adversaries along the way, yet the reality diverged significantly. Forget-Me-Not possessed a hidden trait unbeknownst to anyone. She was directionally challenged. Indeed, she struggled to navigate, and while city signposts might offer some aid, traversing this vast snowy expanse posed a daunting challenge for someone lacking a sense of direction. By the time she managed to arrive, her comrades' offerings would likely have been devoured. Therefore, Forget-Me-Not required someone to guide her, and Jiang Jin was fortuitously the one chosen for this task. It is worth noting that Jiang Jin did not volunteer herself upon her arrival at this station. Forget-Me-Not requested the station manager to find the individual most familiar with the snowy terrain, leading Jiang Jin to be naturally presented before her. Unbeknownst to Jiang Jin, the reason for Forget-Me-Not's interest in her remained a mystery. She approached the magical girl out of respect and at the behest of the manager. At that moment, she was timid and frightened. When asked by Forget-Me-Not to lead her to assist the magical girl squad, her head shook vigorously, akin to a rattle. The task sounded perilous, and she lacked the courage to accept it. However, Forget-Me-Not possessed an extraordinary talent for persuasion, and with just a few words, she bewildered Jiang Jin, who found herself led out the door, still dazed and confused. This transformation left Su Ling utterly astounded. She could hardly reconcile the soft, endearing figure before her with the decisive, steely resolve of the formidable magical girl she had become. What immense trials must one endure to undergo such a metamorphosis? As I watched the figures of Forget-Me-Not and Jiang Jin gradually recede into the distance, Lu could not help but let out a soft sigh, reflecting on the situation. A sudden and drastic shift in a person's character often indicates either possession or an overwhelming stimulus. This expedition across the snowy plains marks the conclusion of Forget-Me-Not's tale, while simultaneously heralding the beginning of Jiang Jin's narrative. The answers sought by Su Ling lie within this unfolding story. By continuing to observe, she shall uncover all that she yearns to know. While curiosity is indeed significant, Su Ling remains acutely aware of her more pressing obligations. She must thwart any adversaries attempting to intervene in the battle between Jiang Jin and Vires. For allowing her curiosity to detract from her primary mission would be a grave misstep. Lu, how long can I remain in this illusion? Su Ling inquired softly, matching her pace to that of the two figures before her. The flow of time within the illusion diverges from that of reality. Since your entry into the illusion, not even a second has elapsed in the real world, so there is no need for you to fret over time, Lu replied. Upon hearing this response, Su Ling felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, her thoughts swiftly transitioned to another matter. Is it possible for someone to be trapped in an illusion until death, like believing they have lived an entire life within it? Lu nodded. What you described does indeed occur. It is a sophisticated application of illusion, typically employed once an individual has fallen into slumber, allowing them to experience a lifetime within the dream until death ensues. Should one believe they have perished within the illusion, their consciousness and reality will also fade away. Though the body may remain alive, the day of awakening will never come again. This method is a notoriously infamous assassination technique. While difficult to counter, practitioners are exceedingly rare, and not every adept illusionist can master it, including the contractors of the World Tree. With this precise answer, Su Ling refrained from further inquiries, her expression embodying a fleeting bewilderment as she absorbed this unsettling knowledge, having merely asked out of curiosity. As for pursuing methods of counteraction, there was no need, for the spirit eye itself is the nemesis of all illusions. Therefore, rather than posing futile questions that might be deemed foolish by Lu, Su Ling was far more concerned about the unfolding events involving Forget-Me-Not and Jiang Jin, as unusual disturbances began to resonate ahead. Chapter 63. The promise. Much like the narrative of a film, Forget-Me-Not encountered an ambush on the way to provide aid. The sudden assault by dozens of aberrations caught her off guard, although she was not at her peak strength at that moment. Her ability to stand alone as reinforcement was a testament to her extraordinary prowess. The attack from the aberrations could not extinguish her life, yet the ensuing battle triggered an unprecedented avalanche. In a bid to protect Jiang Jin, Forget-Me-Not was compelled to abandon the fight, taking refuge in a cave. The avalanche that followed not only concealed the cave, but also obliterated the way station that Forget-Me-Not had previously visited. In the face of natural calamity, the strength of humanity remains woefully inadequate, particularly when it comes to such a modest way station, which possessed little in the way of defensive capabilities. The post station lay in ruins, blanketed by heavy snow, leaving Forget-Me-Not and Jiang Jin, who sought refuge in a cave, entirely cut off from the outside world. However, the formidable power of Forget-Me-Not rendered the mere accumulation of snow insufficient to hinder her. Yet, the toll of battle had drained her magical energy significantly, necessitating a period of rest before she could lead Jiang Jin to safety. Thus, the two resolved to remain in the cave for a while. But had circumstances truly been so favorable, Jiang Jin would not have found herself in her current predicament. As a magical girl, Forget-Me-Not possessed a far superior sense of danger compared to Jiang Jin. From the moment they entered the cave, a faint unease began to linger in her heart, an unsettling feeling that refused to dissipate. The cave appeared to stretch endlessly into darkness, obscuring any glimpse of an endpoint. She had initially intended to stay near the cave's entrance until her powers were somewhat restored. But the rustling sounds around her underscored the adage that plans seldom survive contact with reality, and a sense of impending crisis began to prick at her nerves. Su Ling stood before Forget-Me-Not, having perceived the source of the noise before her. It was a massive serpent, entirely black, its head reminiscent of a king cobra, while its girth was as thick as a water barrel, exuding an aura of overwhelming intimidation. The stones beneath its colossal form crumbled to dust, and its crimson tongue flickered into Forget-Me-Not's line of sight before the full visage of the serpent emerged, plunging her heart into despair. Forget-Me-Not understood that a bloody battle was now unavoidable. Though she could have chosen to evade confrontation and abandon Jiang Jin, she had vowed to ensure her safety and could not bring herself to forsake her companion nor betray her own promise. Thus, she resolved to confront the threat head-on. The ensuing battle was fiercely brutal, with the stench of blood saturating the cave, most of it emanating from the dark serpent, although some was her own. Exhausting her magical reserves, she fought back with fierce determination, enduring a vicious bite as she delivered a fatal strike to the immense serpent. The creature was rent asunder by the azure beam unleashed from her lance, yet even in its death throes, its eyes reflected no fear or regret. Rather, they harbored an unyielding intent to annihilate Forget-Me-Not. Having drained her powers, Forget-Me-Not found herself in a dire state. Her body burned with fever, her mind a chaotic blur. And before she could take even a single step toward safety, she collapsed to the ground. The serpent, though slain, had inflicted a mortal threat upon her. Its venomous fangs had pierced her flesh, not fatally, yet the lethal toxin coursed through her veins, while fever and poisoning assailed her simultaneously. At that moment, Jiang Jin had no means to cure her, let alone alleviate her fever. Watching the wilting and agonized Forget-Me-Not, Jiang Jin found herself at a loss. She was not a magical girl. She was merely an ordinary person born and raised in a humble way station. The snow-covered way station was, in truth, a small town. Although it lacked the grandeur of a bustling metropolis, it possessed the essential facilities, ensuring that daily life did not feel deprived. If only she could bring Forget-Me-Not back. Perhaps the doctors in the hospital could save her life. But how could she escape? With the cave entrance buried under a thick blanket of snow, the only means of egress lay within the powers of a magical girl. Tears streamed down her cheeks in desperation, each droplet falling onto Forget-Me-Not's forehead. She felt utterly helpless, uncertain of what she should do or could do. She understood that tears would not resolve anything. Even the warmth of her tears could not cool Forget-Me-Not's fevered brow. Yet, in this world dominated by magical girls, the capabilities of an ordinary person were painfully limited. "Do not cry," came Forget-Me-Not's hoarse voice, echoing softly within the cave. She mustered the strength to pull away from Jiang Jin's embrace. The constitution of a magical girl was remarkably unique. Even when poisoned, their lives could not be swiftly claimed. However, the high fever induced by magical exhaustion still took a toll on Forget-Me-Not's condition. Her magic was depleted, and she remained in her transformed state solely by drawing upon another force, her life force. With a fever, poisoning, and even the active burning of her vitality, Forget-Me-Not's existence resembled a flickering candle in the wind. She clung to life, driven by her promise to Jiang Jin. She had vowed to protect her safety, and thus, she would uphold that promise until her body could no longer stand and her consciousness faded entirely. She wiped away Jiang Jin's tears, even as her own body bore the scars of struggle, shielding the fragile girl before her. Realizing that escaping through the entrance was impossible, she resolved to delve deeper into the cave in search of another way out, perhaps uncovering the sole glimmer of hope. Using her spear as a makeshift crutch, Forget-Me-Not forced herself to lead the way. Her once resplendent gown was now stained and tattered, and her frail form bent under the weight of her efforts, rendering her plight utterly pitiable. Yet, Jiang Jin did not succumb to disillusionment regarding magical girls. To her, they remained embodiments of confidence, elegance, and beauty. She understood that Forget-Me-Not had become this way out of a desire to protect her, and though the magical girl had promised to safeguard her, Jiang Jin did not take it for granted. Magical girls were born to fight for humanity, and the lives they lived were built upon the sacrifices of many. They owed nothing to ordinary people, and thus, even when Forget-Me-Not had fled from the great serpent, Jiang Jin bore no resentment. The value of an ordinary life compared to that of a magical girl is a distinction she is acutely aware of, while her own demise would merely signify her end. The continued existence of the latter holds the potential to save countless others. Yet, Forget-Me-Not does not abandon herself. She not only clings to her life, but is also draining her very essence to ensure the safety of another. How can Jiang Jin find solace in such a sacrifice? There are many awaiting her salvation, and that casually spoken promise truly does not warrant such self-neglect. Chapter 64. Jiang Jin and Forget-Me-Not. The journey through the cave was interminably long, to the point where Jiang Jin momentarily lost her sense of time. Upon reaching the cave's terminus, they were greeted by an expansive underground primordial forest. Within this wilderness, various magical beasts roamed freely. Colossal birds resembling pterosaurs soared through the skies, while fierce tigers roared amidst the trees. Jiang Jin even glimpsed more than one giant serpent, which Forget-Me-Not had barely managed to vanquish. This was a wild and untamed forest, illuminated by a radiant orb akin to the sun, dispelling the chill of winter beneath its warm glow. In that moment, Jiang Jin felt an inexplicable urge to linger in this enchanting place, as the warmth provided by the orb surpassed even that of conventional heating. However, Forget-Me-Not did not pause or consider leaving Jiang Jin there temporarily. She continued to lead the way, her nearly depleted body tirelessly clearing the path of potential dangers. With the aid of perception, despite taking 2 brief rests, Forget-Me-Not and Jiang Jin safely traversed to the other side of the primordial forest. There, they encountered another cave, where Forget-Me-Not sensed a breeze. The presence of wind indicated a connection to the outside world, and without hesitation, she pressed on with Jiang Jin. An urgency gripped Forget-Me-Not, for she could feel her body nearing its limit. The act of burning her life force to maintain her transformed state was not without boundaries. Her vision blurred, rendering her unable to discern anything clearly. She relied solely on her perception to guide her, as she was in no condition to engage in combat. Merely walking had depleted her strength. Fortuitously, the heavens seemed to smile upon her. No adversaries appeared along their escape route. Yet, upon reaching the cave's exit, she felt the universe was playing a cruel jest. Though a breeze wafted through the opening, the fissure was far too narrow for any normal-sized human to pass. The weathered stone wall obstructing the exit appeared severely eroded, and even the simplest of spells could easily shatter it. However, Forget-Me-Not possessed no strength left to cast magic. In her current state, she lacked the capacity to seek an alternative route, leaving her with but one option: to devise a way for Jiang Jin to escape through this narrow opening. I have one last plan. As I sat down slowly, my fingers trailing along the wall, I cast a glance at Jiang Jin, who managed a faint smile. Her weary eyelids fluttered as if they might close completely in the next moment, never to awaken again. She was utterly exhausted. Perhaps, had it not been for that singular obsession sustaining her, she would have long since surrendered to slumber. What could be done? Jiang Jin remained in her soft, doughy semblance. She might have sensed something, yet the notion of a magical girl held too sacred a place in the hearts of ordinary people for her to embrace her inner suspicions. She did not wish to believe that the raw reality of life and death could manifest so starkly before her eyes. It was merely one final step remaining. Once she departed this cavern, everything would surely improve. It was indeed just a step away, was it not? I lacked the strength to burst open that exit. But I could empower you to become a magical girl, and then you could shatter the exit. With a forced smile, I explained that the birth of a magical girl occurs in 2 ways: naturally or through external intervention. The former is easily understood. Typically, those with exceptional talent awaken their powers around the ages of 13 or 14. Such naturally gifted magical girls are the most esteemed, for with the same effort as their peers, they can rise above the rest in their rank. The latter scenario is more complex: external emotional stimuli, guidance from specialized instruments, or the pull of a magical girl's power can all serve as catalysts for awakening. Among all forms of intervention, the most successful derives from the power of a senior magical girl. However, this method is fraught with peril, not for the aspiring newcomers, but for the established magical girls. This approach necessitates that a magical girl utilize her own innate power to awaken the dormant strength within an unawakened girl. No one knows the nature of the power that is about to awaken, Should it lean towards corruption, it could severely damage the polar's own essence, resulting in ailments. Or in the worst case, death. The essence is the most fragile lifeline of a magical girl. Hence, only those with exceptionally close bonds would dare to take such a risk. Who among us would gamble their safety for an uncertain future of a junior? Jiang Jin, of course, remained oblivious to the intricacies of awakening. Yet before her stood a fool willing to stake her very life for a promise spoken in passing. Under my guidance, a delicate blue crystal, resembling a dove's egg, gracefully floated from my chest into the air. Gazing at the gem, its surface marred with cracks as if it could shatter at any moment, Jiang Jin felt a lump in her throat, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Yet no words emerged. She stared blankly as the forget-me-not controlled the crystal, affixing it to her chest. It seemed as if something within her was drawn to it, beginning to surge forth with fervor. Tendril after tendril of vibrant green extended outward from Jiang Jin, encircling her arms and body, tightly binding the blue crystal that belonged to the forget-me-not. A yearning spread within her, and Jiang Jin's pupils appeared tinted with the color of the tendrils in her eyes. The crystal resembled a delectable delicacy, an insatiable desire clamoring for her to claim it as her own. Jiang Jin's transformation was strikingly exaggerated. Yet her aura was as faint as that of a firefly. Although the forget-me-not could not see it, she felt her essence being ensnared. An act entirely divorced from Jiang Jin's will. At this moment, she was wholly governed by instinct. Was it a parasitic ability? During her time at the academy, the forget-me-not had been an exemplary student, well-versed in various disciplines, and she quickly discerned the true nature of Jiang Jin's power. Had she been at her peak, such bindings would have posed no challenge. With a mere flick of her strength, she could have severed Jiang Jin's tendrils and reclaimed her crystal. However, now, she was exhausted, her life nearing its conclusion. Even if she possessed the capacity to break free, the forget-me-not deemed it unnecessary. She tilted her head slightly, the cave walls looming close. Perhaps a carousel of memories stirred by Jiang Jin's visage reminded her of an ancient tome she had once perused. According to the tome, magical girls with parasitic abilities exhibited a stark dichotomy in strength. Some were the weakest in the history of magical girls, while others were revered as the mightiest of their era. Such disparities undoubtedly arose from the peculiar nature of parasitism. How could one harness true power without a host to inhabit? Historically, those labeled as the weakest parasitic magical girls had failed to find suitable hosts, whereas those who successfully completed the parasitic bond demonstrated terrifying talents. Her own life was drawing to a close. Even with subsequent treatment, she anticipated only a month remaining. Thus, rather than dragging her broken body in a futile struggle, she resolved to bestow upon this endearing junior a small gift that might showcase her latent talents. With this thought in mind, the forget-me-not turned her head, and through her blurred vision, Jiang Jin appeared merely as a silhouette. She mustered her strength to rise and approached Jiang Jin with faltering steps, gently caressing Jiang Jin's cheek. She refrained from reclaiming her own source of power, uncertain if the instinct-driven Jiang Jin could still hear her words. She realized this might be her final utterance in this world. Do not feel any psychological burden. Consider this a small gift from me, your senior. After speaking, I rested my chin on Jiang Jin's shoulder. She gently closed her eyes, and in the final moments of her life, she concealed her fatigue from Jiang Jin, leaving behind a visage that, though marred by dirt, radiated an extraordinary tranquility. As the flame of forget-me-not's life extinguished completely, the primal power that once belonged to her slipped from her grasp. It was gradually drawn into Jiang Jin's body by tendrils, and during this parasitic process, the surface, once cracked, began to mend, returning to its original pristine form. As the host, Jiang Jin remained oblivious to all of this. She felt as if she were ensnared in a dream, an interminably long dream. In this dream, she was not Jiang Jin but forget-me-not. Reliving every moment from birth to death, she inherited forget-me-not's talents, memories, and all her powers. Just as the dream reached the moment when she led Jiang Jin outside the cave, relinquishing control over the primal power and allowing it to take root, the dream abruptly ceased. Jiang Jin slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was cradling someone, her cheeks dampened by tears shed for the person in her embrace. Without the support of magic, forget-me-not had reverted to her original human form. Jiang Jin gently set her against the wall and wiped away the dust from her serene face. A surging power coursed within her, And at that moment, Jiang Jin felt an unprecedented strength. Yet, her heart was devoid of joy, filled instead with sorrow and remorse. How could she rise with happiness? The beating heart within her was a trade for another heart's cessation. From this day forth, I shall be you, your desires, your regrets, and your hopes shall all be fulfilled by me. I am Forget-Me-Not. As Jiang Jin's words echoed, a gown of pure white petals enveloped her form. Her chestnut hair turned to gold, and her obsidian eyes were overtaken by azure. Transformed, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Forget-Me-Not, forsaking her original appearance. Concealing the self known as Jiang Jin. Thus unfolded the tale of Jiang Jin and Forget-Me-Not. The events that followed mirrored those of a cinematic narrative. Having exited the cave, Jiang Jin, wielding Forget-Me-Not's power, assisted the magical girl squad, culminating in a resounding victory. However, after ensuring their triumph, she returned to the cave, intending to properly bury Forget-Me-Not's body, only to find it mysteriously vanished. There were no signs of beasts having passed through, nor any lingering traces of magical energy apart from her own. It was as if Forget-Me-Not's body had evaporated into thin air. Deep within Jiang Jin's heart lay a profound sense of confusion. While she adeptly portrayed the persona of Forget-Me-Not, she clandestinely investigated the whereabouts of the true body. For she had fully experienced the life of Forget-Me-Not. Her performance was flawless, leaving no room for any suspicion. Initially, some expressed doubts regarding subtle changes in Forget-Me-Not's appearance and the color of her ceremonial gown, but as Jiang Jin's strength grew, these incongruities were gradually overlooked and forgotten by others. After all, this was a world where power reigned supreme. As long as Forget-Me-Not demonstrated her might and aligned with humanity, why delve into trivial details? Moreover, others had indeed scrutinized it, yet seeing that Jiang Jin remained unaffected, it was evident they had gleaned nothing. Jiang Jin's private investigations never ceased, with the disappearance of Forget-Me-Not's body remaining a thorn in her heart. This inquiry gradually intertwined with the higher echelons of the Countermeasures Bureau. When she eventually traced the pathogen, Virius, her doubts were finally alleviated, for the form of this pathogen bore an uncanny resemblance to the true Forget-Me-Not. The subsequent events unfolded as Su Ling had come to understand and experience. In a moment of rage that obliterated her reason, Jiang Jin engaged Virius in battle, resulting in the complete collapse of half the Countermeasures Bureau headquarters. Realizing that taking down Virius within a short time frame was impossible, Jiang Jin resolutely chose to defect. She intended to lie low for a while and seek another opportunity to eliminate Virius entirely. Due to her interactions with everyone in the Bureau, save for Xiaolon, being in the transformed guise of Forget-Me-Not, no one suspected the extraordinary connection between Jiang Jin and Forget-Me-Not. The once thriving Snowfield Station had been utterly destroyed by an avalanche, and as Jiang Jin's body had never been found, she was officially reported missing. Long ago, she had reactivated her legitimate identity as Jiang Jin, and under the veil of obscurity surrounding her uniqueness, who could have imagined that the defected Forget-Me-Not could live so brazenly within Dawn Academy? Not to mention, the strongest divination practitioner, Xiaolon, was there to shield her identity. As for the subsequent events, they were those that Su Ling experienced upon entering this world, rendering further scrutiny unnecessary. She activated her spiritual eyes and exited the illusion, soon noticing a phantom butterfly resting upon her shoulder, emanating faint magical vibrations. Undoubtedly, the recent illusion was its creation. Are you showing me this to urge me to assist Jiang Jin? Su Ling murmured softly to herself while moving towards the exit. The butterfly's wings quivered momentarily, and a voice imbued with a sigh resonated directly in Su Ling's mind. Indeed, she is bound by her obsessions. I hope she can become her true self, rather than perpetually chasing my shadow. Chapter 65. The stage is set. As for the voice within her mind, Su Ling remained noncommittal. While Jiang Jin was undoubtedly shackled by her obsessions, that very fixation was also the greatest driving force that had propelled her to this point. Perhaps Jiang Jin has indeed been in pursuit of the Forget-Me-Not, yet she has not forgotten her true self. She has merely concealed her authentic essence for the time being. One day, she shall embrace all that she is and evolve into a better version of herself. Regrettably, I find myself unable to intervene in Jiang Jin's affairs in the immediate future. Su Ling offered no response to the butterfly's words, continuing her stride towards the refuge's exit. For she understood that Jiang Jin did not require her assistance at this moment. Returning now would only hinder rather than help. The knots of the heart must ultimately be unraveled by oneself. Su Ling was acutely aware of her role. She was but a transient presence, an outsider. While she could aid Jiang Jin in confronting adversaries, their alliance was still in its infancy. She could not assume the role of a life mentor for Jiang Jin, who, having traversed two distinct paths, seemingly did not need guidance from others. Jiang Jin possessed her own ambitions and tirelessly pursued them, her resolve stronger than that of anyone else in this world. Thus, the greatest support she could offer was to comprehend her actions and endorse her decisions. Su Ling refrained from steering the conversation back to Jiang Jin, for just as Jiang Jin held her own aspirations, she too was cognizant of what actions were appropriate at any given time. Clearly, Su Ling's most pressing task now was to prevent anyone from disturbing the duel between Jiang Jin and Varys. Speak of yourself. You must be a fragment of the forget-me-not soul, correct? As Su Ling broached the subject of herself, the butterfly's wings fluttered gently, and a voice echoed once more in her mind. Indeed, I am a fragment of soul tethered to the primordial gem. Regardless of whether Jiang Jin triumphs or falters, I shall ultimately dissipate. This revelation caused Su Ling's expression to momentarily falter, and then a flicker of understanding crossed her face. Did that illusion exhaust all your strength? Indeed. The butterfly responded, its wings quivering again. Su Ling felt a swell of emotion, recognizing that even in death, the forget-me-not was considerate of the timid girl who once trailed behind her, despite the fact that the latter had long shed her timid persona. Leaving the refuge, Su Ling made her way to the stage, where the spotlight illuminated the solitary piano, as if beckoning her to perform. With nothing to occupy her time, she thought it preferable to play a piece rather than wait idly. Thus, she accepted the spotlight's invitation, seated herself before the black and white keys, and her slender, fair fingers coaxed enchanting notes from the instrument, gradually dispelling the silence of the grand hall. She did not play any composition from the real world. The poignant melody was the very one Jiang Jin had taught her. As the music reached its crescendo, Su Ling felt an uncanny familiarity, a stroke of inspiration, seamlessly transitioning into the chorus of Call of Silence. Like a faint glow buried deep within darkness and despair, it ultimately broke through all obstacles, completing its transformation and emergence. Amidst such music, a diverse group of 21 men and women entered the grand auditorium. They wielded an array of weapons, their expressions ranging from astonishment to curiosity and anxiety as they gazed at the young girl playing the piano on stage. The monkey, gripping his sniper rifle, felt the sweat accumulate in his palms, for he understood better than anyone the formidable and terrifying essence of the girl, who appeared angelic under the spotlight. The hunters had found their prey, yet they did not immediately strike. Instead, they quietly listened to the enchanting melody, seemingly reluctant to interrupt this exquisite performance. When the final note resonated, Su Ling retracted her hands from the piano, gracefully rising from the stool. With the performer now prepared, let us unveil the prologue to the final act. A smile graced Su Ling's face, her delicate fingers, which had just played the piano, now clasping the hilt of the long sword at her waist. This was an inevitable slaughter, devoid of grudges or ideals. The two sides merely stood on opposing grounds, exerting their utmost efforts for the singular purpose of survival. Thus, there was no right or wrong, no good or evil, only victory and defeat, life and death. Are you the hunter or the prey? As Su Ling's voice, tinged with mirth, echoed, the captain, Man Nyo, felt an icy dread coursing up his spine. He had heard tales from the monkey about this prey's exaggerated strength. Yet the disparity between hearsay and direct confrontation was monumental. The oppressive aura, akin to the grim reaper placing his scythe against one's throat, could only be fully grasped through personal experience. Scatter. Forcing down his fear, Man Nyo, the squad's captain, understood clearly what was required of him. He was the only one present capable of standing against Su Ling. If he faltered, then all 21 hunters would become lambs awaiting slaughter. Fearless charge. Perhaps to bolster his own courage, Man Nyo bellowed the name of his skill, each step he took leaving a deep imprint on the ground, reminiscent of an unstoppable charging bull. Yet, no matter how strong the bull's might, how could it ever compare to a dragon? How could they understand that the girl they faced was not truly human, but a genuine dragon? Su Ling did not flinch or evade. She charged directly into Man Nyo's advance, lifting her right leg and delivering a fierce kick to his shield, which stood half her height. Boom. The tremendous impact unleashed a whirlwind. Man Yo felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train. His shield-bearing arm twisted unnaturally. Yet before the pain in his arm could register, an even more intense agony surged through his back. Gazing at the gaping hole in the wall, created by the charge of the formidable bull, all present swallowed hard in terror. Could it truly be that such a feat, overpowering the main tank with sheer physical strength, was achievable by beings like us? Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated, jolting the startled crowd back into reality. Su Ling tilted her head, a bullet whizzing past her, though it inflicted no harm. It merely disrupted a few strands of her hair. The shooter was a monkey, who had briefly faced Su Ling and was the first to regain composure. He understood that allowing the fear to fester would render their chances of victory utterly bleak. This encounter, a crushing 21 against 1, was a double-edged sword. If they could unify, Su Ling would indeed pose little threat. Conversely, if they remained a disjointed assemblage, the battle would devolve into a solitary slaughter by Su Ling. Do not underestimate her. She, like us, is susceptible to injury and death. She too fears our assault. Otherwise, why would she evade that bullet? We possess the capability to vanquish her, provided we stand united. The monkey's impassioned speech reinvigorated the hunter's confidence, yet what of it? True synergy is forged in the crucible of life and death struggles. These hastily assembled individuals, no matter how stirred by rhetoric, would remain a disorganized mob at heart. Cooperation untested by the fires of conflict is ultimately nothing more than an illusory facade. Chapter 66. The true outcome with the bull temporarily incapacitated. The responsibility of command fell to the vice captain, the monkey. As the squad's ace sniper, he was perhaps the most suitable for this role. Possessing a comprehensive view of the battlefield, he swiftly organized the tasks at hand. Ranged fighters to occupy high ground, melee fighters to delay and preserve their lives. Maneuvering to engage Su Ling, while support and healing specialists dispersed to evade, focusing solely on survival rather than maintaining constant group cohesion. This division of labor could indeed trouble Su Ling outdoors, and she had to concede that the monkey displayed some tactical acumen. Regrettably, this was not an outdoor setting. The terrain was the monkey's greatest vulnerability. The auditorium, though spacious, offered limited cover, confining their movement. Almost simultaneously with the hunter's actions, Su Ling unfurled her dragon wings. Launching her attack, she had never been one to stand still like a target. Did they expect the melee fighters to restrain her? They should try to match her speed if they could. The explosive velocity granted by her wings allowed her to reach a support girl before anyone could react. There was no fear or surprise etched on her face. She was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, and even in her final moments, her expression remained one of hurried readiness for action. A pure stream of crimson blood surged into the loose yen sword, causing its snow-white blade to glisten with a beguiling shade of deep red. The headless body above sprayed blood into the sky, while the girl standing nearby wore an expression devoid of emotion, her golden slit-like eyes merely scanning for her next target. This cold-blooded and brutal demeanor rendered the timid paralyzed, forgetting their purpose as they stood frozen in place, gazing blankly at the girl amidst the rain of blood. The fear buried deep within them was ultimately unearthed. A colossal sword formed from blood mist floated behind Su Ling, while the immense eye at the heart of the sword pavilion gazed imperiously upon all below. Those who beheld that eye felt as insignificant as ants, instinctively kneeling in reverence, adopting the most humble of postures as they implored the observer for mercy. The fear aura, amplified by the instrument of slaughter, acted as an unparalleled force, disproportionately affecting the weaker individuals, leaving those utterly dominated by terror too frightened even to entertain the thought of escape. Their sole remaining thought was to beseech the wielder of the sword for forgiveness. As the hunters knelt one after another before Su Ling, the monkey's heart sank to the depths of despair, yet he refused to resign himself to death at her hands. It is often said that those who take lives must always be prepared for their own demise, but the monkey, ensconced in a position of safety, lacked such awareness. Despite having survived until now, his hands were stained with the blood of countless contractors. If it were not for Su Ling's formidable might today, they would have been the ones stepping over her fallen form, laughing as they continued to inscribe their own epic tale. With clenched teeth, the monkey forcefully loaded a glass-like bullet, pulsating with a dark liquid, into the magazine and swiftly chambered it. This bullet was borrowed from the Bull of Might, stored within the communal supply of the adventurer's party, which contained resources for all members. He had no right to use it directly and could only borrow it temporarily. Naturally, as a consumable, he would have to replenish it at market price. The grimace on the monkey's face revealed the bullet's significant value, but in this life and death moment, financial concerns were no longer paramount. After all, if one were to die, even the greatest wealth would serve no purpose. At the instant the monkey produced the bullet, Su Ling's gaze snapped to him, sensing a familiar aura. There could be no mistake. Her instincts were infallible. That bullet, capable of rendering even her current self vulnerable to a deathly threat, was none other than the gene collapse bullet that had struck her in the real world. An overwhelming aura of malice and bloodlust instantaneously engulfed everyone in the grand hall, the terrifying presence momentarily halting the monkey's aim. Then, the scene that would be forever etched in his memory unfolded before his eyes. The swift and relentless Su Ling was racing directly towards her destination, cutting through the shortest path, while those who attempted to obstruct her, whether by choice or coercion, fell silent beneath the strike of her sword. The monkey bit his tongue to snap back to reality, frantically attempting to aim at Su Ling, yet her movements were a blur. In mere moments, she stood before him. Fear compelled the monkey to instinctively pull the trigger, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed squarely at Su Ling. The few meters separating them rendered precise aim unnecessary, and the genetic collapse bullet required no consideration of where it would strike. As long as it hit its mark, the bullet would unleash its full destructive potential. At such close range, evading the bullet with mere physical reflexes was beyond even Su Ling's capabilities. But so what? The inability to evade with her body did not imply that the blood butterflies could not escape. Thus, in the monkey's dazed gaze, Su Ling's form transformed into a vast swarm of crimson butterflies, the genetic collapse bullet passing straight through the fluttering mass, embedding itself in a distant wall. The butterflies then converged back into Su Ling's unscathed figure, standing resolutely before the monkey. "Where did you acquire that bullet?" The sword of slaughter rested against the monkey's throat, her icy voice reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, radiating an overwhelming aura of impending doom. "Buy it." The monkey's voice trembled uncontrollably. Fear was now his sole emotion, and faced with Su Ling's inquiry, he dared not conceal or deceive in the slightest. "Where did you buy it?" "The Black Maple Consortium." "Only they sell that bullet." Understanding dawned upon her. Su Ling narrowed her eyes and, without hesitation, severed the monkey's neck. Since he had come for her life, she would show no mercy. Leaving behind a ticking time bomb was a foolish endeavor. Even if Su Ling's compassion were to emerge, the sword of slaughter would surely chastise her. With her own mission still uncertain, she could not afford to leave a faction of adversaries waiting for them to betray her at a critical moment. All 21 hunters who had gathered in the grand hall, regardless of their appearance or gender, must perish. This silent carnage did not last long. Gripped by terror, they could offer no resistance, awaiting death in a state of dread and pleading. The hastily arriving Qian was met with a scene reminiscent of hell: kneeling corpses, pools of crimson blood, and standing above the river of blood, a white-haired girl whose indifference remained untainted even by the bloodshed. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, accompanied by the earth trembling violently. The blood river beneath Su Ling quaked, yet she remained unaffected. She did not glance at Qian, who stood at the doorway. Those golden slit-like pupils seemed to penetrate through the stage and iron gate, gazing into the very depths of the central square of the refuge. Unaware of the unfolding events, Qian was at a loss for how to inquire, while Su Ling had no intention of providing any explanations. She stood in silence, awaiting the return of someone or the emergence of certain words. The main quest remained unresolved. She sheathed her sword and cast a glance at the unresponsive main quest before proceeding step by step towards the entrance of the refuge. The recent explosion had been caused by Jiang Jin's heavenly strike. Having deployed such a hidden trump card, yet still failing to secure victory in battle signified that Jiang Jin was likely in grave peril. Lurking beside Su Ling, Lu sighed. Though she had anticipated the inevitability of this confrontation, concern for Su Ling lingered in her heart. The adversary Su Ling was about to face represented her first true, formidable opponent, one who could not be vanquished without wagering everything and embracing the fatalistic belief of fighting to survive. Such foes would abound in Su Ling's future. Thus, Lu would neither hinder nor could she dissuade Su Ling from battling. Only through repeated encounters with life and death could she truly acquire the strength to protect herself. "So, are you prepared?" The true battle has only just begun. Chapter 67. Even covered in blood, departing with the company of a butterfly, she returned alone. Bloodied and battered, Su Ling offered no explanations to Qian Nai. She merely instructed her to prevent anyone from entering the refuge before stepping through the door and forcefully closing it from within. As she made her way towards the central plaza, she retrieved a potion from her storage space to restore her mana. This single vial could replenish 100 points of mana, 2 vials sufficing to fully recover from the depletion caused by the blood butterfly's consumption. Faced with a formidable enemy capable of defeating Jiang Jin, Su Ling understood the need to present herself in optimal condition. The expenditure of physical stamina was manageable and insignificant. She deliberately quickened her pace, covering the 3 to 4 minute distance in under 2 minutes. Upon arrival, the blue-skirted girl was nowhere to be seen in the central plaza. The only presence remaining was Jiang Jin transformed. Oh dear, I truly didn't anticipate she possessed such dreadful magic. Thankfully, my skills surpass hers. Jiang Jin's playful voice resonated from ahead. Su Ling recognized that the Jiang Jin she knew would never speak in such a manner. Thus, the identity of the individual before her became clear. It was the pathogen, Virus, who had taken possession of Jiang Jin's body. Are you here to avenge her? Virus slowly turned, a mocking smile unabashedly displayed, seemingly dismissive of Su Ling. Let us say that's the case. Su Ling exhaled a breath of frustration, refraining from hastily drawing her sword, merely resting her hand upon its hilt. After all, I promised her I would deal with you. At this declaration, the curvature of Virus's lips exaggerated further, the sarcasm palpable. Even Jiang Jin has failed. What makes you think you can succeed? With her eyelids lowered, Su Ling's grip on the sword hilt subtly slid, and with a reverse motion, she seized it firmly. Just relying on myself. With a resounding clash, Su Ling lunged forward, drawing her sword, yet Virus's reaction was equally swift. The manifestation of eternal love unfolded almost instantaneously, but the tremendous force bearing down on her neck compelled an involuntary constriction in her throat. What an exaggerated power! Is this truly human? This question flickered through Virus's mind instinctively. Even with the ability to transfer damage within her domain, the mere aftershock of an attenuated attack left her feeling distinctly uneasy. Had she been struck directly, even if her neck were forged of iron, she would likely not escape the fate of severance. Realizing this, Virus abandoned her mockery, her gaze turning serious and grave. She had initially believed that Jiang Jin was the strongest in this realm. Once she dealt with her, no obstacles would remain. However, it now appeared she had gravely miscalculated. The white-haired girl before her clearly possessed strength that rivaled Jiang Jin. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, Virus often sensed a faint familiarity about Su Ling, as if she had encountered her before or had heard of her. But how could that be? Su Ling was merely a novice of the first tier. Had she not been severely wounded herself, she might never have crossed paths with her. How could she possibly feel a sense of familiarity with her? Shaking her head, Virus pushed aside her disordered thoughts for the moment. She could sense Su Ling's formidable power. If she did not take this seriously, her body would surely face defeat. The lance materialized from a brilliant light, and confident in her domain's protective capabilities, Virus opted for a reckless strategy of trading injuries, disregarding defense entirely, and struck directly towards Su Ling's heart. The lance's tip was conical. Had it been any other weapon, Su Ling would have been hesitant to engage so recklessly, as even a moment's inattention could result in her fingers being severed by the sharp edge. Yet, the lance posed no such risk. With dragon scales enveloping her forearm, Su Ling seized the lance's tip and, with a deft motion, swung Virus around. Witnessing her body about to crash into the ground, Virus harbored no thoughts of defense. She concentrated her magical energy at the lance's tip, unleashing an attack almost simultaneously as she landed. Boom! The petals of Do Not Forget Me scattered in the wake of Virus's impact with the ground, while the beam of light erupted from the lance, carving a straight circular hole amidst the ruins. The swirling blood butterflies coalesced back into Su Ling's form, yet this time, her complexion had noticeably paled. Against magical assaults, the blood butterflies could not evade entirely, although Su Ling had dispersed them at the first opportunity. Many still succumbed within the magical onslaught. Those butterflies evaporated by the magic were, in essence, her very blood, accounting for her pallor. Eternal stagnation. The drifting petals ensnared Su Ling like shackles. With a slight exertion, she felt as though she had plunged into amber, although she could still move. The effort required was magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Was there a way to break free? Faced with the unknown, relying solely on her own ingenuity felt painfully slow. In the fleeting chaos of battle, by the time she conceived a solution, Varys might have already hurled a dozen spells her way. She must burst forth with her dragon wings, striving to deny her adversary any opportunity to cast a spell. Upon hearing Lu's response, without a moment's hesitation, Su Ling manifested her dragon wings. The extraordinary surge of speed allowed her to shatter the confinement of the petals, abruptly interrupting Varys' spellcasting, forcing him to hastily parry with his lance against her longsword. The jarring screech of metal on metal was almost unbearable. With deft control, Su Ling maneuvered her blade to slide past the lance, transitioning from a slash to a thrust, sending the lance spiraling away before delivering a decisive strike to Varys' chest. Bang! Although he remained uninjured, the tremendous force propelled Varys several meters back, causing him to emit a suppressed groan, the impact leaving her with a nauseating sensation. She drove her lance into the ground to halt her momentum, then raised her left hand and clenched it fiercely. A series of miniature magic circles materialized around her, each followed by successive explosions. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the smoke from the explosions enveloped Su Ling's form, while the splattered blood served as undeniable proof of her injuries. Yet, this would not deter her relentless assault. Whether injured, in pain, bleeding, or weeping, Su Ling had never deluded herself into believing she could achieve victory without scars. She would not be crushed by suffering until her body ceased to function. She would never surrender the fight. Blood, mingled with tears, floated through the air as Su Ling surged forth from the smoke, her upper body nearly drenched in crimson. Her golden vertical pupils, though streaming with tears, retained an unwavering resolve, even in tattered clothing and amidst the chaos of flesh and blood. As long as her body still had strength and her foe remained standing, Su Ling would wield her sword. She was the Silver Dragon, the chosen sword master of Lu. She could be wounded, bleed, and cry. Yet she could never concede defeat, nor would she ever relent. Chapter 68. I Shall Never Surrender Bloodied. Su Ling faced Varys once again swinging the long sword wreathed in crimson light. Her frenzied demeanor startled Varys. She had encountered steadfast individuals before, such as Jiang Jin, who had recently fallen to her. However, even Jiang Jin, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against her, did not exhibit the sheer madness displayed by Su Ling in this moment. It was as if she were born solely for slaughter, with the annihilation of all within her gaze as her singular objective. Those vertical pupils, that longsword, why did they instill such an overwhelming sense of pressure? And what of her blood-based abilities? Blood-based abilities? With wide eyes, Varys stared, enduring the pain from her right shoulder wound to unleash a floral cannon against Su Ling. The blood butterfly had not yet fully cooled, prompting Su Ling to swiftly conjure her dragon tail to shield herself. She could distinctly sense the threat posed by that magical cannon. To withstand it with sheer physical strength would surely result in severe injury. Thus, employing her dragon tail as a buffer was her most judicious choice. How could you possess bloodline abilities? Varys murmured, her eyes vacant, as if caught in a trance. It seemed she was both questioning Su Ling and merely conversing with herself. Nevertheless, even if she were genuinely inquiring, Su Ling had no obligation to respond. In the midst of life and death combat, there was little room for idle chatter. She had no desire for the antagonist to perish due to excessive verbosity. Impossible, it shouldn't be. Varys continued her musings. All bloodline wielders should have been annihilated by the sword of slaughter. There should be no reason you have escaped its grasp. Varys remained lost in her thoughts, still reeling from the revelation of Su Ling's bloodline abilities. Dragon wings, dragon tail, dragon scales, and those golden slit pupils. Suddenly, Varys seemed to have an epiphany. Her narrowed pupils fixated on Su Ling, as if questioning, yet simultaneously affirming her own thoughts. Dragon wings, dragon tail, dragon scales, though lacking dragon horns. You must belong to the dragon lineage, otherwise, such powers could not be yours. Yet no dragon could possess a bloodline ability, unless you are a silver dragon. Yes, that must be it. This is the only explanation. You are undoubtedly a silver dragon. In that moment, Varys' gaze ignited with an unusual brilliance, delight, greed, as if she had encountered an unparalleled, exquisite treasure. I shall bind myself to you. Occupy this vessel. Thus, your power will become mine. Ha ha. Vires erupted into maniacal laughter, her eyes now solely reflecting avarice, for she comprehended the immense value contained within the diminutive silver dragon before her. Despite Vires' sudden shift in demeanor, Su Ling felt a twinge of confusion, yet it did not sway her resolve. Whether the other sought to parasitize her or eliminate her mattered little. Such outcomes would only follow Vires' victory over her. Su Ling's objective remained steadfast, to eradicate the pathogen, Vires. It was that simple. Ducking beneath Vires' floral cannon, Su Ling swiftly closed the distance, though her fervor was not yet transformed into strength sufficient to withstand Vires' counterattack. Each parry with her lance appeared increasingly desperate and laborious. Were it not for the aid of eternal love diverting damage, her grip would surely have been drenched in blood. Seizing the moment when Su Ling was momentarily weakened, Vires gathered her magical energy into her left hand, lunging into Su Ling's embrace while delivering a powerful blow to her left shoulder. The searing arcane beam pierced through Su Ling's left shoulder. Despite the tears streaming down her face, her expression remained utterly unchanged. She enveloped her legs with the power of dragon scales and then, with a swift motion, knelt and struck Vires in the abdomen, sending her flying. As the battle reached this critical juncture, Su Ling, though battered and bruised, was aware that Vires' eternal love was also nearing its shattering point. Both combatants understood that the moment to determine the victor was fast approaching. The eternal love had the ability to transfer damage, a formidable barrier whose effects were nothing short of miraculous. However, when the accumulated damage reached the brink of destruction, the backlash inflicted upon the user was equally severe. Upon the shattering of the barrier, regardless of the amount of magical energy left, the user would be instantaneously drained, leaving not a single drop behind. Physical strength would also be utterly depleted, plunging the body into a state of absolute weakness, where even magical artifacts would cease to function. In such a state, even a child wielding a sharp weapon could effortlessly end her life. Thus, the destruction of the barrier essentially signified Vires' demise, and retreating from it at this juncture would be far from prudent. The damage to the barrier had already exceeded 90%. If she were to voluntarily withdraw it now, she would still suffer the backlash, albeit not as catastrophically, but her combat effectiveness would certainly be significantly diminished. In that weakened state, she would stand no chance against Su Ling. The two stood facing each other, seemingly adjusting their respective conditions, neither willing to make the first move. Su Ling could feel the pain and exhaustion radiating from her body. Based on Vires' erratic behavior earlier, she surmised that the latter seemed devoid of any memories related to Jiang Jin, particularly those concerning herself. Su Ling had long since confessed to Jiang Jin about her identity as a dragon, if Vires possessed Jiang Jin's memories. Her recent tone of voice could not have been one of guesswork and self-assuredness. If her speculation was indeed correct, there was a possibility to catch Vires off guard. Tick-tock. As tears coursed down her cheeks, mingling with blood that dripped onto the petals, Su Ling and Vires moved simultaneously, charging towards one another. The long sword glided past the lance, and just as Su Ling was about to race along the shaft towards her, petals in Vires' left hand coalesced into a colossal hammer. Without hesitation, she swung it upward, crashing it down upon her lance. Boom! The petals scattered violently amidst the impact, the sudden force causing both the lance and the immortal Slayer's sword to fly into the sky. Though they were now unarmed, Vires still possessed means to attack. A purple ring abruptly manifested before Vires' fingertips, a terrifying wave of destruction accompanied by the sharp spikes encircling the ring warped the very air around them. Su Ling had heard Jiang Jin speak of this, a different manifestation of Heaven's strike, instantaneously unleashed at the cost of doubling its energy consumption. Vires had never employed Heaven's strike before. How could Su Ling possibly let her guard down against such a maneuver? Vires' lack of memories about her does not imply that Su Ling is devoid of recollections of Jiang Jin. The conical purple light twisted the air, aiming directly at Su Ling's heart. However, the vibrant Su Ling, once a living being mere moments ago, had now transformed into a crimson blood butterfly. Her previous inaction was not a strategic adjustment. No, she was merely awaiting the cooldown of the blood butterfly. As the blood-colored butterfly danced amidst the heavens, it converged before Vires, reconstituting into Su Ling's form. Although Su Ling had managed to close the distance, Vires remained unperturbed, for the slaughtering immortal sword still hovered above them. After the earlier skirmish, she was confident that Su Ling's formidable prowess was entirely reliant on her weapon. Without it, Even if Su Ling enhanced her fists and feet with dragon scales, she could not inflict fatal wounds upon her. If Varys could withstand this blow, victory would certainly remain within her grasp. A smirk gradually spread across Varys' lips, her thoughts almost transparent upon her face. Yet Su Ling's expression betrayed no change. She was acutely aware that this might be her only opportunity. Bereft of the slaughtering immortal sword, it would indeed be challenging to deliver a decisive blow to Varys. And once this chance slipped away, Varys would assuredly deny her another opportunity to reclaim the sword. In that eventuality, an unarmed Su Ling would undoubtedly face defeat. But who said she possessed only one weapon? With her left foot grounding itself, Su Ling lowered her center of gravity and leaned forward, her right hand forming an arc as it slashed diagonally ahead. In that moment, a knight's sword, as pure as white jade, gradually shed its illusion, revealing its true form in Su Ling's grasp. This was a gift from Isher, a key to their promise, known as the Heart of the White Iris. Clang! The sharp blade shattered the barrier and severed Varys' neck, droplets of blood cascading through the air, staining Su Ling's hair crimson and mingling with the tears that fell from her eyes. The azure in Varys' gaze swiftly faded, her once resplendent golden hair losing its luster, revealing its true chestnut hue. As the girl fell backward, a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. This smile bore no mockery or derision, only serenity and gentleness, reminiscent of a long-lost friend. She did not utter a word, her lips remaining still, yet her voice resonated directly within Su Ling's heart. She said, "I thought you would never cry." Chapter 69 and You have slain the pathogen Varys. Main quest, final stage the Elegy of Flowers, completed. Remaining time on Blue Star, 30 minutes. Main quest rewards have been credited to the contractor's seal. You have received a treasure chest, Blue. You have gained 100 blood points. Slaughtering Immortal Sword Sharpness, 5. Su Ling released her grip on the sword, extending her right arm to catch the slaughtering immortal sword as it fell from the sky. The wielder of the sword must never relinquish their weapon under any circumstances, unless they can reclaim it or possess another suitable armament. As the battle subsided and the adrenaline faded, Su Ling grimaced, her upper body marred with wounds. Her once elegant dress now tattered and torn. She sat unceremoniously on the ground, the once vibrant field of forget-me-nots, now transformed back into a desolate ruin. Her gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Jiang Jin, observing as delicate green tendrils slowly stitched together the gaping wound at the neck, a sardonic smile tugging at her lips. It was during the heat of battle that Su Ling had sensed something amiss. Once Varys had taken possession of Jiang Jin's body, she inherited all of Jiang Jin's memories and magic, yet her own memories remained shrouded in obscurity. Furthermore, there was the Sky Strike, a magic of dual forms. Under normal circumstances, it would require instant casting during combat, akin to the lethal blow Varys had dealt her. Had she not been privy to Jiang Jin's ace in the hole, Su Ling would not have been so vigilant, waiting until the blood butterfly could be deployed once more to launch her final assault. The Sky Strike was a power birth from Jiang Jin herself, not something inherited from the Forget-Me-Nots, implying that even Varys, prior to seizing Jiang Jin's form, would have been oblivious to this formidable magic. With such a trump card in her possession, how could Jiang Jin possibly face defeat? Moreover, even the normal form of the Sky Strike appeared somewhat off. In Su Ling's memory, a perfected Sky Strike ought to have obliterated the entire sanctuary, yet it had merely reduced a vast area to ruins. These inconsistencies, coupled with Su Ling's understanding of Jiang Jin's abilities within the illusions, gradually coalesced into a bold hypothesis within her mind. Jiang Jin had deliberately feigned defeat. With this realization, Su Ling withdrew the Heart of the White Kite, propping herself up with the Blade of Immortality, swaying unsteadily as she approached Jiang Jin's side, and irritably tapped her cheek with the sword's blade. "I know you're not dead, so stop pretending." Su Ling's conviction was further bolstered by the absence of a kill notification from the World Tree. At the moment of Varys' demise, Su Ling was certain that Jiang Jin had regained control of her body. If her strike had truly been fatal, there would have been 2 kill notifications, one for Varys, and another for Jiang Jin. Yet, only one notification had manifested, rendering the truth unmistakable. Jiang Jin, that little vixen, was undeniably still alive. "I know you're eager, but hold your horses." Jiang Jin's body remained unresponsive, yet her voice resonated directly within Su Ling's heart, reminiscent of the communication with the fragments of the Forget-Me-Not soul. You really have an astounding faith in me. Aren't you afraid I might have lost? Jiang Jin sighed, her tone tinged with a sense of helplessness. There is no alternative. The death of the physical body does not equate to the complete demise of virus. Your strength is not dissimilar to mine. If you cannot accomplish this task, then no one can slay her. Oh, Su Ling's brows arched slightly, for the implications of Jiang Jin's words were profound. She had essentially validated her suspicions, and continuing down this path of inquiry seemed to lay the truth bare before her. You intend to parasitize her, do you not? Indeed. I only realized this halfway through our confrontation. However, the conditions for parasitism are exceedingly stringent. One must penetrate her from within, and she must be in a state of dormancy following death. So you orchestrated a scene of mutual destruction using heavenly strike, feigning exhaustion and defeat, while truly infiltrating her interior to await the opportune moment. Are you not concerned that I might flee at a critical juncture? Su Ling panted, her irritation evident as she remarked on Jiang Jin's audacious gamble. While the feeling of being entirely trusted was gratifying, Jiang Jin's actions were nothing short of a reckless wager. The slightest hesitation on her part would render her efforts futile. In truth, Jiang Jin had contemplated this very dilemma, yet the opportunity was simply too alluring to dismiss. The opposition was preoccupied, the pathogen was left unguarded, and the chance to infiltrate the enemy's inner sanctum was at hand. Not to mention the presence of a valiant hero capable of vanquishing both herself and the pathogen. All conditions had aligned perfectly. To miss this chance could mean an indeterminate wait for another, or worse, the possibility of never having such an opportunity again. This was indeed a gamble. But Jiang Jin found herself devoid of alternatives. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on her decision for long. After all, her initial encounter with Su Ling had been a gamble in its own right. Thus, she chose to trust Su Ling and, in the guise of feigned defeat, proactively erased all memories related to Su Ling from her mind. Consequently, even if the pathogen were to seize her body, it would remain oblivious to any information regarding Su Ling in the short term. This act undoubtedly laid the crucial groundwork for Su Ling's ultimate strike. With this thought, Jiang Jin smiled lightly and offered her response. I am not afraid. Since I chose to trust you from the very beginning, I will steadfastly continue to believe in you until the end. Upon hearing this, the seriousness etched on Su Ling's face cracked into a faint smile. How long will your resurrection take? I must leave shortly and cannot assist in guarding your spirit. Restoring my injuries, coupled with the parasitic pathogen, will likely require a year or two for complete digestion, Jiang Jin calculated thoughtfully. Yet before Su Ling could voice her concerns, Jiang Jin's next words alleviated her worries. However, I can conceal myself. As long as no one surpasses my strength, I shall remain undetected. That is reassuring. Su Ling exhaled in relief, summoning her remaining strength to gradually navigate the dark passageway with the aid of the luminous sword. The shelter's lighting system had been utterly destroyed, and the feeble glow emanating from the central plaza was but a mere ripple of its former brilliance. As Su Ling's figure gradually melded into the darkness, she neither glanced back nor paused, as if this place held nothing that could tether her heart. She departed. Yes. Ethereal blue butterflies transformed into the spectral image of a golden-haired maiden amidst the ruins, her gaze fixed upon Su Ling's retreating silhouette alongside a chestnut-haired girl, both adorned with genuine smiles. Thank you, they chorused in unison, their voices conveying heartfelt gratitude, momentarily halting Su Ling's steps, albeit just for a fleeting instant. Soon after, she vanished entirely into the shadows, and a forget-me-not entwined with a dodder vine began to bloom amidst the debris. With the emergence of the forget-me-not, Jiang Jin's presence faded, coinciding with the last flicker of light from the plaza's ceiling, surrendering to the encroaching darkness. That delicate flower, emanating faint blue particles, too, concealed its form. Thus, this sanctuary, now transformed into ruins, succumbed entirely to silence. Chapter 70. World-class artifact, world settlement, blue star. World difficulty, LV5 LV11. Number of tasks completed, 3. Main quest X3. Overall evaluation, A. Contractor level, 13. Summary. Although the task completion rate is high, the exploration of the world remains superficial, with many concealed secrets left untouched. Reward settlement, 23 attribute points, 380 tree coins, including rewards from the main quest. Settlement complete. Upon returning to her exclusive chamber in Yggdrasil, Su Ling leaned against the wall, her eyelids fluttering as if on the verge of slumber. Yet, she was acutely aware that sleep was a luxury she could not afford, although her health had not yet reached a critical state. The severity of her injuries could potentially lead to lingering ailments if left untreated. She needed to tend to her wounds first. Detected severe injuries on the contractor. Would you like to receive treatment from the World Tree? Treatment cost for current injuries, 10 tree coins. Healing her wounds? Upon hearing this prompt, Su Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, she chose to agree. Subsequently, 10 wooden coins floated from her hand, bursting in midair into pure life energy. This life energy surged into her body, rapidly mending the grievous wounds on her exterior at a visibly remarkable pace. In mere seconds, including the gaping hole in her shoulder, Su Ling's body restored to its former state, her skin appearing significantly fairer, as if she had never been harmed. The agony dissipated entirely, and the sudden lightness of her body overwhelmed her, compelling her to succumb to fatigue and collapse onto the ground, slipping into a profound slumber. She was utterly exhausted. The relentless battles had drained not only her body but also her consciousness and soul, the latter fatigue predominantly resulting from prolonged use of her spiritual eyes. Observing Su Ling, who was utterly exhausted and had fallen into a deep slumber, Lu could not help but muse on the beauty of youth. She gently settled beside Su Ling, her eyes shimmering with tenderness that seemed on the verge of overflowing. As she caressed Su Ling's head, memories of Varys' fervent revelation of Su Ling's identity as a silver dragon flooded her mind. She was not surprised. Such reactions were almost universal among those who understood the existence of silver dragons. Therefore, she felt an imperative to strengthen Su Ling, to empower her to possess the strength to protect herself against any being. The path ahead was arduous and protracted, but it mattered not. Lu would accompany her every step of the way. In their exclusive chamber, where the passage of time held no distinction between day and night, Su Ling awoke from her dreams to find it was already midday the following day. She sensed a separate restroom materializing through the control panel of the room and hurriedly dashed inside. Clearly, the urgency of nature was not a concern exclusive to humans. Even dragons were not exempt from such needs. Watching the flustered Su Ling, Lu found herself both amused and bemused. Fortunately, the enhancements to their private quarters were quite convenient. The restroom could be easily manifested, though furnishings such as sofas and beds would require personal acquisition and arrangement. 10 minutes later, Su Ling emerged from the restroom feeling rejuvenated. It had been quite some time since her transformation into a female, and she had long since acclimated to the necessities of such a reality. Returning to the living area, she unveiled the entirety of her spoils from this venture to Blue Star, 1 green treasure chest and 2 blue treasure chests, among which the blue chest dropped by Varys held the most promise, its surface seemingly aglow with a soft violet hue. The exhilarating moment of unboxing had arrived. Su Ling, pulling along the resigned Lu, took her place before the treasure chests and eagerly opened the first green one. Su Ling was quite aware of her own fortune. She belonged to a category characterized by balance, embodying the perfect manifestation of the law of conservation of luck. Thus, she possessed a unique perspective on the art of unboxing. She would begin with the lesser treasures, allowing her luck to deplete before pursuing the more valuable ones. Once she obtained a reward, she would continue to open the lesser chests to accumulate a prize pool. You have opened a chest, green. You have received 12 tree coins. You have obtained a heartworm. Heartworm, origin, Blue Star's anomalous heartworm. Quality, green. Type, special item. Durability, 11, usable only once. Equipment requirements, none. Equipment effect, allows for the temporary control of a corpse with a death time not exceeding 1 hour. Provided the spine remains intact, control lasts for 30 minutes. Remarks, a deceased heartworm, but can you truly ascertain its demise? Equipment rating, 20. Price, 7 tree coins. Oh, what a splendid start. Gazing at the small black worm-like item on the floor, Su Ling promptly reached out to grasp it. The appearance of this object is indistinguishable from that of a regular goo exine insect. However, it exudes no hint of biological essence. Resembling merely a sculpted effigy of the goo exine insect, it is no wonder that it is categorized as a special item. As for the final price, Su Ling had dismissed it from the very beginning, regarding it as something to merely observe, akin to the system's recycling price in a game. Whoever sells it is a fool. Tossing the goo exine insect into her storage space, Su Ling eagerly grasped the second treasure chest, The blue one dropped by the poppy. You have opened the chest, blue. You have gained 15 tree coins. You have acquired a dream of the gods, small. You have obtained 20 tree coins. Is that all? Su Ling widened her eyes, staring at the splendid red crystal in her hand, swallowing back a torrent of curses that threatened to escape her throat. Inhale. Exhale. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. The world is so beautiful, yet I feel so irritable. This is not good at all. On a brighter note, at least there is a dream of the gods to serve as a safety net. Isn't there? Expressionless. She cast the dream of the gods into her storage space and picked up the final blue chest, believing that, based on her previous experiences, this chest was likely to yield something worthwhile. Of course, it could also contribute to a substantial prize pool. You have opened the chest, blue. The moment the chest opened, a blinding blue light instantly illuminated the entire room. Su Ling's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Lu gaped in surprise. Did it really yield something for her? You have gained 17 tree coins. You have acquired the world-class item, the contribution of the Cuscuta. Contribution of the Cuscuta, origin, blue star, varies river, Jing Wuwang. Quality, world-class category, special item. Durability, 11. Flowers parasitism. This item can be used on any item with a rating, consuming it in the process and bestowing growth potential upon the used item, transforming it into a growth-type weapon or equipment item. Note, gratitude, and a gift. Rating, insufficient permissions, none available. Price, non-tradable.